in this room, like bizarre statues,
Power,
strange
deception.
Oh wow, he's got a diagram.
Music.
All the things he's trying to do. What is all that? Power, deception, plants? Does that say plants? Wonder what that means. Like plants, like planting people inside organizations. Is that what that means?
What's in the bottom here? Does it say
France.
drunk brain?
Yeah, I don't know. Dank brain? Is that what that says?
Intellectual, political, something.
Music. And what is the other one next to music? What is that?
Must be made by his decipher.
Yeah.
Well, when he puts this big O'Keefe over it, it kind of obscures the letters.
Okay, what else is weird in this though?
Well,
What are we even looking at?
let's play it. He's got some weird statues. Fucking, I got a lot of weird statues. What does that mean? Nice place. We were talking about buying the island at one time.
I would have got in. I was talking to Jamie. He needs some investors.
The fucking headlines. Aaron Rodgers and Joe Rogan buy the island. We were talking about putting
As is,
100%. We were talking about putting up a podcast studio in the fucking in the big temple. The temple that's the Israeli flag. The temple that's the colors of the Israeli flag. You know about that, right?
I didn't know that. No.
Oh yeah, here it goes. O'Keefe is showing power.
They're trying to show that that's his handwriting, I guess.
Okay.
Boys.
Yeah, maybe he said.
Were there?
All right, guess you're right.
Dank brain. Okay.
Mirror in face.
Dank brain. Does dank brain means you're high as fuck? It must be, right? That means they gave you a super edible. They gave you one of them Joey Diaz edibles.
I think it's a project name,
Right. That's probably
Project Dank Brain.
Right. That's probably it. What is that other one? Mirror in face? What is that? Is that what it says?
Truth, something else.
Yeah, shitty fucking handwriting for an evil villain. Yeah. Very weird stuff.
Someone wrote it out in a little more.
Appears, music brain, rhythm mimic, time delay, deception. It says dark brain? I thought that was an N. I don't think that guy's correct.
Could be Dank Brain.
Go look at that other image though.
I like dank brain better.
It looks like an N to me. Yeah, that looks like N. That doesn't look like dark. It looks like dank brain. That's an N. So I'm already skeptical. Yeah. It's a fucking psyop, bro. It's all a bunch of psyops. Show him the image of the temple that was on the island. That was kind of JRE Podcast Studio number 2.
Nice. We could have done this here.
I was thinking about it, but I was like, you know what? That's a good way to die. They're not going to let me buy that fucking place. Look at it.
Oh, well, you know where that is too, right? It's a similar image to that, right?
No.
I know Jamie does.
What is it?
It's on the set of a famous talk show. It's now not on anymore.
Oh, Ellen? Was that Ellen?
Yeah.
Really?
Just look at the temple and then look at the...
Let me see Ellen's background. What? Oh, similar. That looks like a building, though. Like
sure.
Is that a building in LA? That might be a building in LA. Right, but I mean, it's supposed to be a background of. Yeah.
It's strange. It's the same.
It is, but it's, it's whatever. I'm not that impressed with that. That could just be coincidental. There's a lot of people.
Ask Alex about that.
Yeah. Well, it's a long-standing tradition, but Israeli flags secretly and everything.
It's so fucking good.
Did you see that they did this thing recently where they uncovered the fact that Israel had kiosks in malls, and Israeli intelligence they were gathering intelligence with these drone kiosks that they were selling in malls, like these little propeller drones. Let me see if I can find it. I know I sent it to some friends. Did you find it, Jimmy? Right away? Yeah. Charged the U.S. running illegal mall kiosk network. How fucking weird is this? Accused of arranging for Israelis to arrive in the country with tourist visas for the purpose of illicit employment and sales, and they were gathering information. The whole thing was gathering information. Israelis been charged U.S. visa fraud, allegedly running an illegal employment scheme in the country, which helped other Israelis obtain entry permits under false pretenses for the purpose of illegal employment. You know, I was chatting back and forth with Ari. I sent this to him.
What did he say?
He's like, imagine being pwned, you know, PWN,
Yeah.
by a country that has like 7 million people in it. It's like they've been running things for so long. It's kind of amazing.
It's impressive.
They're very impressive. I mean, they developed Pegasus. The whole reason why every time I text, I assume the government is reading everything I write. It's because they can. They can get into your signal. Like all these encrypted apps that people think that you're gonna buy drugs and fucking sell guns and shit. No. What is this? Mossad uses mall kiosks in the U.S. as front companies while on intelligence operations. Yeah, this is it. Attorney Jessica Al-Aber found dead in her home after uncovering Israelis illegally entered the U.S. to work at mall kiosks. She found dead in her home. Google that. Jesus.
Probably suicide.
Yeah, shot herself in the head twice.
What happens over there, you think?
Ooh. Epilepsy. Died in her sleep. Okay.
Well, she was the young one. She was like 43.
Could be coincidence.
I haven't read about this.
Maybe she got that third booster. We're expecting more information. But when was this? What time was this? When did this happen? March. Similar, recently. Expect more information from medical examiner.
Speaking of boosters, why didn't Bobby just come out and taking that off the old schedule? Maybe start with kids.
They did start with kids. It's removed now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Since when?
Real recently, like within the last day or two. They pulled it from the recommendations of the requirements. The kids, but giving it to kids is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. COVID's not a danger to kids. It's super dangerous for kids. There's a lot of evidence for that now. There's the fact that they've been able to obscure all the vaccine deaths. I know there was, where was it in Florida, where they were they're making this accusation that as many as 470,000 people died from the vaccine. We'll see if you can find that.
What is it? The Surgeon General down in Florida has been pretty rock solid.
Yeah, he's rock solid. Yeah,
Like dude, he was on TV a bunch.
Yeah,
I liked him a lot. Every time he spoke, it was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, it's just money. It's literal sacrifice of human lives for money.
But same thing, like when is any of those people going to be held accountable?
Oh no,
never.
Well, I would
look at everything that's happened in the last 20 years. You know, financial crisis happens. You know, insider trading, fucking the market on purpose. No heads roll. In fact, they actually get put into Obama's cabinet, many of them. That great documentary.
You mean the 2008 thing? Do you think they did that on purpose? They tanked the market on purpose? Or do you think it was just what they did was ultimately going to tank the market?
I think there's a lot of coincidences.
Okay. What are coincidences?
But I'm just saying, no one ever gets held accountable. No one gets held accountable. What's going on with COVID? No one's going to be held accountable. Was Dr. Fauci going to be held accountable for lying about gain-of-function research?
Well, he could be held accountable for perjury, I believe. I don't believe they can get him for the gain-of-function research. I don't think they can.
But he lied on the stand when Rand Paul was in it.
I think they get him for that. Yeah, because you can. I don't know, but a blanket pardon that goes back to when gain-of-function was illegal during the Obama administration is a little suspicious.
It was weird when they moved it out of North Carolina.
Yeah,
to Wuhan.
A little suspicious.
A nice timing there.
Yeah.
Why 2014, I wonder?
Yeah. Well, that was when, I think during the Obama administration, Obama wisely was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, what's the benefit of that? If you're creating more contagious diseases and you don't have cures, like, what the fuck are you doing? It's, Bobby thinks it's all weapons. He thinks it's biological weapons, which completely makes sense.
See what Nicole Shanahan said recently about Bobby?
No.
She said she doesn't. She's a little confused at what kind of some of the stuff he's been saying and doing lately, and maybe he's got somebody who's controlling him.
Well, isn't there that one guy that said that him and Bobby, like Bobby has to check with him on everything that happens.
What guy?
There's too many fucking people. I know I save these. I save everything. I have these bookmarks that are just fucking completely ridiculous. And if somebody finds me and I'm dead, they're gonna be like, "What was wrong with him?" Your uncle obsessed.
Why are you looking for this? Jamie, I'm sure you've probably seen some of this. When you're on Instagram, sometimes you'll come across videos and the voice you recognize right away, but you know that person didn't say it. Have you seen these?
Oh,
your
yeah.
voice is on it a bunch. I first got alerted to it when John Reeves, our buddy John from Alaska, I heard his voice on some like UFO video.
Yep.
I was like, John, what the fuck did you do? He's like, no,
He's not doing any of it.
I've heard my voice on stuff too, but I heard your voices a lot. Voice names. How the fuck they do this stuff?
It's real
and it's dangerous too.
It's real easy now. It's crazy. It's what I see a lot of is me selling stuff that I'm not really selling. There's a lot of that. A lot of me selling shit that I'm not really selling.
You're not the peddling new products?
No. Well, it's not just. It's like businesses and shit that I'm not really interested in.
Was this the pad that Zahi was using? Right here?
Maybe. That might have been the worst podcast I've ever done, but maybe a good one too. Just to see, okay, this is the guy. This is this closed-minded fellow that's been in charge of gatekeeping all the knowledge about
and still standing on the same ideas,
Mhm.
even after this LiDAR comes out.
Yeah, the tomography, whatever it is.
Yeah,
whatever it is. That stuff's fascinating because I've been, even after that podcast, I've been watching more videos from those Italian scientists describing it. They've used it to. This is one of the things that I brought up. One of the temples that they scanned with this was very accurate, and he's like, "But this was only 50 feet down." Like, yeah, okay, right, but it works. Like, at 50 feet down, you get an accurate representation of what's inside there. And he was the one, Zahi, supposedly discovered it, but he's discovered everything basically.
Yeah.
So how do you?
Genius.
He's the best. So
but the good thing is that the Graham can go back to Egypt now.
Yes. Yeah.
So they patched up something.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the reasons why Zahi came on.
Oh, really?
Graham talked to Zahi. Zahi wants to do this. We're friends now. I was like, bring him in. Let's go. Bring him in. I'll talk to him. I mean, I thought it would probably.
Did he invite you to Egypt?
Yeah.
And what'd you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm going with Graham.
I told Graham.
Graham.
I told Graham I wanted him to take me a few years ago. He said I can't go. He'll kill me. So next thing you know, I see Graham's taking people to Egypt. I said,
Yeah. Well, that's nice. It's nice that they patched it up.
I went back. I went there last July.
Did you?
June.
How was it?
Incredible. Yeah, incredible.
Did you walk away thinking immediately there's a lot to go?
100%. And what they tell you is completely bullshit.
Yeah. I have a friend who went there, and the archaeologist that showed him said this is complete bullshit. Like the narrative is complete bullshit. Yeah. He said the scale of it. He said the scale of it and the technology involved in construction is beyond our current understanding of how to do this.
And it's not just the pyramids and the Sphinx.
No.
The other temples are magnificent.
Not only that, there's probably a bunch of shit under the ground.
I know. That's what I wanted to go see. But the cool thing was the first temple I went in was what I'd seen on Ancient Aliens, where at the very top of the temple, you have one of the most famous hieroglyphs, which has a spaceship, a helicopter, and a submarine up there. As clear as you can possibly imagine.
Show that.
What the fuck is that? How in there? What is that? Explain that, please. Because that looks like a spaceship, that looks like a submarine, and that 100% looks like a helicopter.
So weird. Egypt is the weirdest place on earth. It really is. Because
that's why it needs to be. What the hell's underneath?
Well, I think that one.
That one right there.
Yeah. I mean, what are we talking about? Come on. That's so crazy.
That's a spaceship or a fighter jet.
Some kind of a.
That's a submarine.
It looks like a yacht. It looks like one of them oligarch yachts that they keep getting.
But that's
pounded.
That's a helicopter.
It looks like a helicopter to me. It looks just like a helicopter.
Yeah,
if it's not a helicopter, what a goddamn coincidence. Yeah. And, there's a bunch of weird stuff there. A bunch of weird images. And how about that one plane that they found that was inside? They found like a wooden plane that was inside one of the chambers.
It's really normal.
Yeah.
They just buried there with it.
That was the other thing that Zahi was unwilling to entertain was this King's List. this Zepteki King's List that goes back 30,000 plus years.
Yes.
They all want to pretend that that's a myth, that all the other hieroglyphs are legitimately documenting the history of the region. But when it gets past the narrative, these 30,000-year-old kings, that place has probably been there for a long fucking time.
Yeah, probably hundreds of thousands of years.
Which is so crazy.
And it's probably built on other stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing about the base of the pyramids. It's like you have to realize like there's a base there before they put the pyramids up. They put this insane base. And if what they're saying is accurate with these readings, that there's a structure that goes under the ground 2 kilometers, like,
Yeah, what is that?
if they can find that, then you have to throw everything out the window.
But aren't you with me? Like, why are we not interested in that?
But we are.
But why is modern archaeology not going, let's fucking figure this shit out?
Because modern archaeology forever has been saying that we have the answers, that we have the timeline. We know when Khufu built this. We know when Khafre built this. We know who did this. And they're not correct. It's not accurate. It's too weird. There's no way you have all the information. Also, where'd everybody go? Like, there's people living there, but it's clearly not the same civilization. So what happened to this insane civilization? If there wasn't a collapse of society at an immense level, if there wasn't some sort of a civilization destroying event, then where did it? Yeah, what happened?
How about this idea? We got a new pope.
Mm-hmm.
It's from the States.
From Chicago.
Yeah.
Let's
open up the Library of the Vatican.
Oh, good luck doing that. Have you been? Have you been to the Vatican?
Yeah.
That's wild, right? You're like, what did you guys do? Where did you get all that shit?
Yeah.
When you're walking through it, like, what?
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
And the weird tapestries where you stand on one side looks like this, and the other side looks like that.
Insane art. Like the craziest, but it's almost like a crazy person's house where they have so much art, almost like the studio. There's so much art, it's stacked up everywhere. It's worth billions of dollars.
I was laughing because didn't J.D. Vance get in trouble for pictures in the Sistine Chapel or something?
Did he?
What's the Sistine Chapel? And I think he did. And you're not supposed to take pictures. And I remember going in there, and they told you, like, put your phone away. And I'm literally in there trying to be quiet and everything. And everybody around me is loud. They got the camera out to take photos and shit.
Photo of J.D. Vance inside Sistine Chapel sparks backlash.
Everybody around me when I was there was taking pictures.
It is forbidden to take photographs or films of any type of with any type of electronic equipment inside the Sistine Chapel, but everybody's doing that.
Yeah.
I have photos.
It wasn't in 2015.
It wasn't when I went
doing
either.
it in 2015.
Well, I went in, I think 2018 or 2019, and we took a bunch of photos. The photo was taken by an official White House photographer, and there's precedent for political figures being photographed inside.
The whole thing is weird. Vatican City. Who guards the Vatican?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it the Swiss Guard? Why?
It's a country.
It's a country.
You can't. Nobody gets extradited from that when they're accused of crimes against humanity, like Ratzinger.
Who's Ratzinger?
He was the pope that had to step down because he was one of the guys that was moving people.
Oh yeah, from like the spotlight.
Yeah,
stuff.
He was one of those guys that was, when they would catch someone molesting kids, he'd move them to another place where one guy molested 100 deaf kids. There's a whole documentary about it. He just looked creepy.
He looks super creepy.
But there's also like of one of the buildings that the Vatican owns is there's a gay nightclub in the building.
Nah.
Yeah, like some gay
that.
sex club.
Mm-hmm. No way.
I know it's weird. They probably didn't know.
Yeah.
Probably thought it was a prayer center where they're feeding hungry people or something. Feeding some hungry butts. Yeah. Yeah. It's just crazy how these elite people in power, before the internet, they were just doing stuff.
Yeah.
They had complete control of the media, and they were just doing whatever they wanted to do, and everything was in secret, and they had these little, fucking meetings, like skull and bone types meetings, where they all wear cloaks and shit and go to Bohemian Grove and all that.
Is that shit not happening anymore?
I think Bohemian Grove is very toned down now. I think they use it now for meetings and stuff.
Thanks, Alex.
People get together. Yeah, Alex and John Watson fucked it up for everybody.
Yeah.
But I know a bunch of people have been. Kid Rock went. He told me he went.
Well, there's a feeder group to it.
Oh, yeah?
There's a feeder group to the main group, yeah.
What does that mean?
It means they invite entertainers and different people.
Oh, so they
To
say
like
nice things.
Well, then they figure out who they can hand select for the main group.
I got invited.
I did too.
I'm not going to go. No fucking way. No fucking way. I remember what Nixon said about it back in the day. Well, fuckiest thing I've ever seen. Like, these guys all got together when they know no one's around.
Did we talk last time about the Nixon, what's the Jackie Gleason story?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a wild story.
It's my favorite.
Yeah.
Of all the UFO stories, that's my favorite because it's plausible.
Yeah.
You know, Nixon and Jackie were buddies. You know, if you're buddies with a guy and he likes to drink, and the two of you are playing golf and drinking, he's like, let's see some shit. Yeah. That's what I would do. If I was president,
That's what I
would
would
have
have
Jackie Gleason.
Bet him. All right. You win, I'll fund your campaign.
Right.
I win. You show me some shit.
Yeah, right? Play a
wanna
round
see
of
it.
golf.
I want to see Area 51.
If they brought you, would you open your mouth? They said, Aaron, we're gonna take you, but you gotta just keep this on DL.
I think so. I want to see some shit.
Here's the thing.
The remote viewing stuff in Area 51 is pretty wild, though. People have talked about, and you had a person talking about remote viewing recently, but how it's guarded by, I mean, CIA's been doing it forever. Finally, some of that's declassified, but they have their remote viewing, like, guards who guard secret places like that, especially Area 51 is pretty wild.
They're remote viewing while they're guards?
They have guards whose role is you're a remote viewing guard.
Whoa.
So their duty is they go into their astral bodies and guard the facility.
What does that entail? Like, where are they guarding it from?
From other astral viewers who try and get in there.
What? Like, you block them?
There's been a lot of people online who've talked about this.
Yeah, there's a lot of people online talking about a lot of things, though, unfortunately. I'm open-minded with this remote viewing stuff because the Hal Puthoff stuff was fascinating when he was describing it, like how accurate it had been. When there was that crashed jet from Russia that they were trying to recover, and they found it within a couple mile radius. They were able to recover it before Russia was.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Like, if that's a real ability that people have.
You think it's bullshit?
No, I don't think it's bullshit. I think they spend too much money on it, and they research it for too long for it to be total bullshit. And Hal Puthoff was very compelling. I've never seen it in action, though. So, remain.
You ever seen what? Somebody
Remote view.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
you got to practice.
I would like to know. I mean, imagine if someone could show you how to do it. You could do it.
That'd be incredible. I'd love to.
Yeah. Where would you go with it?
Area 51.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, right in there. If you could time remote view, go right into what Bob Lazar was working on. Show me.
I go Roswell 1947.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, there's a lot of those, man.
We were talking off camera about that element
115.
115.
Yeah.
How long do you think it is? Because one thing I think about is, like, if you think, our parents' age, right? Like what they lived through technological and like all the advances since 50s, 60s and stuff to now.
Yeah.
Fast forward another 30, 40 years for us. Like, at what point does some of this technology really come out? The anti-gravity stuff, the disclosure of the UFOs,
That's a good question. What Hal Puthoff said was that during the Bush administration, they put together a panel of scientists and experts, and they gave them a task. The task was compile a list of things that would be disrupted by disclosure. They said, if we disclose that we have recovered crashed vehicles of non-human intelligence and biological remains, what would be the implications? And so they had a list of pros, things that would be disrupted, and then things that we would benefit from. And they put a numerical value to each one of them, and it was overwhelming by every one of them that it would be overall negative. And so they decided not to disclose.
What was on the con side beside religion? Because I know religion is a big part of it.
Religion was a big part of it. Government. Why would anybody believe that we have control over anything if there are some super intelligent beings from some unknown realm, whether it's another planet or another dimension, that have technology far beyond our comprehension? And then there's the religious aspect, which gets really weird, that Lazar talked about. where there's this immense folder that he encountered that has to do with religion, that has to do with how aliens created these religions in order to protect what they say human beings are here for, that we're containers. So like of what? And he said, I don't know. Of just they referred to us as containers.
Yeah.
And the religion was designed to sort of keep the peace, or to keep some sort of a moral structure.
And the idea is if we had this disclosure, this information, that the moral structure and the moral fabric of society would disintegrate?
It would crumble because we wouldn't be able to control people at all. If we all knew that there was something beyond our comprehension that's here all the time, that can hide in plain sight, that lives in the ocean, they have bases in the ocean, they can mask their appearance and fly at insane rates of speed and just appear in places, and they essentially have complete control over everything that goes on Earth. That would, we would lose all of our faith in any sort of governmental institution because
What's
these
wrong
are
with
just fools. Oh, you think it's bad? And they're, to have this power, and all of a sudden it just gets taken away voluntarily by you. Like, if they could go back in time and stop the internet, don't you think they would?
Yeah.
I don't think they had any idea what the internet was going to be when they released it.
No.
They're probably like, what could be the harm of letting people get on AOL?
Yeah.
You've got mail.
They're going to be tired from the dial-up. It's going to take too long. People are going to lose interest.
Yeah. Nobody had any idea that you were going to be carrying 5G data in your phone, in your pocket, that's capable of sending video all over the world instantaneously. And then social media, where you could share that information and people would upload it to thousands of other places instantaneously. You have no control over information anymore. Before, they used to have total control of the distribution of any information. They had complete control of propaganda.
And they don't now?
No, they don't.
They don't have total control, but they have control.
We're talking.
Yeah.
So they don't have total control. They don't have total control if we're talking.
They don't have total control, but they have total viewing access.
Yes. That's the weird thing about the UFO stuff, right? Because there's two problems with disclosure. One of the problems is these people who were involved in these programs had to have lied to Congress. There's misappropriation of funds. They had to get money in some sort of a way, and they got this money through some sort of a misappropriation of funds, and that is highly illegal. So there has to be, this is that Age of Disclosure documentary. I don't know if you saw it. It hasn't come out yet, but they had a screening at South by Southwest. Jamie and I saw it. It's really good. It's really incredible, but it's all people talking about what they know, what they've seen, and
what kind of people?
Problems.
Like, is Bob one of the guys?
Bob's not one of the guys, but Hal Puthoff's in there.
Oh yeah, Hal's talking about that.
Means a ton of people.
When's that coming out?
I do not know.
Is it coming out theater-wise, or is it coming out like on streaming service?
It'll probably come out streaming service, I had a guess, but it could come out in the theaters as well.
We're not going to try and bury it?
No, I don't think you can at this point.
Too big. Yeah.
Everybody already knows that it's done and it's out there.
I think that's how disclosure is ultimately going to happen. It's just going to one day there's going to be, oh, there it is.
They think this documentary is going to break the well.
Really?
Or break the dam, rather. Yeah, they think this one's pretty intense. It's got basically everybody that worked on Christopher Mellon, all these different people that worked on all these different programs saying exactly what we have, what we know, how long it's been going on. And this is why they have not released these things. So there's that aspect of it, the lying to Congress, the misappropriation of funds. And then there's the other things that, how do you work on this stuff? Well, the government can't really do it on their own. So what do? They bring in defense contractors that make jets and spaceships and shit. Those are the people that get access to this material. If they do have back-engineered crafts, and if they do have something that they recover that's a crashed vehicle of non-human intelligence, non-human origin, not of this world, and they're back-engineering this, that company that's back-engineering that has an enormous advantage over their competitors. And so their competitors would just sue. Because, like, why would you give them access to, why would Raytheon get access to it when GE doesn't, or, whatever the company is? So they outlined the issues with, disclosure. And the resolution, they said, there has to be some sort of a blanket amnesty to everybody that worked in that program. And they have to say,
of course,
that's the only way.
That's how they do it, though.
But that's how they have to do it. If we're going to find out the information, we have one of two things we have to accept. We have to either accept that these people are going to be able to keep this stuff in power because, or keep the people that are in power are going to be able to keep this stuff secret because if they don't, then they're going to get in trouble and they're never going to release it, and so we're all going to be in the dark forever. Or we just say, okay, with that scenario, they're going to be off the hook no matter what. So let's just let them off the hook for the greater good of mankind and understand what the fuck we're really looking at. What are we really dealing with? What do we really know? And so I'm hopeful that that's a possibility.
So am I. And especially the last 10 years, there's been so much stuff that's been out there.
Oh, yeah.
Videos and
basically from 2017, from that New York Times article in 2017, when it was on the front page of the New York Times, that kind of opened up a lot of people's eyes. Like, okay, this is a real story now. Because now it's not ridiculous anymore.
And now the next step is...
Yeah, but I mean, there's got to be a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of fake stuff. There's a lot of misinformation.
Don't you think that we're at least 10 to 20 years behind even whistleblowers, what they actually have? So even if they were to release some of the stuff, they still have other stuff that's just
probably
so far more advanced than what's possible to measure.
I would imagine. I bet they have.
That's what's crazy. They can keep a lid on that.
It is.
That is crazy.
It's impressive. But it's all, we just both said that we would shut up.
That's true.
I mean, they, especially in today's day and age.
Well, the threat of death is
yes.
pretty strong motivator for it.
Also, there's no way to hide that stuff unless you're a chatty gay guy and James O'Keefe gets on camera.
Get off Grindr.
I wonder what apps they're using to get those chatty gay guys to give up all the juice. Yeah. Yeah, I would stop hiring chatty gay guys if I was involved in anything secret. Those guys, they'll spill the bill. They'll spill the.
They've got a lot of big fish too.
I know.
Pfizer out there.
Yeah,
guys.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
CNN.
Yeah, yeah, wild stuff that you should be in jail for what they found.
Yeah,
yeah, all that stuff is like
horrible. Nobody wants to jail. Nobody.
Yeah, except this lady with her frogs. That lady's a problem.
Well, if you're threatening the establishment, she probably is. She probably figures something out.
Yeah, the illusion of freedom. We have a lot more freedom than every other country, but still, it's an illusion.
But you can't go after in this country, two of the big ones are vaccines and cancer, and that's what I've been actually diving deep into the last about a year because I've had a number of people in my life get cancer. And you've had a lot of people on the show who've talked about,
SV40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also the remedies they've been using. Me and Mel Gibson here talking about Fenben and ivermectin.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been in the weeds, learning about the last year. So it's really fascinating.
Such a disservice to humankind by demonizing ivermectin in order to push vaccines. Because in so many sheep, and so many dullards, and so many people that are just boomers that believe everything that's in the news. Ivermectin is a fool's medication.
Even today.
Yeah, even today. Like if you told, they would have to be dying of cancer to even consider taking that.
Yeah, I had a doctor who told me those. Why would you want to take horse pills?
What a dumb dumb.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What a dumbass doctor. Imagine saying that. Did you ask him, do you know the history of the use of that drug?
It ended the conversation.
It's literally like saying penicillin. Don't take penicillin. They use that on dogs.
Yeah. I don't care. It's got a Nobel Prize. Doesn't matter.
Nobel Prize for use in humans on the World Health Organization's list of essential medications. And horse pills.
The thing about cancer is wild is that the majority of doctors during this process will not touch diet at all. Yeah, and will tell you diet makes zero difference. And my problem is the same problem I have with the vaccine, and really the medical industry in general, is there's no more informed consent.
Right.
The informed consent around cancer would be that it's a metabolic issue. And because it's a metabolic issue, when you're talking about anaerobic cells, then restricting sugar from your diet is the place to start.
Yeah.
And none of these fucking doctors will talk about diet, sugars, glucose, anaerobic cells, nothing.
No, someone I'm close
to. We do radiation and
well, it's very profitable.
Extremely.
That's the problem is chemotherapy. Their doctors are incentivized in a way to prescribe it.
Vaccine.
Yes, yeah, they're both profitable.
Yeah.
which is really dangerous. It's really dangerous when you make more money if you give people medication, because then you get doctors like that doctor in Ohio that got arrested that was giving chemotherapy to people that didn't have cancer. He did it like a lot of people. He just was trying to make more money.
Yeah.
And when you incentivize, and they're in that kind of a position of power where most people don't know what's going on, and this is the voice of authority, and they're like, look, you died, doesn't matter at all. They told it to someone close to me that got cancer. Died doesn't matter at all. Well, of course it matters. It matters to everything. It certainly matters to your metabolic health and your fucking immune system.
Yeah.
And then we know for a fact that cancer thrives on glucose.
Yeah.
If you're in like a high sugar diet, a highly processed food diet, you're ripe for inflammation. You're going to get all kinds of inflammation that you wouldn't get if you were on a restricted diet that's higher in animal fats and low in processed sugar.
Yeah, ketogenic diet is a great place to start. You're restricting your body.
But there was another article recently about ketogenic diets giving people cancer, or that people are getting heart attacks and strokes on ketogenic diets.
It's like by the American Medical Association. Written by them.
It's probably by the same people that paid off the people to say that sugar wasn't the cause of heart disease and that it was saturated fat, the ones that was going on in the 50s and the 60s.
The food pyramid creators, probably.
Yeah, it's a mess. But fortunately, there's enough alternative sources of information that some people, I would estimate it's like between 10 and 30% of the people are getting the truth. And then there's 70% of the people that either don't have friends that know these things, don't have access to these websites, aren't getting informed that there's a lot of these people that are doctors who are very credentialed, experts in their field, who've stepped outside of the narrative. And they're doing it because they feel they have a moral obligation. They're saying that this is a problem, this SV40 that we find in vaccines, simian virus 440 is known to cause cancer. And they found traces of it in the COVID-19 vaccine. And so in some of the batches of the COVID-19 vaccine, they find SV40. SV40 gives people cancer, boom in cancer, no connection.
Isn't it right, too, that AstraZeneca is making a cancer vaccine?
Well, that's just because they're nice. They're good people. Did you ever see what AstraZeneca means in Latin?
Yeah.
What does it
I just
mean?
saw that. It means, Jamie Green, what does it mean again?
Something
Something
horrible.
about,
something death.
Yeah, I don't care about life or something.
They
Something
stick
like
it
that.
right in your face. It's like either it's a wild coincidence, so they stick it right in your face.
Come on, some of these guys laying it out.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go.
Fact check. Incorrectly interprets the meaning of
Reuters.
AstraZeneca. Yep. So what is the correct one? Okay, what are they saying it says? Weapon to kill. Users claim AstraZeneca means weapon to kill. The posts here, and here show a screenshot of the translation. Astra, Z, and Nakar. Weapon that kills. Alleging that Astra means weapon. In Hinduism, Z means that. In Polish, well, there's a bunch of different languages. Nakar, that's like a little bit connecting the dotsies. Captions, but what does it really mean? What are they saying it really means? Does it mean anything, or is it just one of the names? Astra is the root from Greek astron, meaning a star. Zeneca is an invented name created by an agency instructed to find a name which began with a letter from either the top or bottom of the alphabet, and was phonetically memorable, of no more than 3 syllables, and do not have an offensive meaning in any language. It's all weird shit. Like, why would you do that? What, like, just the way that you're creating this name, you don't want it to be offensive in any way, and you want it to be phonetically memorable, and like, you know, it's like,
There was a thing on the internet a while back about the, when they had that crazy campaign with Balenciaga as well. With Balenciaga, they broke down what Balenciaga means, which is Baal is king, Baal being the god of the Old Testament.
I didn't see that.
And then Balenciaga put together that crazy campaign where they spelled Balenciaga with 2 A's, like Baal, and they had the kids in it. They had like books in the frame that were by a pedophile.
Yeah.
And stuff. It's like, is fucking coincidence, or are you trying to?
It's right in your face. Yeah. I think a lot of these people are super arrogant, and they've been running these kinds of operations long before the internet existed, so they still behave in the same way. It's like when politicians get caught saying things, and they said, "I've never said that," and then they put this like whole long reel of them saying it over and over again. It's because they forget. They used to be able to just do that. They used to be able to just bullshit, and now there's too many internet sleuths that are out there just immediately pulling things up. And then, of course, those are the internet sleuths that you get massive pushback if you platform. If you talk to those people, everybody's like, "Why are you having those people on?"
You had Ian Carroll.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it, fucking everybody freaked out.
Why?
Because he's really into it, and he's uncovering about, and maybe he's wrong about some things.
But he does some crazy research.
Yeah, maybe he's right about things. That's the problem. It's not what he's wrong about that's the problem.
He opened my eyes to the what does he call it? The mega corporation that owns everything. He went through like all the different brands and the fact that it's basically Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock that own everything, and then they own each other. And he's got stuff on his website that shows if you're looking for a brand, who the parent company is, who owns that company. And it all comes back to basically this conglomerate of BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, JP Morgan, and Fidelity, I think. They're kind of the main 4 or 5 there.
Whatever happened to like breaking up monopolies?
I don't know. They only did back in the day with Rockefeller.
Well, they did it with Microsoft, didn't they?
Did they?
Sure.
I think these companies are like the pharmaceutical companies. They realize, like, what's the Live Nation? Like these huge monopolies that own everything. They're like, it's just an added cost. I'm going to get sued at some point for $1 billion, and we're going to make $15 billion off it.
Right.
It's a $14 billion profit. So we're going to drop in the bucket.
Well, that's what happens when drugs get cold. And then
You talked about it much.
Yeah. It's they never get
Vioxx.
Yeah, they never get fined more than they made. Never. It's always less than they made.
And the vacc's the perfect windfall because they have immunity.
Yeah.
They have the perfect immunity.
They're talking about pulling that, and that's going to be the biggest fight. That'll be the biggest fight because there's still this narrative out there. And when I had Suzanne Humphries on,
first of all, that was one of the greatest. And you got me onto the book.
Yes,
I read her book, and then I read Bobby's book. And
her book's incredible.
her book is unbelievable.
And no one.
I gave that book to a lot of my friends who are of childbearing age. And they're starting to have kids. Like, I'm not telling you what to do, but just at least research this. You have all the information. Because they're not going to give you information. My friend just had a kid. Him and his wife got, I don't know what the right word is, but got kind of harassed for not, jabbing up their kid on day one of her life.
Well, I experienced that with my kids were born. Yeah. They wanted you to dose them up. And we were like, no, we're waiting. We're not doing anything for years.
Yeah.
We had a very good pediatrician, though, who wanted us to get the kids vaccinated, but on a delayed schedule. He didn't believe in doing it all at once. I mean, it's like, look, you're not even supposed to eat sushi while you're breastfeeding. You're not even supposed to eat sushi while you're pregnant because you could get some sort of a parasite. And yet you're going to take pregnant women and dose them up with this experimental vaccine, air quote. But there was no studies on whether or not women were getting damaged.
No studies got released.
Right. Yeah, and now there's some study that is destroying their eggs. Yeah, you seen that? See if you can find that. I bet you can.
That, cancers.
Yeah, see if you can find the eggs.
Turbo cancer.
I know I saved the egg thing. I can definitely find
people
that.
dropping, kids dropping.
Yeah, it's all very dark, dude. It really is, because the more you look, the more you find.
What about the nanobots?
What about them? What are you thinking?
Well, I've heard some rumblings that that was kind of like a fringe conspiracy theory that there was some nanobots particles that were in the vaccine.
Yeah, I'm not buying into that. Unless I see more, because there was a lot of that. People were saying there's magnets in there. What the metal sticks to your injection sites?
Supposedly there's a frequency that brings the particles together.
Nanobots. I haven't heard
brings the particles together in the body and creates it's like a tracking device.
I just sent Jamie this study, VAERS adjusted data, and other derived from the MIT Florida Department of Health study findings that yield a conservative range of 470,000 to 600,000 American deaths from the COVID-19 mRNA shots.
That's it?
More than just that alone. That's a lot of people, man. More than World War I, World War II, and Vietnam combined. If that's true. It indicates Pfizer, this is Pfizer alone, so this is not even Moderna. Pfizer alone likely killed over 470,000 Americans. They found a 36% increase in all-cause mortality among Pfizer recipients versus Moderna.
Yeah, but they saved millions.
Yeah, I keep hearing that. I think the saving millions thing is even based on the idea that you wouldn't get COVID if you got the vaccine, which turned out to not be true at all.
None of what they say turned out to be true.
No.
Can't get it, you can spread it.
No.
More protected. More robust immunity.
Yeah, what was I just going to look up?
Winter of death for the non-vax.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah. There's more studies coming out about myocarditis.
Who's going to be held accountable?
That's a good question. Oh, here's the fertility study.
Who should apologize? I haven't heard any apologies. Did you?
Yeah.
Anybody apologize? CNN apologize to you yet? Putting that filter on your face?
No, that'd be nice. Yeah, apologize.
Get Sanjay. Get Gupta back on here. Sure, he'll apologize.
No. I'd have it back on, I guess. I don't know what we talk about, but there's only so much.
CNN Plus me.
That was a fun trip. That was only a few $100 million failure.
Oops. They got to be doing a little better now that Trump's back in. They got something to talk about.
I don't think they are.
No.
I think CNN's ratings are abysmal, and the only thing that saves them is that people just are consistent. They just go on there out of habit. I don't think people are seeking it out. So this is fertility study. A study of 1.3 million showed successful conceptions per 1,000 women were considerably lower for women who were COVID-19 mRNA vaccinated. Preliminary results call for further studies of the potential influence of COVID-19 vaccination on human fertility. And I think in that thread, they were talking about what it does to
Ovaries.
their eggs and ovaries. Yeah.
This is what a lot of the conspiracy theorists were talking about when the vaccine was coming out.
Yeah. Well,
Which, by the way, the conspiracy theorists are undefeated still.
yeah, conspiracy theorists are way more accurate than CNN. Way more. Even if they got things wrong. Like, let's say there's no nanobots in the shot. But even if, whatever that, forget all that. I think the nanobots in the shot would be too expensive. That's why I think it's not real.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a few people got it.
Maybe.
I still don't think Biden got it on TV. I think they saline that dude. I don't think they put a real COVID vaccine in there.
They didn't aspirate on any of the people on TV.
Well, or anybody I know that got the shot.
Yeah.
I asked everybody who got the shot, did they aspirate your needle? What do you mean? Blow it through the syringe and they plunge it in to make sure you're not in a blood vessel. They pull it back and they see if there's blood. And if there's blood in it, they find a new injection site. Did they do that? No, they just plunged.
They were supposed to do that?
Everybody just got plunged. Yeah, and then there was the idea that it was going to stay local. Don't worry, it'll stay local. No, not only is it not staying local, your body's producing spike protein up to 700 plus days after the shot.
And some of the autopsies coming out. A little bit creepy.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Not just autopsies, but coroners who are finding these crazy
That's what I mean,
clots.
coroners, yeah.
Yeah, these crazy fucking clots.
Yeah.
That look like big white worms that are inside people's bodies. They've never seen before.
That's hold people accountable.
Where's
Hold them
the
accountable.
news? Where's the news during their job? If the news was really the news, if you guys were really there to tell us all the information that we should be concerned about, like perhaps we were wrong about what this shot does, and perhaps with some people, maybe that where it did get into their bloodstream, which is what they think happened, is the people that they didn't aspirate because they didn't aspirate anybody. They think some of those people went right into their bloodstream, and then your body's fighting those off like it's an intruder, and that's where you get the myocarditis and all sorts of other neurological conditions. And it's crazy.
We got to do a second shot, and then a third, and then a fourth,
And then ninth.
And yeah.
There's people out there that took 9 of those fucking
But
things.
guess what? It's just like the flu shot.
Yeah.
They get you for one strand
Mm-hmm.
of the flu per season.
Not only that, it makes you 25% more likely to get sick with something else.
But you're way more protected.
I've never had one. I mean, I think maybe I had one once. Maybe somebody made me get one once. I don't know. But I never get the fucking flu shot. And people are like, I get the flu shot every year and I've never got the flu. Well, bitch, I don't get the flu either. Like, what are you saying? Like, I got the flu like once and like a couple of yeyears ago for like a day or 2 days. I got a couple of vitamin IVs and I was good to go. Like, this idea that you have to get this fucking shot or you're going to get the flu, and if you get the flu, you're going to die. Like,
That's a lemming effect. That's a lemming effect. Because I got to do this because if I don't do it, I'm outside the herd. I'm outside the herd. I'm outside of, my livelihood.
well, it's also you don't want to get the flu. The flu sucks. You don't want to be laid up in bed, out of work for a week.
Is natural contraction.
Yeah.
Eating.
Yeah. Which is probably why I don't have the flu.
Maybe diet has something to do with it too.
Yeah, a lot of things have to do with it. Yeah.
You don't eat like shit.
Yeah,
Maybe take some vitamins.
that's a factor.
Oh, Mr. Hotez.
Which it's a balanced diet, cheeseburgers. Yeah, that was a great one. The Hotez one, that was a great one. Looking at an overweight guy who's clearly unhealthy, telling you the only way to get healthy is an injection.
No, don't take any vitamins.
Really? Doesn't exercise, doesn't take vitamins, eat junk food. And I'm listening to you. Why?
And those are the people prescribing, going to college to be a doctor, prescribing drugs.
Yeah, that's really what it boils
They
down
help
to.
you, they deal with symptoms, and keep you a patient for life.
Yeah.
And anybody trying to actually heal people and treat the patient,
Yeah, you're a kook. You're a kook. Naturopath kook. What are you saying? Vitamin C. Vitamin C. Jesus Christ. The really crazy thing from the Suzanne Humphreys book that got me was the connection between DDT and polio. Yep. What we call polio.
how about how they changed, just like the vaccine? They changed the definition of polio.
Right. Once the vaccine was introduced, they completely changed the definition of polio to show this immense drop off of polio.
It doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, all the other things that could be what people were experiencing symptoms of all still existed.
And most of the diseases cleared up from sanitation, clean air,
Yeah.
clean water.
Well, when you look
Proper
at the
sewage.
chart of like when sanitation was introduced, everything goes away.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were living in squalor and filth. Human beings were living there in outhouses all throughout New York City. No ventilation. People were no nutrition, no food. People were starving to death. They were working horrible hours, and of course, everybody's sick as fuck.
One of my favorite parts about the book was there was during the cowpox epidemic where they were like cutting people's skin and putting like pussy, disease into it as the vaccination. And there was a county in England, I believe, that wasn't doing any of that stuff. And it was the only county that had 0 cases, or next to 0 cases of cowpox in the area. And the other counties just hated them because they, were the anti-establishment, non-vaccinated people. And it's like, what happened today? Like, look at, how come we haven't studied the Amish? Like, there's been a few studies.
Right.
Why do the Amish, live longer lives, they're healthier, they don't have any SIDS.
No autism.
No autism.
Yeah. That's the SIDS thing is the scariest one. Because there's people saying that what SIDS is these children dying from vaccines. And that your kid just died suddenly. Who knows what happened? Well, did anything happen before that? Did you maybe inject them with a bunch of chemicals?
In the last couple of weeks?
It was hepatitis B for a fucking baby. Did that go down? What happened? But nobody wants to say it because nobody wants to be responsible for their child dying because they let that happen. So
instead of going, that's interesting, they go, oh, you're a fucking anti-vaxxer, you're this, you're that, you're anti-science. It's like, the content of what I'm saying is, doesn't it fucking piss you off that SIDS even exists in the first place? And you're just putting this blanket, made up, I don't know what the right word is, to label. Oh, it's a sudden infant death syndrome.
right.
We don't know what it is. It just happened suddenly, and it happened to an infant, and they died. Wouldn't you want to figure out what the fuck caused this instead of just like, oh, well, we don't know. It's just a small percentage that just happens to. Well, what happened to the baby in the first, right before, the day before?
Yeah.
2 days before, a week before, 2 weeks before?
The Amish and the autism thing is really nuts. They don't find any autism.
They found, in the study I read, they found 2 cases of autism in this Amish population, and both were adopted kids who lived in Mexico.
That is so wild. That's so wild. It's like the overall implications are so large that people don't even want to consider the possibility of it. They'd rather keep the blinders on.
But
It's like what Carl Sagan said about people being bamboozled. That it's easier to bamboozle people than to trick them. It's easier to trick them than to convince them that they've been tricked. Because they don't want to believe it.
Yeah.
And that's what you see. Like, people are like, you start talking to them about the possibility that these things cause all these problems, and their eyes glaze over. Like, oh, where are you hearing this? Well, where are you hearing that that's not the case? And why are you so confident to say that this is what happened? People just like the COVID vaccine saved millions of lives. No, like, how do you know that? How do you know that? How many do you think got fucked up by it? I know a lot of people that got fucked up by it, and most people do too, and they don't want to admit it. Well, it's not causation. It's not correlation. They want to pretend.
why are they trying so hard to scare the shit out of everybody? Tell me that. Why'd they have fucking death tolls on the news station?
Make a lot of money.
And that's what vaccines sometimes. It's
Yeah.
a ton of money. Doctors get huge bonuses before the vaccine.
That's true.
Isn't that? I mean, like,
Yeah.
instead of attacking the person that says that, isn't it something you should look into?
Right.
Is that a conflict of interest?
It seems like it is.
Should be.
Yeah. It's not like
You try one.
that's true. My God. You're not gonna do it. You want to at least a couple more, man. You're gonna run dry. My friend Brandon Job, he had like four sixes in his mouth. I'm like, what are you doing? You have 4 in your mouth? I'm like, dude, I'm not 4. Eight having a 4. Yeah. They have one, I think, called the Pablo. Is that what it's called? I think it has 30 milligrams. Like, I put it in my mouth for a second. I was like, I can't do this. I can't handle this. Oh my god! Oh my god, that's crazy! That's so much nicotine. You're supposed to have like 6 milligrams a day for the benefits of the talk about. 6? That's it? I think that's it. I think that's all you need.
And the benefits increase the more you take?
I don't know. We'll find out. Imagine if like they do a study on all these guys that were using tobacco pouches all day. Like Shane, he fucking swaps a new one every 5 minutes all day long, popping 6s.
Real American.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. It's a weird. I thought they were super addictive, so I quit for a few days. Yeah, it was fine. Nothing. I felt nothing. Like,
I think you
not
got
even
a
a
strong
headache.
will than most people.
Yeah, but I didn't get a headache. Like when I quit coffee, I got a headache. Yeah, I quit coffee a couple times. For a day or two, just for fun to see what happens. Like, oh, shit. I'm 100% addicted to coffee, but I quit it. It would just I would feel like shit for a couple days, and I would just figure out what to take so I don't feel like shit.
Sugar, I think, is the biggest thing.
Oh yeah.
You cut sugar out, you do like a Whole 30 or whatever.
It freaks out. Yeah, well, that's another thing that freaks out when people start trying ketogenic diets. They get the keto flu, they call it. Because your body's like, where's the sugar? You know, and then there's also the problem that a lot of the sugar that we're getting is corn syrup. And corn syrup it's sort of a manufactured sugar. So your body, there's an extra step your body has to take to process it. Like people want to say, oh, well, it's chemically the same as it is from fruit or cane sugar, but it's not. No. The science shows that is not the case. Not only that, if you criticize Anthony Fauci, you're criticizing science. Okay. What about those fucking AIDS vaccines you gave foster kids, you piece of shit?
Yeah.
In the 1980s when they died.
What about the polio vaccines your best buddy gave in India and maimed and
Yeah.
paralyzed him?
How about that? Most of the polio was from vaccines. This is like modern polio. There's a large percentage of modern polio that is vaccine derived.
The majority.
Yeah, people. You tell that to people, and they go, "What?" No. My favorite one is when people get nutty about all this stuff. What about polio? If they didn't have a polio vaccine, I go, Jonas Salk. What percentage of polio do you think is asymptomatic? Meaning you have polio, but you have no symptoms at all. And they're like, oh, probably none. 95 to 99%. You say that, and they're like, what? And then you Google it, and you see it right in front of your face. And people just go, what the fuck is going on? And what is that? And then Suzanne Humphreys, when she connects DBT, where the first cases of polio were from rural communities where they were spraying DDT on all the crops.
Yeah.
They were spraying DDT everywhere. No one knew that DDT was so bad for you. They were spraying it everywhere. And not just people were getting polio. Dogs, horses, cows. It was like animals were getting the same symptoms. And polio is not it doesn't cross pollinate. Like, it doesn't go to these other species.
Yeah.
It doesn't jump species. It was DDT poison.
That's coincidence.
It's wild. You tell that to people, their eyes glaze over. And I get it. I've been there before. It's like it's too much. It's too much to admit, as Carl Sagan says, the bamboozle.
Why though? Why can't we just be common sense? Like, that's what I was thinking the other day. I was like, I don't want any shit in my water. Let's take out fluoride. Let's take out the chemicals in our water. In our food, can we take out artificial dyes? Is it too hard to have the same food U.S. manufacturers that you put in the food in Europe? It doesn't have the dyes in it. It doesn't have the bullshit. It has 20 less ingredients.
Yeah.
The same shit for us.
Yeah, the same company. No one's saying, don't give us Fruit Loops. I don't want Fruit Loops. Just give me Fruit Loops and don't give me cancer.
Yeah.
You can do that. It's still bad for you, but so what? It's less bad for you. Wouldn't that be better? Like, oh, it doesn't look as pretty? What? Once the milk gets in there and everything gets crazy, who gives a fuck? No real kids are looking at that going, I don't like this as much. The colors are dull.
Yeah.
No, they're going to eat the Fruit Loops.
So is it too much to just want to have like common sense shit? Your vaccines, can we get them just double-blind placebo tested, safety tested vaccines?
Well, they're going to do that now. And this is another
Are
thing
they?
Bobby's done. Yeah.
Come on, Bobby.
The other thing that Bobby did you see that conversation that he had with the dentist about fluoride? Where the dentist was questioning about fluoride. Oh, you're going to have a lot more dental surgeries. And then Bobby hits him with stats. So, like, you don't need that in the water. You could use, if fluoride is so effective, you use it orally, like toothpaste and mouthwash, and you spit it out. You don't have to swallow it. Take it in your, and you probably shouldn't even do that. I don't use fluoride toothpaste. No. Eddie Bravo had a great point. He's like, if fluoride did so much, why would they specifically advertise toothpaste as not having fluoride? Fluoride-free toothpaste, which is true. That's what I use. I don't have any cavities. I haven't had cavities in fucking ever. I can't
There's some
remember.
other ways to avoid cavities too. You know, like do oil pull. Just swish some coconut oil around.
Yeah.
Add some baking soda if you want to. But do you know this? Somebody was talking about this recently about the myth around root canals.
Oh,
and
the
danger.
thing, the root canals can possibly leak bacteria under the
Parasites.
skin, and
It's really bad for you. If you have a root canal, I do. I'm getting mine taken out.
What are they going to do? Put a drill hole in there, a post, and get a new tooth, or are you just going to go toothless?
New tooth, I think.
New tooth.
Yeah, it'd be kind of cool if I was a hockey player, maybe.
Maybe I get a gold tooth, like a rapper. Let's go.
Platinum. Diamond.
Have a couple diamonds in my teeth. Yeah.
The grill. I can see you with the grill.
Up
The next UFC.
all diamonds. Vampire Grill.
Big UFC coming up.
Yes. Yeah, the Marab rematch with Sugar Sean. That's an interesting fight. Very interesting fight. I do not know how Sugar Sean keeps that guy off of him, but I do like what he's been doing. Got off social media, stopped smoking weed, just dialed the fuck in. Got his hip fixed, which was a big problem. There's a lot of these fighters that take these fights because it's a lot of money and it's a big event and they don't want to cancel and they got a significant injury. Sean could not wrestle. Imagine not being able to wrestle in camp and you got to go face Marab.
Who's getting you on the ground?
He's a fucking animal. That guy's superhuman. There's no one like him. The cardio that guy has is off the charts. It's just off the charts. I've never seen anything like it. He doesn't get tired. And he's full gas. No breaks. The entire fight. It's just smothering. Overwhelming people. Even Nurmagomedov, who's also an animal. He couldn't keep him off of him. This motherfucker's crazy. And then when DC went to visit him on Sunday, the day after the fight, he was out running.
What?
Yep. DC went to his house, congratulated him, and he's like, and DC made a video of it because he showed a video of Marab's gym. He's got this gym in his garage, pretty dope. And he's like, this motherfucker's out running. He just won the world title. The next day, he's running. He's an animal, man. He's a fucking animal.
I was sad to not see you in Montreal.
Yeah, I haven't been going to Canada lately. I talk too much shit. I love Canadian people. I do love Canadian beef.
And I like Montreal. That's a good city.
I love Montreal. One of my favorite restaurants, Joe Beef, is in Montreal. If you can get in, go there. It's fucking phenomenal.
I'll drop you.
Incredible place. Incredible village, yeah. But there's the culture in Montreal is amazing. I've always loved it. I've been going to Montreal since the 90s. I love it. I love Vancouver. I love Toronto. I love Canada. Like, I love the people. I just think they're going down a dark road with this government. And you can't, it's hard to pull that stuff back. Once they start taking away rules or instituting laws, taking away rights, pulling people's guns, doing all the things that they're doing right now. They allow polygamy now in Ontario. Yeah, they just passed a law. They allow polygamy because there's so many Muslims there.
Are we sure we want them as a 51st state?
Yeah, we can clean it up. It's never going to happen. He was just trying to fuck with them, and it had the worst effect possible. Because they thought that Pierre and the Conservatives were a shoo-in. That this, like, it was going to be a Jordan, the way he described it. He said they were in a position where the Liberal Party had a real risk of complete collapse. And then Trump comes along. I'm going to turn it into the 51st state. I was on the phone with him. He was telling me, he's like, I kept calling him Governor Trudeau. Yeah. And he goes, and I was, first of all, I was joking about turning it to a 51st state, but then a lot of people go, it's actually a good idea. I think it might be a good idea. It's so crazy. But that had the worst possible effect because then Canada united, like, hey, these fucking Americans think they're going to take over us, eh? And then they, it became a disaster for Canada, unfortunately. Because if he didn't say that, Pierre would have probably won.
I think, is this guy worse than Trudeau?
That's what Jordan believes. Really, Jordan believes he's worse than Trudeau. Jordan thinks he embodies all the worst aspects of the World Economic Forum, young global leaders' mentality of control, and some of the things that he said about every decision will be made with climate change in mind, like that kind of talk. This idea of climate change, yes, sure, we should definitely clean up the environment, of course. But understand that there's no thing they do ever that's completely benevolent. It's not happening. Everything they do is about power and money. And so if they're pushing global health or if they're pushing climate control or climate change, it is about power and money.
Restriction of rights coming for sure.
And they just do it in a way where it's kind of undeniable because the future of our world, the future of your children, Canada just pumping coal like a fucking semi on the highway, just they're just fucking making coal power plants. They're like, look at these idiots. We are just going to make as much electricity as possible because we're in a fucking technology AI race with these assholes. And then they found out that China has been sneaking in all these listening devices to these solar systems that they sold us.
What about the Transformers?
Yeah, the Transformers. There's a lot of different things. Chinese solar power inverters. This is what it is. I'll send it to you, Jamie. If you can't pull it up in time, it's a race to see who gets it first, Jamie. You got it, bitch. Here it is. It's always better than me. And he's only typing one here, which is even crazy.
That's impressive, Jamie.
But so they found out that there's, they call it a ghost in the machine. There's these rogue communications devices found in Chinese solar power inverters. Yeah, of course. If we're stupid and we take their stuff because it's cheaper and there's no limitations on these foreign countries buying up land in America where you can't buy any fucking land in China. Yeah. You can't own a company in China. You can't buy land in China. They're smart about it. We're stupid about it.
China virus.
So rogue communication devices not listed in product documents have been found in some Chinese solar power inverters by U.S. experts who stripped down equipment hooked up to grids to check for security issues. Two people said. Over the past 9 months, undocumented communication devices, including cellular radios, have also been found in some batteries from multiple Chinese suppliers. Cellular radios in batteries. I mean, this is the ultimate Trojan horse. I mean, props to China. They're so clever. They knew we're dumb, and they know we're greedy, so we want cheaper stuff.
Why don't we just shut this shit down?
Because we can't make these things. This is what Trump is trying to encourage. I talked to Tim Cook. Tim, you don't want to be opening up a plant in India. I don't like it. And people's like, that sounds like fascism. No, it sounds like someone's concerned about national security. Yeah. Like, maybe we shouldn't have, who knows what's in this? Who knows what's in this? I never looked. I've never looked in this. I don't look. And most of these are made in China or India, right? Why don't they make them here so we know that it's just the CIA spying on us?
Nah, they couldn't be doing that. They're benevolent.
My favorite one is these phones that can't be hacked.
Oh, yeah.
Because I asked a legitimate security expert to do a deep dive on this, and he sent me an actual PDF. Like he laid out all, he like literally went through it. Like, I get it all. Everybody can do it. And he's like,
Wasn't Bjorn going to make one?
he's talked about it, but he's I hope I don't have to get the phone. That's what he says. I hope I don't have to do that. But if they get in his iPhone and fucking text get leaked and that kind of shit happens, maybe he will.
I was watching Kill Tony. Who's the comic who played Elon?
Kyle Dunnigan.
Kyle Dunnigan.
He's the best.
He's hilarious.
He's so funny, dude.
He's so funny.
Have you ever seen his Instagram?
No.
Oh my god. He does these face swap videos with like Trump and Stormy Daniels and the Kardashians. Stormy! It's like, he's so funny, man. He's so funny. He's such a wild dude. Kyle is like the most underappreciated guy out there, I believe. I really do. In terms of like all out funny. I mean, his stuff is so ridiculous.
Company, I feel like, is kind of in a better place.
Is in a better place.
Yeah.
I think a big turning point was the Tom Brady roast.
Yeah.
I think that was because it was the biggest thing ever on Netflix. More people watched the Tom Brady roast on Netflix. His wild comedy. Tony Hinchcliffe,
Tony was
Schultz,
unbelievable.
on fire. Yeah, I mean, he took that super seriously. And, you know, I actually got a hold of Tom to get him on the roast. I was like, yeah, I'm like, you gotta get Tony Hinchcliffe. If they're doing a roast on you, like, he's the best roaster alive. No exaggeration.
So you think after that, just more stuff was on the table, or people are more?
Netflix was all of a sudden like wide open. They were completely open to do wild stuff now because they're like, look, fuck all this woke shit. This is not profitable. Not only is it not profitable, like we're actually killing the business. And you're killing the business of comedy because people watch these specials like, what is this? Like you made a DEI comedy special or, you know, an inclusive comedy special where you're letting people do comedy in the biggest form in the world just because they fit this particular group of people, this particular political group. It's crazy. It's identity politics in the worst way possible because it's counterproductive for your business. Your business is to provide entertainment. And then some of your more successful businesses are what the movies and shows. They're wild shows. Like crazy shit happens in these shows. But not the comedy. The comedy we have to gatekeep. We have to keep it. And I think they realized after they did a few of those things that nobody watches them. People hate them. And it actually is bad for their business. And then they do the Brady roast. Boom! And they're like, okay. You know, and when I did my special, they had no limitations on me. They didn't say anything.
And they had it before?
And it was live. But no, because it was live. They're like, we're not telling you what to say. It's live. Go ahead. We trust you. They went to see me live at the club. They're like, okay. I'm like, really? Okay. They're letting it go. Now, Tony has the special that's coming out on Netflix. They're doing Kill Tony is on Netflix now.
Really?
He's doing more roasts on Netflix. Yeah. It's great.
That's what you need.
And then I think it's also the competition with YouTube because so many people like Shane put his special out on YouTube, Ari put Jew on YouTube. So many people are putting these wild specials on YouTube and they're getting massive numbers.
Yeah.
Massive numbers. And so I think they're just like, look, we're in the fucking business. Like, what are we doing? This is obviously like super popular and people love it. And it's also really good. This is really good comedy. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Let's go back.
Going woke.
Let's go back to where we were. And now that Trump's in office, it's like, well, the whole country leans in that direction now. So people want you to get more wild.
SNL's kind of funny again.
They had some funny sketches.
Yeah.
They had Shane on
They had
twice.
Shane on twice.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, so it's good. It's good for comedy. It's good. Comedy has to be looser. You have to be more wild. Doesn't mean you're cruel. It doesn't mean you're evil. It's just comedy. Just like movies where people get shot, that's not evil either. Okay? It's like comedy is funnier when it says fucked up things. It just is. Always has been. Yeah, back from Richard Pryor and Lenny Bruce and Sam Kinison and Bill Hicks and everybody else, Eddie Murphy. It's always been the wildest shit is what's funny.
Kings of comedy.
Yeah, exactly. King's Comedy, Blue Collar Tour, Dave Chappelle. It's like, it's always the wild shit is the funniest shit. Period.
That's what people want to see.
That's what people want to see. You know what it is. It's a fucking art form. It's called shit talking.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Put your offense to the side.
Yeah, just go have a good time. They don't mean it. Like, have you seen Brian Holtzman yet?
No.
Oh my God, yes, Brian Holtzman. He's a Los Angeles legend that we got to come out to Austin. And he was like the guy that would go on late at night. And he's so wild that Mitzi Shore wouldn't put him on stage for 2 weeks after 9/11.
Really?
She's like, no, don't let him go up. And we were dying. Holt's like, Miss Mitzi, I don't understand. I'm not going to say anything crazy. She's like, no way. 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, he's just saying the most fucking ridiculous shit. He went on stage after Susan Smith drowned her kids, like the day after. It's like, I heard there were bad kids. I heard they sat that close to the TV. They didn't pollute away their blocks. They were always spilling their fucking milk. Those kids would not be missed. Like, it's a crazy character. You meet him in real life. He's the nicest guy on earth. But he's so funny. He's so ridiculous. I don't want to tell you what he's talking about now. I don't want to give it away. But comics just line up to watch this stuff. Like, when he's on stage, we all get on the balcony. Like a whole
Has he been to another shit?
Oh, yes, he headlines there all the time. He's there all the time. He wasn't having an audience in LA because we were putting him late at night. And here we're like, throw him up at 10 o'clock. Let him headline. Yeah. Give him 40 minutes, man. Let him go off. It's fun. It's a good time for comedy. It's a really good time for comedy.
But movies, though. Movies haven't got up.
No, but have you seen...
I'm not saying we got to go make Dr. Thunder multiple times.
Have you seen Segura's new Netflix series?
No.
Oh, my gosh.
Is it?
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
What
It's
is
called Bad Thoughts.
Okay.
It's these short sketches, these short films, essentially. They're all like short, like 5-10 minute films.
Yeah.
And there's just a bunch of them. And they're fucking ridiculous. Like, so outrageous and so crazy that you're watching like, no, oh my God, what the fuck, dude? Is it
just
really
him?
wild?
Is Bird?
A bunch of people. No, Bird is not in it. And Bird actually made a video congratulating Tom and saying, I don't know why I wasn't on it. Did you think about me having me on it? Kind of weird that my best friend didn't have me on the show. Yeah. He's like, and he's so Tom, I'm kind of joking, but also kind of serious. Like, was there any talks about having me on it?
He's a little hurt. Your first alternate hurt. Just missed the cut.
I wasn't on it either. Who cares? It's great. It's really great. And it's like Netflix taking wild chances. Just completely wild chances.
We got so much going on.
Yes. Yeah. And so many viewers. It's like, if you want to reach the most people, it's YouTube and then Netflix.
You think UFC is going to go to Netflix?
I don't know if they could do that. I'm a dummy. I'm not a business guy. I don't understand. So the problem is, would they be pay-per-view still? Because the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight was on Netflix, and it was just, you just watch it. Yeah. Just like you watch everything else. You have to pay more for it. So if they had the UFC on Netflix, but they made people pay more for it, I don't know how that would work out.
What if you just did like $5?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's a good question, right? Like, if the UFC was $5 instead of $70, would you actually make more money? Because you get millions of downloads or millions.
We think about the user base on Netflix.
Right.
It's
pretty immense.
It's got to be what, 500 million, a billion.
Yeah, we'll find out. It's got to be way bigger than ESPN Plus.
And ESPN Plus fucked themselves with that a couple ago. I couldn't even get it on my.
Yeah, they had a crash during the Ankalaev Pereira fight, right? That's not good.
And I was like, look online. I'm not the only one. Like, thousands of people were like,
what was the root cause of that? Did they discern?
I don't know. It literally wouldn't let me get on.
That's another fight. Pereira took that fight with a broken hand and norovirus.
I knew.
He's an animal. Netflix has 94 million monthly active users. The company has over 300 million paid global subscribers. So it's 300 million worldwide. Top ad support tier. Oh, so they have an ad. Now you can have ads, so it's cheaper. You can get it cheaper with ads. Okay, they're distinct from paid subscribers. Multiple individuals can share an account.
Do you have any idea what the average pay-per-view on UFC is?
No, I don't. I don't know what the numbers are because I don't think they have to disclose it. Do they even? They used
I
to
don't think. I mean,
disclose
the boxing word all the time is like kind of a badge of honor. You know, it's 2 point. Like Floyd would do.
$4 million for the Conor McGregor fight or something crazy. Like that was one of the records. And then the Manny Pacquiao fight, I think, was the biggest one ever.
Who's coming back to fight? He's 46 years old.
But he's also saucy.
Great singer.
He's not going to come back 46 on the match. I guarantee you.
I think so.
Well, I mean, if I was a person that was like prone to ridiculous speculation, which I am, I mean, he carried his knockout power through 8 weight classes, and his physique notably improved. Yeah. I mean, and boxing has always had a steroid issue. Steroids, because like weigh-in tests on the day of the weigh-ins is just an intelligence test. It's just how good is your doctor, how good are the scientists. Same as UFC. MMA
Why don't they
was
stop doing it?
well.
Or change the weight class?
USADA. When UFC brought in USADA, all that changed and people's physiques melted. They changed radically. Alistair Overeem is the greatest example. Yeah. Alistair, when he fought Brock Lesnar, got drug tested, and he was saucy as fuck. When he's flexing on stage, that's when he's Ubering, 260, solid as fuck, ripped, and just one of the more elite strikers on planet Earth. And Brock was fucked. Yeah. And then they make him take the drug tests, and he becomes a normal person with good fighting skills. Yeah. You know, I mean, he wasn't the Uberim anymore, this destroyer. On the sauce, man. That guy was. I would love to see what an Alistair Overeem run on the sauce would have been. My demolish. My God, it would have been epic. It would have been epic. It would have been really wild.
So you want to see it back in the game?
Hell yeah! I want fun. I want to see fat heavyweights. The fuck out of here. I want Alistair back.
Yeah.
Get him back on the sauce. Alistair's like a vegan now.
You think John Jones fights this year?
I don't know. I hope so. But I don't know if he does. He doesn't have to, right? He's a legend. He's also 37. At what point in time is he 36 or 37? At one point in time, does a fighter say enough is enough, especially a natural fighter? And if you are natural, and you have to be today, it just tested you way too much. There's probably some shenanigans that go on, you know, like when A-Rod had those gummies that had testosterone in them, and only it's a short lifespan. Yeah. There's probably some shenanigans that are still going on.
I mean, if Balco could get away with it 20 plus years now, you would think there's got to be people out there who are ahead of the game.
Well, when I talked to Nowitzki, he was pretty open about that.
You had him on here.
Yeah. He was like, yeah, there's going to be methods that we don't catch. Yeah. Because there's always going to be some kind of a lab, like Icarus, like the documentary.
Amazing.
Woo!
With the KGB.
Woo! Yeah. One of the greatest documentaries ever because...
And he wasn't even doing that to...
Right.
He was just trying to...
He stumbled upon it. Yeah.
And
then he did that other one afterwards, The Dissident.
I didn't see
that documentary. No. It's all about the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi.
Oh, really?
And that one, interestingly enough, nobody wanted to stream that one.
Yeah.
Like, you got to buy that one.
That's right.
They put it on platforms, but you had to purchase it. I think that might still be the case. Because that one, just like...
What's that called?
The Dissident. Yeah, it's very good, dude. It's very good. It's dark.
2020?
Mm-hmm.
Where does it say you can get it at? Is YouTube or?
Tubi.
Tubi.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. It's one of those things where it's like they buried that motherfucker.
Those are the ones I want to see.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Can't get platforms.
But Icarus, totally by accident, this guy stumbles upon. So what Brian was doing, Brian, who's an endurance athlete himself, was going to compete in a bicycle race naturally, and then the next year he's going to get doped up and document the entire thing. So he gets a hold of this guy who is supposedly the head of the organization that stops drug use in Russia. But Gregory Rodchenkov starts explaining exactly how to get around this. How to do this. This is what you're going to take. And then along the way, they get busted for tampering with the urine samples that were used during the Sochi Olympics. So they find out that during the Sochi Olympics, everyone was doping. Russia got like a ton of medals and they kicked ass and everything. And interestingly enough, he said the one sport that they found that didn't benefit from steroid use was ice skating, the figure skaters. That, you know, like you had to have like fine motor skill movement. It was really just about being light and being able to perform those things over and over again. And they didn't find evidence that giving those people steroids helped, which I thought was interesting. I always thought it would help everything. There's a lot of explosive power involved when it's jumping in the air. But so the entire team was doping, and then they had a hole in the wall where they would take the real urine sample, pass it through the hole in the wall, and they would give them back a doctored urine sample.
But it was the KGB who was running it.
So the KGB was running it, allegedly. And the lids, through microscopic analysis, they had found that they developed some sort of a tool that could open these supposedly unopenable...
Without tampering with
but they found all these scratches all over that indicated that some sort of a device had gotten in there and popped open the little things that kept the lid from coming off. Woo. Well, it's like, you know, when you have the Olympics, I think, first of all, my position in the Olympics is that it's a giant scam against the athletes. The athletes are generating insane wealth and they get none of it. It's crazy.
Like the top 1/10 of 1% can make any type of money.
Yeah, and then they go out and then maybe the top 10th of 1%, they get endorsement deals, and that's where they benefit from winning a gold medal in the Olympics. Meanwhile, the people that run it, the networks, everybody else, billions of dollars. But the thing that people want to see, the athletes get none of it. That is
especially if you're in a sport that nobody, you know, you're a decathlete.
Right, exactly.
You're a shot putter.
Yeah. So,
congrats on the gold medal. Now get your ass back to work.
Nobody gives a fuck who won synchronized swimming.
Yeah.
You're not getting any money. But meanwhile, billions of people are watching on television. There's an immense amount of ad revenue, and you're not getting a penny. Yeah. And that's the only thing that they ever put on TV like that where you don't get a penny. You said NBA gets a cut, NFL gets a cut, everybody gets paid. Yeah. Everybody gets paid in boxing. Everybody gets paid in every fucking sport there is.
And these fucking athletes won every 4 years.
Yes.
And by the way, you better fucking perform in the trials.
Right.
You can run the world record that year in competition and then go to the trials.
Yeah.
Like I think Mud did, or 800 runner, and get tripped. Oh, fuck it. You missed the Olympics.
Yep. Sorry. And some of these gymnasts who are the best in the world, famous, are poor. Best in the world at what they do. Spectacular performances. The whole world cheers. We're watching them with bated breath on television. Pull it up. They stick the landing. Yes! They get nothing. Yeah. Nothing. It's a dirty scam that's been going on for so long. People have just accepted it because it started back when there was no money in it. Because there was no television. Like when you see when you see Adolf Hitler, just fucking jonesing at the 36 Olympics.
Fucking speed.
Just ripping.
Don't let him beat you. Don't let him beat you.
He's just whatever the fuck he was on. That guy was feeling it. I love that video.
Jesse Owen just fucking tortured.
Yes, then puts up the fist. Yeah, amazing moment in history. But it's just, that was no money, right? Because there was no money. And then once television rolled in, they didn't say, hey, let's got these athletes in on this. We're making billions of dollars now. Nope.
They can't even pay for their fucking training.
Right. It's fucking disgusting. Not only that, you're never going to beat the Cubans and the Russians back then because they were funding everything. These people didn't have to worry about how they were going to feed themselves healthy food while they're preparing to box in the Olympics like our guys did. You know, it's like
and the Chinese, what they're doing with that too. They send them away. They're in a program for 10 years.
Well, to wrestlers. What did they do? Karelin, who the photo that I have out in the gym is maybe my favorite sports photo of all time. Karelin picking up that 300-pound man like he was nothing. Like I pick up a 45-pound kettlebell fucking with his grit on his foot. That picture. Check the fucking Meanwhile, his parents are like 5'5". Yeah, he's 300 pounds. and moved like a cat.
Natural.
I mean, he didn't even seem like a fucking human. When you saw him compete in his prime, guys would just flatten out on the ground, trying to protect themselves from being pummeled into the earth over and over again. He wrestled different than everybody. Everybody was just trying to take you down. He was trying to pick you up and slam you repeatedly into the earth, like you getting hit in the head by the world. And he just did it over and over again until these guys just broke. I mean, the freak of all freaks. Look at the fucking musculature on this man. Totally natural, by the way. Of course. Yeah, just ate a lot of borscht. Borscht. Yeah, just eating Russian sausages and what? Well, how about those European women athletes, the Eastern Bloc athletes, the women that they set records that still to this day haven't been broken?
Yeah, and well,
I think that's the whole scandal about getting transgender guys.
Yeah,
that's
take back
this European.
Yeah, get the Bulgarians. Yeah.
Who are they letting in the Olympics? They're letting some trans athletes compete in the Olympics. It's just like, okay, is that what we're doing?
Went to boxers in the couple boxers.
Well, one of that one
that were trans.
They thought one guy fought a woman. But it's like a guy with a micro penis, allegedly, and like internal testicles, but went through puberty as a man, looks like a man, the whole deal, and then did a chromosome test allegedly for a previous boxing or organization body, and they came back XY, and like, you're a man. And then, that was very controversial. They didn't do that with the Olympics, which they clearly should. Like, they should do that with all sports. That's what the enhanced games guys are going to do. The enhanced games?
No.
Okay. The enhanced games is a very well-funded idea. And
you call it the enhanced?
Oh, yeah. They're all going to be on the juice. They're going to be on the best steroids money can buy. The best clearance technology, all the athletes.
Okay.
And they're going to pay them. When they win, it's like millions of dollars. Just millions of, so they're putting this together as a huge event, and they're trying to entice the best athletes in the world to do this safely. Just the enhanced games.
Update on, I guess, next week.
Oh, so we had the guys on who were the guys who put together this, and I said, how are you going to deal with trans athletes? And they were like, I think we're going to do chromosomes, which is the right way to do it.
Yeah.
Let's stop fucking around. Just stop pretending that these males that identify as women who win, what is like 700 women were robbed of gold medals across various sports. Might have been more than that, because these biological men pretended to be women and identified as women and dominated in women's sports. They have a giant advantage. Stop pretending you don't. Just stop. And if you want people to compete, you still want to compete, and you're a woman, you should you should be protected and only have to compete against other actual biological women. Period. End of discussion. It's not bigoted to say
the trans women movement is actually anti-woman.
100%. Especially when it comes to sports, 100%.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sports. Yeah. You're not seeing trans men dominating anything.
No,
because there's a biological difference.
Well, it's also a problem because if you're a trans man, now you have to take testosterone, which is banned. You can't take it. So are you going to let them take it and you won't let older athletes take it? That sounds crazy. That doesn't make any sense. So you get like a 39-year-old athlete has low testosterone, you won't let him take it, but you let a woman take it to become a man. Like, shut the fuck up. Chromosomes. That's it. Double X and XY. That's
way too much common sense.
It's the idea that that's bigoted is so crazy when there's a demonstrable effect. Like, you can clearly see that these people that are identifying as women but are actually biological males have massive advantage.
Yeah, but the people who you're asking those questions, who are not able to answer whether or not there's a decided advantage, can't even define a woman. So
exactly. But this is this kind of like head in the ground mindset is the same thing that you're seeing with COVID vaccines, the same thing you're seeing with pharmaceutical drugs, same thing you're seeing with U.S. aid and government.
Cancer.
People just don't want to know. And also, they feel helpless, right? So they want to be like reinforced and feel better. Most people that are listening to us right now are living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
Most people. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, how much are you going to stick your neck out for this? How much are you going to stick your neck out for anything? How much are you going to open your mind, open your mouth up about all-cause mortalities? How much you like all the different things that people are concerned with in the with wars,
low birth rates, exposure to cancer,
everything that's in the news, everything constantly. How much are you going to stick your neck out? Most people aren't. They can't. They don't have time. They have family. They have mortgages. They're barely getting by. They're not going to fucking risk everything.
And they're being told not to care.
Right. Yeah. And then they're being shamed if they do care. Yeah, you don't want to be the anti-vaxxer at work.
Yeah.
Should you say, well, I'm just telling you, I read some scientific papers being broken down by legitimate PhDs online. They were explaining what the mechanism is that this stuff could cause cancer.
Don't do your own research.
That was my
trust the experts.
That's like right out of Orwell. And when it's Brian Stelter saying, all these people, they want to do their own research. But do your own research. Why would you ever assume that everyone who listens is dumber than you? No. Why would you ever assume? And if you're an intelligent person and someone says there's medical research papers that you can clearly read that show you results, why can't I understand that? I can go through college and learn calculus. I can figure out how to program a computer. I can figure out all these things. There's all these things that I can do. But I can't research this effect that this chemical that I'm introducing to the human body does. Don't do your own research. Trust these experts. You don't trust experts in anything. No, because over time they're wrong about certain things and new expertise emerges. And look, they used to use leaded gasoline. Should we trust the experts and keep putting lead in gasoline where they made IQs demonstrably lower? You can statistically lower in places and where people grew up. Not one of them. Grew up in a place where they, at the time where they had leaded gasoline. I probably could have been way smarter when I was a kid. I was just sniffing fucking leaded gas. I have a buddy who has he used to live in New York. And he was trying to do a garden in his backyard. He's a smart dude, so he took soil samples, brought it to university, and said, tell me what's wrong with the soil. It's filled with lead. Yeah. All from those days, from back when everybody had leaded gasoline. It was just in the air, just everywhere, just lead fumes, because they didn't want the engines to ping. Because if you have unleaded gas, when we used to have muscle cars back when I was in high school, if you put unleaded gas in a muscle car, they would run like shit. Because this was back when you could still buy leaded gas. When did they make unleaded gas, Jamie? Yeah, when was it introduced? And when did they ban leaded gas? That's the better question. Because everybody was just breathing in this.
But the whole point is that things change.
We learn
some stuff.
And if we're ignoring side effects because we want to keep our head in the sand, that's crazy. That stops the learning, which we need, which is why we don't do lobotomies anymore.
If you're a curious person.
So lead was added to gasoline in the 1920s to improve performance, but it was later discovered that it was a pollutant and a neurotoxin. Okay, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency began phasing out lead in the 1970s. In 1996, the Clean Air Act banned the sale of lead again. Yeah. They wanted to keep making that money, Aaron Rodgers. So when I was a kid,
so they learned in the 70s, and it took them
26 years.
26 years.
LOL. So when I was in high school, because we had carburetors back then, there was none of those cars had electronic fuel injection.
Yeah.
And you bought lead gas. Yeah, and I drove mostly muscle cars through my younger years, so I probably knocked my IQ down quite a few notches.
At least 3 or 4 points.
I mean, people used to kill themselves in garages. They would lock themselves in their garage and just let the engine run until they died. Those are the way people committed suicide.
Still do?
Yeah, that's the way people do. I know people who did that. Like, I don't know them personally, but they're friends of people that I knew. They take a hose and attach it to the exhaust pipe and then put it inside the cabin, and it's a way that people commit suicide. Yeah,
That's what was that, carbon monoxide poison?
Yeah, and we just put that out in the air. Yeah, but at least it doesn't have lead in it anymore. Fucking crazy. So the point is, like, experts, they don't always catch all the problems with especially novel inventions.
And maybe there's some conflicts of interest.
Yeah,
maybe there's being paid to say something, or paid to do something.
Imagine they find out it's a neurotoxin in 1970 and they keep using it for 26 years. It's fucking crazy. Well, how else are you going to run all those cars that need leaded gas? Aaron Rodgers, come on. Smarty pants, water. Well, that was the other thing, right? The guy who created a water car and yelled, they poisoned me. And then he dies? Yeah.
How about that?
How about that?
Research gone.
Can you imagine you're some Texas oil guy and you find out about some dipshit in Long Island that figured out a water car? I think we're seeing someone up there talking to this fella there. Yeah. Like, you're realizing your empire's about to collapse in front of your face.
And the fact that actually happened.
Yeah. So what happened to the water car? Apparently you drive across the whole country on a tank or something.
Where's the trash car? Like from Back to the Future.
Right. That's what we need.
Why can't we put trash in the old...
Right, the old compactor.
Yeah.
Nuclear fucking...
Use that as energy, huh?
That water car guy, what was the official cause of death?
Aneurysm. Stanley Myers.
Yeah, they got him with the old aneurysm gun.
There's been a few of those guys who found some other ways of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, what a coincidence. What a coincidence that a guy who develops an engine that runs on 3/4 of the Earth's surface, that everybody has coming out of their tap, that everybody has, it's everywhere. You can buy it at the store, it's in your swimming pool, you swim in it, and that could be fuel. And it would just, what would it release? Mist? Nothing. Mixed steam. That'd probably be good for the environment. Probably help the trees.
Get the climate change.
We're spreading all that mist out there. Probably help the trees grow. Be nice. Be greener. You know?
Plant some more trees.
Imagine if that did it and all of a sudden Los Angeles started raining all the time. It's great.
That'd be incredible.
Because you just got all that stay there. Moisture in the air. It all comes down as rain.
Have you been on Houston's podcast yet?
I heard it's really good. He would probably have me on. I'm not interested. You know,
I'd like to be asked.
It's not like I'm opposed to talking to Democratic politicians. I'll talk to anybody. But that guy, no, I'm not interested.
No.
Yeah. Talk to Fetterman. I like that guy.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. He's really struggling post-stroke.
Somebody's doing a little better.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no, but he has a translator that he carries with him everywhere. Yeah, when he's doing the podcast, he has an iPad in front of him, so that sometimes he has lapses in memory, short term. So like you and I were just talking about something, he would forget what we're talking about, so he has to look at the screen. So sometimes he hears a question but doesn't process. But he's lucid and he's a very nice guy. Yeah. But they're attacking him like crazy now.
It's because he has a little bit of common sense. And he goes, I'm going to weigh each based on their individual merit, not, this is a Democratic issue, this is a Republican issue.
Exactly. They do not want anybody stepping outside the lines.
That's crazy.
It's weird, man. And weird that people accept it.
If you know how the politics work, I know we're only 100 and whatever days into this, but after we get through this first year, Congress ain't meeting the same way. They're starting to, people who are up for re-election in 2026, they're going to start campaigning here after about 3 months into the new year.
Yeah, probably.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen? Who's going to be held accountable?
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how much money gets spent on these campaigns.
What about the new plane that Trump's getting?
Is he still getting? Is that real? So his Qatar was going to give him a 400 Qatar. Is that how you say it? Qatar. I've heard it said a bunch of different ways. Qatar.
I've been corrected many times.
Is it
I
Qatar?
thought it was Qatar.
Wow.
or cutter.
Let's find out what the
That's
real
cutter. Okay.
like a person who's like cuts himself.
Yeah. Horizontally.
Okay. Well, I'm wrong then. I thought it was Qatar. But either way, they were going to give him a $400 million jet, which is like, I want to know, first of all, what's a $400 million jet?
So do I.
look
And
I
they
have
also
no
are
idea.
buying.
Qatar.
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 Okay.
Nice.
Then all those people that
Let's
fucking
see.
corrected me.
Can we hear? Yeah. What the fuck? Can we hear a person from Qatar say it? See, Google person from Qatar pronouncing how to say it. I bet you there's a video on YouTube because it's a controversial one. I bet you there's a video.
Big controversy.
Yeah. It's really. Well, it is now. Theo was just there.
Yeah, he was talking with the troops, huh?
Or CNN or this
That one. Try that one right there. Correctly.
We are looking at how to pronounce these names as well as how to say more interesting but often confusing country names and names from geography. So make sure to stay tuned to the channel. So how do you say it? Well, officially in Arabic, it is to be said Qatar, Qatar. Easy, right? In English, it is generally accepted that it is said as Qatar, Qatar, but Qatar is how
Okay, so it is Qatar. It's like Fedor Emelianenko. His real name is Fyodor. But we go, yeah,
Fedor.
tighten that up. Yeah. Qatar. We like Qatar, sir.
There's a lot of wild names on the UFC. You guys got.
Oh boy.
You ever forget when you have to go on interviews? Like,
Yeah, there's struggles. Yeah. Some of them were rough, you know. I fucked up Umar Nurmagomedov's name once, but that was just because I knew his name. I knew how to say it. It's just my mouth didn't work right.
ladies and gentlemen,
Umar. No, I just fucked it up. But there's a lot of these like Russian and Dagestan names that are really like Zabit Magomed Sharapirov. Yeah, that one is crazy. You know, there's a bunch of crazy.
you know, tell them this practicing.
Yeah, you have to. I get them. What happens is before the weigh-ins, like sometimes I've never seen a guy fight before. Like they're new to the UFC.
Yeah.
So then I have to find them online and watch some of their fights online. And then even then, like there's discrepancies in how to say the name. And so that we have to get it from them. And then they have little recordings where the fighter will say their name. And you're like, Jesus Christ, play that back again. Like, what is the vowels he's using? Like, what is this? You know? Some of Shavkat Rachmanov. Like,
Yeah.
wow, Shavkat Rachmanov, huh? Okay. Yeah, there's some rough ones. Yeah, it's generally like the Russian ones, the more difficult ones. Yeah, it's weird where parts of the world develop ways of sounding that other parts, like if you like the way they talk in Japan versus Germany, you know, it's like what, you know, it's like weird little Spanish now. Like Brazil, it's almost like a sing-songy the way they say Bucci. You know, the way they talk about it, it's like
Italian too. Yeah.
yes, Italian's very, very sing-songy.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird. The different parts of the world just decide, like, no, we're going to be fucking stoic with the way we say things. And then you go to Italy, it's like they're all drunk. Like, hey,
You know.
yeah, capiche. Yeah, it's fun. They're having a good time. And then they're like, the colder the climate, the harsher the sounds, the harsher the words.
Hard people.
Yeah, hard people. Yeah. The worst time I've ever had trying to understand people that are speaking English was in Belfast.
Oh,
We're in Northern
I've been to
Ireland for
Belfast,
UFC, and
yeah.
me and this dude from Belfast got drunk at this bar, and I remember he just kept saying, "I'll fight any man." And he just kept repeating. No, he wasn't even a big guy. He was just. I'm like, I believe you. And we're all getting hammered, and just. That was back in the day when I could get drunk with locals. So
can't believe it?
Nah, because see, Theo Vaughn got in an altercation in Nashville yesterday or a couple days ago. Yeah, some guy was fucking with him for some viral video, and Theo grabbed him by the neck and pushed him away.
And you've been training? You've been doing some jiu-jitsu training?
I don't believe so. No? It's probably a bad move. You never know you're grabbing. But the guy was just doing it to get a rise out of Theo. He was fucking with them. But
that's the tough part about being in public.
Yeah. Back then I wasn't so famous. I could go around. So it was fun.
No one ever tried to fuck with you, you know?
Nah, they're all friendly. Most of the people who know me are nice. Who know of me. It's like every now and then I get a side eye from my blue hair. You know,
Wearing a mask. Hey, take your mask off.
People
Take
think
your mask off.
that I helped Trump. That's where it really ramped up. Before the Trump thing, people didn't
Oh,
bother.
the Kamala stuff about what a moron to not come on the show. I mean,
Well, Pierre didn't come on either from Canada. I offered to have him on as well.
really?
Yeah, his people didn't want him coming on. His people apparently thought that it was a bad idea for him to come on the show.
Well, I mean, I think anybody with a brain knows that Trump coming on here had a big sway in the election.
I think Trump is a unique individual, though. So if you talk to a politician that only does well with canned questions and with speeches that were written in advance by skillful people, like Trump famously rants. Okay, so to have that ability to go up in front of 15,000 people and just have a rough outline of what you're going to talk about. And so I said to him, you know, he just like starts, but he's doing Biden, wandering around, like not knowing where he's going. Bro, he's doing stand-up. And he has a set. And he's doing this set to arenas all over. Everybody else has a script. Everybody else is reading off the teleprompter. Everybody else has to know what they're going to be asked in advance.
I mean, Biden famously had the questions and who to call on and what the answer was supposed to be on that little note card that got multiple times. It got
Like this phase, take whatever they gave him before the debate.
oh my god!
I bet it's awesome. I bet it's like that shit from that Bradley Cooper movie.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you start seeing that stuff in front of you, like, I got it. I think I could do the debate. Like, because every other time he's like barely coherent.
Well, that and an earpiece, he did pretty well.
Yeah, there was probably some way of communicating with them for sure. I mean, I don't know why they would risk it. Like,
How about
Kamala had some weird earrings. Remember those earrings?
Yeah.
And the company that made those blue teeth earrings was like kind of taking credit for it.
Yeah, nothing to see here. I just think it's funny how now there's the one guy in CNN wrote a book about Biden's, cognitive decline.
Yeah.
He was like one of the biggest proponents of like, no, he's sharp as ever, sharp as a tack. You know?
Yeah, I don't know why they thought things like that.
But it was all theater. They do a debate before anyone's ever done a debate.
Mm-hmm.
Let him go up there without his drugs,
Yep.
without his uppers,
Yep.
without his earpiece.
Yep.
Like Trump's response to some of those were, I don't know what you said, but
I don't think he does either. I don't know.
I was laughing at going, what the fuck is this?
He does either.
Yeah. And they
That's
just fucking move
amazing.
him out of the way.
Yeah, but we beat medication. Okay, so they cut the time off. Like, oh my god, like what are you doing? You guys set him up. But it's so bad. It was so bad for the Democratic Party because if they were just honest about that and then had a primary,
yeah,
I just don't think he wanted to step down. And Jill didn't want to step down.
No, Jill didn't.
He's a sharp as ever. Remember she did the one thing afterwards where he got done. You answered all. You answered all the questions so good. My wife said that to me. I'm like, what are you? What did they? Are you high? What the fuck? Of course, I answered all the questions.
She just answered the questions for him on the.
Like Dr. Jill's.
That's such a great job. You were so.
Is she a doctor, like a doctor, or is she like a PhD?
She's like me. She got honorary degree.
No. I think she's a real one, right? But that thing is very sneaky. We should need a different distinction. Like should be PhD, which is very impressive. Like you should be able to say, I'm PhD Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
But you have to say I'm Dr. Aaron Rodgers, right? Like if you got a real PhD something.
I think I'd say PhD.
But would you introduce yourself? That sounds gross. Dr. Rodgers. Dr. Jim.
Yes.
Yeah, your doctor. Yeah, doctor. Call Cosby Dr. Cosby. A lot of people call it because he's honorary. I'm just putting this out there. I'll speak at university if you give me an honorary. I want to be Dr. Rogan. I think it'd be fun.
Oh, for sure.
It'd be fun.
People already think you are after your COVID comments.
Well, I had a good doctor, actually. I had a good real doctor that gave me good advice.
Yeah, how about that?
Oh, what a weird world we live in.
Can't believe we're here.
But what is Dr. Jill?
Doctor in 2007 at age 55, she got a doctorate of education from Delaware.
Damn it, 55.
Congrats.
That's kind of wild.
Doctor.
I wonder if she did it just to be a doctor.
Like, I just really want that. This is going to look good
Want that
when Joe's the president.
Yeah, Dr. Joe. Didn't
You know
Joe
my favorite-
meet
one of my
her when
favorite-
she was like 15?
But when Biden was talking about his handicap to Trump,
Oh, yeah.
I'll play you if you got to carry your own bag though. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, you got to
can't
carry
move
your
your
own
arms.
bag.
You're an 8 handicap, Joe.
He falls down going upstairs. That's so rare. It's so rare to fall down
It's tough
going
to do.
upstairs.
Tough to
You're
do.
going to beat Trump at golf. Trump is actually,
Yeah.
which is crazy. Like, you're playing with like real golfers. Like, he's apparently a really good golfer.
Yeah,
Like, what is his golf handicap?
I think he's definitely single digit.
But that's a crazy thing to say for Biden. Biden also said he would kick his ass. I'd kick his ass. Yeah. I'd take him out to the woodshed. It was a fun time to
Like,
watch.
remember when he told that worker like they were like some sort of steel mill or something, they'll punch you in the face or something?
He called him a dog face, what is it, pony face liar? What the
Yeah.
fuck did he say?
Dog face.
Pony face dog soldier?
Yeah.
Something like that? Pony face, I don't remember what the phrase was.
Fucking neck sniffer.
But it was fascinating. It was fascinating watching people run cover for him. You know?
Yeah.
It's just like,
Still do.
that really damaged the Democrat Party that they let them do that. Because imagine if they didn't. Imagine if they had a real primary, like a real one. And,
Do
you
you
know.
think Bobby would have a chance?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah. 100%. Especially if they let him talk. Especially if they let him present some of the information. Everybody's saying he's a kook. Let me present this to you. And he's so calm because he's been doing this for so long. He doesn't get emotional, which is a real trap. You know, when you're accused of being a kook and you get emotional, it's a
Or
real
super
trap.
defensive.
Yeah, super defensive, and he doesn't do that.
And I thought he was great in the sessions of Congress when he was trying to, what do they call that, when they're asking all those questions and trying to fucking pin him down when he's nominated.
Yeah.
I thought he was great.
No, he's great. But he's a brilliant guy. And
But these
if
guys
he didn't have this voice issue, it would be a shoe. I mean, he would have won. He would have won. He would have been the next president. Like, I'm not bullshitting. If the Democratic Party allowed him, if they had no gatekeeping and allowed a real primary, and Bobby got in, and Bobby didn't have a voice problem, and he had the intellect that he has, and the background that he has, and the history of environmental protection that he has. I mean, he was an environmental attorney that literally helped clean up the East River. He stopped these companies from poisoning the environment.
And that's my problem with the entire Democratic Party is that just because Trump won and Elon is working for him and Bobby's working for him, and insert anybody put in his cabinet, all the good shit that they're doing, the billions that Elon has found of just fraud and corruption and bullshit. Bobby's saying, hey, let's just look at these vaccines. Let's look at the efficacy. Let's do real safety tests on these. Like all the common sense shit that's going on right now by the cabinet members, dissolving the Department of Education, all the different things they're doing. Like, if it's good for the country, if it's common sense good for the country, then why are we not on fucking board with
It
this?
doesn't mean you shouldn't criticize the bad stuff.
No.
If you criticize everything or if you ignore all the good stuff, then nobody's going to listen to you. You can't do that. It's like if you have an enemy. If I have an enemy, I don't have an enemy. But if I had one and he was really good at something, I'd be like, I think he's a piece of shit. But I'll tell you what, he's fucking talented. Like this thing that he does, he's really good at it. That's just fact. That just is what it is. And if you think someone's if they're on the wrong party in your eyes, but they're doing something good, you're like, look, I think that's good. I think this is important. It's good for everybody. Like it has nothing to do with parties. It should have nothing to do. If there's something that a person that you don't like who's in office and they pass a bill and that bill benefits us all, we should all celebrate. And the fact that we don't is nuts. The fact that no one cared that Elon brought those fucking people back from space. The guy's a fucking hero for that. And any other time in history, the super genius sent a fucking rocket to go rescue the people that were trapped in orbit because NASA couldn't. They couldn't.
And if he'd done it in 2016 when Obama was in there, it would have been fucking great.
It would have been great. And they could have done it while Biden was in office. But they wouldn't let him do it because politically it would look like a victory for Trump because Elon supports Trump. So they left those people up there.
That's fucking wrong.
It's evil. It's evil. It shouldn't be a political thing.
96% of the articles about Elon are bad.
96%. Yeah.
You're attacking one of the smartest guys in the country who literally is spending part of his time trying to fucking clean up the government efficiency and waste and corruption and fraud.
And there was a comparison to 96% of something else that was all good. That might not be good. See if you can find that comparison.
Talking about Pelosi's stock trade or something.
You don't hear a peep out of that. There's no media stories about it except
Wasn't there a
Fox.
bill that was put out there that was
Called
trying
the
to stop
Pelosi bill. They were calling the Pelosi bill.
Couldn't fucking make it, huh? Yeah.
I love
Like
the
it's so
one
much
time
money.
when she gets asked it during a press
Finance
briefing.
all that.
It's like, well, I think we should participate. All right,
There's no conflict of interest.
like, oh, wait. She's 4 wines in, going, what are they talking? Stock trading? I don't even know what
They
they're
didn't
talking
believe they
about.
would bring this up.
I mean, that's something that Elon has said we should investigate. That how
All of
come
them,
these
because it's
people
on both
are worth-
sides.
On both
It's on both
sides.
sides.
It is on both sides,
100%.
100%. That's something that maybe we could have bipartisan support for. You know, there's some bipartisan things that people support. One of them is the new ibogaine research, which is wonderful. It got past the first step in Texas.
Good.
The ibogaine for, then they're going to
For
do
PTSD,
PTSD for
veterans.
soldiers, veterans. That has bipartisan support. I love when something has bipartisan support. That should too.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Elon stuff should be like, look what he's done.
You should be championing it.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't like his politics, fine.
Right.
You loved it before. You loved the green cars and electric cars and shit. Until he fucking won the election for Trump, and now he's running Trump, and he's running the government. Look at his kid on Trump's lap, and blah 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 blah.
I think as soon as he got the Twitter files and he found out what the government was doing, he was like, whoa. Imagine you have so much money that you could actually buy a conspiracy. You could find the answer. Because that's what it's like. The only time in
Epstein's
history,
Island would have been.
we still wouldn't have gotten anything out except listening devices. I bet they're everywhere. They would have to gut the walls. They would probably gut, if they sold to us, they'd probably gut the walls. But
No, as is.
yeah,
As
is.
No contingencies. Just as is.
Yeah. I mean,
There's other outlets. So.
that's, I bet there is, right?
Ask your buddy Alex about it.
Black helicopters take him over the island.
It's so good.
That's the only impression I could do.
Hey, Alex looks good,
Him
man.
and
He lost some weight. Looks
Dude,
good.
he looks fucking great.
Yeah.
My friend Sean's training.
Nice.
Yeah, he's been working with him every day. He makes him work out. Come on, we're doing it.
Yep.
Come on. Like, oh, let me check Twitter real quick. See how my game's been doing. If Elon didn't allow him to put InfoWars on Twitter too, he puts all the shows on Twitter, and they got millions and millions of views. And guess what? He's right all the fucking time. And they just want Sandy Hook and Sandy Hook. No one even knows who did Sandy Hook. You ask the average person Sandy Hook that connected to Alex Jones. They don't even know the guy who's the actual murderer. And here's my question. How does one get bad information about that? And how much that bad information is fed to a guy like him so that he repeats it, so that you could trap him, and then you accuse him of it?
He's been right so many times about
They
some
got
of
him
the
with
other
that
things.
They got him with that one.
But I mean, that's what I mean. Because he's been right so many times, you got to shut him up.
It's a way. I mean, it's certainly, and then also, he was going through it during that time. He was drinking way too much. He was drinking all day. And he was, imagine you're in a job where you're uncovering things that nobody else knows all the time. All the time. And
It's a lot of pressure. A lot of.
there's no way you can research all of it down to the bone either. And when someone sends you videos that have been doctored, or someone tries to tell you they're using crisis actors, that's a classic one. People say they use crisis actors. Like, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that there have been times where the government was trying to promote some sort of a narrative, and maybe they did something that went sideways, and then they brought in some people to pretend that they saw something that didn't happen, or they described something in a way that wasn't true or accurate. I think the government would definitely do that. They've done so much.
They've done Gulf of Tonkin, Operation Northwoods.
Yeah. The idea that they wouldn't lie, they wouldn't have people, but I don't think that would work anymore.
It's
The
tough.
thing is,
Tough.
yeah,
You can't control
yeah.
Joe concerned citizen on the street with their phone out.
Too many people have phones. It's like that fucking ship has left the harbor. You're not doing that anymore. I don't think, unless you're using like super sophisticated makeup techniques, which they also have.
See some of those masks that people can put on that look
Insane. Yeah, insane. Especially in nighttime situations, like outdoor nighttime situations. Like there's you could be
couldn't tell the difference.
No way.
Yeah.
Those masks are insane. They're so. See if you can find some of them CIA masks. And by the way, this is just the shit they show you.
Yeah.
You tell me they don't have more advanced stuff?
Well, that's what I'm saying about the the propulsion systems that they have, and your guy was saying that stuff too. Like,
Yeah.
half the stuff in the sky is probably ours.
Or someone else's. That's the scary thing. The scary thing is China.
Well, the scary thing, I was living in New Jersey last year when the drone stuff was going on.
Oh boy. Did you see them?
I saw a drone, military-style drone, silent drone, it flew right over my car.
It was silent?
Oh, yeah.
Really? It made no noise.
Yes.
Did you open the window?
Yes.
Get out of
The
car?
window was open. I was leaning my head out, looking up at it, and it was probably 50 yards or less up in the sky, and it flew right over my car. And I'd sit in my backyard at night and see a lot of weird shit in the skies.
What did it look like?
That one looked like a military-style drone.
Oh, like one
smaller
of those
version
ones
of it.
that shoots the
One that was
rockets out
it
of
was more like the size of this drone end to end. Actually less, probably 3/4 of the size of it.
Wow. And so it looked like the standard military drone, but it was silent.
Yep. And it flew right. I was trying to point at the cars behind me to look up at it because it was going nuts. Everybody was talking about it. I had coaches who'd seen them over their house, different ones. Most of them, they were seeing military style ones, but there was a lot of people and a lot of stuff I saw in the sky that didn't look like military stuff.
Yeah, Mark Norman.
And then they weren't saying shit about it.
Yeah.
They had some briefing, and the New Jersey governor comes out and he goes, "Something's going on here. No one tells us what's going on. There's something I ran off the coast, and blah, blah." And then just went. And then Trump said, "Oh, we know what it is," but nobody ever said what it was.
And it stopped.
And then,
Yeah. And it was
then
like
there's
right
theories they were
before
looking
the
for
election.
some sort of missile, or this, and that.
Yeah.
It was creepy.
Well, I was really worried about that. You know, the transfer of power, like, would have been interrupted if there was some sort of a nuclear explosion. You know, like they wouldn't. There's ways to.
And there are a lot of people think that's something that happened
Well, that was what they tried to kill him. Somebody tried to kill him
twice.
And the one that where the kid on the roof, that one's nuts. And that is, you want to be a
And that's the
conspiracy
thing, they can't
theorist?
hold-
Start with that one.
They can't control Joe concerned citizen on the side who's like, "Hey, there's a guy up there. There's a guy up there."
Not only that,
90 seconds before it happens.
they can't control the internet sleuths that have tracked the phone from outside where the area of the FBI office to this guy's place multiple times, back and forth. They can't track how his fucking apartment was professionally scrubbed. So there's no silverware. There's nothing there. No hard drives. No laptops. He doesn't have social media.
And if he doesn't turn his head
Right.
90 degrees or
How
whatever,
do you get radicalized without being on social media? I want to know that.
Yeah.
Like, how do you even get so politically
So what is it?
responsible at 20 years old?
so what is it? Is it a
How'd you get in that
continuance?
BlackRock commercial, Billy?
Is it a continuance of the chaos or so?
Yeah, for sure. I would think. I don't know. I'm talking on my ass. But if I had a guess, I think you can do that. I think, listen, for all the conversations that I've had with people that are mind control experts, including earlier this week, Rebecca Lemon, but I think not only have they tried to do that since the 1950s, but they've successfully done it to certain people, certain individuals. They've successfully manipulated people. I think they did it with the Manson family. And I don't think that stuff just ends.
Yeah, the chaos book was awesome.
Incredible.
Great book. And you had him on you.
Yeah, I don't think that ended. Why would they end that if it's effective? They would just like be more secretive about it. Just like they're probably super secretive about these propulsion systems. It's like we want to pretend that the government works for us. We want to pretend like there are representatives, but clearly there's all this money flowing around and all these people that have power and secrecy. And Kennedy railed about it in the 1960s, and they shot him in the head.
Speaking of that, and that whole thing, that's what got me into questioning things. And then they roll out what, 4 or 5 internet influence people to give them some notebook or some shit, like they actually release some information about the Kennedy files, and it's literally a heavily redacted, just pile of nothingness.
My question about that is, if you're gonna shoot Kennedy, you're not gonna write it down. I don't think we're gonna find anything. I didn't think we were gonna find anything that's like, we did it. We were in the grassy knoll and we hired these assassins and here's their pay stubs. What I thought it would be is maybe we would find out some information about who Lee Harvey Oswald was actually working for. Maybe we would find out how he was able to defect to Russia and then come back to America. How he got in the school book depository and nobody, like they don't do a security run of the area where the Secret Service checks to see where the vulnerabilities would be. They do that kind of stuff. Why would you put him in an open convertible when you have like
Why would you
multiple
move the motor?
places where people can hide? Yeah. It seems like they killed him.
And he's a brutal.
Yeah.
He's a brutal.
So I think they killed, like somebody asked me this the other night on stage. It was one of those bottom of the barrel questions. Would you, if you could find out who killed JFK or if aliens are real? I'm like, aliens?
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure I know who killed JFK. Like, I'm pretty sure our government was involved, and I'm pretty sure the mob was probably involved, and I bet a bunch of fucking really pissed off guys.
And the FBI who over-hated the Kennedys.
Yeah, and then the Bay of Pigs went down, and
And
lot
Dulles'
of pissed
whereabouts,
off.
him getting fired,
Yep.
Dulles' connection,
Yep.
all the way back to the OSS, to the Bush family.
A lot of people wanted JFK dead. A lot of people want that.
Silver Standard.
That to
that
me
whole
makes
thing.
sense. The alien thing makes.
Yeah.
If the JFK thing was a total mystery, still it's an alien thing. 'Cause he's dead. He died in '63. There's nothing you can do about that. I want to know what's going on. That's what I want to know. That's my number one thing. I want to know what is going on because I think something's going on. I don't think it's nothing, and I think
it's coming.
some of it is ours. I think some of it is not, and I think we probably have been in contact with things, and I think
Since at least the 40s, I think.
yeah, maybe
And-
even
and-
before that.
What about, one thing we have, it's slightly later than that, but how about Millie releasing the files in Argentina about Hitler going out there?
Yeah,
See
isn't
that?
that wild? Is that confirmed that Hitler did go live in art? He
There's
survived?
a ton of German Nazi stuff in Argentina.
Oh yeah, Tim Kennedy went down there for a television show called Finding Hitler. Yeah.
I remember that.
You go down there, they have Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
There's towns where they all wear lederhosen. They all fucking speak German. Like,
But we also know that there was at least 5 or 6 Hitlers. Like he had multiple body doubles.
oh really?
Yeah.
Once hanged out with the other idea. He's sitting there going, what am I fucking more of me? Can we clone me yet? Let's just figure out how to fucking clone me.
Hey, Goebbels, can we get rid of this cracked out Hitler here? He's making us look bad.
And who would have ever thought that in 2025 Kanye has a new song?
My God.
Where, like, what is the next crazy thing that's going to explode in the news? Is Bill Clinton's going to have an OnlyFans? Like, what is going to happen? What is the next thing that's going to make us all go, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is going on?
It's coming.
You know, how many guys were on video saying, ain't no party like a Diddy party? How many people, like, openly talked about being there?
LeBron.
Yeah, how Ashton Kutcher, all these people. Like, you guys all went. You didn't see nothing? You didn't see nothing?
Donnell.
Donnell went? Did he?
Of course he did.
Donnell
He's trying to defend himself.
Is he really? Is he trying to defend himself right now?
It's pretty funny.
I got to call him up. Donnell, you got to back away from that.
Isn't there a video with Kamala?
She was at one of the Diddy parties?
Isn't she in the background with?
It might have been the difference between Diddy parties and freak offs. Oh my
Again,
god.
shit, he was just sitting in his
Oh, the guy from Chappelle Show?
And then Dave's there too, and then Russell Simmons too. Oh boy. But is that at a party or is that just a group of them together?
They were like on a yacht or something like that.
Okay, but that's not the Diddy.
No, yeah, it's not like the right.
I don't think.
You think Diddy was rogue or Diddy was like Epstein type, working for somebody?
That's a good question. Well, it would be a
get the
great way
juice.
to compromise celebrities. Yeah. And get them to say whatever you want them to do, get them to do whatever projects you'd like them to do. And, you know, if you're a bunch of other celebrities are there, you're like, oh look, Bill Clinton's here. This is fine. Yeah, this is cool. Look at this. Like Brad Pitt's here. Well, this is cool. You don't even think there's anything wrong with being there. Meanwhile, you get drugged up and filmed, and then they're passing out punch. Have some punch, Aaron. You have some punch, and all of a sudden you're like, I'm feeling really good. I just feel amazing. You're all mollied up. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Probably a combination of things they give you.
And it's all being filmed.
Crazy. Now, if that's not an intelligence agency operation, it's just one fucking evil super genius who figures out how to compromise everybody by providing this crazy freak off party. Everybody's got to put their phones away. Okay, we're going to put a phone away. No one's going to know anything. Yeah, it means cameras everywhere. It's just one guy doing that. What a diabolical human being. Yeah. He seems pretty diabolical.
He's probably worked with somebody before somebody.
Maybe.
And maybe he just got too far up.
Some of the shit that came out in the trial, though, like he was forcing his girlfriend to have sex with prostitutes while he was sitting there jacking off with a bandana on. She'd rub the jizz on his nipples. Like, what are we even talking about?
So what's he going to go away for? Like, what's the charge? Is it kidnapping or is it...
I don't think he's even charged for beating her up. Like, the video of him beating her up? He's not even getting in charge for that. Megan Kelly said that.
Who's got all the videos?
Yeah, what's in the video? What's that about? And what would happen? What would happen?
We need Candace to do a deep dive.
If we got videos of thousands of celebrities just butt fucking each other and sucking dicks and taking Molly and guys are passing them around, like Combs pleaded not guilty to the new superseding indictment, which added 2 charges to bring the total to 5. He's charged with racketeering, conspiracy, transportation to engage in prostitution, and sex trafficking. So he's not being charged with the assault.
The sex trafficking is
but he could get charged with it in the future. It's not like they can't charge him with more stuff. That's what he's alleged use threats, force and coercion to get victims to engage in sex acts, once allegedly dangling a victim over an apartment balcony, according to prosecutors. Jesus Christ. Okay, ex-Diddy bodyguard says witnesses went missing before trial, said he was poisoned 3 times. Did you find the cyanide thing? But if you put it in,
it's right there. It says, I've been poisoned 3 times. That's all the report showed cyanide.
Whoa, cyanide metabolizes into pneumonia in your body. So I've had pneumonia on 3 occasions, he claimed. Big homie. These problems didn't start for me until I started to speak out about people like this. You know, it's been a hard time to line up this interview because the last time I was scheduled to be in this interview, randomly our car got hit from the side by a blacked out vehicle with no license plate. That happened 3 times this month so far. Somebody didn't want me to do this interview. Like, holy shit. Woo! But put it into Grok. Cyanide, poisoning, pneumonia. Because I think it's not just him saying that or this article saying that. I think that's a real thing.
Do we like Grok?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, I think all of them are dependent upon the information that's out.
The danger is that people are only, like, if I'm on X and there'll be a story, the comments underneath are all saying, is this true at Grok?
Right.
Or whatever.
And Grok jumps in. Yeah.
But, like, who's putting the information into Grok?
Well, Grok's getting the information from the entirety, I believe, of the internet. And some of the entirety of the internet is lies. And official lies, like that have been accepted as truth by organizations. So that's a problem. It says these are rare and indirect connections. There's no evidence that cyanide itself causes the infectious inflammatory process characteristic of pneumonia. If you are asking about a specific case or context, occupational exposure, a medical scenario, or historical incident, feel free to provide more details, and I can tailor the answer further. What is the question? How did you prompt it? Does cyanide poisoning lead to pneumonia?
Not directly.
Could you give someone pneumonia by poisoning them with cyanide? How about that? Could you give someone pneumonia?
Say about this, Grok.
Pneumonia by poisoning them with cyanide.
Good spelling, Jane.
He's got one hand.
No, I was impressed by your pneumonia.
Double whiff, but rock with them, you dumb. Causing pneumonia, directly causing pneumonia by poisoning someone with cyanide is unlikely, as cyanide doesn't create an infectious or inflammatory condition typically associated with pneumonia. Cyanide poisoning rapidly disrupts cellular oxygen use, leading to symptoms like respiratory distress, seizures, or unconsciousness, but it doesn't produce pathogens or cause lung inflammation characteristic of pneumonia.
They could get hospital-acquired pneumonia as a secondary.
Aspiration pneumonia. If cyanide poisoning causes unconsciousness or seizures, the person might aspirate vomit or saliva into their lungs. This can induce bacteria or irritants, potentially leading to the aspiration pneumonia, a non-infectious form of the condition. So that's possible. And then secondary complications, the victim survives initial cyanide poisoning but requires prolonged hospitalization. Mechanical ventilation or intensive care could develop hospital-acquired pneumonia or ventilator-associated pneumonia due to exposure to pathogens or weakened defenses. That's another darkness about the fucking COVID.
The ventilator.
How many people got killed by ventilators?
The percentage is super high. People on
They
ventilators.
blew their lungs out. Yeah. It's crazy.
I haven't heard any apologies.
That's weird. Well, that was, I think that's why they removed Cuomo. That and the nursing home.
He's running again, though, isn't he?
He's going to be mayor.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Maybe it'll be good. Maybe we'll do a good job this time. Maybe he learned a lesson.
Sure.
I mean, he's anti-establishment now, right? Because the establishment doesn't want him there.
Well, his brother as well.
Well, his brother got kicked off of CNN. So there you go. I mean, they're both kind of on, the establishment kind of abandoned.
Are they getting red pilled?
I don't know. It's like if you're a guy who's on CNN and you're spouting that propaganda for years, and then you decide I'm not doing that anymore. I'm gonna be like you guys. Like, really? What about all the stuff you said that's not true? Like all those times, do you own up to it? And it doesn't, right? You saw the Dave Smith debate. Yeah, he doesn't own up to it. He thinks it's more complex, it's more nuanced. Like,
I thought Dave did great, man. I thought Dave did great when he had the other guys.
Dave's a monster. Yeah, if you like, people think, he's a comic. He's not.
He's a little more than that.
I mean, that guy's a voracious reader, and he retains
I love when you
information.
Do the voice of what's the other guy's name? He was on there.
Douglas.
It's so condescending.
Yeah. Well, that's one of his gifts. It's like, what was I talking about with Dave? What were we talking about? Oh,
Cuomo.
The Cuomo thing. Yeah, it's like, you gotta be square with people. If you want people to trust you, you have to say you fucked up.
Yeah.
And if you can't say you fucked up, they're never gonna trust you. If you're always right, they're not gonna believe you. No one's always right. And there's a lot of times you get things wrong where you thought you were right, and you can explain why you thought you were right. And then people will get it. And they go, oh, well, that's how it's true. But if you don't do that, you can't do this. Because this is what it's like. Once you've experienced someone that is not being directed to say certain things and is completely open about it, and just a human being, like you and I, just humans out there in the world trying to make some fucking sense out of this shit, bullshitters won't work. It's not going to work. You don't resonate. You'll get a certain amount of people to pay attention to you. There's a certain amount. It'll never really catch on because you're a bullshitter. And you can't be a bullshitter and a truth teller at the same time. I mean, a truth teller is like a fucking, like, I'm a psychic or I'm a clairvoyant. It's like, it sounds like a bullshit phrase. Yeah. Truth teller. So you got to decide. Am I telling the truth about it? Am I looking at this stuff for what I think it really is and sticking my neck out and saying, I think we're wrong. I think we're lied to about virtually everything. And then this thing that we thought we weren't lied to, turns out we were lied to about that as well. So it's like, it's not like this one thing that they lied about, that everything else has been the truth. No, it's every fucking thing. But yet this one thing is it's the holdout. Yeah.
But not this one.
Not this one.
That's why I always say, when people are trying to criticize me, go ahead. But just so everybody can put you in the right context, just list your backstabs. How many times in backs? Just so people know what fucking place you're coming from.
Right. Did you get 4 or 5? Did you go crazy and get all 9?
But that's the thing. If you're not controlled, if you're not controlled, if you're not bought and paid for, if you don't have after, like you, if Spotify was saying, hey Joe, we love what you're doing, we need all this money, but you gotta stay in this lane over here, just so we don't upset anybody. But you're not, and that's why people didn't like the fact that you had all these different people from all walks of life and all sides of the aisles, because there's too much information out there that might influence somebody to think about things a little bit differently. But you're not bought and paid for. You're not controlled.
Well, not only that, but if I didn't go to Spotify, maybe I would have got pulled from places.
Yep.
Like if I was just independent like I was before and just on YouTube, a lot of people got pulled from YouTube for far less, but I wasn't on YouTube at the time. I was on Spotify when all that shit was going down with Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Robert Malone. When all of those conversations were being taken place and people were freaking out, that was a time where I was only on Spotify.
Yep.
And that was huge.
Thank God. People needed to hear that.
Yeah, because
if you weren't out there doing it, who was going to fucking do it?
But that's where I got to give Spotify props, because they got a lot of pressure. They got a lot of pressure to yank me. When Neil Young and Joni Mitchell were, I get it, they're old. I get it, they're boomers. They don't get it. They don't know what's going on. I get it. I'm a Neil Young fan. I still listen to his music. I love that guy.
Is his stuff back on Spotify?
Yes. Yeah,
oh,
went back
Neil,
on
you
Spotify.
caved?
Yes.
You caved?
Well, also Neil, maybe apologize. He's all right.
Yeah.
Okay. But these people still probably to this day will tell you that vaccines saved millions of lives. Like you don't know what you're saying. You've been lied to. You've been lied to. Maybe they saved some lives, but I don't know what the number is. They also caused some problems. This is like reality. We shouldn't look at one part of reality because it suits our narrative. And this is what people are doing. They're just shoving their fucking head in the sand. Like, yeah, for some people, vaccines probably prevented them from getting measles. Yeah. It seems like they work. It's not like they don't work at all. But also, they cause problems. We should be able to look at all these things.
Yeah.
And that's where you have informed consent. Informed consent is you know what the possibilities are. Not that they've been lying to you and gaslighting you so that the doctor gets more incentives.
Maybe they have.
Right. But you didn't say, but this is the thing. Like you should have your
should be able to
decision
make
should be based entirely on that, not the influence of a doctor who's incentivized.
And you should know, Mr. and Mrs. Who are about to have the child, just so you know, this doctor gets a kickback should you get the full 72, 75 vaccine schedule.
I don't think it's really 72. I think it's like, is it 72 actual injections, or is it a bunch of different things mixed together, like the MMR, they count that as 3, it's like one of those things.
Okay, well,
whatever the number is.
Let's say it's 25.
Well, how about the ones
Let's say it's 1.
How about the ones that are indefensible, like Hep C or Hep B?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Why would you even do that? If it has side effects and you're giving it to a baby for a fucking sex disease?
On day 1, right? For Hep B is day 1, I believe?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Totally unnecessary and crazy.
COVID vaccine?
Crazy. Totally unnecessary and crazy.
72 doses.
72 doses of 17 vaccines between birth and age 18. Holy shit. Most states mandate children get 29 doses of 9 vaccines to attend kindergarten. And children enrolled in daycare in many states are required to get multiple doses of 13 vaccines.
Suzanne was talking about tetanus. The tetanus one is wild.
It's wild because tetanus is not dangerous. Like I always thought tetanus is going to kill you. No, if you have an open wound with tetanus, you just wash it out and you won't get tetanus.
Yep.
What? Like, and then the number of cases of people that got tetanus, like 0.
Yep.
It's like, but they tricked us. When I was a kid, I was like, don't get tetanitis. Take that tetanus shot. I was worried to get a rusty nail. A rusty nail is going to give me a tetanus. Fucking idiots. They got us. They got us about so many different things, and they got us because of profit. I think this is not a case for socialized medicine, but we wouldn't have this problem if they couldn't profit off this stuff. If there was like a tight regulatory body that wasn't bought and paid for, like when you see like people from the FDA going directly to Pfizer, it's
Or
like
the CDC.
oh, this is crazy that you allow
Well, you
this
guys
to
were
happen.
regulating them, and now you're going over and be on the board of that one.
Yeah, but if we
Or
didn't
position
have
leadership.
that, and you only had medicine distributed in a way that's going to stop illnesses and cure diseases, like keep it pure, who knows where it could have gone?
But why is that a partisan issue? It should be. Everybody should be on fucking board with it.
Right. That
We
should
want
be
the
one of those
healthiest
things.
kids. We have an epidemic of childhood issues
Yes.
and
Yeah.
disease. Bobby talks about it all the time. It's all over.
The richest country and the sickest country. Makes no sense.
And now we're 1 in 12 in California with autism.
And
And don't even fucking start talking about vaccines.
there's things that we could point to that are going to cause that, and we're aware of them, and people don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They
You
don't
know
want to hear
what
about
I know is you're about to have a kid, and you have an 8.3% chance in California of your kid getting autism, and all you're gonna potentially open your mind to is there might be some environmental factors.
It used to be 1 in 10,000.
How about let's fucking look at the food. Let's look at the environmental for sure. Let's look at the fucking vaccine.
We were talking the other day about golf courses. But they're finding if you live within a mile of a golf course, you have a high likelihood of getting Parkinson's, like 100 and something percent more, because of chemicals, because of glyphosate. Because you're spraying all this fucking shit all over
How
that.
about banning, GMO products?
The tetanus?
Yeah, just read
In
that.
2022, 267 cases and 13 deaths from tetanus were reported.
That's a small number, I would say, right?
Well, out of all the people that stepped on nails, 13 deaths, but how many of them could have been prevented if they just had the wound cleaned, like Suzanne Humphreys was saying?
The same website, CDC website says 1 in 10 in the United States are fatal.
Whoa.
Which is that number would be way higher. That'd be 200.
That's 1 in 20 there.
Yeah.
Over a 10-year period.
That's crazy. Who says that? The CDC? I don't fucking trust them. Get your shot. Get your shot, Aaron. You need the tetanus.
What are you afraid of? You afraid of needles?
If Suzanne is correct, and I believe she is, then it's not the thing that we're so fucking terrified of. I don't want to get it. Don't get me wrong. But what's the side effects? Right? Possible that some people get them side effects and some people don't, like every other fucking drug there is. Why are you lying about the side effects of this one drug? And how come you don't have any responsibility? No legal responsibility? If you,
Zero.
That's
Zero accountability. Zero.
But you can't give any company that kind of leeway, because especially a massive for-profit company that makes fucking hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars. You can't give them that kind of ability, because they're just going to figure out a way to make more money. That's what their job is. Your job is to regulate them, to make sure that they don't give us stuff that kills us. Their job is to make the most money they can make within the boundaries. So if they're paying you to dissolve those boundaries and have this revolving door where the people that run these agencies go right into pharmaceutical drug companies, the people that make the fucking laws and reinforce them know that they're going to get a cushy fucking golden parachute. They're already counting on that fucking AMG S-Class. They're already thinking about that vacation home they're going to buy with all that farm. They're parachuting into a lovely mansion. And you can't give that. You can't give that to people that are getting a fucking civil servant salary. You can't dangle that golden carrot, not to expect it to have some sort of an effect on the global health of the fucking whole world.
Yeah.
You can't let them go wild. They're gonna make plenty of money. Just keep them inside to what's actually good. Because there's a lot of stuff they make that's actually good.
Take them off the airways here.
Bunch of guys out there running around with boners that wouldn't have them. It wasn't for the pharmaceutical drug company. I heard they're about to fix hair loss. Look, there's some stuff that's good, but you gotta have regulation. You gotta have someone who's like saying, this is only what's good, not just for profit. And I don't know if socialized medicine fixes that, because everybody that I talk to that's in England, everybody
Australia,
that's in Canada,
fucking terrible.
it takes forever to get shit fixed. It takes forever to get a fucking scan. You think something might be wrong, you might have cancer. It's forever.
You break a bone and you can't get a scan for 8 weeks.
My friend Jen, she blew her ACL out. Shout out to the Rivets. My friend's up in Alberta. She blew her knee out and she couldn't get a fucking operation for a year. She's a bear hunting guide. Okay, so she's got a hardy people, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, she's got a fucking giant ACL
Brace.
sprain, the giant brace, the hard one on the outside, the fucking ones you Velcro down.
Oh, yeah.
For a year, hoofing it, carrying shit out into the woods, riding on 4x4s in these fucking dirt tracks where grizzly bears are. Because she couldn't get a ACL fixed. And then when they fixed it, they did a shitty job. She can't fully extend her knee. She can't fully lock it out. And she's had it broken down. She went under they try to break it down through like horrible manipulation that you wouldn't be able to tolerate. So they put you out, and still,
Socialized medicine is not the answer.
listen, incentivized medicine is good because it incentivizes doctors to be bad motherfuckers. Like if I want to get a knee operation, I want that dude who fixes the Lakers. I want that guy who drives a Mercedes and
Neil
lives in Beverly
Eltrach
Hills.
is the best.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, dog.
Yeah.
When you got your Achilles fixed.
Yeah.
You don't want
fucking
socialized medicine.
No.
You want the Mac Daddy. You want a motherfucker with a Rolex on.
Yeah.
And you want that guy who makes plenty of money and likes the fact that he's the best at what he does. He's gonna fix
And he
Aaron
fucking
Rodgers.
innovates.
Yeah.
And tries things.
Yeah.
And studies his craft.
You want all those doctors who take care of pro athletes. Yeah. You don't want socialized medicine if shit goes sideways. You want bad motherfuckers. If you have some sort of a neurological disorder, you want that guy who's this groundbreaking research scientist and a doctor who's putting all this stuff together to try to figure out, we got to be able to fix Parkinson's. We're close. We're real close. Like they're that close. You want that guy. You want a guy who's incentivized. You want someone who knows that if they come up with a drug that's going to cure a disease, it's going to make millions and millions of dollars.
But you know what happens, and I figured it out during the last year when I've been in the weeds with these people who are close to me that have cancer, is that innovation is frowned upon, and alternate ways of dealing with cancer frowned upon, and people who are doing it are getting fucking raided and lawsuits and shut down. You got to be real quiet if you're helping people on the down low, because that's one of their moneymakers.
I know a well-established doctor in Texas, rock-solid credentials, like handles a lot of like very high-level people, like a concierge practice. They got almost shut down because they were prescribing ivermectin during COVID. Like had to fight it in court. It was a battle.
That's what happens when you actually heal people. You become a pariah.
No problems at any other point in the career. Zero problems. And all of a sudden, this one thing, and you're on the verge of getting shut down for being a kook. You're taking care of billionaires.
When I called you during COVID, and after you got in COVID, and kind of wrote down your protocol and
I
stuff.
put my stethoscope on.
I appreciate that, Dr. Roby.
I put my fucking old lab coat on.
When I looked for pharmacies that would prescribe hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, it was one pharmacy in Wisconsin that was crazy on the down low, because it was like you were going to get fucking shut down and raided. And lucky enough, I had the right connections, got the stuff, and in 48 hours I was fucking perfect.
Science denier.
And they hated it.
You're a science denier.
I am.
I know people were telling me, like when people found out I was friends with you, like, you're friends with him? God, he believes some crazy things. I go, what does he believe is crazy? Nothing. They got nothing. No one's got nothing. They were
told. They were told he's a fucking crazy kook. Really? Why?
Yeah.
Well, the COVID thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Like me? You mean the same thing? Well, no. You took you took the monoclonal antibodies as well, like, because they were available.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah. They worked. And
I was given them by somebody who said I would lose my medical license if they didn't use it.
And by the way, they got unavailable real quick. You realize, like, you don't have to get the vaccine, you get the monoclonal antibodies, you just get cured, and you get all the natural benefits of a natural infection, which are 7 times better. The whole thing was so weird to go.
Well, why are you still talking, Joe?
I know.
Why do you care? Well, maybe because the lead points.
Well,
He just wants to change.
I think what's important is not bitching about what happened to us during COVID, because I think we definitely talked about that too much, but that people recognize that this is a pattern that exists in every aspect of the narrative that you're being fed on television, about all the foreign wars, about banking system, about everything you can imagine. Every bill that gets passed has a bunch of crazy stuff inside of it. The open borders. Why were they allowing people to just come in? Why were they paying people, giving them money? And why were they moving them to swing states? Everything you've been told about everything is bullshit. Everything in the news is bullshit. If you really want to find out the actual information, you have to bypass all the commentary on all the mainstream television shows. It's all nonsense. and you have to listen to people like Glenn Greenwald. You have to find the Matt Taibbi.
Love Glenn.
Yeah, you have to find the Michael Schellenbergers. You have to find the people out there that are just talking to you about the actual information from a completely nonpartisan, unbiased perspective.
I mean, I've said this before, but think about where we would be if Elon hadn't bought Twitter.
And we'd be fucked. We'd be fucked. Yeah, we'd all be really fucked. And I don't think people realize that because Kanye's got a Heil Hitler song on there right now. People are mad that I said I was catchy. Listen, I don't support it. I don't think it's a good thing to do. To tell me that it's not a catchy riff, it's like, you're crazy. It's a terrible thing to say. Absolutely. It's like but I firmly believe that you should let people say terrible things. And then people should decide in the marketplace of ideas, both with their willingness to go see him live and support him, and with the rightful criticism that you're going to get from everybody who hears it and has something to say about it. And I think all that is how you figure out what you should and shouldn't say as a human. I think you should never say some of the things he said about Jews, because you're talking about everybody. You're talking about all these different human beings, and to say that they're all the same is crazy. We don't want that with Asian people. We don't want that with white people. We don't want that with black people. We don't want that with anything. Whenever you're just like all these people, when you say it this, but you also should be allowed to criticize if members of a certain community have taken over your business. And if you criticize them, you will get debanked. And if you criticize them, I don't care if it's Jews or Democrats or Republicans. If Republicans are doing that, you start criticizing Republicans, you get debanked. You should be able to talk about anything. You shouldn't be excluded from talking about things just because these people are of a particular class or particular religious persuasion or a particular nationality. You should be able to talk and criticize everything. And, from talking to Mark Andreessen and learning about deep banking, that's where it got so dark, because it was just people that were right-wing, that were involved in a lot of these startups and all these things. And he saw them get debanked just for supporting political candidates, becoming a public person. That's a problem. And they got debanked. Like, you can't bank here anymore. We don't like how you think about things. That's crazy. And that incentivizes people to shut the fuck up, keep their mouth shut, maybe even support political candidates you don't believe in. Like, that's like mafia.
It's a modified social credit.
It is. It's scary, man. When we allow shit like that, that's fucking scary. But it should be scary. You want something like that? Yeah. That should be the same for Republicans as it is for Democrats. We should be terrified if the Republicans start doing shit like that. We should be terrified.
That's why all corruption should be exposed. Doesn't matter if right or left. If you got Republicans and Democrats on the Pelosi machine, fucking dominating the stock market, shut them all down. That's fucking illegal. That's corrupt.
If you found out that people donated to Gavin Newsom, so you take away their bank account, how fucking crazy that would be. But you know how crazy that would be if the Republicans started doing that? Yeah. No, you gotta take your money out of here, man. You gotta go to a fucking Bank of Croatia or some shit. You gotta go to some foreign country or something.
I'd be against that 100%.
100%.
And that's why we've gotten so idealistic with our politics. It's like, only if it's the other side.
Yeah.
It's like, what about corruption is corruption? What about fraud is fraud? What about
fraud
doing shitty stuff? Evil is evil.
Yeah. And because Elon is a part of the Doge and they've successfully demonized Elon, then anything that gets cut is like an affront to democracy. Anything that gets removed, despite the fact that things like the Department of Education, from the time that it was invented to today, where we were before it was invented, we were number one in the world with education, or at least in the top 2 or 3. What were we when they created the Department of Education? And what were we as of 2024? Yeah, we're not anywhere near number 1 anymore. So it's not an effective department. So if giving the power to states and allowing states to implement common sense strategies to increase children's scores and to give them the freedom to do that and to innovate, I think is a good thing. I think it's the competition of the marketplace of ideas. And if you find out that this place has a legitimately excellent school system, you're going to want to go to that place. Yeah. And that's going to encourage commerce. That's going to encourage the growth of businesses. Like these are all
going to, what it does is it turns it back into a meritocracy.
Yes.
Which is what we need.
Yes. But we also have to address as a community, as a country, and this is something that never gets talked about enough. There's places that are fucked, and they're not going to unfuck themselves. And if you're talking about Baltimore or the South Side of Chicago or any of these cities that have experienced the exact same environment for generation after generation of crime and poverty, that needs to be addressed. And that's the only way we fix the crime problem in this country. It has to be fixed from like a children level. We have to stop children from growing up in these horrendous environments, improve these environments, give them a fucking chance, and you have all these exceptional human beings that can come out of that.
And that's what I don't agree with the right side.
That's exactly what I don't agree with on the right. Yeah, like people that are against welfare or against social safety nets, I'm for all that shit. But I'm also for guidance and mentorship and examples of how to live a life that's full of meaning and accomplishment. And anybody can do that. Anybody can do that. If you can get an education, if you can get job, if you can get out there in the world, if you have a fucking chance of not getting indoctrinated into a fucking gang and you're not forced to sell drugs, you don't get murdered when you're 15. That's what we have to stop. Because this is like, we have untapped potential of human beings that are just being poisoned by an environment that's never going to change. And if we don't look at it that way, you want to make America great again? Have less losers. Yeah. The way to have less losers is give more people opportunities. It doesn't mean take away opportunities from white people. That's a stupid way of approaching it. Yeah, like stopping white men. Wow, we have too many straight white men. Like, that's crazy to say we have too many anything. Just give more opportunities to other people by boosting them up from the part that's fucked. The part that's fucked is the neighborhood that they grow up in. Yeah. That needs to be addressed.
And the right doesn't want to address it. But like Thomas Sowell said, it hasn't worked just electing all Democrat candidates. What have they actually done? How have they made it better since the civil rights?
Too many grifters. Too many people on the table. Too many people just using all those political platitudes and all of those beautiful ideas about, equity in the world. Yeah, all that shit. They're just lining their pockets, folks, and things aren't getting better.
No, not at all.
The solution is the same solution that's everywhere. Like, make it profitable. That can be done. Like, we got these no-bid contracts that Halliburton got to fix Iraq after we blew the fucking shit out of it. And you can't have contracts for companies to profit off of going into these inner cities and providing mentorship and making more of a responsible police presence, and then maybe some places where people can detox safely medically, maybe some education, maybe provide them with nutrition, give people job skills, figure out a way, and it's not going to work with everyone. You're going to have a bunch of people that don't want to do it, they don't want to change, but there's going to be a bunch of people that are looking for something, and you're going to give them that something, and now you've got a winner. Now you've got someone who develops an education, they have good mentors around them, they got people that are showing them there's other ways to live life. If there's a concerted effort to do that, you've got massive amounts of potential that's just fucked by their environment.
Yeah. And then if you just do it once, then you have something to look to. Yeah. There's your mentor. Yeah. That's what I want to be when I grow up. Yeah. I want to get out and do this.
Which is the inherent problem with racism and the problem with all these videos that you see of black people doing wild things online. It's like, yeah, you're looking at that, but you're also not looking at the environment and these people are forced to exist in. And what would you be like if you were in that environment? You'd be the same way. We'd all be the same way.
The constant gentrification in those areas isn't helping.
It's not helping. It's just making them more concentrated. The haves and the have-nots of the world it's never been like a further divide. And I'm real scared about AI and automation because I think everybody's pretty much universally in agreement there's going to come a point in time where some sort of universal basic income is required. And, I think that's probably true. And Andrew Yang talked about that a long time ago.
Not a bad thing.
But when you're totally dependent on the state, totally dependent, and you don't have any meaning anymore. Because, what are you doing? You're just waiting for your check all day. there's going to be people that decide that's not enough for them, and there's always going to be people that are go-getters. There's always going to be people in this world that want more, and they have a drive for they have an ambition, they have a drive for success. There's always going to be people like that. But there's a lot of people that could be like that, but they could get lured into complacency if they just get money every month and they don't want to do shit. They waste their life, and they never really develop character. They never really define themselves by things that they didn't think they could do, but pulled off and realized that they can ask more of themselves, and it's very satisfying to do that. They didn't learn those lessons that you clearly learned, that I learned, and a lot of people listening to this learn. That you're going to be dependent on this fucking, and if the government turns tyrannical, which got slippery during COVID, man, got real slippery, and so now they know they can kind of pull that off. All they need is like to be more sophisticated about it. You can't get the same guy that you had during the AIDS crisis. Have a new guy. And make sure that he knows that masks don't work, because eventually they're going to figure out masks don't work. We have them on video saying that masks work. You know, what is this 6 foot? How did you figure that out? Don't say that. Don't say that.
Well, it's just random. Yeah.
You know, they'll be more sophisticated about it next time.
Good luck.
But we have to be careful. We have to be careful because they're always going to want to do something like that. And that's just what they do. You know, you play football, I talk shit. That's what they do. They control people. And that's what.
And they're really, really good at it.
Yeah, and we're also, they do it under the guise that they are working for us, you know? Government by the people, for the people. But it's like that Osho line. But the people are retarded. You never see that? Oh, let's close with that. Let's close with that.
Okay, speaking of that, I think this is a fake one.
What happened?
I don't know that this is the original source, but I found this one looking for this information.
It says in 1979, we were ranked number 1 in the world at the time. After 40 years of government-run education, we have fallen to number 24. What is the real number, though?
Well, I can't find anywhere that this is even accurate.
You made it up?
I went to this guy's Twitter account.
Is he a real guy?
That's not even his Twitter account.
Oh, he's a fake guy.
It's a different person. That's
China got
Twitter
it. Fucking China got it.
But then this information has been debunked a few places. They weren't even.
No, Elon posted it.
Well, Elon reposted a version of it. That's kind of what happened right here.
Elon posted it. It's
Posted a
bullshit. Isn't that funny?
Jimmy.
Not exactly great value for money. How does he have the time to do so much? I just don't understand that. That blows me
And play
away.
video games?
Yeah, it blows me away.
He's an expert gamer? Or he pays people to game for him?
Allegedly people game for him. It's just fucking.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Democracy basically means the government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
He nailed it.
Then you can say that again.
He nailed it. All right. I love you, brother. Thanks for being here, man. It was always fun to talk to you. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hey, good to see you again. I do. Yeah, I hope you like it.
Free. That's great.
Yeah, well, it's on point.
Yeah, it's on the nose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that whole question of what does it mean to be free, and what, yes, there's the physical, like, oh, you're out of prison, but then also, is your life the thing that you expected it to be, and how do you make your own freedom when you feel hemmed in by all of the things that happen to you? So
Yet you're connected to that forever. That's always going to be a part of your life. It's not like anything else that didn't really happen, like you didn't do anything, and you're connected to something that you didn't really do forever. For people that don't know the story.
yeah, we
Which
should
is
do a little
probably-
recap. Okay, recap, friends.
Real quick.
recap, friends, and you can go back to the episode of Joe Rogan. What number was that? You don't know off the top of your head.
If you just Google Amanda Knox, you'll go, holy shit.
You'll go down a crazy rabbit hole. Yes. So in a nutshell, what happened?
Yeah.
I was studying abroad when I was 20 years old in Perugia, Italy. One of my roommates was raped and murdered by a burglar who broke into our home. But I was accused of having orchestrated a murder orgy. And I was sent to prison for 4 years. I was sentenced to 26 years. I was put on trial for 8 years. And it became this international scandal where it sort of pinged all of the buttons in all the right places. This happened in 2007. So, early 2000s when the social media was really becoming a thing. The iPhone was becoming a thing. I think that played a huge role of people sort of going into their little echo chambers and fighting online. And so I think that there was, it was a case that for whatever reason rose above the level of other cases. Like, ultimately, this case was actually very simple, and it wouldn't have risen to the level of international infamy were it not for the series of mistakes that the prosecution and the detectives made at the very beginning by trying to pin a man's crime on me, a woman.
Yeah. And if anybody wants, there's a documentary.
Yes, there's a Netflix documentary. I wrote a book called Waiting to Be Heard. And then more recently, I wrote this book, Free, My Search for Meaning, which covers, you can read it and learn about the case, but it's mostly about how do you come out of an experience like that and make sense of it. And then one of the big stories in it is how I then developed a relationship with my prosecutor, which I think you'll probably be in the camp of people of thinking that I'm utterly insane for having done that. Maybe you won't. I just remember that when we talked about this back in the day, you were like, this motherfucker.
Yeah. Did you become friends with him?
Friend is an interesting word. What is a friend? Someone else asked me that. I was like, it depends on what you mean by friend. And they said, well, do you trust him? And I said, well, I think that at the point that we are now in our relationship, I do trust him. I trust that he's telling me the truth about what he really thinks and feels about the situation. So I feel like I have very privileged, special access to the mind of the person who put me in prison. And that is a very interesting, awkward, but also empowering place for me to be, because one of the things that really bothered me about this experience was not understanding why it happened to me. Why did this man look at a 20-year-old girl with no criminal history, no motivation to commit this crime? Why did he look at me and think, there's my rapist and murderer? And I didn't understand it. And I didn't feel like demonizing him in my mind or vilifying him in my mind was going to actually give me a satisfying answer as to the why of it all. A lot of people said, well, it's just because he's a bad dude and he doesn't care what the truth is. He's just covering his ass. These were all really simplistic ways of framing his motivations, and I didn't really buy them. So instead, what I was interested in was going to the source and confronting him, asking why. But to ask someone, why did you hurt me? Which I think is a really common thing that people who have been hurt want to know, is they want an acknowledgement that they've been hurt, and they want to understand why, and they want to know if that person's not going to hurt them anymore, or not going to hurt other people. That's really common for people who have been hurt. The challenge is that people who hurt other people don't like to be confronted with that fact. And so how do you start a conversation that's not going to immediately become adversarial? And that was one of my biggest challenges. But I came up with this methodology that I actually became so important to me that I tattooed it on my arm. So this is it. There are 4 steps. And the first one is find common ground. So it's this Venn diagram. Find common ground. I promise you that every single person on this earth, you have something in common with them. Find it. So I asked myself, what could I and my prosecutor have in common? I didn't know this man. I didn't know what his history was, what his background was, but I did know that he, like me, was part of this really big, scandalous in the media case. And he, very likely, felt misconstrued or misrepresented also in the process, maybe dehumanized in the process. And so I reached out to him and I acknowledged that fact. I said, hey, I don't know who you are. I only ever encountered you in the police office and in the courtroom where you were someone who was trying to ruin my life. So you were a big, scary boogeyman. And I saw you in the media, and I've seen how the media represented you, but knowing from experience, I know how that can be very misrepresentative. So I said to him, I want to know who you really are. And I hope that you might be interested to know who I really am, because I don't think you know who I really am. I don't think that you would have prosecuted me if you knew who I really am. And that was the beginning of the dialogue. I went out of my way to acknowledge that he might have had noble motivations, even if he was wrong. And I think this is like a really important thing, is I wanted to give him radical benefit of the doubt. Maybe, just maybe, this like horrible thing that happened to me could have been the result of understandable mistakes. And if anything, I think coming into contact with the innocence movement and criminal justice system stuff and reform, all the stuff that I've learned after having gone through this experience has made me realize that like some of the most horrible things can happen and can be enacted by people who have the best of intentions. And so I assumed that of him, and I gave him that benefit of the doubt. And as soon as I opened that door, hey, you hurt me, but maybe that wasn't your intention. Maybe your intention was something else. He filled that void with his story and his message and what he wanted me to understand about himself. And I mean, one of the wildest things about this book is that I talk about, I do not sugarcoat what I went through, and especially what he did to me. I very, clearly set out, here's the fucked up shit he said about me in court. Completely without evidence, totally made up bullshit. And it ruined my life, right? Here's what it is. Acknowledge these facts. And also, here is a person who might have had, in doing so, might have been coming from a place of trying to rationalize things in his own mind, which is a thing that we all do. We all do on a regular basis. We're all sort of interpreting our reality in the way that suits us. And so I wrote this book from my perspective. I translated the entire thing into Italian before it ever got published, so that I could share it with him, so that he would know what I was saying about him in public, what was imminently going to come out. And his response was, I have never felt more seen. That's what he told me.
Sounds like something a teenage girl would say.
Well, that's an interesting observation. Because it's become quite emotional, especially on his part. I don't know. I shouldn't go there too much.
Just protecting his privacy? That's hilarious.
Yeah.
AG,
Yeah.
You're a very nice person. You're so much nicer than me.
Well, I don't know. I've just had really bad stuff happen to me. And I don't wish bad stuff on other people. And
that's a beautiful way to live your life. It really is. I mean, that's what all Christians aspire to, is what you are doing.
Yeah, I guess I'm not a Christian.
Radical forgiveness.
Yeah. And it's funny, I didn't really set out for, people pointed out, they're like, forgiveness, you're doing forgiveness. And I was like, is this forgiveness? Or is this
just communicating with him is forgiveness in some way and not having extreme anger?
Well, that's the thing. I do have extreme anger. Like, that's all part of it. And this is where, like, the Buddhist in me comes out, where you can have extreme anger towards a person and at the same time hold them in your hand as this, like, tender, fallible creature that is capable of violence against you, but is also capable of being hurt. Just because someone hurt you doesn't mean that they're not capable of being hurt. And I certainly don't want to be in the position of hurting someone. Like, that's just who I am. And if anything, like, one thing that I've communicated to him is like, look, I don't know if you're ever going to really wrap your head around what you did to me. But if you do one day, I know that you're going to feel really, really bad. And I just want you to know that I don't wish suffering on you. I don't.
Did you ask him if he had gone over any of his previous cases and wondered whether he did the same thing to other people? Because I don't think that's something you do once. I don't think you are an ethical prosecutor who just really objectively analyzes the evidence and puts forth a case based on what you think is the facts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you do that your whole career. And then this 20-year-old bitch, I think she's too cute. I don't like how she's smiling.
Yeah, there was that element to it, wasn't there? I think that, and I do feel like there was some kind of pornographic nature to it. Like, I don't know, like, I think that
well, there's a lot of men that have like a deep resentment for beautiful women.
Just from feelings of rejection,
yes.
or okay.
Yeah, because they are attracted to them, or they find them to be beautiful or desirable, and they know that that woman wants to have nothing to do with them. Like, they are completely repulsive. And so you see it a lot with, unfortunately, unattractive men. They develop a hate for women. I've seen it. I've seen it evolve over years with people that I used to be friends with. You know, it's just constant rejection, and then it becomes like, fuck these women, and fuck them. They just want this, like, okay, put yourself in their position. You're gross. You know, like, what are they supposed to do?
Try harder.
What are they supposed to do? Like, to be with someone that they're not attracted to make that person feel better? Like, that's not what people do. Like, you have a short window of life.
Yeah.
You're supposed to pursue what you like. And your fucking hand of cards sucks. Sorry. You know, This is how it goes. But that thing where, you know, they look at you like you have it too easy. You have too many gifts. Life has given you too good a hand of cards, you know, and you should be punished. You should be knocked down a peg. You see that in particular in the media with celebrity. It's a big one with celebrity women. If something goes wrong, like, they just can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
To dunk on them, mock them for weight gain, whatever it is.
For getting out of a car in the wrong way. They were the ones who were, like, showing up to get up their skirt. Yeah, any sort of...
that stuff was on purpose.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I think the Paris Hilton stuff, like, back in the day, where a lot of women were, like, it was like an epidemic of
getting out of
girls
cars.
getting out, and photographers just happened to be on the ground. Like, you're a woman, you've worn skirts. It's not easy to look up someone's skirt. If you're standing up and someone gets out there, how the fuck do you get down that you'd have to be on your knees? I think they were doing it on purpose. I think it was a way of going viral. Before viral was a thing, because it went away. Like, when was the last time?
That was the skirt shot.
Why don't you have any underwear on? That seems weird.
Well, panty lines, you know, that's a real thing.
Yeah, sure. But that's what G-strings were invented for, right?
Those still create lines, my friend. Depends on the dress.
Guess. But are you that concerned with lines that you want to go bareback?
I've not gone bareback at a premiere. I
with
have
a little
to say.
skirt on, hopping out of a car, and the way they did it. It's just, I think it was like, you know, the same people that had sex tapes that leaked, air quotes,
Right.
that were engineered. I mean, the whole thing was on purpose. Like,
Sure. Yeah, but in
'Cause it
terms of
stopped.
like trying to take beautiful women down a peg,
Yes.
I think you're right. I also think that something that was going on in my case that I think you also tend to see in those situations where you're trying to take beautiful women down a peg is this idea of like pitting women against each other. Like that was a huge thing in my case where they were suggesting that, you know, here I was, this like free spirited but also hoary, you know, American girl versus the uptight, judgmental British girl, and therefore they hated each other, and with, you know, with a vengeance, with a lethal vengeance. And then this idea of like a murder orgy appeared, where this pornographic fantasy of women expressing their own violent fantasies towards each other in real life and using men as pawns in that game of violent hatred towards each other. I think you see that a lot, you know, even in like a person I write about in this book who's become a dear friend of mine is Monica Lewinsky, and how I feel like people really wanted to bring her down a peg, in part because they wanted to bring Hillary down a peg, and the whole like the person who actually committed the affair was sort of, I mean, he definitely got his part, but it was all like a political game of they're trying to take down the man, but they're also taking down the woman, and they're especially railroading this young woman who made a mistake. And it became known as the Monica Lewinsky scandal, and not, you know, the Bill Clinton affair or whatever. Like, it matters what you name a thing. And it seemed like the legacy of that and the person who became defined entirely by that scandal happened to be Monica, the one who was the person with the least amount of power and agency in that equation. And
also 20 years old.
Yeah, 23 years old. Yeah. Who did a very normal thing, which was fall in love with a charismatic, powerful man.
And he was handsome as fuck back then.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was the president of the United States.
He was the president of the United States. He was charismatic. He was handsome. He showered her with attention. And it makes sense that a young, inexperienced person would fall in love with him. And yet she was the one who got railroaded. She was the homewrecker. She was the one who became the subject of all the rap lyrics, and her entire life and her entire identity became identified with this mistake she had made. And that was not the same thing with the president of the United States. And I think that impulse to define women by their worst moments and to tear them down for their worst moments is prevalent, as from what I have
Well, I
seen.
think because they know it's so devastating to the person. You know what I mean? It's like there's the bully instinct when they know that you're weak and vulnerable, you know, to attack. You know.
But why? To what end?
People are cruel because they've been hurt. You know, it's the hurt people thing. You know, I think it's
like Schadenfreude, just as an audience, like we want a story, we want a real life story where we get to, you know, passively enjoy the destruction of another human being.
Right. And also you don't know her, so you're disassociated.
Yeah.
Right? Like if she was your friend and you did that, you'd have to be a special kind of monster. Like that woman Linda Tripp, who did it all, that's a special kind of monster.
Right.
Special kind of monster who trots that out to the whole world to try to take down Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
You know, which didn't even work.
No, and that's what's fascinating. It worked to destroy Monica.
Right. But also, like, when you look at Bill Clinton, this handsome president, and then you look at Linda Tripp, who's very unattractive, that's also plays it. Like, I want to take him down, too. And probably I want to take her down as well. Like, there's a lot of, like, fuck everybody else. There's a lot of that. You know, when you're unseen, to use the same vernacular, you know. And then you see, like, other people getting attention, and it's just like the fact that she did it and she knew her, but also this is the game of cards that they're playing. This is House of Cards. This is, you know, this is literally what they do anytime they have a chance in the political realm.
Right. Any window, any vulnerability.
It's the dirtiest game in the world.
Yeah.
It's a disgusting game, and if you get sucked into it, you'll find that out. It's
I don't want anything to do
yeah,
with it.
it's the most evil. It really is. Like when I see people that are running for president, I'm like, what are you doing?
I know.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, and then you have to spend the rest of your life like with Secret Service
Yeah.
following you around, so you can't exist in the world as a
Yeah.
normal human being like that. I do feel like there is you have to be a special kind of person in order to be attracted to something like that.
Yeah,
I'm
and
not.
Ironically, that's the kind of person that's attracted to that in general is not the kind of person you want in a leadership position.
Right.
Which is like, wow, what do we do now?
Yeah. So is democracy completely and utterly flawed because it relies upon the ambition of the wrong people?
Or heroes, or legitimate heroes, like someone who's like, I'm going to tolerate this. I'm going to carry the burden of this on my back because I think I can help people.
But does anyone ever actually arrive at at the seat of the president as that person?
Here's the question: do they stay that person? Because I used to think Obama was that person. I really did. I was like, wow, we got a good one.
Yeah, I was sad I missed out on that.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. But in retrospect, when looking back, probably not really. Probably got corrupted by the system or was corrupt originally. He's now willing to openly lie. Yeah, it's dark. It's dark. And I think it's just it's a strange social position that I don't think is manageable for anyone. I don't think the human mind is prepared to be in that kind of a position of power and not have it completely distort what you are. And then there's the relationships that you have to have with all of these various politicians and then special interest groups and lobbyists and then foreign leaders and then
how do you manage all of that?
Heads of defense contract companies. Like, what? Yeah.
Can I tell you a story?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this story didn't actually make it in my book, but it is one that I wanted to tell you because it talks about how my weird relationship with other people who are in positions of power, like police officers, right? I'm an advocate of criminal justice reform. I talk a lot about, I go and testify in front of my, state Congress trying to get certain laws passed to protect, innocent people. And one thing that I like to point out is that I'm not anti-law enforcement. And if anything, I was a victim of crime before I became a victim of the criminal justice system. Someone broke into my home and raped and murdered my roommate, and then I called the cops, and then the cops went on to betray me. But that doesn't mean that there isn't, I'm not one of those, fuck all the police, we don't need them, abolish the whole system. That's not what I believe. But as someone who has had this complicated experience with police, I don't really know what to do when something bad goes down. And I want to tell you a story about something bad that went down. It was in LA. I was staying at a friend's house with my husband and our 2 kids. We were doing work down there, and our friends were not there. But in the middle of the night, we hear someone yelling out in the street. We think there's some drunk guy out there, but it gets closer and closer and closer until finally there is a huge bang. And my husband gets up in his tidy whities and says one thing to me: call the police, before he marches downstairs. So we were upstairs in the 2nd story, and we hear a bang, we hear yelling. He goes down there in his underwear, and I don't know if the last thing I'm ever going to hear from my husband at that point is call the police, which is an interesting final words to get from the love of your life when you're me. And my infant son is crying. My 2-year-old daughter at the time is going, "What's going on?" And I'm trying to calm him while reassure her, while looking around the room thinking, how do I barricade a door, and can I jump out of a window with 2 small children? All of that before I think dial 911. Because the last time that I dialed the equivalent of 911 to call for help, I got thrown into prison. I realized that there's nothing I can do to protect my kids, so I call 911. And eventually, my husband is able to get this intruder to leave the house. The police arrive, and I have a very strange encounter with them because they are very nice to me. And I was not expecting that. And they are very nice to my daughter. And they give her a nice little, police badge. And I'm sitting here thinking, great, now I'm going to have to throw a police-themed birthday party for her because now she's going to be super into police. And I'm just like, what is happening to my life? And I'm scared that they're going to recognize me. And I'm scared that they're going to think maybe she faked a break-in. Like, all of that is going on in my head. And I don't know how to resolve that. Somebody broke broke into my home once, murdered my roommate, broke into the place I was staying again. Thankfully didn't murder anybody. But how do I make sense of my relationship with people who are empowered to protect me, but also are empowered to hurt me? What do I do about that? You tell me, Joe. What do I do?
There's no way I could know what's going through your mind. The experience that you had is that no one can even pretend to have those thoughts in their head, because this is not just paranoid fantasy. This is your actual lived experience for years. Yeah, that's a good question. What had happened? Like the bang? Was it someone kicking down the door?
Yeah, he had kicked in the door through the deadbolt.
What was the yelling?
The yelling was he was just
schizophrenic?
Yeah, he thought that someone had stole that house from him, and he was yelling for some name of a person who didn't live there. Clearly was just either confused or mentally ill in some capacity. And thankfully not armed. But my husband didn't know when he walked down the stairs in his underwear without any, and he grabbed a broom on his way down, and he was between putting himself and a broom between whoever this person was who had just kicked in the front door through the deadbolt and his family. And that might have been the last time I ever saw him, and I did not know what to do. I try to joke about it now, where I actually did a stand-up bit about it a while back about how I was testing my butt to see if it was bouncy enough to jump out of the window and bounce. But when I think back on it, it's still scary, and I don't like how I feel right now, that when I'm scared, I'm supposed to call the police, but I'm also scared to call the police. And so, when I go and do advocacy work for, I'm now on the board of an organization called the Innocence Center, innocencecenter.org, which, by the way, just got a bunch of federal funding taken away, thanks, Elon. You'd think that they would be interested in supporting organizations that clean up the messes of the criminal justice system, but apparently not. So if you want to support us, innocencecenter.org.
How did what happened that they got the funding taken away? What was the circumstances?
There's a federal funding that is designed for innocence organizations, and I think what I heard is that there are certain words that sort of became taboo within the administration, that if you were using these words or these terminologies that they associate with DEI, that then that sort of puts you on the list of being cut for federal funding. And one of those words was like the word fair. And in a organization that is interested in justice and in getting innocent people out of prison, the word fair is going to come up quite a bit.
So is it just an algorithm? They're just scanning the mission statement of whatever these organizations are?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a first step is they'll just use this. They're going to use algorithms and AI to help them identify potential things to cut. And I think as a new innocence organization, we were considered not worthy of the funding that we have relied on and to help innocent people. And now
Are you one of the founders of this organization?
Me? No, I'm on the board.
You're on the board.
But yes, this is formerly the California Innocence Project that has since sort of turned into the Innocence Center. But you're seeing this all across the board of innocence projects of getting their federal funding taken away.
And there's no accusations of impropriety or misuse of funds
Nope.
or high salaries for certain individuals or
Nope.
nothing.
Nope. Just it's deprioritized because I think we're considered leftist organizations potentially. I don't know. But I know that I have always thought that innocence and justice were bipartisan issues, and I thought that we had been making great, strides in sort of welcoming in both liberal and conservative partners in this ongoing fight. But because these things disproportionately impact people of color, you're going to see language around that acknowledges that fact. And I think that has been sort of put in, innocence organizations are now being put into DEI camps and we're being stripped of funding. And I think I hope that that's an oversight issue and that they're going to recognize the mistake that they're making. But as it stands right now, innocence organizations, not just the one that I'm associated with, are scrambling to get the funding that they were promised to continue doing the things that cost money, like filing all of their work and going through all of the casework and doing the DNA tests and doing investigations to see if you can reach the witnesses that maybe have changed their stories in all these years. It takes a lot of money and resources to prove a person's innocence. You have to reinvestigate a case, and we don't have the funding that we used to.
I do a lot of work with Josh Dubin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know Josh?
Yeah. I mean, I've never met him personally, but
he was with the Innocence Project, and now he's with the Ike Perlmutter Center for Legal Justice, and same kind of work. Ironically, Ike Perlmutter is very close friends with Trump, and so
I mean, I would have thought that would have been of interest to Trump, considering.
I think it's a baby with the bathwater type deal.
Right.
Where there's a lot of what you would call almost like slush fund NGOs, where they're inappropriately moving funds around and doing stuff. And I don't know if you ever seen any of Mike Benz's work, but he essentially says that USAID is really there to do things that are too dirty for the CIA. So the extraordinary amount of money that was being moved around, there's a certain percentage of it that was inappropriately being used.
I imagine so.
Yes,
yeah, sure.
An enormous percentage. So there's a lot of money, but unfortunately, there's a lot of good that also is coming out of that money, and that's what's difficult. It's like, when you round up all the quote unquote gang members, right, and you fly them to El Salvador. Are you sure?
Yeah.
They're all gang members, but do you care?
Right, exactly.
Right.
I think
care, or is it just like we're just here to clean things up, and
if we throw an innocent,
make an omelet.
Right,
yeah.
Are innocent people the price of us getting to be efficient?
Don't become a monster when you're fighting monsters.
Yeah, and that's what I think we're brushing up against right now, and as someone who really is just interested in keeping especially this issue, like this is a human, like we all should be on the same side about this.
100%. Yeah.
Why is it being turned into this a left or right issue? And
Well,
why?
maybe I can get this in front of Josh and he can present it to some people and, have them reconsider their position.
That would be great. I would, and if you need to put me in contact, like I would be happy to.
One of the things through working with Josh and, just through this podcast, we've gotten a lot of people released that were wrongfully convicted. And, when you go over the amount of corruption that's involved, and I think there's an issue with human beings whenever there's a binary position, a 1 or a 0, you win or you lose.
Yes, the adversarial system where it's like I have to win this side,
Right.
and I cannot at all like acknowledge some truth that might be to the other side. Like,
and then you have this game where you hire, like if you are a guilty person, you hire the best defense attorneys that probably even know you're guilty, but their job is to get you off by any means necessary to.
Well, their job is to make the government prove your guilt, right? That's what technically a defense attorney who's really good.
Right, but that's not really what they're doing.
Yeah,
They're
fair.
trying to get you
Fair.
out of jail.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. The goal being if you can't actually prove it, then
Well, the goal is to win as often as possible so that they're the person. Like this is the guy you want.
Mm-hmm.
You
Although
know?
I have talked to some really interesting defense attorneys. The defense attorneys who represented Larry Nassar, for example, famously, for those who don't remember, was molesting young gymnasts. You remember him?
The Olympics,
Yeah. And I interviewed them because it was 2 women who represented him. And so a lot of people were like, how dare you represent this man as a woman? How could you? And their position was, well, we didn't represent him to prove him innocent. We had him plead guilty to these crimes. We just feel that everyone deserves to have a defender. We're defenders. We represent people in the law, and they were getting like demonized for even taking him on as a client. And I thought that was interesting because they weren't trying to get him off. They were just trying to have to represent due process. And I felt like that was a really interesting case of people confusing the what is the role of a defense attorney. And I think you're right. Like some defense attorneys really don't care if their clients are guilty or innocent because they are also in this adversarial system.
Yeah.
And so they are also in this position of just wanting to win and wanting to make the lives of law enforcement difficult, and they're willing to throw victims under the bus in the process. Like I've had really frank conversations with friends of mine in the innocence world where they talk about how they were trained to just destroy a victim in order to diminish their credibility in court and to really put them in a really bad position so they didn't want to pursue justice for themselves. And I think that, and they look back and go, oh my God, I can't believe that that's how I was trained to be a defense attorney. But like, that was just part of the game. And I think that's where this whole course of justice gets completely distorted because it's like, well, what is the point of all of this? Like, it should be about like arriving at the truth and then having there be like some recognized consequences for acknowledging what really happened. Like we need to address the issue, which is somebody got hurt by someone else. What do we do? Now what? And instead it's become, well, I'm going to win. Like I'm on this team, you're on this team, fight. Let's see who wins. And as a result, the whole issue of truth gets distorted and becomes about making the best story that captures people's attention. And I think, that was a huge lesson for me, was realizing that like the truth didn't matter. Like nobody cared about the truth. They cared about the story. And was it a story that spoke to them? And was it a story that lingered for them? And that's, an ongoing thing that I write about is like, okay, here's this crazy story that is not true, that took over my life, and that still has this huge role. Like I'm still in conversation with that crazy story that was written about me, and the fact that like my entire identity is now wrapped up in the death of my friend that I had nothing to do with, and I'll forever be defined by because it's such a captivating story.
And because the prosecutor was dead set on winning and wasn't necessarily interested in the truth.
What he says, and it's very, it's again, it goes back to like, what are we telling ourselves, and what is the cognitive bias? And I think this is where it gets super interesting, because winning is interpreted in some people's minds as doing their duty, right? Like the way that my prosecutor has always talked about it with me is that he maintains that he was doing his duty. This was his job. His job was to make a case that made logical sense to him based upon certain premises, and then to win that case in court. That was his job, that was his duty. And he believes that he was doing the right thing because that's what he was trained and incentivized to do. In the same way that, like, you know, journalists, if you ask journalists back who covered the case back in the day, they'll be like, well, we were doing our job. Our job was to sell the best story that we could to our audience. And right? And so that's when it gets like fucked up, because like how have our institutions that we've relied on to be truth-seeking institutions been corrupted from the inside by ultimately what is a question of like money or power? When politics gets brought into the equation with criminal justice, suddenly, you know, your prosecutor is now wanting to win cases, not because they're the right cases to win, but because they want to be elected. Like all of that gets distorted, and the motivations behind all our institutions become warped.
Well, with the media, it's even more disgusting because it's not about politics. It's literally just about getting people to pay attention to their stories,
right?
And buy newspapers or click on links.
Right.
That's it.
Right. And then they hold the audience accountable for the kinds of stories that they are then incentivized to write. They say, well, you know, I wouldn't have been writing this story if you weren't clicking on it. And so it's like this vicious cycle.
That's crazy. It's like I wouldn't have robbed your house beating up nice stuff.
Exactly.
That's fucking crazy.
But like that's how, if you're in that little echo chamber of a system and that's what your reward structure is, of course that's what you're going to end up delivering if you're somebody who doesn't have the introspection to question, like, okay, wait, what am I doing and what is the point of all of this, and do you have certain principles? But again, the people who rise to the top are maybe the ones who are willing to question those principles in order to achieve certain ends.
Yes. Yeah. And then there's also the problem with you're working for a corporation if you're in the news. If you're not an independent journalist who has like rock solid personal ethics, you're working for a corporation, and your job is to make money for your shareholders ultimately. Right. And the way you do that is to get as many people to click on those links as possible.
And maybe the person who's on the ground has a certain vision for what they want their like on the ground reporting to do. But then once it gets in the hands of editors and other editors, like it becomes completely warped from the thing that they were originally reporting on, because the person who's over here is so divorced from the actual on the ground story, and they know instead the story that's going to sell.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's dark. I mean, it's the same sort of distortion. Excuse me.
Salute.
Sorry. It's the same sort of distortion when you were talking about prosecutors just trying to win. It's this thing where, and ultimately, it's a severe distortion of what the best case scenario is. The best case scenario is prosecutors don't care about winning. They care about finding truly guilty people. And in cases where someone, whether they withhold evidence that could have exonerated an innocent person, or whether they distort things or twist things around in order to win, they should be forever removed from that system. You should never be allowed to do that. But this is Kamala Harris did that and rose to be vice president and almost
I
became
know.
president.
I
And
know.
she is absolutely guilty of doing that.
Yeah, I know. It's.
She tried to withhold DNA evidence that would have exonerated someone.
I know.
Yeah.
She was not a popular choice among the innocence community. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah. No,
That was-
Josh Dubin broke her down on my show. When
Oh,
she
were
was
they here
running for
together?
president. No.
Oh, okay.
No. He broke down what she was guilty of when she was a prosecutor in California.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. And that's why I was so mad that our party never actually gave us a choice.
Right. Right,
Um,
there was no primary.
no, there was no primary. They were just like, here's the person now.
And if you don't vote for her, you're a bad person.
Exactly.
You're a fascist.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, it was that this
But
whole
then
like
again, that's
past.
also just trying to win.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of thing. It's just the focus is on winning
Yeah.
at what cost. I mean, and then that's a very slippery slope because if you're willing to accept that, guess what? That slope keeps slipping,
Hmm.
and then next thing you know,
Yeah. You don't have brakes.
right, you have to put a fucking blinder on because you're a part of the problem. You're a part of what's destroying society. So then you have to like reshape your own personal narrative and lie to yourself about what you're doing and why you're doing it.
Right.
And you find
A
lot
little
of
bit of like self brainwashing.
Yeah.
And that fascinates me. Like in conversations with my prosecutor, how has he convinced himself that he's the good guy? And how has that changed when I have approached him not as an adversary, but as someone who is, I wouldn't say like tolerant, because I've never put myself in a position of sort of saying, oh, what you did was not a big deal. Like when I approached him, I was like, what you did was a big deal and you were wrong and you hurt people. But like acknowledging his humanity and the complexity of him and acknowledging that like he's not an evil person.
Well, what is evil?
Intentional malice, maybe.
That seems like he was doing it intentionally. If he was paying attention to the facts of the case, I mean, there was DNA evidence. There was all sorts of stuff that pointed to you not being the guilty party. And they
Right.
ignored that. If that's not evil,
I mean, what he did is interesting. He wrote a whole book about the case, and he talked about how when he first arrived at the scene, he immediately knew that it was a conspiracy because he looked at the broken window, how the person had actually broken into our home, and said, there's no way, zero chance that a burglar would have broken into a house this way. He just was like 100% convinced that immediately that the break-in was staged. And if you take that, if you in your brain truly believe that, then what logically follows is a lot of what he then came up with. Well, someone in the house is trying to cover up for a crime that they were involved in. Who lives in that house? Well, there are 3 other girls, one of whom was in Rome, one of whom is another Italian girl who was with her boyfriend and friends, and one of whom is the American girl who was with her boyfriend that night, but who also happened to be the one who called the police and brought attention to the house. So maybe because we found her at the scene of the crime, like all of it sort of starts to like make logical sense if you begin with a false premise.
how did he reconcile that in the book?
In his book,
Yeah,
I mean,
because
he makes logical leaps. So he goes, okay, well, then we discovered that, all of this DNA of the person who actually committed the crime, right? Like, they finally get the DNA back and it's all pointing to this guy who has a history of breaking and entering and aggression towards women. And he doesn't go, oh, no, we made a mistake. He goes, oh, how can now he be involved in this thing that I know Amanda's involved in because I know the break-in was staged. And, so this is how a person with genuinely good intentions can have false beliefs that then from which one can logically derive an insane story that requires like him to now believe, like one of the things that I pointed out to him that just like drives me nuts that he continues to like somehow hang on to is this idea that I was in a threesome I was in a 3-way relationship with my actual boyfriend Raffaele and this burglar Rudy Gaudet. And I was like, where are you coming up with that? And he was like, well, whenever I interviewed Rudy, like he talks about interviewing, interrogating Rudy always seemed to have affectionate things to say about. He always seemed to like be interested in you. And from that, I can logically deduce that you guys had a relationship. And I was like, we like, I didn't even know his name. There's no record of us ever communicating with each other. No one ever like saw us hanging out with each other. Like, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, if he was involved in the crime and you're involved in the crime, and he's sort of talking about, you in an affectionate way, then logically it makes sense that you were in this, three-way relationship with Raphael and Rudy. And I'm like, that's not true. And he's like, well, that's what made logical sense to me at the time.
I think the issue is an egotistic idiot that has power. That's really what I think it is.
It's certainly someone who has a belief and a confidence in their own abilities as a logical thinker. And I think anyone who is in that kind of position has to believe in themselves in that kind of way.
But not just that, like you have too much power. Like
fair.
There's not enough oversight. You have too much power, and then you say something, and if your initial assertion is incorrect, you then have to defend it. So then you do mental gymnastics to try to defend it.
Right.
At the expense of your fucking life.
Yes.
He was willing to put you away forever. Like he had to know. At some point in time, in the back of his stupid brain, he had to know that you were innocent. And he was willing to push forward and concoct some sort of a three-way relationship narrative that he still sticks to. Fuck that guy.
Well, and sometimes that's what my brain says. Sometimes
your brain should say that. Forgiveness is really important, but some people you just can't forgive. Like some people, it's like, no, you need to come to grips with the fact that you're a piece of shit. That's what's wrong here. It's not me forgiving you and you having this hall pass just to be a piece of shit because you had this theory that you're still accusing me of. No, that's not. You're bad at what you do. And sometimes people are bad at what they do. Sometimes you get bad teachers. You get bad cops. Sometimes you get a bad electrician. Your house catches fire. Some people suck at what they do. And to like have this like eternal forgiveness. Like sometimes it's not smart to do that.
Well, certainly, and I think that's.
Is he still working as a prosecutor?
No, he's retired. He has retired.
He should be in jail. Like literally.
I do not wish jail upon him. I don't.
Okay, that's sweet, but that's a crime. Like what he did, it was not just a crime, but it was a conspiracy.
Yeah, I would have to say that I agree that I always wondered where the adults were in the room. Like, the whole first 2 years of my imprisonment, I was like, this is all a huge mistake, and it's really obviously a huge mistake. And when are like the mommies and daddies going to show up and say, okay, kids, stop your squabbling, like, let's straighten things out.
There's no mommies and daddies.
There are no mommies and daddies. That's the thing that freaked me out.
Yeah.
Is like, we're all adults now, and this is all we are. We're just a bunch of screaming toddlers, just screaming at each other constantly. And here I am now, I feel, in a way, trying to mother my prosecutor through his, psychological tantrums.
Oh.
Which is a weird position to be in, because now that I've developed the relationship that I've developed with him, I care about him. Like, I don't think that you can. I set out to understand him. I wanted to understand him, but in the process of like really understanding a human being and having them like be really open to you, I don't know. I feel like you inevitably begin to care about this person, even in their, flawed fragility as a human being. And so on the one hand, I'm very angry at him to this day. And on the other hand, I care about him, and I have to give him some props. He didn't have to respond to me.
Mm.
He didn't have to meet with me. He didn't have to sit there and hear me talk about how he had fucked up my life and he shouldn't have. I did not, like, it's not that, like, me being kind to him does not mean me tolerating injustice. And it does not mean me not setting boundaries. And it does not mean me sugarcoating what really happened. Like, he knows what I think really happened. And he says, well, you know, we can disagree about our perspectives in some ways. But ultimately what matters is that you reached out to me and saw me as a human being. And in response, I also inevitably came to see you as a human being, and I care about you. And so in a way, like, we're still in this awkward dance of, like, one part of us is stuck in that adversarial system and one part of us is in a non, you know, adversarial, very, like, accepting of all the things space. And we're paradoxically existing in both of them at the same time. And I think that that's just kind of how life is. Like, you know, one of the paradoxes of life is that, like, if you really just sit down and sit with yourself and your life just the way it is right now, if you really do, just, like, notice, like, right now, you and me, here we are talking, we are okay. You and me, we are good. And also, there's still fucked up shit in my life, and there's still fucked up shit in your life, and things could be better, and all of those things can be true at the same time. Like, you know, I'm still fighting to clear my name in Italy. I don't know if you have kept up with, like, the latest with my case. Oh yeah. So I've been cleared of, like, all the crazy, you know, horrible murder, orgy, all of that stuff cleared. The thing that remains, and this is just the bane of my fucking existence, is when they cleared me of having anything to do with the crime, they left open the possibility that I was present when the crime occurred. And I believe the reason that they did this was because they wanted to find me guilty of something. And the thing that they found me guilty of was the way lesser crime on the list of all the crimes that were there, which was slander. They accused me of knowingly and willingly falsely accusing an innocent person of having committed this crime, because during my interrogation, I was coerced into implicating myself and my boss, Patrick Lumumba, of committing this crime. And I immediately retracted it, all of that, but that was one of the things that they were holding me accountable for. And they, to this day, I am still convicted in Italy of knowingly and willingly accusing an innocent man. And for me to knowingly and willingly accuse this innocent man, I would have to have been at the house and known who really was the murderer at the moment that I falsely accused this innocent person. Like, I would have had to know that he was definitively innocent for this to be the case. And for that to be true, I would have to be physically present at the crime, even if I was not participating in it. So the legal standing right now to this day is that I was there, and that when I was interrogated, I knowingly and falsely accused an innocent person. I appealed this, by the way, to the European Court of Human Rights, and they ruled in my favor. They said that because I had been denied the right to have an attorney and an interpreter when I was being interrogated, that none of that should ever have been, I should never have been convicted of that. And I took that back to Italy. I took that ruling back to Italy, and they overturned it. I was actually acquitted of that for a second, but then sent back for retrial recently. And recently, yeah, just 18 years later, recently was put back on trial for that. This was last year. And I was found guilty again.
Oh my God.
On the basis, not even of the statements that the police, like, forced me into signing, but on my retraction. So I hand wrote a retraction of those statements that the police forced me into signing. And I was like, I'm so confused. I can't testify. Like, I don't know if Patrick did it or not. Like, I just don't know. And they said, well, even a confused statement where you're not sure what the truth is, if you were physically present at the crime, is slander, and you falsely accuse an innocent man that you may be innocent. And so,
but they have no proof that you were there.
Exactly. So we're in this like cyclical thing where they're
They
like,
just don't want to admit that they fucked up.
That's what I think. And I'm at this point where I'm like, okay, now what? Because I'm definitively convicted of this thing, and like the legal truth in this case does not represent the actual truth in this
Are
case.
they trying to protect themselves from some sort of a civil suit?
Maybe. I think even more than that, I think they're trying to protect themselves from admitting that they tortured an innocent girl.
Oh my God. So they can say, well, she is guilty. She did do this. She's a guilty
And so it's
person.
not crazy for us to think that
Right.
she might have been involved in the murder,
Or
because
was
she
she probably lied about being there.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And all they were ever able to do is prove that I lived in the house that this happened in. Like, sure, my DNA is in my house. It's not anywhere near Meredith's body or where the crime occurred. But they're saying that, like, I was there. And it's sort of this, like, cyclical sort of reasoning. Like, Amanda said she was there, therefore she was there, therefore she said she was, it's this, like, insane cyclical reasoning. And I'm at the point where I have to ask myself, like, how do I fight this? And if so, do I? And that's where this whole question of freedom comes in. Like, do I have to definitively, like, prove my innocence in a court of law to feel that I have definitively proved my innocence? Or do I need to definitively prove my innocence in the court of public opinion in order to feel free, or to feel like I'm not, regardless of whether I definitively prove my innocence or not, like, am I ever going to be free of this? Is this ever going to be not touching me and impacting my life? And the answer that I've come to is, well, no, in the way that, like, any of our experiences have come to define us as human beings. And in a way, it's like, another way of reframing this is, okay, these are my credentials now. Like, I didn't go to 4 years of master's degree in poetry. I got a master's degree in whatever this is, being fucked, so, like, and I've learned things from this. I've learned things about the criminal justice system. I can see things that need to be fixed that are really common sense fixes too. Like, there is no reason why we shouldn't be just recording any kind of communication. Like, any time that anyone is being questioned by anyone in law enforcement, there's no reason why we shouldn't be recording it. And I'm not talking about even just suspects, because, like, there's been a whole, world of advocacy around, like, recording interrogations, right? Like, custodial interrogations, and especially making it so that police officers can't lie to you when you're being interrogated, because that was a huge thing that impacted me as, like, a young, confused, like, overwhelmed human being, as police lying to me and telling me that they have proof that I was there when the crime occurred, and it made me, like, feel like I was insane. And so, like, the problem of police lying to you is not just that it's like a bullying technique, but it warps your sense of reality, and you start to question yourself. And so there's psychological research to show that there are very negative consequences for police lying to you during interrogation. But at the very least, if you record it, you can sort of track how that is impacting a person who was a suspect. The wild west of all of this is eyewitnesses or anyone else who is being questioned by police, because there's no Miranda rights. Like, as a person who is being questioned by police, you don't really have rights. Like, you don't have, like, one of the things that they say in my case is that I never had the right to an attorney because I wasn't a suspect. I was a witness. And so, like, to this day in Italy, there's, like, this resistance to the idea that I was, like, coerced into, I was even interrogated at all, because there's this, like, little loophole where they say, oh, you weren't interrogated, you were interviewed. Oh, you weren't interviewed, you were questioned. They just changed the language, but what's ultimately happening is the same thing. You are stuck in a room with a law enforcement officer who may or may not be lying to your face and bullying you, and you don't know if you're free or not to go because the door is closed and it doesn't feel like it. And so for me, I think that if you consider how many wrongful convictions happen because of misidentification by witnesses, or the number of times that like witnesses say, well, I wasn't really sure that it was him, but the police sort of coaxed me or pressured me into saying it was him and sort of made it known to me that it was him. Like, there are lots of things that are happening behind closed doors that we really don't have an excuse for not fixing, when every single one of us has a recording device in our pocket at all times. And the amount of resistance to like getting just really common sense changes like that to happen from like law enforcement lobbies is just so frustrating as someone who like shows up again and again and again to like try to make, like, because it seems like this adversarial thing, like we're all on the same side. It's not like victims' rights versus defendants' rights. It's not law enforcement versus, you know, innocence. It's like we're all on the same page. Why can't we just acknowledge a true thing? That's been one of my biggest frustrations in this world, is like feeling like we should all be on the same side and we should be making common sense changes, and that don't, you know.
That's the way the system is structured. You know, there's two sides trying to win, and when you lose, you don't like to lose.
Right.
And so people will cheat to win.
But like, lose. What are you losing? You
But
know.
they're playing the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's your life, it's other people's lives, it's innocent people's lives, but it's also guilty people's lives. Like,
But why doesn't like a law enforcement officer look at something that happened to me? Actually, you know what? I take that back. Plenty of law enforcement people have talked to me and said, like, we are so sorry for what happened to
the
you.
ones who weren't involved. That's the problem. The problem is, do you look away when you are involved? You know, how many law enforcement officers will stick their neck out if they think their partner overstepped their boundaries and got someone to admit to something that maybe they did or didn't do, withheld evidence that may or may not have exonerated someone? Like, there's steps along the way on the road to evil.
Right.
And
no one gets rewarded for sticking their neck out or for holding their friends
get
accountable.
punished.
Yeah.
You get you get excommunicated from your tribe. It's very dangerous, you know.
So how do we motivate any other?
It's a real problem. It's a giant conundrum. It's a real problem in the way the system is structured.
And the feeling that you have to, like, in order to do the right thing, you just have to switch sides, like, that really bothers me. Also because, like, one thing that I would love to see more of is more of like a collaboration between victims' rights advocates and innocence rights advocates. But like, oftentimes you see us sort of pitted against each other, as if, like, you know, I've always felt that the criminal justice system never did enough for victims. That, like, the only compensation that victims are really given is the idea that you're going to punish the perpetrator. And I've always wanted to know, how is the system going to help the victim rebuild their life and take back and like reclaim what can be reclaimed of their experience and be uplifted. And
well, that's supposedly where the civil
supposedly, but like you're suing the person who committed the crime, and are you ever actually going to get any money from them? Are you like,
well, sometimes money's awarded to families by the state. You know, there's those, but I mean, is that enough? Like, is that enough? You know?
No, I don't think so. I think that people need more support than that.
But what is the support though? Like, what would make it right?
Well, I think
overhaul the system.
Yeah,
It's really the only way to truly make it right is to find. I mean, if you're a person, like, I think your approach to this radical acceptance and forgiveness is very, very, very beautiful. It's amazing that you can do it. It's amazing that you think the way you think. And, you know, I used you as an example the other day. We were having this conversation about horrible things that have happened to people that have made that person a beautiful person. because you went through this insane thing, but on the other end of it, you came up as like a really interesting person.
Oh,
You really are. I mean, I use you as an example of things that don't break you, but that you would never want to wish on anyone else. But then the result of that is this person comes out extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of the obstacles, the weakness. I mean, it's a lot of stuff that I write about in the book, actually. Is one of the things that my goal with this book was to try to, like, yes, what happened to me is like, oh, crazy story, happened to a girl one time. But also there are, like, universal lessons and truths that I've derived from my experience that make me, and when I communicate them, they make me feel less ostracized or less, like, singled out as a human being. And one of those is, like, there is opportunity in every tragedy. And I think that what my tragedy challenged me to do was to not be broken by it. And my definition of being broken by it was coming out of it a person who was angry and embittered and diminished by this experience. And I just, the rebellious side of me was like, fuck that. What matters to me? What matters to me is the truth and is compassion, curiosity, compassion. Those are things that I genuinely care about. And having the courage to approach human beings and situations that are painful and that are wrong with the open heart that it requires to have compassion and genuine curiosity. That is what I wanted to define me. I did not want this horrible experience to define me on its terms. I wanted to define me on my own terms. And I think the challenge that any one of us has is remembering what even our terms are when we're feeling sort of overwhelmed with the existential crisis of it all, and the I think one of the biggest mistakes that people make is they are stuck, they are fixated, they dwell on the life that they should have lived instead of acknowledging and accepting that this is the life that they are living. And when you are acting in the world as if you are living the life that you should have lived, you are inevitably becoming ineffective. Like, if I were to approach the world and be like, my prosecutor never should have done this to me, and I never should have gone to prison, and people never should have villainized me in the press, I would just find myself debilitated, utterly debilitated by the fact that reality is other than that. And I would just find myself angry and bitter about it all. And instead I go, well, all of that happened. Now what? And by accepting reality and life as it is, I can now become a more effective agent in my life. I don't want to live my life acting and feeling and thinking in ways that are not going to be effective. And so instead, what happens, and the radical acceptance of it all, is truly coming from a place of I'm not trying to be Christian about it. I'm just trying to, like, not be the completely and utterly overwhelmed and disempowered person that I was when I was in prison. Like, I lost so much. I had so little control of my life. And I think in the end, all of us do. I feel like I weirdly had a midlife crisis when I was 20 because my entire life fell apart. Or I was put on this track, this train that just, like, left the station and was going on its own, and there was really nothing I could do to stop it. And so, okay, now what?
That's a great way to put it. Like, you're on a train that you can't stop. Yeah, I mean, what you've done is admirable. I mean, the approach that you take is really I mean,
Is it admirable? Is it
yes.
self-serving? Like, is it just like?
It's not self-serving. I mean, obviously, it's self-serving, but that's a good thing. I mean, you're serving yourself in the best possible way, and to not be completely defined by you are being victimized. You've risen above it. I mean, just the fact that you contacted the prosecutor and tried to reach out and talk to him as a human being and try to find out.
And accept him where he's at.
Yeah.
Like, this is where you're at.
Well, he's a kind of a victim in a way, because he shouldn't have had the kind of power that he had. There's no way to tell. Like, there's no checks and balances that are put in place to make sure the person's egos are overwhelming them to the point where their initial idea of a conspiracy is.
And he's also not in a vacuum. Like, there were other people around him who were like building him up and supporting that story, and you know, like.
Well, it's also like he's in a position of power. They're underneath him.
Yeah.
You know, there's this weird structure that's in place. Yeah.
All of that can be true.
Yeah, all that.
And I can accept that as also true. And I think there's this like weird resistance that people have to accepting the context around a person. Maybe because you realize that if you accept the context around the person, that feeling of self-righteousness that you're ultimately grasping onto dissipates, because it does inevitably dissipate. But I think that's again a symptom of someone dwelling on the life that they should have lived,
right,
instead of accepting the life that they have.
Right.
And I just find that to be a waste of time.
It is not just a waste of time. It's the opposite of self-serving. It kind of destroys you from within because you know it's not true.
Right.
Yeah. And so you're bullshitting yourself as you're bullshitting the world. And that's who you are now.
Yeah. That, I think that is a scary trap that victims can fall into, is like how you then become self-destructive in your own mind as a result of someone having been destructive towards you. That is, I think that is the deepest tragedy of hurt, is how it can then become implosive. And I did not want to implode. I was scared to implode. I saw a lot of people around me in prison imploding, and I did not want that to be me.
There's an insane mental resolve to not. And it's the trap that most people are going to fall into. And to a lesser extent, he's a victim as well. He's a victim of his own actions, and it will haunt him. I mean, he's defined by that as well. Now, particularly, that everybody knows that you're innocent, and that you've been proven innocent. And then in a retrial, you got proven again. And so that's him. That's over his head everywhere he goes. He's wrongly prosecuted and jailed you for a murder you did not commit, and he has to live with that every day when he wakes up and he looks in the mirror. That's who you are, bitch, forever. And you could dance around, I was doing my job, and this, you can have, that's where you kind of try to find some sort of no, you did this thing, you were wrong. Your ego, whatever the fuck it was that led you to come up with the initial theory and then try to use confirmation bias to reinforce it at every step of the way. That's you. And if he doesn't admit that, he will go to his grave haunted.
And I think what's a really interesting thing for me is discovering what can come from approaching someone, recognizing it. So when I approached him in a really unconventional way, right? Like, I'm trying to find common ground with this person. I'm deeply, genuinely curious about this person. I am primed to feel compassion for this person, because that is just the mental and intentional space that I put myself in approaching him. And the surprising dividends that arise from that. Because I think everyone is evolving. No one is static. Even he is on his own journey, is on his own path. And I'm not in control of his path. But that doesn't mean that I can't be a very compelling influence of all the people in the world who could be nice to him and have that have an impact on him, me. And like recognizing, like I didn't really fully comprehend that until I sat down with him. And like I sort of in my mind, I realized what it looked like from my position. Like here's this person who had this overwhelming impact on my life. And to this day, like continue, like this story that he made up, like took over my life and continues to take over my life. Like this is what I'm going to live with for the rest of my life. It's because of him, this person who has had this outsized influence on my well-being and my personhood and my existence. This guy. I sit down across from him and I'm nice to him. And I walk away from that encounter realizing that his well-being depends on me much more so than my well-being depends on him. And I think because deep down, he understands that there is this dynamic that, you know, whatever stories he can tell himself about what happened, he was the one who was in power and I was the one who went to prison. And for me to be kind to him, I didn't have to do that. He had never had it happen before. It was unheard of. And as a spiritual person, he experienced it in a spiritual way. Me, I came out of that experience feeling like a fucking superhero. I've never felt more powerful in my life than when I sat across from him and was kind to him. And it didn't matter what he said or what he did because I showed up. And I was not expecting that to happen. That was not how I expected to feel. It surprised me. But like, it had such an impact on me that I felt like I had discovered something about trauma and about healing and about people and dynamics. And in a world that is so conflicted and where the people are, you know, not building bridges, they're blowing them up. I was like, I wanted to remind people of what happens when you take a chance and you take a stand. Yeah.
Well, that kind of kindness is rewarded by the universe. And that was the feeling that you got, that you were on the right path to like the best possible person that you could be. What would the best possible version of you do? And you did that. And then you had that feeling because of that. That was the universe telling you, right, this is the best thing you can do. You could yell at that guy and call him a piece of shit and slap him in the face.
And feel justified in doing so as well.
You would be.
And that might even feel a little good in a way, but it wouldn't feel like that good.
Yeah. Negativity always, no matter what, leaves you with this residue, this like icky, even if you're correct, it's just like slime that's on, the psychic slime.
Right.
That's on you, no matter what.
Yeah.
And that's your power, that you could sit across this person and treat them with compassion. And that's why you felt that way. You know, it's like...
Have you ever felt that way?
I've never had anything remotely like your situation.
But you've had encounters with people. Like, I don't think you have to have as devastating of a situation to like be in a position to know that you're doing the right thing in a moment. Like, for instance, when my husband got up in his whitey tighties and walked down the stairs to put himself between me and and his family and this crazy guy, I feel like maybe he felt that in that moment. Like total clarity of purpose. And it didn't really matter what happened because he was doing the thing that had to be done in that moment. And there was no confusion. I think that, like, when I talk about it with him today, like, to this day, he's just like, I was just not confused. I just knew exactly what I needed. I didn't even think. It was that flow state even that they talk about in like Tao, when like you and the universe are moving in the exact in sync.
Yeah.
And that was my version of it. That was his version of it. And I think that all of us have the opportunity to glimpse that in our lives. And I'm just curious if you've ever felt like you were moving in sync with the universe.
I try to be.
Yeah.
But again, I haven't
You still feel kind of slimy.
Well, I've had moments where I haven't. I've had moments where I was very negative and attacked back, and I never feel good about it. You know, it's one of the reasons why I don't engage with people online that are negative. I don't, you know, especially particularly like the lowest level of it is social media. You know, I'm not interested in conflict. I'm not interested in it. I don't want to do it. You know, even if someone has negative things to say about me, I'm not really interested in engaging. I don't think it's valuable. You know, I think it's a trap.
Yeah.
But it's not the same situation as what you were in. I don't know how I would be.
Because the other danger is like, you know, I don't want to consider myself above criticism, say. Like that's, I think the other flip side of that, of having confidence is potentially having the confidence that my prosecutor had. When was he feeling in sync with the universe when he was prosecuting me? Did he?
Clearly not. There's no way. No, but that's not confidence. That's ego. Confidence is an objective analysis of all the facts, doing the right thing, having a rock solid ethical and moral foundation, and knowing you're doing the right thing, and knowing you can do it. That's confidence. What he had was ego. You know, this desire to, you know, when people are in a position like that where people's freedom hangs on your decisions and what you do and what you don't do, and then you do it for so many years, and you see so many people prosecuted, you just get calloused about it. You see it with doctors, where doctors, you know, they have this, not all, some doctors develop this very callous feeling whether someone lives or dies. They don't care anymore. They're just so used to people dying. You know, I mean, there's doctors that do surgeries that are completely unnecessary just because they want the money. You know, we were talking the other day about this guy who was a oncologist who treated people with chemotherapy who did not have cancer because he wanted the money. Wow. And he was convicted. It was like, I think it was some insane number of people took this horrible poison to try to kill the cancer inside of them and ruin their lives and there was nothing wrong with them.
Wow.
Yeah, because and I think his justification was even more sick. His justification was that he was always taught that you eat what you kill. And in that business, in the business of being a surgeon, in the business of being a doctor, like you have to perform this medicine in order to get money. And this is the incentive structure that's put in front of you. I don't know if you know that, but chemotherapy is one of the most profitable things that a doctor can prescribe. They actually get an enormous amount of money from each individual person that they, there's all sorts of very twisted and bizarre financial incentives.
Again, these institutions that get warped by these various.
Exactly. I mean, this is the case with vaccinations. This is the case with prescriptions of various medicines. There's kickbacks, and these kickbacks become incentives, and and then you have the overwhelming burden of the financial responsibility that you have with your medical school debt, and then you have malpractice insurance, which is overwhelming. You have overhead, you have staff, you have a bunch of people, and then people start justifying things in a very twisted way. And it's because of the system. And you have to be an incredibly powerful person to rise above that and to say, this is not what I'm going to do. Even if it means I can't do this anymore, I'm not doing this. And then the weakest amongst us just instead they go the other way and say, I'll just justify whatever. No one is going to know. I'll say, yeah, you had cancer. Yeah, I'm sorry, we're just going to give her a low dose of chemotherapy for like 6 weeks. Just like, whatever.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Just destroy your body from the
And then
inside
just
out.
like this godlike power that that you are imposing this medication on this person that absolutely does not need it.
And that person doesn't know any
Yeah.
better. Yeah. That's fucking dark.
Well, you could go darker. You could go darker with medical transition of children. This whole gender affirming care thing, where you're taking young kids and convincing them they need to be chemically castrated or physically castrated.
Right.
And there's a lot of weirdness in the world.
Yeah.
There's a lot of this. Evil's a real thing, and the motivation to do these things can be very, very hidden and masked with all sorts of incentives and the structure in which this institution was sort of created. And that's the world we're living in. And it's not a good world. It's not a perfect world. It's not like this is ideal. This is how it should be. No, it's not like that. Money is a weird fucking thing. Money and power are two very, very weird things. And without some sort of a higher power that you call upon, or some sort of a higher power that you are beholden to and you have to answer to, it's very difficult for people to make decisions if they know they're not going to get caught, if they know they're not going to get in trouble. If you're a prosecutor and you're beyond reproach and all you have to
And
do
the system
is,
protects you and
system's
everyone's protecting you.
And not only that, once the wheels are in motion, the train's on the track, we can't turn the train around. What do you want to do? Well, the fucking train has to be on the track, so she's got to go to jail, I guess.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Can I tell you something I'm conflicted about?
Sure.
So, my book's been out for a month or so now. And I'm also, working on, I don't know if you knew this, I have a Hulu show that I'm working on that's based on my life. Monica is executive producing it. Monica Lewinsky is executive producing it. And I'm really proud of it. It's coming out at the end of the summer, late summer. And, but one of the things that, one of the responses that I've had to my book and to the news that I'm telling my story in this way or in another way, and I write about this in the book, is this question of, do I have the right to tell my story? And,
What?
yeah.
Who's saying that?
Well, people who believe that I'm not the real victim of the story. The real victim is my roommate, who was murdered. And that unless I have the blessing of Meredith's family to tell my story, that I should shut up and disappear out of respect.
That's crazy. You're a victim. Period. Full stop. No ifs, ands, or buts. You were 20 years old?
I was 20 years old.
You're a victim. Period. You didn't commit a murder. You went to jail for a murder. You're a victim. Period. Fuck those people. Are they even real people? Have you talked to those people? Are they humans?
I mean,
have you been in front of them? Reading things?
I mean,
Are
I've
you reading
had
things online?
journalists certainly who have interviewed me. I get this a lot. I get this a lot.
From who?
From people who I feel like are suffering from something I call the single victim fallacy. This idea that you have to decide who's the real victim.
Oh, because of victim hierarchy. You're not the greatest victim because you're still alive.
Right.
You weren't raped and murdered, so you're still alive, so you're fine. That is ridiculous. If that's a journalist that's saying that to you, I would just leave the room. I would be like,
well, I'm trying to have a conversation with these people about it.
They're talking to you about that. That's a preposterous position. To tell a 20-year-old that went to jail for years for a crime they didn't commit and had their whole life publicly ruined, worldwide, in a country you don't even live in or you're not even from. Fuck that person. That's a crazy position. And if they're just trying to do that to, just get a rise out of you, get a reaction, try to they're bad. They're bad at what they do. It's a bad person. The idea that you're not a victim is preposterous. That's a crazy position. An actual human being sat in front of you and was saying that?
So it comes in different forms. So some people are very explicit and say, like, don't you think you shouldn't be doing this when the Kircher family's lawyer says that you shouldn't be doing this and that
So
it's
they're saying
offensive?
this to your face.
Yeah. And then I have to sit there and again do like experience the rage that washes over me and then go, how do I have an effective conversation with this human being? How do I convey that my life matters too? And that there's room in this world to acknowledge all of the truth of what happened, which included my own victimization and my own story and the things that I've learned from it, that I've had the privilege to learn from it because I'm still alive.
That's such a crazy position. That's like saying if you were in the Twin Towers and you got out right before it collapsed, you should shut the fuck up.
Right, because you didn't
die like all those other people that were inside of it. That's ridiculous. It's still your life. It's still your real lived reality. And the lawyer for the family that's telling you that you shouldn't be talking about it, fuck that guy too. That's crazy. That's a crazy position. You can't listen to that. You're going to get the most preposterous takes because you're dealing with something that millions of people are commenting on. So the idea that every one of them is going to be a rational position, that's not real. People are silly. Like, people are weird. They have crazy takes on everything. There's all sorts of personal justifications and mental illness, and there's people who hate women, and there's people that, whatever. Law enforcement's always right. You're always going to have ridiculous takes if you get a billion takes on things. That's your world. No, you shouldn't be struggling with that at all. That's crazy. Anybody who says you shouldn't be talking about it, well, of course you should be, because there's a lot to be learned. There's a lot to be learned from, first of all, the admirable positions that you've taken, the way you've formed your life, and who you are as a human being because of your struggle, because of this insane experience that you had to go through at fucking 20 years old. Your brain's not even fully formed. It's insane. Your frontal cortex is not fully formed. And for someone to say that you're not the real victim, well, that's crazy. It's crazy. That's a stupid position.
Well,
you shouldn't be conflicted in any way, shape, or form about that. And I think there's a great deal that we can learn from your experiences. First of all, again, learn from the way that you've handled it, where you can sit across from that prosecutor and this feeling of like being kind to this person who did this thing to you, how it made you empowered. I really do think that's the universe telling you you're on the right track.
mm-hmm.
You just can't listen to the peanut gallery. You can't listen to all the noise. There's just too much noise. And you have to learn how to do that on a much lesser scale. I see that with friends who are famous, who read comments about them, or read articles, and get infuriated. It ruins vacations. They have to type up a response. Or,
The impulse to respond is like, you don't have to.
Not only should you not respond, you shouldn't read what they're saying in the first place. You shouldn't pay attention.
Is there ever, like, I wonder if the fear is, and maybe this is my fear because I'm always questioning myself, is there, I always want to, like, at least hear it and, like, cycle the thought through my mind so that I can test the validity of it in my mind.
Yes, there's definitely that, sure. But to a point, you should probably do that yourself without those people. That's the best way. The best way is to have an internal auditing system where you look at your own life and say, what did I do that I could have done better?
Right.
And what about, is there anything about what I'm doing that feels icky, right? Is there anything about the way I'm capitalizing on this that feels icky or feels conflicted? Is there anything about it that I don't like?
Right.
But just do that yourself. You're a smart person. You don't need all those other opinions where you have to like, let's take email today from all Amanda Knox haters. Like, you don't have to do that.
Fair, yeah. And thankfully, my husband is the one who takes the brunt of that and
No, he
filters
shouldn't do it
it
either.
from
Yeah, let me help. As a person who's been famous for a long time, don't do it.
Okay, fair.
There's no value in it. There's zero value in it. I mean, there's times where I was forced into responding, like during the whole COVID situation when CNN was saying I was taking veterinary medicine.
And you were like, I need to clarify reality or not.
Also, I need to say, hey, fuck you, because the world should say fuck you. You're not supposed to be able to do that. You're not supposed to be able to be the news and lie and then hold yourself to this moral high ground and say, we have to stop misinformation. What about you, motherfucker? Like, what about you? And so there's that. Like, I've had to respond in that way. But, I mean, if I responded to everything that everybody says about me, I'd have no time for my children, for my family, for my life, for my job. I would have no time for anything. But you can't do it.
Yeah.
You have to have an internal auditing system where you look at yourself. You have to be your own worst judge.
Yeah.
Anything anybody says about me that tries to make me feel, guess what? I'm way harsher me than you are, and I know me. And that's
right. You know all the dark thoughts and
sure.
the slimy feelings.
But that's why I work really hard to be a good person. I work really hard to be a good person because I don't have feelings. I don't like when I judge myself and I find myself to be lacking. I don't like it. So I institute a lot of self-discipline, and I institute a lot of introspective thinking.
And what's your auditing, like what's your self-auditing process?
Well, first of all, it's like, why are you doing what you're doing with your life? Like, why do you do a podcast? Why do you do comedy? Why do you do what you do?
Yeah.
So the best way I approach it is I do it because I love what I do. I'm intrigued, I'm curious, and I do my best. Always do my best. Now, if I half-ass something, it will haunt me. Like, if I have a bad podcast interview, if I think I interrupted too much, or I didn't ask the right questions, like, that'll fuck with me for the rest of the day. Like, I don't need other people to fuck with me. I fuck with myself. I really do. Like, so the best response to that is do better every time. Every time, like, when you sit down, be as open as possible. Try to, like, don't let all these little weird mind fucky things enter into your head. Just try to be pure. Try to be genuinely curious. Like, what's your genuine feelings like? And then, did you handle it well? If you didn't, what could you have done better?
Right.
Well, then work on that.
Yeah,
and that's all you can do.
I think one of the things that I worry about is that people only feel safe when they're either being self-righteous or when they're being cynical.
Yeah.
And like genuine compassion or curiosity is looked down upon as naive and a weakness.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like the only way to be truly ethical is to be exposed in that way. Cynicism and self-righteousness are shields. They're ways of approaching the world with a barrier.
Yes.
And so I can't promise anyone that doing things my way, which is like really trying to like push back against those impulses, which I recognize as being dangerous impulses, is going to necessarily lead to good things. Like it's led.
It's not your job to promise people that. It's not your job. It's your job is for you, for your soul, whoever you are. Speak to what is the right path for you. You don't have to promise. This is the burden of being a public. Like, you're not a role model. But if you are a role model for these find you admirable, that's great. Your responsibility is to your responsibility is to your own mind and the people that you comment with. So your response is not to like don't be cynical. Oh, it didn't work out for you. Oh, fuck, it's me. It's on me. No, it's on them. It's on has their own soul, their own mind, and you have to find out what's right for you. In doing what you're doing, you are most certainly a role model, and you most certainly will be a role model for including me. I find myself admiring. Like when we had the first podcast, I thought about it for a long time. I would think about it all throughout the day sometimes, like randomly. I would just think about imagining myself in your position and how would I be? And I don't know. I can't answer it, but I admire the position that you take, and I think it's incredible. I think it's a great. It's a great example to the world of what's possible if someone is thrust into a horrible position, it's totally beyond their control. But what is in your control? What's in your control is how you respond to it, and how you responded to it was incredibly admirable. That's your responsibilities to yourself, and you did a great job with it, a fantastic job, exemplary. I don't think there's anybody else that I could point to that's ever been through anything even remotely close to what you've been through and come out the way you have. The only examples that maybe I could point to are some of the people that I've dealt with through Josh, where we brought people in that were wrongly accused, that went through these horrible incarcerations and came out on the other side. These incredibly well-read, brilliant, articulate people that are so thoughtful and so introspective, and then made the time in prison empower them. It can be done, and those are examples. But the responsibility is to yourself. It's not to these other people.
I guess, like, I think that's so, I mean, thank you. And I agree. Like, I've met very incredible people who have made the most of a bad situation, which ultimately that's what it comes down to. I guess my one pushback might be that I have come to realize that we are so interconnected. Like, we are all influencing each other constantly.
Yes.
And so, on the one hand, yes, I'm only answerable ultimately to myself. But when I really sit down and like sit with it, like part of the reason why I was able to approach my prosecutor with the perspective that I had was realizing that like there is a fluidity between us and all of us where we're all influencing each other. And people in his life have now, like, the influences in his life, people I will never have met, have had direct influences in my life because it's been like this fluid path, like this connectedness between me and him, me and you. Any person we talk to, any person we encounter is going to then have this ripple effect. And so on the one hand, yes, like I'm a drop, but I'm also a drop in an ocean that has a ripple effect. And that ripple is going to interact with your ripple and all these other ripples. And so, yes, I'm answerable to myself, but I also feel like I can't ignore the potential impact that my ripple might have on another person. And I've been really rewarded in the way that I've been, those ripples have been communicated to me. Like, I've had someone tell me that they didn't kill themselves because one day they heard me, in an interview and like that they were going to kill themselves and they didn't. And like, I've had someone tell me that. And like, I never in my wildest dreams thought that me just deciding to like have a conversation with someone one day on a podcast would save a human being's life. But like, those are those like the interconnected fluidness of all of us that like I also can't discount.
You should.
And that I think about a lot.
Well, you should. I mean, you're an example. I mean, we are all an example. And if you're a public example, well, we right now, both of us are public examples. We're two human beings that are communicating right now to millions of people. It's kind of fucked up if you really think about it.
What are we doing?
I know, but we're being real people publicly. So we're thinking publicly, and that is very beneficial to other people that are thinking privately, because you get to hear people think publicly, and especially a person like you that's very exemplary, and that I would love if more people could follow that line of thinking and your example. It's a beautiful example of someone who did nothing wrong but had wrong done to them and came out a better person because of it. And that's it's not just inspirational, it's aspirational. It provides the universe with positive energy in a weird way, the human universe, I mean. And this thing that you said, I think, is very important. This people protect themselves with cynicism and with people that like constantly want to criticize things. They're constantly criticizing things.
Finding fault.
You're ignoring your own life. That's a part of what's really going on. The real things are inside their own life. There must be things they're ignoring. If they're spending that much time focusing on external factors like that, and other people and other people's flaws and other people's things, especially like trivial, nonsensical things like celebrity beefs.
Oh, I know.
You know what I mean? It's like, what are you doing with your fucking life? Like, you don't. It's like.
I just don't know how anyone has the time, honestly.
Well,
like as a.
It's because they're losers, and this is the reality of like some people don't want to hear this because you're a loser, and it sucks being a loser. I've been a loser. I've been a loser many times in my life. You're a loser if you're doing that because you are on with your own decisions becoming a loser. You're deciding to be a loser by focusing this precious energy that you have in life on shit that should mean nothing to you.
Is there like are they thinking that they're being effective agents in the world by participating in it?
That's the con.
That's the con.
That's
right?
the con. Like, yeah, by taking them down a notch. I'm
a part of something, and I'm accomplishing something.
You're not. It's cynicism. It's the flag of moral virtue that you're waving to show that you're better than other people. But in doing so, you're attacking that person, which is inherently evil. Like you're using this justification that you're correct to try to ruin someone's lives or ruin someone's reputation or ruin someone's feelings, to hurt them that day, to reach out to them and attack. And it's almost always based on a feeling of personal inadequacy. Almost always based on your life is not what you want it to be. The people leaving horrible comments on someone's Instagram page or Twitter page, there's no way you're living the life that you want to live. There's no way that you're in an ideal situation of love and harmony and success, and you have great friends and life is amazing. But it's fucking that cunt. There's no way. There's no way. If you're typing those things, there's no way. Like that. It's a human flaw, and it's accentuated by this disconnect that comes with social media. This disconnect of being able to send a message to someone and have no consequences, and no social cues, not to see the person read it and get hurt by it. You're like sending little bombs over the fence.
Yeah, we are primed to be psychopaths in our algorithms have primed us to be psychopaths, and that worries me.
But that's like a disempowering position. You don't have to be. You don't have to do that. Like no one's compelling you to do that. I don't do that. Why are you doing that? Like why do it? You don't have to do it. Then this is the example that you can lead for other people if you are talking and speaking publicly. Just don't do that. It's not good for you. It's not good for it doesn't help anybody. Hurting someone that you don't even know, that doesn't help you. I always try to, this is what I tell my friends when I talk about reading comments and reading things, engaging with social media, because I have friends where it'll like ruin their week, ruin their day. Like one comment will fuck them up, and they'll come to me and talk to me about it. I'm like, listen, I want you to think about your mind and your attention like it's a number. Like you have energy and like a battery, right? You have, or bandwidth that's on a broadband cable.
Right.
You have 100 units. If you're spending 30 units of your precious time concentrating on someone who's saying something that's not even true, that's mean and horrible, it's the worst possible, least charitable position on you.
Right.
You're robbing yourself of these precious units of attention. You have 100 units. Your 100 units should be all on loved ones and friends and things that you love to do and life. That's what your units should be used for. And if some of that sneaks in and it resonates and you go, oh my God, they're right. Well, fucking correct it. Figure out what you did. Don't do that anymore. It's like, it sounds so simple, but that's it. If you are doing something that people are rightly criticizing, recognize it, course correct. Like this is where friends are supposed to come and play. Your friends are supposed to be able to tell you, Amanda, you didn't have to do that. Like, I know the reason why you did it, but like, don't do that. Like, this is why. This is what I felt. I felt you overreacted. You didn't have to do that. Now this person's all fucked up because of it.
Right, but your friends are not going to define you by what they consider the worst thing you've ever done.
Of
And they're going to
course.
recognize that you're an evolving human. And I feel
And
like
they love you.
And they love you.
The whole picture
and
of
it's
you.
coming, like their
Yeah.
criticism is coming from a loving place instead of an attacking place.
Exactly.
And so how do we get back to communicating with each other, not from an adversarial place, which automatically instigates defensiveness and sort of refusal to acknowledge anything,
Right.
to a place of like genuine openness.
Well, this is gonna sound so cliche. You have to act out of love. Like I reached out to a friend of mine recently. They're doing a podcast and it went completely sideways. And I reached out to him and I sent him a text message. I said, hey man, you can't do this. Like, this is why you're doing that. You have to recognize that people are listening to this. You're actually ruining your own product by doing this. And he responded back, I know. I realized that I felt terrible while it was happening. I got caught up in this thing.
That slimy feeling,
I got all
but it's
bunched up.
slippery side.
He's like, I got all bunched up, and I just responded, I felt terrible. It's like, hey, it's okay. Just don't do it again. You know?
Because he gets to have another chance.
Yeah, but and the reason why I said it to him is because he's done it before.
Ah.
And I'm like, stop doing this. Stop doing this. Like, you don't have to do this. This is fucking you up. And ultimately, like, if you, I hate to use, like, is conversation an art form? I kind of think it is, right? If people are consuming
it's a skill.
Yeah. If people are consuming it, it's an art form. So if you're being overbearing and gross, and, like whatever it is, it's like that you're ruining this art that you're creating. And it's this real art, like that painting is art. This is real art. This is a weird art. It's like, I don't even want to call it art.
It's like a dance, but with words.
It is a dance. It is a dance. Conversation's a dance. And this is why I have such a hard time. Like, I would go on a double date with my wife or something like that, where with people, and they start talking over everybody else. And sometimes I have to go, stop. Like, she's talking. Like, he's talking.
Haven't you ever listened to a podcast?
What the fuck are you guys doing? It's like it's like if you were Roger Federer and you're playing tennis with people. Like, no, you can't fucking hit the ball like that. Like, what are you guys doing?
You can't just do multiple balls at the same time.
Do you not listen? I know you want to say something, but this other person's talking right now, and you can't just talk when you want to talk. You have to also listen. Like, listening is a part of the dance. Don't step on people's feet. Like, you see that foot there? Oh, I want to put my foot there. But the foot's already there. Don't step on their foot. This is crazy. But you have to step on a couple of feet to realize, oh, I stepped on her feet. I can't do that. You have to accidentally fuck up to realize, okay, don't do that again.
Right.
Like, back up, figure out what you did wrong, course correct.
Can I ask you about comedy?
Sure.
Because I want to do comedy. I do. I just wanna, guys. I wanna. I'm actually doing stand-up on Saturday, but on Vashon Island. I'm doing.
What's Vashon Island?
It's where I live. It's a little island right outside of Seattle that is awesome.
Okay, I know where that is. Oh, okay.
Have you been to Vashon?
No, I've been to Bainbridge.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Bainbridge Island. Our island is a little more rural than Bainbridge. It's.
Oh, so you're doing comedy for your community?
Yeah.
That's a terrible idea.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it? Why?
Don't do it.
Why?
No, you want strangers.
Really?
Yeah, you don't want to interact with those weirdos that you live with.
I feel like we have a very supportive community. I've done it before, and it's been great.
Do you have an opening act? Or you just go up by yourself?
No, I'm part of it's like this Saturday I'm going to be I'm in a lineup of people who have like 7-minute set.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's safe. 7 minutes is safe.
Yeah. I'm walking up there and I'm like,
how many
hey.
times have you done it?
This will be like the 4th or 5th time. Whitney actually was the one who first introduced me to stand-up. I love Whitney, by the way.
Can
we just gush about Whitney
I
for
love
a
her to
second?
death.
And I love the fact that we both have small kids at the same time, and I just love her. And so she was the one who first recognized, like, this girl's been through some shit. I bet she's fucking funny. And befriended me after I got on her podcast. And then when she did the roast of Whitney Cummings for OnlyFans, I was her like special surprise guest. And I got to do a little bit of a roast of her and a little bit of myself, right? Like, of course, the one place that I can finally get my comedic, true self out there is on OnlyFans of all things. And, I get to be, when I go this Saturday, I get to be the ex-con mom on the menu. And that's a Pornhub search for you. I get to lean in to the tragedy of it all, but it then goes back to that question of, do people stick you into boxes, or are you allowed to be more than what people expect you to be? And I've, in the past, not from my own community, but from strangers, received criticism for making jokes about my experience. And again, coming from that place of, how dare you joke about, going to prison for a crime you didn't commit when you're not the real victim, and whatever, or you're a true crime figure. You're a person who has been. I associate you with the tragedy, therefore you have to stay in tragedy space, and moving into comedic space is not allowed. And so I'm just curious what your thoughts are about that.
It's the same thing. You're dealing with commenters. Like, you can't listen.
I should just
you want to
do my thing and mind my own business. Okay.
Yeah. If I listened, I would have never done anything I've done. If I listened to people, I would have never done anything that I've done. Ever. Not one thing.
But we should, okay.
I would have never fought. I would have never got into martial arts. I never would have fought. I never would have done stand-up comedy. I never would have done a podcast. Even my own wife jokes around about it, because when my kids were really little, there was one time where my wife wanted to go to Disneyland, and I said, I can't, I have to do a podcast. She goes, no, you want to do a podcast. I go, no, I have to. I told the people that I was going to do it, so I have to do it.
I committed.
But back then, it made no money. It was just like nonsense thing that I was doing on the internet. Like, what are you doing? And to this day, we laugh about it. Like, thank God you didn't listen to me. But I don't listen to anybody. I listen to me. I listen to my own mind. If I wanted to, I would have never moved to Austin. Like, I moved to Austin in the middle of this giant Spotify deal, and they were like, "What are you doing? What?" So they gave me all this money, and I'm like, I'm going to leave LA. They're like, what? Like, how are you going to get guests? I'm like, I'm flying them in anyway. Like, who cares? I want to do what I want to do. I'm going to just do it. I have a little fucking compass. It's like,
right, as if everyone only lives in LA, and you weren't, the only people worth talking to are going to be in LA.
Also, I was like, I would rather be broke and not live under the thumb of retarded government than stay in LA and have a successful career. Like, fuck you. I'll just do stand-up and travel the country and just live in the middle of it. I'm not doing this anymore. I mean, you can't tell me I can't work. You can't tell me I can't go out. You can't tell me I have to put a mask on when I'm walking the dog. Fuck you. Like, the whole thing was just like, I'm out. I'm getting out of here. And, moving to Austin was a crazy risk. Opening up a comedy club. Everybody's always told me. I've always told people, be nice to comedy club owners, because you don't want to be one of them. Like, you want to deal with us? You want to deal with a bunch of fucking crazy people that
unreliable,
travel the country? Half of them are on drugs. They're all narcissists, fucking insane people, and they're all just their whole day.
You're really selling being a comedian right now.
Yeah, well, just being honest. half their mind most of the day is trying to figure out things that are fucked up enough to talk about on stage. Like, and how do I phrase this? How do I structure it? What's a way to get into people's heads with this idea? How do I make it really funny? Like, what's the best way to do it? And like, this is a crazy way to live. Like, you don't want those people to be your primary source of income, because like, or the comedy club owner, all you have is what the artists create. That's all you're selling. Otherwise, you just have a box. You have a box with a microphone, and you're selling drinks. All you have is other people's creation. And those people, half of them are fucking insane. Like, you don't want to be one of those. But then I came out here and I was like, God damn it, I have to be one of those now. But
No regrets.
No, it worked out great.
I mean, I went to your show last night. It was super fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Glad you had a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to just do what you think you want to do, and then just do the best version of it you can. But to listen to people say you shouldn't be making jokes because you're a tragic figure, fuck you. People, says who? Says you? Let me look at your life, bitch. Let me go through your fucking pathetic mind and find out what weird justifications you're making for the way you think and behave. Like, you're not in any position to be giving out advice. And most of those people are not in any position to be giving out advice.
Yeah, and I do worry about people's lack of imagination. It's like, I don't know. I've had enough taken away from me that I am not going to be limited by a lack of imagination.
Absolutely.
So.
And it's also, people don't want you to succeed. They,
That sucks.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're not succeeding. It's all it is. People that are succeeding, for the most part, want you to succeed up until you get to their level. And they're like, hey,
you're butting
pass.
up on my success.
They don't want you to
Is there
pass
a
them.
limited amount of success in the world?
No.
Why then?
Well, because they're fools, and it's famine thinking. It's a famine mentality, and you could either think in terms of abundance or famine. But it's a real problem with comedians. Comedians that criticize other comedians, kind of crazy that they're only criticizing the ones that are way more successful than them. Seems odd.
Convenient.
Seems weird. But they don't think about it that way. They just look at this other person that's getting a lot of attention and they feel bad. So they think that should be them. And instead of like using it as inspiration, like, wow, look at her. She's fucking selling out arenas. This is crazy. What is she doing that I'm not doing?
What can I learn from her?
What can I learn from that? Instead, they're like, fuck her and fuck this, fuck that. And what you're doing is stealing bandwidth from yourself. That 100 units, you're now spending 30 units criticizing other people who aren't even thinking about you. Ha ha, doing it to yourself. And not only that, but when you're doing it publicly, everybody knows what you're doing. Anybody who's really worth considering, who's an intelligent, objective person, knows exactly what your motivation is. They know why you're doing it. The least charitable takes on things, and the worst possible light that you're shining on things, and the worst descriptions of people. Like, you know what you're doing. You're just trying to make up for the fact that you've fallen short. You don't like how your path has gone, and you see someone all of a sudden she's doing comedy now. Fuck that. You shouldn't be doing, because she shouldn't be doing comedy. These hot takes that people have, while they're on antidepressants and the whole fucking world's in a tizzy. Like, shut up. You don't have to listen. But it's okay that they talk. It's okay. It's like part of the learning experience of human culture. Like, civilization has to have a bunch of fucking people talking about stuff, and a bunch of it's noise, and it's up to you to figure out what's noise. And like, well, then you see someone who's not noise, and who's someone who's living an exemplary life, and go, okay, that's not noise. Okay, what's in that? Like, oh, she met with a prosecutor. Wow. And she felt empowered. You know how people are going to listen to what you just said about that, and just like when they're alone, like throughout the day, when they're driving their car, when they're sitting on the train, they're going to think about that.
I mean, I'm still thinking about that. I'm still like trying to figure it out, and I think that's good. I think, yeah.
We're all, like you said, we're all interconnected. We're all learning together. And the only thing you can do is do your best. Do your best. Do your best.
Is that the
Do
advice?
your best. Yes.
Is that advice, Daddy?
With everything. With everything. With everything. Do your best. Be a nice person and do your best.
Mm.
Yeah, that's all you can do.
Done and done.
Yeah.
We have solved
It seems so
everything.
simple. But, you know, those demons they never sleep. They'll wake up in the morning, tapping you on the head.
The thing that haunts me is when people think they're doing their best and they're not. That's what haunts me. Like, and that happens. That is happening constantly.
Yeah.
It's people convincing themselves that they're doing their best and they're not.
Mm-hmm.
But then how do you get out of that cycle of convincing yourself? Because that's where the issue of cognitive bias comes in, and like reaffirming your sense of self to yourself and your identity. Like, I'm a good guy. I can't do wrong. Or like, I'm a good friend. I can't be a bad, like there are ways that we define ourselves that makes it impossible for ourselves to see ourselves clearly. And that freaks me out. Like, I'm always afraid of that.
5 grams in silent darkness.
Prescribe.
And you might have to do it more than once. You might have to do a lot of cleaning. Yeah. Clean your closet.
Clean your closet. Okay.
Throw out all the stupid shit. But it's hard for people because, you know, you're on this path of momentum. Oftentimes people are ahead of their skis. You know, they're on this path of momentum and they don't know how to stop.
That's the train that's out of the station.
Yeah. But in a much lesser extent because it's more in their control. You know, when your situation is beyond your control. And a lot of people, they're the engineer. You know,
they're the ones who's in the skis.
Yeah, they're the ones who are deciding to go straight downhill.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard. It's hard, and then you have all these things. Once you've sort of created a life, and you have all these pieces in motion, and then you realize, like, oh my God, this is like kind of beyond my control, and I don't like where it's going. But everything's still moving. It takes a lot to pull that back, and you kind of have to slow it down in stages. You know, you have to like throw things off the side of the car. Like, let's go. I gotta get rid of this. Gotta get rid of that. So you're gonna have to cut people out of your life sometimes. Sometimes it's people. Sometimes certain people, they're not going to learn. And I think, you know, the universe provides them as an example of how not to live, but also as a puzzle that you need to solve. Like, you need to solve. If this person is continually bringing negative things into your life, continually tripping you up and sabotaging you, you have to, at a certain point in time, separate yourself. You have to. You know, you got to ghost people. As horrible as that seems, like, you can't, because you don't have enough time.
Yeah.
There's not enough time in the world. Your time is very precious. And if people don't want to help themselves, you can't help them.
True. That's very true. I definitely found myself in the position of not being helpable. There's a story I tell in the book about trusting the wrong person and wanting to believe that they were someone like me, someone who could understand me, and then I realized they were not.
That's horrible. When you let someone in and you realize you fucked up. I've had that happen multiple times. Yeah, there's a lot of con artists out there. There's a lot of sociopaths. There's a lot of slippery people that they're chameleons. They're like little cuttlefish. They kind of adapt to their environment and slip into your world. It's dangerous, you know. There's a lot of people that they look at it like it's a game. Like, how do I get close to this person? How do I benefit from this relationship? How do I make these connections? And in the business world, you're actually taught to do that,
right?
Which is really crazy. Which is what, like, no
it's
wonder
called
why
networking.
Right.
It's a good word in that
you
world.
have to bullshit, you know, and you and the wife have to go out and like
do the
pretend
golf.
that, like, I know he's an asshole, but we're going to stick with him because it's really important for my promotion. And then, you know, that's no wonder why CEOs become sociopaths. Like, of course, like,
John
that's part
Ronson
of the
has
job.
a good book about that. Have you read The Psychopath Test?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's
I read
so
the Publicly Shamed book though.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
It's great. Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's being a human's weird. There's no guidebook, you know. You have the most complex, interactive machine that is constantly adapting and changing, and it's completely variable. It's completely variable based on your environment, like not just your environment in terms of the human beings, but even the like weather. Like if you live in Seattle, right?
You're on a very different wavelength than when you're in Austin. It's true.
Yeah.
I come here and I feel like I'm in a bath all the time. Just in a bath.
What do you mean?
It's so hot, and and that like impacts me in a way where I just feel sort of dreamy, like I'm in a bath all the time instead of.
Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard it put that way. In a bath. That's funny. That's funny. I don't think about that way.
I wanted to ask how you slow down though, right? You're talking about slowing down and like taking stock. And the way I do it is by meditating. But I have found that a lot of people are resistant to the idea of meditating because they have certain ideas about what meditating is. And like it's shutting off your thoughts. And it's like, well, you know, eventually you might be able to do that, but ultimately it's just sitting down and noticing your thoughts that arise. But I like to say that anyone who can masturbate can meditate. Because and ultimately, like
actually, people that can meditate maybe not be able to masturbate because they don't have any arms. You still meditate.
Exactly, and you get ultimately to a similar place of like just single-minded focus and bliss. So go for it.
Hopefully.
Don't hold back.
Yeah.
And the funny things that occur to your brain when you are meditating, like I have. Okay, can I tell you something that's kind of like off color?
Sure.
Well, maybe you know this. Like since becoming a mom, like my libido.
Really?
Oh yeah, just because I'm constantly being like touched. That like the last thing I need is for my husband to climb on me like a jungle gym. Like it's just not what's on the menu for me.
Also, you're probably tired all the time.
I'm so tired.
Yeah.
And like I'm just like my body is different. The chemistry is still working itself out. The one thing that reliably makes me horny is meditating.
Interesting.
Isn't that wild?
Huh.
And you know, we have this like term in meditation, like monkey mind, right? Like the idea being that like when you sit down, you really notice that your mind is going all over the place and it's just like reacting like a monkey. But also another thing that monkeys are famous for is just masturbating voraciously.
Right.
And I feel like that's also what's happening in my mind. Like I sit down and notice like how perverted my mind is when I'm actually just sitting there meditating in a nice group of people on a Sunday morning.
That's funny.
So
group meditation.
Oh yeah. It's not just like when I'm home alone, like in my intimate space. Like I'm like this is I hope no one at my Zendo listens to this conversation.
Maybe they're going to come up to you the next time you do it like, me too.
Yes.
But then you don't want to know because then you're going to be meditating like, this freak is thinking about sex too.
Well, I mean, and you're sitting there and you're thinking like, what else are the uses of these floor cushions? Like you're just like going like all of the things in your brain and then you're thinking, am I the only one?
Interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know. There's something, again, one of those like weird, unintended consequences of just trying to like sit back and take stock is like rediscovering parts of yourself that have been sort of diminished or made dormant because of the stress of existence. So another reason why they should advertise that. I don't know why they don't advertise that on meditation apps. It's like, is this just me?
It would attract the wrong people. Like, I'm trying to get perverted. I'm trying to find my inner pervert.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't necessarily meditate that way, but I do incorporate a lot of voluntary adversity. A lot of it is working out.
You got a lot of Buddhas around you for someone who doesn't meditate.
I know. Weird, right?
What's with that?
My friend Duncan has some very bizarre theories about that. I don't know. I'm very drawn to that. I do, though. It's just I do it while I'm doing other things. I've always said that martial arts is a form of moving meditation because it's so singular in its focus that it requires all of your thoughts and it cleanses your mind. There's a bunch of things that I do. A bunch of things that I do that do that. Archery does that, oddly enough.
Zen in the Art of Archery. There's a reason why there's that book.
Yes. There's something about this. Have you ever done archery?
I have done it because my brother-in-law is a Ren Fair guy. He's a Ren Fair
one of those
performer.
guys.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Does he
By the
talk
way,
in the accent?
can I call out Seattle Nights, by the way? He is the director of the Seattle Nights. And yes, he jousts. He
Oh,
like
boy,
talks in
what a dork.
I know, it's so cool. It's so cool. I love it. And I'm going to go to the show on Whidbey Island this month anyway.
That's funny.
Yeah, they're awesome. But yes, so yeah, what were we saying?
Archery.
Archery, yes. So
Yeah.
I've done it like in his backyard because he has all of the medieval weaponry, and
That's
I've
hilarious.
partook.
Yeah, I don't use the medieval ones. I use modern ones. But the thing about it is that it's very difficult to do accurately, especially at distance, right? So when I practice most of the time I practice at about 85 yards, and the amount of movement. Like, so if you're at full draw, so you draw the bow back, right? If you're at full draw, if you look at my arm, if my arm does this, I miss by 6 inches.
Wait, what did you just do?
This.
I'm
I'm missing by 6 inches
yeah.
at 85 yards. This slight, a millimeter of movement is 4 inches off target.
So you're saying that Legolas is a badass, is what I'm hearing.
Who?
Legolas from Lord of the Rings?
Oh! I'm not. I'm not. That's not a real person. I'm applying it to human beings.
Oh, okay, fine.
There's this repeatable technique that you have to do. It involves breathing and focus and concentration. And there's actually a whole process that I go through. There's this guy named Joel Turner who was he was a SWAT instructor and the lead guy in hostage situations where, someone would like have a child hostage. You had to shoot the guy who was like holding a knife to a child. And he's had situations like that where you have to be completely focused on the task. And so he developed this process of talking yourself through the shot with this. You have these words that you say and you repeat in your mind while you're going through all of these various techniques. So when you're drawing a bow back, you draw back, you have to anchor, so you put this string in a very particular part of your mouth every time. My knuckle, this finger goes underneath my jaw in the exact same spot every time. My elbow goes up in the exact same spot, and then it's staying still and concentrating on the target and pulling through. And you can't think about anything else. It's so overwhelming that you have to focus. If you want to be accurate, you have to focus only on that. And in doing so, the world just goes away. The world goes away because it requires so much of you. Martial arts is the same thing. Like if you're doing jiu-jitsu and you and this person are trying to solve each other's puzzle, and you're essentially trying to kill each other, but in a friendly way, like you're friends. But because you can tap out, you don't hurt each other.
Yeah.
But you can't be thinking about your bills. You can't be thinking about an argument you got in this. Why did my dog shit on the rug? You can't be thinking about those things. You have to be completely focused on what you're doing. And in that way, like jiu-jitsu people are some of the calmest, most chilled out people you'll ever meet in your life. First of all, because they get all of their aggression out, like all the unnecessary aggression that people carry around with them, all this angst and
100%.
which is part of being a human being because we're designed to run away from predators. We're designed to hunt and gather and look out for invading tribes. Like this is the genetic sequence that evolved for hundreds of thousands of years that we still have. It's still a part of us. These human reward systems are all in place. You have to honor those. And one of the ways you have to honor those is rigorous exercise. Whatever you like to do. You can play squash. You can play tennis. You can run. You could do yoga. You could lift weights. You could do jiu-jitsu. But you have to do something. If you don't do something, you're going to always be. The most anxiety-ridden people I know are also sedentary. I don't think that's
a coincidence. And I also always feel like whenever I'm feeling really shitty psychologically, I need to go for a run.
Yes.
Do you find, so here's my question. given that that is your like meditative practice, do you find that in the moment that you release the bow and that like that becoming one and that flow state that you have entered into in order to perfectly align yourself with the bow and the arrow, does that moment of release ever result in some kind of unconscious processing coming into your consciousness? So like some kind of a new awareness of something that you've been trying to figure out, and it like is a catalyst for you figuring out what you need, like that feeling of like being in sync with the universe and knowing what you need to do. Do you ever find yourself like in the moment that you are like immediately exiting that flow state, do you feel more clarity about your life or what you need to do, or that thing that you weren't thinking about, like your to-do list or your bills or that argument that you've had with somebody that you care about? Like, does anything come into focus, or do you find you walk away from an encounter in jiu-jitsu like knowing, not just feeling better emotionally, but like knowing what you need to do next?
I think more so with jiu-jitsu. With archery, it's just, because it's so hard to do, and it's such a singular thing, just doing this one thing over and over and over again. Like I'll do it like 100 times in a day. The thing is like, okay, what did I do right? What did I do wrong? Like why did that shot go bad? Like what?
Minute adjustments.
Yeah, just minute adjustments. And again, it's just a clarity. I'm sorry about my throat, people.
Yeah.
It's just a clarity of analysis of technique and of execution. So it's so overwhelming. It's so singular in the focus that you don't really think about anything else. So there's no room for like, oh, now I know what I did wrong in my life. Like,
yeah, I guess like one of the benefits that I get from meditation is feeling like when I come out of meditation, I feel like I have a clarity of purpose that I might not have had because I had monkey mind.
Right.
And I was busy, I was distracted, and I was using my bandwidth with so much, and so you just tune down what your bandwidth is like paying attention to, and then you re-enter the world with a renewed sense of clarity, and you're not as distracted. You're not on that treadmill of thought.
Yeah, I think that comes, to me at least, that comes much more through rigorous exercise.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's at the end of a really hard workout, and sauna and stretching. Stretching is always great too. That's a good time for reflection after it's over, and it's like this wind down, cool down. And then I always feel so much nicer. That's the one thing I really like about it. Like after I work out, I feel so much nicer. Like I want to be.
I'm a good person now.
I just want to be nice to people. I want to smile and say hi to everybody. Like all the weirdness of being a man, it just goes away. You know.
The weirdness of being a man. I do think that I do not envy you being a man.
Oh my God, it's the best. I don't envy you
it?
being a woman. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh no, I much prefer being a woman.
Of course, you're a woman.
I mean, testosterone is a hell of a drug, my friend. Like, what the hell is that? Testosterone, I don't want to deal with that.
It's interesting, but you have some. You have more testosterone than you have estrogen.
What?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
women have more testosterone than they have estrogen.
But I've never felt the impulse to punch a wall, you know?
Me neither. That's stupid.
Okay, well,
I don't punch walls.
Well, you have an outlet for your punching energy, but like, I don't know. I mean, what I mean is like that innate an elevated level of aggression that just is not like accessible to me as a woman. Is that wrong? Am I like inaccurate in this? I just feel like I don't know what I would do if I wanted to just like jerk off all the time. Like, I just don't understand what that is like. And that seems that doesn't seem fun to deal with.
Yeah. Well, you don't really want to jerk off all the time unless you're a sex addict. You know? And then you probably got other issues you're dealing with. But the aggression thing, it's not just like aggression for no reason. Like, you only have aggression for a reason. Like, I never have aggression for, like, I'm never like walking around fucking mad at everything. There's never. It's never the case. And, but I work out a lot. So I get it out of my system. it's just a thing like you just have to maintain. You just have to maintain your life. You have to maintain your body. You have to recognize you have biological needs. And as a man, I think one of those needs is you have to exercise to just calm yourself, to relieve anxiety. And again, that's that term that is used often, but I think it's the right term, voluntary adversity. You show up at class, you work out really hard. You show up at the gym, you work out really hard. And then when it's over, you're like, you feel better. You feel good. Like you're nicer. Like strong, powerful people can be the nicest people because they don't have to be nice. They're being nice because they want to be nice. There's a lot of weak, feeble men that pretend that they're nice, but really what they are is just vulnerable. They have to be nice because they don't have any choice. Like if
they were in a
aggressive,
position of not having to, then they would drop the nice act.
and that's
in
what
a second.
happens. There's some of the creepiest fucking people when they have power. It's like really weak men. They're some of the scariest people, and they're the scariest people as politicians. And they're just really weak men that all of a sudden have power. I'm gonna fucking show you. But it's like having real power is to be kind when you don't have to be kind.
You know what I love about being a woman, though?
What?
That I do think is a genuine thing and a genuine difference is it's easier for me to be nurturing. In the sense that, like, no one would bat an eye if I saw a kid who was like, I couldn't figure out where their mom was, and I were to approach them and say, come here, honey, let me help you.
Right.
As a man, like, do you second, like, I know that, like, my husband has told me this, that, like, he second guesses, like, hanging out at, you know, with the kids at the park because someone might think that he's a pedophile.
Oh, that's crazy. Hanging out with his kids?
Yeah, because, like, if you're just like a guy sitting on a bench and your kids are playing, like, how does anyone know that you aren't just a guy?
I think he's really overthinking things. Like,
So
of
really,
course, you're
like-
a fucking dad at the park. That's crazy. You see other dads at the park, you say hi. Like, it's like, you're not a pedophile. Those are my kids. How old's your kid? It's like, it's normal.
Okay.
I've taken my kids to parks 1,000 times.
You've never felt in some way that your masculinity inhibited your ability, like your instinct to be like nurturing and affectionate?
No, I think that's a weakness. Like if you can't be nurturing and affectionate because you think you're masculine, that's crazy. That's just weak. That's nuts. That's like a distortion of what strength means. Like that's not strong. That's weak. Like, why can't you be nice? Like, why can't you be like the idea that if you're nice and you're affectionate and you're kind, that you're weak? That's crazy. That's crazy, especially if you have options. Like, if you don't have to be nice and you're nice, like that's real niceness. Like it's pure. Like you don't have to be. You don't have to be a nice person, but you're nice because it's a good thing to do. Like that's the right way to do it.
Okay, so what's so great about being a guy?
Everything. It's awesome. We fucking build everything. We run the world. It's great. I don't know. I am a guy. I mean, I would.
And yet, like, it all comes down to trying to like get the attention of some lady.
Not at all.
No.
I already have the attention of a lady.
Right.
Good. I'm still love being a guy. It's only, it's not like that's the primary motivation.
No. What is the primary motivation?
Fun.
Fun?
Yeah, life is fun.
Okay.
Life should be fun.
Sounds pretty great.
It should be fun if you pursue it correctly. There's a lot of stuff to do. A lot of stuff to do that's interesting. That's why when I hear people say, I'm bored, like, I don't even understand you. I don't even get it. How the fuck can you be bored? I wish I had 50 lives to live simultaneously. I would do a bunch of different things. I'd have a bunch of different jobs. There's like so many different things that I'd love to do.
Aren't people sometimes beholden to doing things that they don't want to do just because they have to make bills or they have to?
Yes. But that's all choices that you make too. And unfortunately, these choices sort of, they cascade. You could find yourself motivated by the wrong things and doing things for the wrong reasons, like doing things just for money and just for this or just for that. And I've done that before. I know it, but then you have to realize like what you're doing and
stay focused on the prize. Yeah.
Take the steps to not want to do that anymore. But it's like there's people listening to this right now, like, oh, that's easy for you to say, but I have to do this and I have to do that. That's true. But you can do things to better your life with your free time. Go open your phone right now and look at your screen time. Okay. Now, I understand the screen time is 10 minutes here, 20 minutes there, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. But that screen time, it's probably about 5 hours, which is crazy. That's 5 hours you could have been improving your life. That's 5 hours you could have been doing something different. That's 5 hours you could have went to the gym. That's 5 hours you could have eaten better. You could have taken steps to have better food in your house. That you could have taken steps to pursue a career or move in the direction of pursuing something that's different than what you're doing, that you would actually find satisfying and fulfilling. You just have to decide, what are you doing with your time? And, this goes back to people commenting and bitching at people online. Well, that's what you're doing. If you're distracting yourself by doing a bunch of shit that's just worthless, and it is worthless.
And easy. Maybe.
And easy. And very easy. Yeah. It's because you need discipline. You need to figure out what do you really want to do with your life and what makes you feel better.
Do you feel like you are innately disciplined?
No. No, I've learned that.
Okay.
I've developed that. Yeah. No one's innately disciplined. No, I don't think that's real. I think we look at people that are disciplined like, oh, it must be easy for them. You're just born with that gene. No, that's not real. No, you recognize the value of discipline and the rewards. You reap the rewards and you like it until you keep doing it. You keep pursuing it.
I'm just curious about like brain chemistry, because when I think about, you've been very complimentary towards me in this conversation, but a part of me is wondering, am I just lucky that I have the kind of internal chemistry that I have that makes me value the things that I value? And, I'm just doing what I feel compelled to do. And I'm curious when people feel compelled to do otherwise. And I don't know where to place responsibility for that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you wouldn't know unless you are them. You could look to your own life, to times where you haven't lived in an exemplary way or done things where you're helping yourself and done things, in fact, that are actually sabotaging your life, and you can correct them yourself. But it's very hard. I mean, you would have to be a fucking counselor that would have ultimate truth access to a person's thought processes to really find out why they're doing things differently and why they're not living in a way. The only thing you can do is live by example. There's a term for a Taekwondo instructor. It's called a saddle nim, and it's one who lives by example. And that's what you have to do. You have to live by example.
Live like someone's watching.
Yes. This is what I tell people, and I've said this for years. You want to have a successful life. If you want to live your life like there's a documentary crew around you filming your everyday life, and that you want people to be impressed with you. Do it when no one's watching. Do it when no one's watching. I think about that when I work out.
Yeah.
I think about that. Yeah, if people were judging me and they were watching me right now, and they would, what would you think?
Yeah, now I'm wondering if that's one of those weird silver linings to this whole experience, is that my life became very, very public very early, and so I literally do have to walk around living my life as if there is potentially a documentary crew following me around.
Yeah, I think that is. I think that's real. I think that's the gift that I have gotten by being famous. That I have to live publicly. And if I didn't, if I was just some fucking tyrant that no one knew, and I just had all this wealth and power and no one knew me and I could just get away with being an asshole.
Right. Yeah. I think the most wealthy and the most powerful do not want fame, because with fame comes accountability.
Yeah. But that's good. That's good. Even the haters are good, and then the people that defend you against the haters, that's good too.
Yeah.
It's all good. So everyone's just working this out together publicly. You know, and they're doing it through different vessels, and sometimes they do it through other people. They're doing it through me. They're doing it through you.
Would you wish fame on anyone?
No, no. You can't handle it.
Yeah.
No, but you can handle it. But I mean, most people can't handle it. It breaks people. That's why people can't have it when they're young. The worst thing you do to a child is make them famous. The worst thing. I mean, look at, there's countless examples. I've talked to so many of them on the podcast. They're all broken.
Yeah, like who have you talked to? I'm curious.
Macaulay Culkin,
Oh, yeah.
Miley Cyrus.
He's doing much better now, isn't he?
He's great.
Yeah.
He's great. I mean, he's as great as you can be to be super famous when you're 6. I'm friends with Ricky Schroeder. I've had a bunch of them on, a bunch of people on that were famous when they're young, and they all are missing something. It's like when you're making cement, you don't add enough water. There's like something that happens when you have fame and adulation during your developmental stages as a child, when you're supposed to be like figuring out, how do I get people to like me? Like,
Right.
what is it about, you know?
And there is that developmental stage when like your brain chemistry is being configured for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is scary. You want to put that brain chemistry coagulation in the right configuration, in the right set of circumstances, or else you're going to be having a complex for the rest of your life that you're going to be grappling with, because I don't know if you can undo the stuff that gets ingrained in your brain chemistry when you're a kid. Like, I don't know fuck all about brains, but like it seems to me that like especially developmental, when your brain hasn't configured yet, that's when you get hardwired to have complexes the rest of your life that you're going to be dealing with.
100%. And if your brain is formulated with extreme adulation and love for no fucking reason, just because you're a cute kid, but you're a cute kid in front of the whole world in Home Alone, that's nuts. That's nuts. I mean, he's a very thoughtful person, and he's come through it. I mean, I really enjoyed talking to him. He's a really nice guy.
Does he regret being in the Home Alone movies?
Boy, that's a good question. I'd have to ask him. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. You know.
Because I mean, you can look back. I don't even know how much of a choice that was for him. How much can you choose anything when you're 6?
How could you choose?
But like, so in a way, it was a thing that happened to him that he didn't really have control over.
Right.
And does he look back on that and go, would I give up that? Like, if I could get that life back, would I have a different life? I'm curious what he would say.
Well, he will most certainly would have a different life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would it be better? I don't know. But I don't know anybody that's, again, gone through that. That's, air quotes, whole at the end of it. I just think that there's also this weird thing where you become the provider for the family, which is very
as a
strange.
child, yeah.
And then you have this parasitic relationship that your parents have to you, which is, I have friends that were famous as young people, and they have these very fucked up, complicated relationships with their parents. One of my friends, we found their parents stole from them millions of dollars. Yeah. And then you have to grapple with that as you're an adult. These monsters, they used you as an ATM machine, and they stopped working, and they became your quote unquote manager, really just pushing you out there to try to siphon money off of you. Fucking A. Yeah. But I got fame in a slow drip. I got slow doses, like snake venom. You get a little bit of snake venom. You get one big bite from a cobra, you're fucked.
That's what I got.
Yeah. Well, you're strong.
So here I am.
But you're strong. You came through it on the other side, a very durable person. And I think there's, it's a trial by fire, and you went through it. I mean, that's what they do in boot camp. You go through something very difficult to be strong at the end. And you don't become strong, just wake up one day, I'm strong. No, you have to go through some shit, and going through some shit when you're a kid as it becoming famous is different than going through like hardship as a child. I know a lot of children that went through hardship, like all my friends that are interesting, all had horrible childhoods. All of them. All my most fascinating friends.
I'm so grateful that I did not have a fucked up childhood.
Well, that's probably what prepared you or helped you.
Indeed. I feel like if I had gone through this experience after having a fucked up childhood, I would be a psychopath today.
Right.
So thank God I had a good childhood.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't have a bad childhood. I had a complex childhood, but it wasn't bad. You know, my mother, my stepfather were very nice people. It wasn't bad, but it was fucked up. It was moved around a lot, didn't have a lot of friends, got bullied, a lot of different things. But it wasn't the worst. You know, nothing horrible happened to me. You know, so it's like the trials can't be too hard. They can't break you. They have to be just enough so that you gain some strength and you rebuild. And if they do break you, then it's a very difficult task of rebuilding. And people that have gone through horrible childhood trauma, particularly abuse and sexual abuse, that they have the most difficult hurdles to overcome.
I agree. I think in large part because how do you trust? Like, I think rebuilding your life relies upon rebuilding yourself in the context of other human beings.
Right.
And how do you do that when you can't trust anyone?
It's true. But I do know some people that have gone through childhood sexual trauma that are also incredibly fascinating people because they figured out a way to acquire strength through it all.
What about trust?
And that's the other thing I was going to say. And then they've also figured out a way to, well, they're also very skeptical people, and rightly so.
Rightly so.
But that's a good thing because a lot of people don't have your intentions in mind, especially if you're a woman, right? If you're a woman, everybody's bullshitting you to try to get in your pants. Like it's constant bullshitting, you know. So you have to figure out, well, who's actually bullshitting me and who's just being nice, and who's being nice but kind of bullshitting, just slowly playing this game. You ever heard of the definition of a gentleman?
No.
It's a patient wolf.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
And then ultimately the prey sort of acknowledges, yeah, here you are, you're getting into my pants in the end, but because you've been the most patient, the most impressively patient of all.
Yeah, you've done the dance correctly. Put your feathers out like a good peacock.
Yeah. I like that. I like that dance, yes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Is like women are designed to like that dance. Right? Because this person has shown you the respect of not just trying to use their physical force and take it from you and not care about you as a person. They've chosen to acknowledge you as a person, like this is what this person wants. They want to feel comfortable. But then you can't be a sociopath too. It has to be genuine. You have to genuinely like this person. Mm-hmm. So, you know,
for a woman to feel safe.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you know, and then you got to go through a lot of trial and error with that too. You have to figure out, like, that relationship fall apart. Oh, that was a piece of shit. Why did that one fall apart? Oh, she was a psycho. Like, recognize, like, what do you actually like? Is it just that they're hot? This is the thing, like, I've had a bunch of friends that just married hot people. And then, you know, you go into divorce and it's all chaos. You can't just fucking marry hot people. Like, just because they're hot and they're sexy and they turn you on, like, that's just genes. Like, you gotta understand, like, there's a personality involved. And then there's also, like, when you're hot, you have ultimate power. You have the Willy Wonka golden ticket. Like, everybody's stumbling at their feet to try to, like, open doors for you and be nice to you.
Put you in prison.
Yeah.
Open a certain kind of door,
I mean,
and
we
then
all have our
close
own
it
little
forever.
Yeah. It's fucking.
It's just flirting. It was flirting in the end. That's all it was.
Yeah. Being a person's fucking weird. You know, it's really weird. It's really weird, and it's temporary. It's like you're always looking at that fucking hourglass. The sand's running out. You know, and like, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? What's this about? What do I like? What do I? And then you can get overwhelmed with, like, existential angst. Just, what's the point of it all? Yeah, you have to find a point. You have to, like, what is man's search for meaning? Like, what is it? What are we doing?
Well, that's a subtitle of my book. My search.
Search for meaning. Oh my God. It is. Right there. In cursive, if you can still read cursive. Some people can't anymore.
It's
is
cursive.
That your actual handwriting?
No, I wanted it to be my actual handwriting.
Why didn't they use it? Fuckheads. They should have
They're
used
like,
it.
this looks so much more pretty.
Yeah, you could have made it that pretty.
I do have great handwriting.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's close. Might as well.
It is odd. Yeah, the search for meaning. Search for meaning is very odd, and you could.
Especially when there's no inherent meaning. You just have to make it up. I think.
I mean, it means something to you. If it means something to you, it's inherent.
Hmm.
It's real. If it means something to you, if you actually care, it means something. Like, what's the point of it all? If you're gonna die someday, who knows what happens when you die? And then there's the real fatalist thing. When you die, it's over. It's just black and emptiness, and then just shut off. Like, okay, so you're still alive, bitch. Okay, you got to figure out what you're doing with your day to day. Do you enjoy your day to day? If not, why do some people? How come some people enjoy their life? Why don't you? Like, what is man's search for meaning? Enjoy your fucking life. Enjoy this life. You can. It's possible.
Yeah.
It can be done. And I think living by example shows other people that it can be done. And then being like really honest about it. Like, what are the steps? What's the struggles? Like, how do you do it?
Yeah, that's actually been a really sort of fun takeaway that I've had from having just an Instagram is like I'll post a silly video of me dancing for my kids. And a lot of the comments are just people being like, I'm so glad that someone like you can be happy.
Yeah.
It's like, thank God someone like you can be happy. And I'm like, yeah, someone like me can be happy. That means you can be happy too.
It's possible to be happy.
Yeah.
But, when you're a 500-pound person and you want to be thin, that's a long road. It's not going to come quickly. And if you're a severely depressed, very unhappy person with a disaster of a life, it's not going to turn around overnight. That's a battleship. It takes a long time to turn that bitch around, get it facing the other direction.
And the motivation has to be that you have to see some kernel of opportunity embedded within that darkness, because otherwise, like, how do you even know what direction to go towards?
And you have to be enjoying the process. You have to figure out a way to enjoy the process of improvement, and to
even though it's hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
And because
hard
it's hard
can be fun.
Yeah, you have to enjoy the hard, and that's why voluntary adversity is so important. You have to force yourself to do hard things so that
Also,
you can do hard things
remixes.
no matter what. If I do, what's that?
Pump up remixes. You gotta get motivated somehow.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Although David Goggins doesn't listen to music because he thinks it's cheating.
Really?
Yeah, he gets all his motivation internal. It's like
Come on,
external motivation
so
is cheating.
pure.
He's a fucking complete psycho. But he's like,
I need a good soundtrack when I'm running.
But that's the spectrum. The spectrum of discipline. Yeah, that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing all day long for no goal other than, like, I talked to him about it. It's like, I'm in the lab every day downloading information. Like, whoa.
Cool, dude, you're in the Matrix.
There's a crazy video of him working out with my friend Israel Adesanya. Israel Adesanya is the former UFC middleweight champion of the world, one of the greatest fighters that ever lived. And he is working out with David Goggins, and he can't keep up with him. And David Goggins is just breaking him. And he's throwing up in garbage cans, and David is putting him through his workout. And it's one of 3 workouts that David does in a day. And he's like this incredibly fit world champion fighter.
Is he distracting himself?
I don't know. You have to talk to him. You have to dig into that brain. You have to dig into that. That's a very unusual brain. But he was 300 pounds and fat at one point in his time, and
it just has become his purpose. That's his meaning, right? That makes sense.
That's his meaning. That's why he says it's like, I'm downloading knowledge. Like every time he's like pushing himself past the limits that he thinks he's capable of, further and further. He's downloading more understanding of himself.
We should work out sometime, by the way. I think that would be fun. I only studied fighting when I first got back out of prison because I was getting a bunch of death threats. So I did Krav Maga, and it was a lot of it was just learning how to scream.
Krav Maga?
Yeah, well, the first my Krav Maga instructors, because they were instructing me for a specific reason, it wasn't just to work out. Their first thing that they taught me was how to scream, just to without holding back. the amount, like I was surprised, and they were telling me people don't want to take up space and make noise. Like we're taught from a very young age, especially women, to not do that. And so you have to, in the first lesson was make noise, take up space. And so we just practiced like screaming as loud and as hard and as long as we could. And then once we got through that, then we started doing the fighting moves. And the first thing I had to do before I did anything was scream first, then move, scream, move. And so that the screaming became part of the movement. So it would trigger, so I wouldn't have to think about it. If it ever came down to it and someone actually attacked me, I wouldn't have to think scream. I would just scream.
Krav Maga is legit. It gets criticized a lot.
Does it?
Whatever. Yeah, by martial artists.
Why?
Well, because it's a combinatory martial art, so it combines a bunch of different things together. So it's essentially like a jack of all trades.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, okay.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's like it's like only being into purebred dogs. Like what's up with that?
Well, no, it's like, is it effective, right? Like, there's no Krav Maga artists that have gone on to dominate in the UFC.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
But you could kind of say that mixed martial arts, in a sense, is essentially the roots of Krav Maga, because it's taking the best aspects of various martial arts and training them.
Yeah, how is it different?
Well, the thing is that if you are training for self-defense, okay, you're training to defend yourself against an attacker.
Mm-hmm.
The true, in my personal opinion, the true best way to learn how to fight is to learn how to prepare yourself for trained killers, not the average person.
Really?
Yes.
Like, how often are you going to encounter trained killers?
It doesn't matter. You should be prepared for trained killers. Because you could run into a trained killer, and if you try to do some Krav Maga nonsense on me, I'm going to fucking strangle you. You can't defend yourself against someone who actually knows how to fight.
Okay, here's a question. Can I ever actually defend myself against someone like you?
No. Not against someone like me.
So then what's the fucking point?
Because you could defend yourself against someone who doesn't know how to fight as good as me, but the odds of someone like me attacking you are very, 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 very,
you're
very
saying
small.
I should train to be able to,
Yes.
to fight against trained killers, but...
Yes, defend yourself.
But
jiu-jitsu, you can. Jiu-jitsu, you can defend yourself. You're not going to... The way you would be able to beat me is if I was untrained. I have too many advantages. But also, I don't have advantages if someone's bigger than me and just as well-trained as me.
Right.
Or more well-trained than I am. Mm-hmm. Better than me. I'm not going to beat, the UFC heavyweight champion. Like, I'm not going to win. It's not possible. I don't care how long I do martial arts.
But you can avoid dying.
Right.
Them.
No.
Okay, they'll just murder you.
No.
Great.
No, I'm completely vulnerable.
Okay, great.
As an expert martial artist with 3 black belts, I'm completely vulnerable. Yeah, that's reality. That's physics. It's
like you against an elephant who's going to win.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the 100 men versus a gorilla.
Yeah. Obviously, the gorilla would win. Whoever thought the gorilla would lose?
Retards. Men.
Who have never seen a
men,
gorilla?
Men who think they can fight better than they can, which is most men.
What? Whoever brought up that as even a thought experiment?
I don't know, but it's funny that it's like viral in 2025. I thought we would work that out in the 50s. The fact that
I feel like people just don't remember what animals are like. We're so out of touch with animals.
They don't even know what an animal is. They have no idea. People know what their dog is. They have no idea what an animal is, an actual, real animal.
And also, your own dog could fuck you up if it wanted to. It just doesn't want to.
Exactly. Yeah, well, unless you have a little dog. I'll fuck up a chihuahua.
Yeah,
but
fair.
My dog, Marshall, he's a golden retriever. He's the sweetest dog on the planet. But he can probably kill me. If you want, he just doesn't know,
Right, and he would never think to.
Right,
but
if like a rat was trying to attack you, you'd be fucking terrified.
Or if he got infected by rabies,
right?
And lost his mind, ciao.
It'd be a real problem.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the reality, but if you're training to defeat a trained killer, you're going to be way better off than if you're training to defeat someone who's going to lunge at you this way, and you're going to block that and hit him here and hit him there, and
But don't you fight
That's not
differently against a trained killer versus
No.
like some dude who's like drunk and
No,
in a
the
bar?
right way to fight is the right way to fight, period. Whether it's some drunk dude, if some drunk dude tries to take a swing at me, I'm not going to think, oh, he's a drunk dude, I shouldn't avoid this punch, I should do something different. No, it's like, it's all the language. So martial arts is essentially like a language. And some people only know a couple of words, and some people can eloquently recite Shakespeare
Sure.
at the drop of a hat. And that's the difference between an expert and someone who doesn't really know what they're doing. And most people don't know what they're doing when it comes to martial arts. If you're preparing for someone who doesn't know what they're doing, that's not the right way to do it. The right way to do it is to prepare for someone who knows what they're doing. Now, this is very different. We're talking about like women's self-defense versus just, like a grown man who is of normal size defending himself against another grown man of normal size.
A fair fight.
Yeah, a fair fight. But in a fair fight, you should be preparing to fight against a trained killer. If you are a person who just only trains in self-defense tactics, like someone comes at me, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Good luck doing that to someone who knows how to fight. Good luck. Because they're going to recognize all of your movements in advance. You're going to go like this, and they're going to go, oh, well, his right arm is coming this way, so I'm just going to step this way, and I'm going to avoid that. And I see his left foot step backwards. Well, now his right leg is vulnerable, so I'm going to kick it. Like, it's language. It's understanding the flow of body dynamics and movement.
And it's happening so quickly that the only way that you can actually be effective is if you're fluent and you don't have to think about it.
You don't think about it. It's when you're training, it's like you very rarely think, oh, now I'm going to do this. It's like opportunities open themselves up, especially in striking. Striking is something that you do where you're doing these techniques so often that as things happen, you're just responding in a trained way. Your mind and your neural system is like completely trained for these actions and these movements.
Do you think that fighting, fighting your friends, like not like actual like fighting for your life, but fighting for your friends is a crucial part of brain development? Because I know that I've heard, or at least I've read, that roughhousing with small kids is a really important part of their brain development, and the people who become more well adapted, well adjusted emotionally, just they seem to be more fit emotionally, or kids who had some roughhousing when they were young, especially with their parents. Is that like an elevated form of roughhousing part of a human being's cognitive development?
Well, I think physical altercations are a normal part of human existence that have existed. It's been going on since the beginning of time. And to no understanding or no knowledge of it and no experience with it at all.
Because I'm not a fighter.
Vulnerable.
I've never gotten to a physical fight with anyone.
Good.
Is
Guess
that
what?
good? Is that good?
I haven't either.
Okay.
Other than ones on purpose.
Right. Okay.
Like I don't
soccer,
get in
I guess.
street fights. I haven't been in a fist fight since I was a kid. They were all martial arts fights.
Okay.
And I just think for men, being vulnerable is not good. It's just not good to not know how to defend yourself. It just leaves you with this deep insecurity. That's why you see men that don't know how to fight. They use bravado and they puff their chest out and they yell. They try to intimidate people and scare people. It's just posturing. It's just like,
maybe this is why I feel bad for men, because I don't feel any sort of impulse to do that, to puff up my chest and like, I don't know, maybe
well, you shouldn't. Men shouldn't either. And the men that do it are generally vulnerable. It's bullies, right? Why are bullies bullies? They're bullies because they're pussies. That's really what it is. That's why they're trying to intimidate people and hurt people. It's because they're weak. It's like trained fighters are some of the nicest people. Like people that fight in the UFC, they're some of the nicest people you'll ever meet. It sounds crazy. Like my friends that are all jiu-jitsu people, they're some of the nicest people. They're so friendly. They're so good because they're not scared. They're not insecure. They're not vulnerable all the time. Most men who don't know how to defend themselves, who are really mouthy and get loud, they're just vulnerable. And you know, I have a friend, and he has real rage problems, and he doesn't know how to fight at all. And he was yelling at someone in the parking lot of the Comedy Store once, and I pulled him aside. What are you doing, man? And he goes, I don't know. I fucking see red, and I go, you don't know how to defend yourself. I go, one of these days you're gonna do that to someone who's like me, but they're mean, and they're gonna just say, oh, here's a nice opportunity to just fuck this guy up, and you're gonna wind up in a hospital or worse. Like, don't do this. Like, you can't do that. But like, some men grow up puffing their chest out, and they get away with it. And they get away with it if they're loud enough, or they're mean enough, or they yell enough, and they you know, that becomes their defense mechanism. They get shitty with people all the time. But that's all it is. And if they don't get shitty with people publicly, they get shitty with people online. They get shitty. They do get out there aggression. They get it out that way. But it's all just weakness. That's all it is. It's just like you're vulnerable, and just don't be vulnerable. Figure out a way to not be vulnerable. I got into martial arts because I was getting bullied, and I was always scared of altercations. Like, I hate this feeling. So I was like, okay, I'm going to become what I'm terrified of.
Okay. I guess my one sort of poke back at that, though, is I find it interesting that you frame vulnerability in such a negative way.
Physical vulnerability is negative.
Yeah, but I think the thing that I'm sort of thinking about is how it doesn't matter really how strong you are or capable you are. We all are still utterly vulnerable. And
well, sure.
And so I guess, like,
but what can you control?
Fair.
You can control some aspect of that, but you can't control guns, right? If someone has a gun, you're vulnerable. I don't care who you are. You can be Superman. Well, not Superman. He's bulletproof. But you can be, you know, UFC heavyweight champion. You're still vulnerable to a gun.
Right.
One little kid can kill you.
Right.
Bang, you're dead. Yeah. But how much can you control? You can't control some of it. So is the idea like, oh, you can't control any of it, so why control it all? Why do anything? Why be strong?
Well, I guess no. I guess my thing is, for me, it's less about like positioning myself to not get hurt, and it's more for me. My big sort of like training that I attempt to do is how do I get up when I am inevitably hurt. So I understand that life is going to hurt me, and I don't know how life is going to hurt me. So there's like a million different ways that I can be hurt. It might be that I'm physically assaulted. It might be some other thing. And knowing that I can't prepare for all of the ways that I am vulnerable to existence, instead I try to think, okay, I am vulnerable to existence and I am going to get hurt. How do I not be broken by the hurt? And how do I don't know, maybe I'm treating the inevitable pain of life as that training to get strong. It's just kind of like, I almost don't seek out pain because I've had enough pain come at me. Does that make sense? I don't know.
What do you mean by seek out pain, though?
Well, you were talking about like voluntary adversity.
Yes.
Right. And like to an extent, I agree with you because that's a very stoic thing to do, to seek out challenges so that you can test yourself and test your mettle and push yourself to become better for the inevitable things that might happen your way.
But not even just for the inevitable things that happen, just for your own
just
resolve.
For the sake.
Just for you as a human to achieve balance. We're all vulnerable. There's no invulnerable people. We're all going to die. We all are made of flesh and bone, and we're all weak.
Right.
There's no invulnerable humans. But you can be less vulnerable. And you should probably optimize that. Especially as a man, I think, because without it comes a lot of weird insecurities that are not comfortable. And they can trip you up in all sorts of aspects of your life.
I think maybe this is another like woman-man thing, maybe where like women have to accept vulnerability as like an inescapable aspect of our lives, even just in our interpersonal relationships. Like I know that when I walk into the room, I'm not the one who's going to win a fight. That's for sure.
Right.
And so knowing that, I feel like I prepare myself in the ways that I can, right? And I'm strong in the ways that I can. But like, I don't think about vulnerability in negative terms, because I've also found that once you've been forced to reckon with your own vulnerability, that is when you find your strength. So I don't know. I see them as like
we're talking about
interchangeable.
different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think physical vulnerability. Look, I think there's certain roles that males and females ultimately play that are unavoidable, and one of them is when your husband went downstairs to protect you.
Right. There's a reason why I wasn't the one who did that. Yeah.
Ultimately, right? In that situation, if you are less vulnerable as a man, it's a good thing. If someone breaks in my house and they're a normal sized person without a weapon, I'm not scared of them. You know, I'm scared this crazy person is in my house. I'm scared that they might have a weapon. But if I realize that they don't have a weapon and they're physically threatening, I have a massive advantage. It's up to me whether or not they die. It's my choice. And that's better.
That is better.
That's better than you getting beat to death by some schizophrenic who breaks into your house because you don't know how to defend yourself.
Fair.
And you panic and you start flailing and you hyperventilate. You don't know what to do.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No, it's not.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, we're all vulnerable. It's part of what you're doing when you're working out really hard is to try to increase the strength and decrease the vulnerability. You're trying to increase your resolve to push through difficult things, increase your character and your will. You're trying to fortify yourself. And you're also trying...
And that's not bad.
It's all positive. It's all positive. You know, but it gets labeled as negative because there's a lot of things that get attached to it, like jocks and bullies and assholes and aggressive men and shitty men.
Who think themselves superior to people who are more vulnerable than them.
Instead of just being nice. Because, you know, you can kill everybody in the room. Just be nice. Like, that's the real nice person, is the person who can kill everybody and doesn't want to. You know, the really shitty people are the ones that would act on that. And sometimes you'll run into those, and it's better to be prepared. That's all it is, like physical vulnerability. But when you're talking about like psychic vulnerability and not wanting to go through pain because you've been through so much, of course, yeah. Look, ideally, we should go through zero pain. Ideally, we should go through zero aggression, zero shitty, deceptive, conniving, psycho people that are trying to ruin everything in your life. Ideally, yeah. Ideally, you shouldn't have to prepare for that. You shouldn't interact with those people. Ideally.
Although, again, I'm also like speaking at counter purposes with myself because I did the exact opposite thing with my prosecutor. I didn't have to talk to him. I didn't have to have a conversation with him that was difficult and awkward and hard and forced me to confront all of this pain. And I did because I knew that there was value in that. Like, so...
Yeah, we seek comfort, always.
And we avoid pain.
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe I'm a masochist because I always feel like there's something to gain from pain.
Because you've gained so much from your pain. And you kind of must know that you are who you are. You know you're kind of an extraordinary person, and you've gone through a lot to become that person. You don't just wake up and have this perspective that you have. You have to go through a lot of shit.
You know what's fucked up, though?
What?
I trust pain more than I trust joy. Because when I'm going through something painful, I know what that is. And I know how to confront it. When I'm going through joy, I'm afraid that something bad is going to happen to me.
That happens to people where they self-sabotage. You know?
I mean, I don't know. I was having a great time in Perugia, and then everything just went really bad out of nowhere. And so, like, I don't know, like, a part of me is like, always is trying to see like the yin yang of it all, like the good that's embedded in the bad, but then afraid of the bad that's embedded in the good.
Yeah.
Like that's what, and and that's a reality. Like, the more that now that I have the privilege of being a mom, I know that one day, like if something were to happen to my kids, I would be all the more fucking like all the more pain in my life. Like if I never had kids,
Right.
I wouldn't have the opportunity to experience a potential pain that would be utterly devastating. And so like that's where that play goes in my head. And I just wonder if it's a trauma response where like I'm afraid of good things happening.
I'm sure part of it has got to be a trauma response. I mean, I think a lot of people that self-sabotage when things start going well in their life, it's because they're used to things going badly. And this idea of things going well, it just scares the shit out of them. It's the unknown. And it's the pain that might come with it falling apart. The pain that might come with you hang all your hopes and dreams on, wow, things really actually are better. And then they're not.
Yeah.
Like, fuck. So you want it to fall apart so that you can achieve some level of comfort in the understanding of this state that you've been in many times before, the state of failure.
I need to get rid of that. I need to lose this.
Yeah, but you're aware of it, which is the first step. I don't think you're embracing it. Clearly you're not. You're writing books.
Yeah.
You got the Hulu series. You got a lot going on.
Yeah.
It's like it's
I'm
not.
going.
Yeah, it's not like you are.
I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
I'm still just a little bit like looking over my shoulder, like,
Of course.
who's coming at me?
Imagine if you didn't. That would be crazy. After all that you've been through, imagine if you didn't think like that. It's understandable. More than understandable.
Yeah, that whole like lightning doesn't strike the same place twice, and it's like
It can.
I can.
It can.
Tell that to someone who's been struck by fucking lightning.
Yeah. It's possible. You can't think the fear of the unknown and the fear of the possibilities can really cripple you. It really can.
I'm trying not to let it do that to me.
You're doing a great job.
Thanks.
You really are.
Yeah, working on it.
But again, it's a struggle, and this is important for people to hear. It's not like it's just like every day. Like it's hard. Life is hard. Even a guy like Goggins, he told me, he goes, sometimes I stare at my fucking shoes for like 30 minutes before I put those motherfuckers on. He goes, because he's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
No.
But he knows he's going to do this. He goes, but I put them on.
Well, good on him.
It's not easy. Life is not easy, but it's worth living. It's worth doing. It really is.
Does he put those shoes on because he knows that ultimately he's going to be glad that he did it?
If you ask him, he's like, because I'm not a bitch.
Okay, well.
Because that is what it is. Yeah, he's ultimately going to be glad that he's still got the strength, and that strength needs to be watered every day like a garden. It's not like you just have it, now you have it life. No, you have to keep at it. Everybody could slide. Everybody can slide back.
It's true.
Yeah.
As much as we can improve ourselves, we can not.
It's not easy. It's not easy being a person. But it's worth doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can do it. Yeah. And everybody can do it. You can do it better than you're doing it. I can do it better than I'm doing it. I'm trying. And you can do it better than you. Well, all of us.
So grumpy sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like so unnecessary.
Unnecessary. Avoidable, but it's good. It's good to, struggle's good. All of it's good. It's all, we're on the path. But this is like this idea that you should know better by now. That's also silly. I know 80-year-old fools.
Now, everyone, if there's anything I've learned from being a mom, it's that every human being is a toddler.
Yeah,
every single person is a toddler who either hasn't gotten enough attention or hasn't had their nap, whatever the fuck, and they're just having a tantrum like that is. And if you treat everyone like a toddler, it is actually a very successful way of interacting with people.
Yeah. Like, it's true. That is the lesson of parenthood, right? Yeah. I talk about that all the time, that I started looking at people as like babies that grew up instead of looking at them like, oh, this is Mike, he's 35. Like, no, Mike was a baby. Like, how'd Mike become so fucked up? Oh, Mike got a lot of bad information, a lot of bad experiences.
And he still is a baby. He still has the same needs that he did as a kid. They're just more sophisticated now, but ultimately they all derive down to these same things.
Yep.
Do you need a change of situation? Do you need some attention? Do you need to sleep on it? Like,
Yep.
whatever's going on. Like, just if you can identify those like basic human needs
Yeah.
and just tweak their circumstances, you can change a person's life.
And also recognize that if you ignore those basic human needs over and over, they're going to compound.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have more problems.
Mm-hmm. And they're going to lose their shit in the middle of the grocery store.
Amanda, I really enjoyed talking to you. Again,
Yeah,
thank you very
thank
much.
you.
Really appreciate you. And your book is out now. Amanda Knox, free. My search for meaning.
Yeah, if anyone wants to reach out, I'm at amandaknox.com. It's pretty easy.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate
you
you.
so much.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Knuckle Sandwich is a sandwich shop in Austin.
I heard about it today.
It's legit.
My pilot calls me and says, someone's got your brand out there. I'm like, what's it called? He goes, Knuckle Sandwich.
Wow.
But I hear it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's real good. It was some
Who's smoking
Michelin
here?
starred. What's that?
We're smoking
Oh,
it?
yeah.
Everything goes in here.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do.
So that,
Just don't shoot heroin on camera.
I think we're going to be able to pass that.
So what's happening, man? How are you?
Well,
There we go. I got one, thanks.
I really appreciate the invite.
My pleasure.
This is a long time coming. I've been waiting for this.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially all the influence you've had and things you've done. And I know the funny side of you. I know the UFC side of you. But watching the podcast and seeing all the characters, and I was just watching the Bill Murray interview the other day. And I just look at it and I go, man, to hear those stories talking about Hunter and just all that and all them stuff. I mean, it's pretty, you got to have your mind blown by now.
Yeah, my mind's been blown out. It's kind of overblown at this point.
It's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, I think about what you did with Trump and all that influence that you made, and you called it straight up the line. You want to come on the show? You want to do this? Let's do it. And took the time to do it. I think it was a huge impact. I think that we look at all the people that you've given a chance. You've given them a platform. And I think that's really, it's fair of you. And the way you interview, the way I see it from, doing a few interviews, you let people talk. You let them speak their piece. You continue to help them through not getting stuck on one thing and navigating pretty well. And it's really, it's from a guy that's, in the business, not to this level, but got to the business, it's respectful.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What is Knuckle Sandwich based on? You even have your chain is a Knuckle Sandwich chain.
It's all has history, just kind of like as I toured the museum today.
Chef's hat with a skull.
Started with that tattoo. One of the first tattoos I ever had, culinary gangster. So my buddy Joe Leonard, Monkey Wrench Tattoo, great friend of mine, did my first tattoo. And he made that. He says, I have this drawing for you. I'm going to show this to you. And it's pretty, skull, chef. Let me check it out. So I don't put a tattoo on until he draws it on first. I have to have it on for a while. Like I have to look at it for a couple of days. Like, hey, does this resonate with me? So that's how it started. This way before TV, way before any of this. And when I got on TV, when I got on Food Network, they were going to send me my first paycheck. You wouldn't believe how much I made that first episode. Just huge money. $1,250 an episode, when you get started. And I wasn't planning on TV, but anyhow, I came back. I had all my buddies around my table. My house was kind of like a soup kitchen. All my buddies, come by, and someone will bring, crab. Someone will bring some steak, whatever. And so I'm sitting there with all my buddies and say, hey, I got to think of a name for my TV, like my other business, because my restaurant business had a business partner, and I didn't want the checks to come to the business. So I said, what do you think? My one buddy, Dirty, says, and my nickname's Guido. He says, how about you make us something to eat? And that'll give us like some food for knowledge. And then, and I said, and I'm serious. I want to come up with a name for the company. I got to get this. I got to get my $1,200 check sent to me. And I go, hey, Dirty, how about I give you a knuckle sandwich? And he goes, that'd be a good name.
That's it.
That was it. And it was originally that. It was originally a sandwich with a ring on it and a sandwich made out of money, and that was Knuckle Sandwich. And then just kind of all evolved from there. And so all my companies go under the brand of Knuckle Sandwich, but I never put a product of wine or tequila or anything I ever did. And we started making these cigars. And this guy that I'm partnering with is such a guru, a guy named Eric Espinoza. And we sat there and talked about it. And I have another brand called Flavortown. Flavortown's too whimsical and too, it's got to be something. I didn't want to call it Guy Fieri. I didn't want to have my name on it. I don't want to do stuff that like buy this because it's my, it's my name. Just want to do something, And we all thought about it. We said, cigars are that good. He's such a badass. It's called Knuckle Sandwich.
Did you have any idea in the beginning of your career of being a TV guy? Like, how did all that stuff start? Because it's a weird world, I had a conversation with Jose Andres about this. It's like the emergence of the celebrity chef is like, it used to be like Julia Child, like way back in the day. She was, and then yeah, and then I guess there's a few other people, but they never were like cultural figures. I guess Julia Child was. She was probably the only one. I don't know. She was really it, right?
Yeah, that was PBS. That was PBS. That wasn't people really blowing it up. I watched it because I loved it. I was in love with food at a young age. I just was, one, because I didn't really experience and like exactly what my parents were feeding me. My parents were really good cooks. They weren't in the cooking business. But yeah, this whole food thing, before I got on Food Network, I had never watched the Food Network. And not because I don't believe in it. Food's my epicenter of what I do. But the last thing I was going to do, working 7 days a week, 12, 13, 15 hours a day in the restaurant,
come home and watch more food.
Is go and watch somebody make me, a pot pie. I'm like, I got enough. Plus, I also didn't really have a true understanding of what was going on. Knew who Emerald was. You couldn't.
Here's another one. Remember when he had that sitcom? Where his tagline, bam! Like, they decided to try to put that into a sitcom.
We just had that conversation the other day. Yeah, we just had that conversation. But Emerald's the OG. I give such appreciation and accolades to everybody that did it for me. There were so many people that helped pave the way in one style or another. And some in TV, some literary, some, just living keeping the energy of the industry alive. Because if you're not from the industry, you don't quite exactly get what it is. But it's a pretty, it's like understanding UFC. Mm-hmm. The bigger fan you become of something, the more you start looking at it and just going, it's so much more than what you're watching in the ring for the next 20 minutes. It's really deep, and there's so much more, and there's so much. It's not just lifestyle, it's attitude, it's energy, it's connectivity, it's family, it's community, it's all that kind of stuff.
So did you, like, how does one go from being a chef to being a TV chef? Like, what was it? Did you just get an audition? Like, did they contact a bunch of chefs? Like, who's got the wackiest hair and who looks like they would be good on TV? Like, how do they figure something like that out?
This is about the most whack story in the world. So, all right, so never graduated high school. Dropped out of high school when I was 16. Went to France. Was an exchange student. I'm going to give you a little bit more of the backstory than you probably want, but I'll kind of give you the quick version. So when I came back from France, I was supposed to go to my senior year in high school, and I wasn't really super interested in going back to high school. I just lived in France in a boarding house and went to high school, and I didn't speak French. But my parents were really open-minded, and I'd saved my money, and they said, if you can pass a year of French at the junior college at 16, and you can pass the class, and you can figure it out, I guess. So I went and lived in a boarding house and went to high school. Came back with my senior year, I just was not interested in going back to high school. So I went to junior college, finished junior college, went to UNLV, got my degree, graduated a little bit early, and ran restaurants for other people. And I was 26, moved back to the wine country up to Northern California where I'm from, opened my first restaurant. Had a bunch of restaurants with a buddy. Things were great. Did exactly what I wanted to do. Wanted to be, have a great wife. Wanted to be a great dad. Wanted to have my own restaurant. That's all I wanted. Not that I was short-sighted and stuff, like big community person, wanted to do a lot of, community service and so forth. My parents were that way. So that was it, man. I had like 3 restaurants, owned a couple hot rods, bought my own house. I was living it, and a bunch of friends came up, and actually a kid across the street came and he said, "You watch Food Network?" I said, "No." So we have a show on there called the Food Network Star. You should go on that show. I didn't even see the Food Network. I saw Rachel Ray one time. I was at a bar, I saw Rachel Ray on screen, and I'm like, that girl's got energy. I mean, listen to her. She could talk food. She does know shit. So that was whatever. About 6-8 months later, my wife's driving home from the city. She says, "Hey, I was just listening to the radio station. You have that Food Network Star show going on." He goes, "You'd be great in that." Well, how do you know? You haven't seen the show. She goes, "No, they're just talking about the culinary challenges and all the things. And then if you do it, you win a show." Well, I want a show for her. Doing what? I've not been on TV. I made my own TV commercials for my restaurant. That was the only thing I ever did that was TV.
So none of it was appealing when they contacted you and they asked you?
I wouldn't say it wasn't appealing. It just wasn't in my scope.
Right.
It wasn't
really, in your plans.
It wasn't like something I was seeking. We had talked about it. There'd been many people that come to me before and said, like my buddy that was the marketing manager for Flowmaster. Remember Flowmasters? The mufflers.
Oh yeah, okay.
Hot rod mufflers.
Yeah, sure.
So he came to me and said, "You should do a hot rod show. You love hot rods. Let's do a hot rod show." I mean, I know enough to be dangerous, about hot rods. I mean, I know just enough to get into the conversation where I bury myself. And so that was that. And so anyhow, the show, they should make a 3-minute pitch. So all my buddies are like, gotta make the pitch, gotta do the thing, gotta do the thing, gotta do the thing. And I avoided it any way I could. And to the point where it had expired, like the entry time had expired. So my buddy named Mustard, we were on a barbecue team together. Did competition barbecue and all kinds of crazy shit. And he says, "Do you ever send that demo tape into the Food Network?" I said, "No, I just missed that window." And he goes, "Good, I thought you were going to say that." He says, "Because they opened it back up. There's another week." He says, "Let's go make that." I'm like, "I don't want to do this." He's like, "Don't be, you always push this is the truth." Because I push all my friends and like, open your own business, go on that vacation, have kids. I'm always the one that's got to, go live your best life. And so I got to walk my talk. Last thing I wanted to do, Joe, honestly, is go on TV. And because I never went to culinary school. I just been cooking through my, that was my career and it's what I did as passion and living in France.
You opened up a restaurant without ever going to culinary school.
Yeah.
Is that unusual?
I think it's probably 60-40.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
60-40 that go to school? Or
60 go to school.
That's a lot that don't, though.
I could really be off on it. When I do diners, drive-ins, and dives, 60% don't go. A lot of the mom and pops.
Mm.
And that doesn't mean that they don't learn. I mean, some of the best chefs I know haven't been to culinary school and just are super smart at learning and dig in. A lot of education, a lot of research, a lot of trial and error, a lot of putting yourself out there. You got to be willing to fail. Like, I don't really think you can be a good cook if you're not willing to fail. If you stay in your lane so much, I just think that you get better chances to, let's think about fighting. Think about things you've learned, all the education in martial arts and boxing and all these different perspectives that people take to be in it. It's usually the one that has a pretty good, a narrow focus on something they really, really love, having the outside perspective. So for me as a chef, having the ability to understand food, there's such depth there that I'll never hit the bottom. You'll never touch all the opportunities that there are. But anyhow, so back to that, I made a demo tape, and I made it so ridiculous that there's just no way they were gonna pick me.
What'd you do in the demo? You have it?
You guys, I think you can find it. It's. I can't believe I just told you. Oh, you guys already have it? You set me up.
I didn't set you up.
Did you really get it that fast?
Jamie just pulled it up.
Hey, did you pull it up that fast?
This is
Jamie
Jamie's
Wilson, Sonoma County, California, home of true wine country cuisine. Today I'm going to prepare a dish for you not in
not infusion, but in confusion. I'm going to do a gorgonzola tofu sausage terrine that will be served over a mildly coached ostrich egg. Now, since we're in the wine country, I'll be serving that on grape nuts. And done with a delicious pickled herring mousse right on top. And, oh, I know, delicious. It sends shivers up my spine. No, seriously, folks, real food for real people, that's the idea. See, it's all getting messed up. People are trying to take everything off the shelf and jam it onto a plate, and that's not what it has to be. I learned how to cook out of survival. My parents were going through this macrobiotic cooking in the late 70s, and I had enough boulder and steamed fish to kill a kid. So the idea in our family was whoever made the dinner got to decide what it was going to be, and being an Italian descent, pasta was always one of the keys. I went and studied in France, and then came back and got my degree at University of Nevada, Las Vegas in restaurant administration. Been a district manager in Los Angeles, and moved up here to Northern California to open up 3 different concept restaurants. What I like to talk to you about, and what I think I could do as a Food Network host, is teach people about real food, real people. Get it to the basics. Great product, great equipment, great ideas. See, anybody can really cook. Anybody can come up with a simple idea. But the idea is bringing it to the table. I take people's imaginations and put them on the plate. Let me show you one of my favorites. I was on my way back from Houston, where I was down there.
Can't believe you're making me go through this.
Sorry. Style barbecue and mix it into Japanese cooking. See, in Japanese, sushi does not mean raw fish, and that's what people think it does. It means seasoned rice. So I take a little bit of seasoned rice, a little bit of smoked pork butt, and we put this together here in a dish with a little of our American favorite, French fries, and mix this together with a little bit of the California favorite, some avocado. And I came up with this idea. And as I was doing this, a buddy came around the corner and he says, Guido, what are you doing? He says, you can't put that into rice. You can't make sushi out of barbecue. What are you doing, you jackass? And that's what this dish is called. It's actually called the jackass roll. So we mix it up, we serve it over. The idea about cooking is not just about great food. It's about putting all the pieces. Do you have a sharp knife? Do you understand sanitation? Do you know where to get it from? And do you know how to tie all the components together? You see, my idea about it is there's so much more to teach. As a restaurateur, people ask me all the time, how do you do it? I can take the restaurant and bring it to the home. And I think that would be something that would be sellable. My name's Guy Fieri. My friends call me Guido. You can now consider me your friend.
Why did you think that would be ridiculous? That seems pretty straightforward. What's the matter, James? Oh, your Switch is fucking up again? You gotta reboot again? Go ahead, reboot. No worries. Okay. That seems pretty straightforward. I don't know why you would think that would somehow or another, like, that they're going to pick you.
I was taking it seriously. I wasn't taking it seriously.
Yeah,
the whole beginning line was
that's
such
a TV personality. That's like,
yeah. I didn't want to take. That was it. Here we go. You guys happy? Shit's done. Let's see.
I don't know why you would think that would be something they would never pick you from.
Well, I didn't know back then what I know about. So
you thought you had a super professional.
Right. I thought if I talked some shit, I kind of made it a joke. I told them, what are they doing? I thought like, hey, I'll be so. I mean, that is pretty true to who I am anyway.
What year was that?
2005? Yeah, 2005. Yeah, 2005. First show didn't air until 2006. But, yeah, so I sent it to him. And I sent it on a DVD. Because my buddy that filmed it worked at the TV station. And he burned it from the camera and put it on DVD.
Back in the old days.
So I sent it in. That's it. I did my deal. I said I would do it. I did it. So it gets in. 3 days later, late at night, 10 o'clock at night, my wife and I are sitting on the couch watching TV. Home phone rings. She goes, she's from Rhode Island. She's from North Providence, so she's a little bit tough on the phone at 10 p.m. Like, who's calling at 10 p.m.? No, I don't know where he is. No, he's not here. I'll take a message. No. Yes. No. She finally covers the phone. She goes, it's a Food Network. Bullshit. Food Network. It's one of my buddies me to jerk off. So I pick up the phone and I go, oh, Food Network. I said, is this Guy Ferrari? And I'm like, okay, so I know it's not, because it was one of my buddies that would have said, Fieri. So she goes, yeah, we got your DVD, and we'd like to talk to you about it. We want you to be on the show. I said, well, okay, what does that entail? Well, there's a contract to be on your door tomorrow morning. We FedEx. So I get the FedEx and I look at it and I give it to one of my attorney buddies. Like, man, they own your ass. If you sign this, they're gonna own you. So he redlined a bunch and I sent it back to him. He called me back and I said, you can't redline the contract that we're sending you. This is like, you want on the show or you don't want on the show.
What is like when you say they own you? Like, what do you mean?
Oh, he says, you know how a contract goes when you get into TV. I mean, there's like, you know, we've got you for 36 months. You can't do any other production. But, you know, whatever.
36 months.
I don't know. Don't quote me on any of it. All I know is I had never signed an entertainment contract at that point.
Yeah.
So
a lot of them are pretty predatory. You take advantage of the person that doesn't have any exposure. If you're going to become a star, they want to profit massively off it. And
so that's where it kind of, my guy said to me, you have your own restaurant, you're doing your own thing. What are you doing? What are you putting up on TV?
right.
And so long story short, I went, Lori and I were pregnant, 8.5 months.
You were pregnant too?
Yeah, well, that's what I call it. I held the baby weight. But we were, you know, we're pregnant. We got the kid coming. Hunter was 4. So Hunter was.
Did you name it after Hunter Thompson?
Yes, I did. Did you know that, or did you just say that?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, that's 100%. I was, because I saw all the Hunter Thompson in the hallway. I saw the Bill Murray interview. I read Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I don't read a lot, but I read that book probably 5 times. Great book. Such a great book. And when I got out of college, I lived in a town I didn't know anybody. I lived in Long Beach. I didn't know anybody. I just worked at this restaurant. And I'm not a big TV person, so I just read the book. And I read it in college, and I read it again. And it's funny when you read something again. I got that from the Dale Carnegie book. I read Dale Carnegie, and you have to read it 100 times or how many. I just like, man, this guy owns it. This guy lives it. This guy just, what a character.
Yeah.
And then the more I read about him, and the more you kind of learn about him. So I told my wife, so we have Hunter and Ryder. Ryder's freshman in San Diego State. Hunter just graduated with his MBA at the University of Miami.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so that's where Hunter came from.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you. And my nephew Jules, who's in the middle of the two, we raised Jules. My sister died when Jules was really young. And so Jules just is graduating this Sunday with his degree from Loyola in law. He's in EDM music. He's an agent.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So anyhow, I got on the show. I got there. Everybody's standing there buttoned up in their chef coats. I walked in, and I'm in New York. Never been to New York. I'm in flip-flops and shorts and a yellow leather jacket. And I walk in, and everybody's like, all puckered. And I'm like, oh, fuck, this is not going to go well. This is going to be a shit show. And I just said, you know what? You got to give it a shot. So I just went in. I was just me, did what I do. I won. So I won the show. And what you win is a 6-episode cooking show, which they ran at 7 a.m. on Saturdays. I mean, it was the worst time slot in the world. But they gave me the show, and I did good. They gave me another show, and I did the show, and I hated it. I did the pilot, and I hated it. And I'm like, I can't do this.
What was that show?
It's called Gotta Get It. I don't think you're going to find it. You're not going to find this.
He'll find it.
No, Jesus, please. I don't think it was ever aired. So what it was a show. It was a show about kitchen gadgets. And I'm not a kitchen gadget chef.
Oh, so it's like you got to get one of these Cuisinarts.
It wasn't even that good. I mean, it was like avocado slicer. Like, you can't slice avocado, don't eat it. You got a problem. But it was a cool one. It was a oven that talked Bluetooth to your phone. And that was way before Bluetooth stuff was really going on. There was a 2-stroke weed eater mower with a blender on it. And that was the coolest one. I made margaritas in that. So anyhow, but the one they gave me that sucked the worst, or the one that I wasn't excited, was they gave me a ball, like a hamster ball, from the hamster balls. The hamster run around the house. But you pour cream and vanilla and sugar and all this in a ball, and the ice cubes in it, and then you roll the ball around, kick it around, and they would roll in it to make ice cream.
Okay. Yeah. Kind of fun.
Yeah. So, not for a guy that has a sushi barbecue restaurant, and
Yeah. How long does it take to make ice cream by taking the ball?
I don't know, too long. I was
thinking that's fun, but then I thought, no. How much time?
Go kick it with your flip-flops. So I did the whole thing, and they called me a couple weeks later, and they said, congratulations, the show got picked up for 13 episodes, prime time. I got to be honest with you, I'm not going to be able to do that show. I'm like, what? Like, no, it's not. So they went through a series of people, executive from the production company, the owner of the production company, yelling at me, telling me he wasted all his time and his money. I said, hey, nobody told me that if this got picked up, I had to go do the show. I thought it was a discovery for you, a discovery for me. I don't know shit from steak sauce about what's going on, how this all works, which I quickly turned down. I was not going to be inside of the TV business and not be really aware of what goes on. So finally, the president of the network called me and she said, you're burning a huge opportunity. Brooke Johnson, burning a huge opportunity. I said, Brooke, it's all about authenticity. I said, I don't need the paycheck. And I said, I'm happy with my life. I love what I do. I like my cooking show called Guys Big Bite. You know, cook food the way I want, call it what I want to call it, make it the way I want to make it. And I said, I just don't need any gadgets for cooking. There's just not a thing. We might not ever get a shot like this again. I said, I really appreciate the opportunity. And I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I just don't want to do it. And she said, okay. And that was it. But fortunately, 6 months later, they called me back and said, we're going to give you one more shot. You're going to be a food critic. I said, no, thank you. They go, hold on. Why not? I said, I'm not a food critic. I'm a cook. Last thing I'm going to do is go in and tell people they're doing it right and wrong. That's like someone going and telling somebody they don't like their art's wrong. Bullshit. That's not my style. So they said, well, okay, it's not that. It's not that. You go around, this was the key word, you go around to mom and pop joints and you just eat the food and talk to the people. My God, I can do. That's my style. So what's it called? Diners, Drivers, Dives, and Dimes. I said, what? They couldn't get the name right. No one ever gets Diners, Drive-ins, and Dives right. That's why we call it Triple D all the time. I said, I could do that. I could do that. That sounds like dives. I love dives. I don't know a lot about diners because we don't have many of them on the West Coast. And drive-ins, I love. That was always special to me to go to the A&W drive-in when I was a kid. We didn't eat fast food when I was a kid. So when you went there, that was like a big deal. And so I was like,
wow. Interesting. Yeah, it seems like it's hard to find because once they started making personalities out of chefs, then you have to find authentic personalities who are good on TV that are actually cooks. So it's kind of a little bit of a dilemma because chefs aren't necessarily the kind of people that you want to have in front of the camera for the most part.
I deal with a lot of them.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think that everybody, when you get people comfortable, as you know, you get people comfortable, you get them talking about themselves, you get them in a zone where they feel good and they relax. It's very simple. It's what you do here. I mean, I watch. It's people have a gift of storytelling or have history, and what can people talk best about themselves or their history or their passion? And that's what I did with Triple D. Is I just went in. I remember the first one we ever shot. I'm standing there talking to the guy about the thing, and I'm pouring coffee behind my back. People are bitching at the counter because we're right in the middle of an active service in the diner. I'm pouring coffee and pancakes burning, and I flip the guy's pancake, and I'm like, "So how long are you making the, yeah, hang on a second. It's an order back, I asked all my questions I was supposed to ask, and the producer at the end goes, "Cut." So what the hell was that? I said, slow your roll, bro. He said, I asked every question I asked been asked. I said, I didn't stand there and do like PM Magazine. I was in the mix with the dude, but I asked all the goddamn questions. And he's like, can you do that again? I said, I did stand on my head. This is what we do in the restaurant business. I said, we work and we talk and we joke and we laugh and we bust balls and we do, that's what we do. He goes, let's quit one on the ground. We got a hit. And then we went around the country for the next 3 weeks and shot more locations and put that together into the pitch.
So I don't understand, was he pretending to be upset or was he upset to explain it to him?
He was kind of an upset guy.
So fun.
But it worked out.
That's the problem with TV, dealing with upset people.
Well, and the thing is especially people that don't understand TV. So when I started Triple D, I just treated my fellow chefs, restaurant owners, like we were in the kitchen. Have fun. I tell them all the time, I want you to say whatever you want to say. You want to drop 50 F-bombs. If you cut, if you drop the thing on the floor, if you shit, goddamn, it's not right, don't worry. We'll stop. We'll fix it. We'll go forward. But I'm never going to make you look bad. I promise you I'm going to make you look bad. You'll look great. Sometimes we stop and go, let's hold up. What do you drink? Jack. We get him a shot of Jack, please. You know, they'll sit there and shoot the shit about his favorite team or talk about it. See, I always start talking about people's family right off the bat. Talk about the family. Kind of puts people on the same playing field. Not a game.
Right. No, I understand. I get it. Well, that sounds like a fun thing to just drive around and go to people's restaurants and see how they do things and see the history behind it. What was their dream? How satisfying is it to have this place?
You meet the people that are just, I mean, bring tears to your eyes. There's so many stories, so many. We've done like almost 1,600 locations, and it's just mind blowing to be in the restaurant business and to watch these people, what they put into it, and how many sacrifices they've made, and how many success stories we hear. And it's just, it is probably one of the most fulfilling things I've ever done in my life. You know, it's really, I would have been done by now had it not. I mean, matter of fact, when we first started the show, I thought, oh, this would be fun to do for a couple of years. I'll probably run out of places. This show could live on forever.
How many years have you been doing it now? 16 years. That's crazy. That's crazy.
But it does some great things for them.
I'm sure it's great for the businesses, right?
You know,
it must be a huge boom.
We're shooting right now.
Oh, yeah?
Right now.
In Austin?
Yeah, we just shot this morning.
Where'd you shoot?
Shot a place called the Bolden Creek Cafe, vegan joint. And I shouldn't even say it like that. I should just say Bolden Creek Cafe, an awesome restaurant.
No, you should say vegan. You should let everybody know.
Well, but here's the thing. I think when I say vegan, people are like, oh, so you kind of got to give them their shot. No.
I wasn't thinking that. I was just thinking, you know, I have some vegan friends that if they only want to eat at a vegan restaurant, I would take them there.
It's so good, I'd just go eat there as it is. And that's what when I interview people at vegan restaurants or vegetarian restaurants, I'll say, do your non-vegan vegetarian friends come here? Or I'll ask people, usually 50% of them that I'm talking to aren't vegan. They just go there because the food's great.
And there's a vegetarian place that I used to love to go to in Woodland Hills that was a Indian joint, like super authentic Indian. It was in this little strip mall. I would go in there and all the menu was in, you know, Hindi. Everybody was speaking. It was you kind of looked at the photos that they had of the dishes and just like that one, give me that one.
Spicy, not spicy.
All vegetarian, but like super authentic. And you know, that's not even necessarily what I'm interested in, but I would go there all the time.
They eat great food.
Yeah.
Eat food correctly.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like saying, I didn't mean to throw the vegan thing. It's really what it is. It's about great restaurants with really great people that own it, or people that have a good story, and then people that want to talk about what they do.
Did you ask them why they decided to make a vegan restaurant?
She's vegan, and she had a coffee shop. Started with a coffee shop, and then was doing a little bit of food on the side, and then just continued to grow and make it bigger and bigger. It's so funny. I drive up and they got a big neon that says caffeine dealer. And I'm like, that's my kind of energy. That's my kind of smart ass. You gotta have fun with yourself. You gotta laugh about this shit. And just great character. I'm actually probably getting my ass kicked from the network right now going through telling about this ahead of time. But no, there's great, like I've been to Austin a few years shooting Triple D, but I'll come back to a city and new places have popped up, or we start to find out more about them.
Have you been to Travis Barker's place?
Yeah.
I've heard that place is phenomenal. And that's a fully vegan place in LA. What's it called? Crossroads Cafe? Yeah, I've heard from many of my friends. Like Dana White went there. He's like, dude, it's phenomenal. You can't believe it's vegan.
That's the thing about it, is people have this stereotype about vegan food
for a good reason.
You and I like wild game. You and I like meat and so forth. But if you really look about it,
there's just enough vegan people that are really annoying.
That I won't disagree.
There's enough that are wonderful people.
No,
don't get me wrong, but there's a percentage of vegan people that are like hugely annoying.
Well, and especially when they start. Here's the thing:
proselytizing. Yeah.
Don't push yourself into somebody else's lane. Do what you want to do and do what you love. Don't go and I'm not into preaching. I'm not into trying to change. Have your opinion. Have your attitude.
Yeah, that's the problem with the whole vegan thing. Is that the people, they represent themselves as morally superior. You know, and it's not all of them. Some of them do it just because they're kind people, and that's how they want to eat. That's wonderful.
But I think that happens in a lot of different, of course, sections. I mean, there's people about heavy metal. You don't like heavy metal, you're an idiot.
Exactly.
You know,
There's people like that with yoga. They just start doing yoga. They want everybody to do yoga. Yeah, I get it.
Well, I'll tell you a funny story. I was running restaurants down in Long Beach, and then I was in Redondo Beach. I'm running a little restaurant down there called Luis's. Tiny little pasta joint, pizza and pasta. And there was a bunch of them in LA at the time. And then I eventually became the district manager for them. But, and I was young. I was very young in my career. But Boyce Gracie used to come in. The Gracie family was right down the street in Redondo Beach. And I remember somehow through a manager, to one of the guys, we got a UFC videotape, VHS. Someone had, I don't know what it was. I'd never seen it. I hadn't even heard of it. And that was the first time that we ever came aware to, this. And then, who was it? Tank Abbott was down in Huntington Beach. And we used to go down, and I used to live by Huntington. So we used to go down there and the Tank Abbott thing and the T-Door thing, this whole thing. But you're so ingrained in it. You're such a massive part of it that, anybody wants to start getting on a high horse about stuff, I'm like, as soon as you know enough about it, as soon as you have a platform that you really can say something, then speak your piece. But don't shove it down people's throat. I mean, I'm just saying, you can do about anything.
Yeah. No, that's a big one when people start doing jujitsu. They don't want to tell everybody about jujitsu. The vegan thing, though, is like, I really do get it from their perspective, like as an ethical perspective. It's just one of those things where if there's a thing that you're trying to do, where you're trying to be kind, you're going to get a certain percentage of people that start doing that get annoying.
Yeah, I just choose not to listen to annoying people. I just tune it out. I don't have fucking time for it. I really don't have time for it. I mean, life, there's so much else going on in my life and so much else going on in this world. I think, why don't we start focusing on the good shit we can do? We can do so much great shit. If everybody would pivot themselves 10% and just go and look and say, take everything you love and then go do that more.
Mm-hmm.
And be worried less about what somebody's saying about you or what something's going on social media or whatever this other shit may be. Just go do something positive.
It's a social media contagion. It's a problem. It's a real problem.
When will it break is the question. Like, when will it stop being the center of shit? When people just start looking at it and go, okay, we're done. We've had enough of it. It's run its course. It's been poisonous enough. There's positive things to it. Don't get me wrong. I think there's some really good information that you can get from it. But the negative side, just because you have a key, I always say to these I have young chefs that are on my shows, like, somebody wrote about me. And I'm like, A, quit reading about yourself. B, look at the source. Now, if I come up to you and I tell you that your food sucks, or I tell you that you're doing something that's wrong, we're friends. You can maybe take my opinion with some credit. But the jerk off that's writing about you in his mom's basement, eating Cheetos in his underwear, clucking away, telling you how much you suck. So do you really care what that guy thinks?
The problem is people see it written down and they think it's almost like a valid source, and then they have to combat it. But you're going to combat 35 million people, or however many million people are tweeting about things.
And how many extra accounts they have.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. And there's a lot of people that aren't even real. But it's also just the nature of it highlights negativity, because the nature of this platform, what gets traction is things that make people upset.
Which what media it still is. You don't hear the front page of the paper talking about all the good that somebody does and all the money they've raised or all the benefit they've given or all the experiences they've offered. What you hear about is the death.
Yeah, it's a problem because it's monetized, right? It's a problem because that's how people make money, and they don't think of it in terms of the impact that it's having on the culture. But that's how they're making money. They make money by getting people, or used to be, but getting people to buy newspapers and tune into the news. And because of that, what's going to get people's eyes glued? Not positive stories and inspirational stories, but rather whatever the chaos is anywhere in the world, and exaggerated to make it the most salacious and the most ridiculous. And
how much can we spend, regardless if it's true or not? I mean, that's what's been killing me, is all of the truth, non-truth. Where's the medium? Who's the governing body? Like, is anybody going to hold anybody's feet to the fire on this? And could there not? I wish there could be a
up
punishment like
to
you
us.
lied.
Yeah, but it's up to us. It's up to us to ignore them. Once you know that they're full of shit, and once you know that they lie, take away their power. The way you take away their power is just not pay attention to them. And they do it to themselves. I mean, in general, mainstream media has kind of, over the last, 8-9 years, has exposed themselves as being wholly corrupt. Very corrupt and full of lies and propaganda and ignoring positive aspects of people because they don't fit with your political agenda. It's just, and it has a negative effect downstream of the entire civilization because it's just like everybody's at everybody's throats, and they're being fed all this negativity. First through mainstream media, and then it's all accentuated by Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, and
No, it's poisonous, and it poisons the culture. Unfortunately, we're moving away from it, but there still is.
Are we?
Well, I think there's a mass group that is still, buying into it, being the sheep and going along with it. You're not following it. I'm not following it.
Yeah, but we're public people. It's like it's wise for your health to not follow it,
True, but I hope, and again, I don't have any prescription to it. I follow the same mantra you're saying. Quit tuning in, quit paying attention, quit passing it along, quit reading the bullshit. You don't know if it's true or not. Just talk about what you know and talk about what you believe and be who you are, and quit trying to quit negative shit. Just, keep it out of your mouth.
Yeah, it's a problem because it's so addictive, people are constantly checking it, and when you're bored, you immediately grab your phone. What do? You open up social media. Like, what's everybody yelling at? What are they upset about?
What's your social media that you guys have?
Mostly Twitter, because it's the only one that's free in terms of like free speech, like legitimate free speech. Call it X, whatever. I'm still gonna call it Twitter.
I hate when they say Twitter X, formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been 2 years, 3 years.
I know, but nobody calls it X.
Everybody calls it
People call it X. Everybody calls it Twitter.
Why did he change it anyway?
Because he's crazy. Same reason why he bought it.
I saw the picture of you shooting the bow at the Tesla.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I heard the tip came right off and came right back at you.
Yeah, it blew apart. Yeah, it's thick steel.
You think it was going to go through?
I think if I had a reinforced arrow, so like, there's companies that make like super durable, like much heavier grain arrows, and maybe an iron will broadhead, like a single bevel, 2-blade. I had a 3-blade, too much of a big cutting surface and a smaller surface. I thought about it for a lot afterwards.
And I may try it again with goggles on and behind it.
No, I wasn't worried about it hitting me, but it's pretty impressive. I mean, you can actually shoot I think you can shoot a 40. What like round will that? I don't want to lie. I know 9mm will bounce right off of it. But like, what round is that?
Will a 9mm bounce off?
Bounce right off of it.
No.
Yep.
But not the windows.
No, not the windows. No. But
what would it cost you the windows?
You can get the windows done easy.
Have you driven one?
Yeah.
I heard they're amazing. My buddy has one. He
I
says,
drove my Tesla here today.
"Oh, you have one?"
Yeah, I don't have a Cybertruck. I have a Model
He says
S.
you push the button and the car will come get you.
Oh yeah, it'll do that. Okay. The body was him, 9mm handgun, 22 caliber rifle, has not bulletproof against all calibers. So when you get higher, like an AR-15, 50 caliber, of course, it's going to penetrate everything. Truck's metal, also cracked if shots are fired close together. But either way, why would you do that? Like, why are you making a car like that, you fucking psycho? Like, it's really kind of crazy. And I think you can't sell them in some countries because they're so durable that it's like a danger to other cars on the road. Because, like, you would hope that, like, if a Celica hits a Prius, they're both going to kind of crush equally.
Where'd you pick up Celica?
Oh.
That dates us.
People still have those.
Celicas were awesome.
I heard they were remaking that. That's why. I heard that they're going to bring back a Celica.
Celicas are awesome.
Oh, yeah, man.
What was your favorite of all time American muscle cars?
Oh, that's hard. That's hard. I love them. I got a lot of them. Are they bringing back the Celica? Might be an AI thing.
I heard something about it.
I don't have a favorite, but it's all I like between early. You can get as low as 65 for a couple of them. Like I have a 65 Corvette that I love. And then I think you get as old as 71 if you get into like the Barracudas and the Challengers, some of the Mopars. But by 71, most of the Fords and the Chevys have fallen apart for whatever reason. I think because they stopped doing drugs. That's what I think. I have a theory. I have my psychedelic theory. Because it's if you look at those,
I've heard a lot of reasons they've stopped. More EPA issues.
Well, EPA issues as well, but why make them ugly? You can make them fuel efficient without making them so ugly. Like something happened, they lost their design language, and everything started being flat and boring. You know, except Corvette. Corvette is another one. Like Corvette, like they made good-looking Corvettes deep into the 70s because they still have that curvy body. But if I had, like, I don't know.
Well, bow tie Mopar or Ford.
I love them all. I'm not picking one. I love them all. Man, I have a 70 Cuda. I love that. I have a 68 Mustang. I love that. I just love that era of automobile. And it's just like, it's also that era of culture. I love the music and the fact that life was chaotic and, you know, there were so many changes in the culture. There were so many
quickly.
changes in society.
Yes. Each year made it.
Yeah, I mean, they went from Buddy Holly to Jimi Hendrix in a decade, and everything was like, what's the baseline now?
My favorite movie is that Buddy Holly movie.
Oh yeah,
with Gary Busey. Remember that? Buddy Holly and the Crickets and Gary Busey. Oh, it was great. That was a great flick. No, I brought the Triple D Camaro. I brought it. I drove it over.
What is the Triple D Camaro?
68 Camaro. It's a 68
nice.
Camaro on an LT4. So it's basically a 2022 Corvette with a 68 body on it.
Okay.
I made two of them. I've had a few different cars inside.
Did you take like the new Camaro and cut the body panels off and put the new ones on?
68.
Oh, nice.
That's me driving it out too. So we just made that car. I made two of them. That's not the picture of that, but it is that car. So we made two of them. I had that one for the longest time.
So you put a different chassis in it and everything?
Yeah, Detroit Racing's.
Okay,
chassis.
great.
It's the Monster or trying to make 5-speed, but my boys were sitting there.
That's what I was talking about. Oh, I don't want to drive something with drum brakes that doesn't stop. Those are stupid.
Well, it's so funny to think. I have a Trans Am and the Bandit car. And I love it. It's a great car, but you drive it, and it's so nostalgic to drive. It feels so good, and it doesn't rattle and all that. But boy, you know, my assistant's Camry can, you know, can probably take it from the line.
Oh yeah, a Model 3 will leave you in the dust. A Tesla.
Those Teslas are fast as shit.
Yeah, I mean, as far as pure performance, there's nothing like those things. Everything else is stupid. But is this what it is?
I mean,
is this real?
Nothing official has been announced about the Celica.
Damn,
but,
that
400
looks
horsepower,
good.
six speed manual.
Really?
Transmission.
Oh, that's Forbes, dude. Click on Forbes.
It's not showing up every time. I've tried to click on it a million times. I'm only getting. I have to get the ads out of it, and then there's no pictures to show.
Well, the one below it looks like that one that says 2025. That looks like a dark horse Mustang. That doesn't even look like a Toyota.
Yeah, so most of these are all like I think
Bullshit.
AI generated pictures.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a
Isn't
lot
that
of those.
weird, though?
Yeah.
You go on and you can. I fell for the Scarface 2 movie.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, there was something going on. Maybe I had a couple of shots of Santo. I was drinking a little bit. But I was like, Scarface 2. And they did this whole AI thing. And I'm like, no,
What I've been loving is little Theo Vaughn as baby. What's that? Oh, yeah. Theo Vaughn as babies are my absolute favorite. The AI babies that take like podcast clips and have babies.
The things, we were just having a security discussion the other day about, you know, having so many words of mine on the internet or on TV or whatever, and then someone could put together a whole sentence. And you know, the security person said, you know, what would you do if they sent a message to your wife and made it sound like you? I travel a lot. I mean, you know, so and so, you know, I need such. I'm in Mexico and I need $100,000. I'm locked up. What would you guys do? And I'm like, that's a real thing. Like, no, that is a real thing. They're starting to extort money from people, and granted, they're usually doing it to older people and so forth. But it's this AI threat's a real thing.
Yeah, that's one of the real things. Yeah, we're going to encounter a lot of unprecedented challenges to reality over the next few years, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, they're going to try to figure out ways to stop it while it's happening, but
I think they're farther ahead of us.
Yeah, the technology is it's reality bending technology. You could essentially right now, just from the podcast that you and I have had so far, us talking, you could have us say anything forever. They could do podcasts where you and I discuss fucking computer chips, the construction of them, and have conversations about nuanced details of the technology that we don't understand. And it could be anything. It could be foreign policy. You could talk about anything, and it would all be AI generated, and no one would be able to tell. There's a whole podcast out there of me talking to Steve Jobs. I never met Steve Jobs.
No shit.
No. The whole
Not no shit. You didn't meet Steve Jobs. No shit.
There's
no shit on both.
It's like a 45-minute podcast of me and Steve Jobs having a conversation. I never met him.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they could do anything with your voice, man. And it's like a little weird. Like you can kind of tell it's fake. But this is like, imagine if you go back like just a few years ago, the AI generated deep fakes of celebrities were super obvious. And now they're not obvious at all.
Remember the Tom Cruise one? That was the one.
That was interesting. Yeah.
That was the first one I ever saw. No, and we're just on the cusp of it. I think it's even deeper and more convoluted, more screwed up than we know. But it's going to become something we're going to have to face because they're so far ahead of our legislation that's even interested in trying to control it. I don't think they know what to control. It's scary shit.
It is, but it's also like, what is reality going to be? Because what you're seeing right now is just a visual representation of what AI can do. But what about once it starts being able to recreate experiences? Because that's coming. I mean, whether it's 20 years or 50 years, there's going to come a time, if you stay alive long enough, where you're not going to have to experience things. You're going to be able to sit down and, just like the Matrix, just plug you in and you're going to experience something.
Okay. We're a little bit the same age. Do you not trip out that Dick Tracy had a square watch that looked like an Apple Watch?
It's kind of crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
they would talk to it, and everybody's like, that's nuts. He's talking to his
Okay,
watch.
so did we... This is like we should be drinking or something should be going on. What happened? Did Apple did we influence enough Apple people that they just decided to make it a square watch and make it look like Dick Tracy's watch? Or did the Dick Tracy thing, did we already make the watch? And did somebody go back and, do you ever sit there and trip on shit like that?
I definitely don't.
You don't?
No, not about that. I think square is
Matrix,
just a normal size. It's a normal shape for a frame.
Not a watch you're talking to, though.
Yeah, but it's just a screen.
Star Trek?
It's just a tiny screen. Yeah, but the Star Trek thing was a fucking walkie-talkie. Kirk out, and they'd hang up.
But then we made the Star Trek.
Yeah. But that was also, life imitating art.
I don't know.
It's not art.
We'll go back to Matrix then. Because I think of the Matrix things all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how real, how possible is that? We used to watch that cartoon. There was a movie my kid watched when he was little about the people that all went and lived. It wasn't too long. It was maybe 10, 15 years ago. About the people all lived in the spaceship and the little robot and the plant grew and everybody was heavy set. Nobody walked. They were all in space. What is it called? Was it WALL-E? At the little robot thing?
Oh, the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing.
Pixar movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you sit there and look at that stuff and you're like, wow.
Yeah. That's what's really happening.
Okay, so you didn't buy my Dick Tracy idea, but I think that the other stuff is...
Well, when you think about where this is all headed, there's only a few different directions that one could go to, and simulated reality is a big one. I think that's inevitable. Because I think you're going to get more sedentary people, more people that are very uncomfortable with their own lives and want to live a different life, and then you're going to be able to have experiences. Just like when kids play Call of Duty all day long. Like, what are they doing? They're playing war with zero consequences, where they're able to kill people with zero consequences, get killed, respawn, and they're doing it all day long just for the experience. Well, what what happens when that experience is far more vivid? You're feeling things. You feel gravity. You feel your feet feel the concrete underneath you and the gravel you're stepping on. They're going to be able to recreate all that stuff. Whether they do it with an implant or whether they do it with a helmet that you wear that sort of interacts with your brain, sends signals into your visual cortex and recreates experiences. It's coming.
You're taking this way past my Dick Tracy watch.
Yeah, look at this robot.
Oh, I saw this yesterday.
Yeah, look at this dancing robot.
That looks so weird.
It's so weird because they're moving like a human moves. And then eventually they're going to realize this human design kind of sucks. Let's make something that's better than a human.
See the one where the robot whacked out? The AI robot went crazy.
Oh, yeah, in China?
Yeah.
Like, it started
Flailing on everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be powered by AI, and AI is not going to probably have the best opinion of us because a lot of us are annoying.
Deep shit.
Yeah, it's weird.
We're talking about food and cars and
Yeah,
that's deep.
it's a weird time. It's a weird time for change because we're like riding this technological wave, and we don't know when it's going to break and where it's going to break. What's going to happen?
Are we cart and horse? Are we horse and buggy and automobile? Is that the energy, or is that the space that we're in? Think about all those people that were in that era.
Yeah, but those buggies are shit. They went 45 miles an hour.
It
Top
was pretty
speed.
amazing for somebody that didn't.
Yeah.
There's no horse at the end of it, and
That's
it's
true.
driving you down the road. It's what's that noise? What's that pop?
Yeah. What I'm getting at is I think that the change is going to be way more radical than just going from a horse to a Model T. I think it's going to be. We're not. There's a lot of people that believe we're already in a simulation, and not a lot of people like kooks and people like actual real, including Elon. He said that the odds of us not being in a simulation are in the billions. Because the idea is that if technology increases, one day there will be a simulation that will be so good you will not be able to distinguish whether or not it's real. And so then the question is, when will you know whether that's taken place? And has that already taken place?
The Matrix.
Yeah.
Essentially what the Matrix was.
Similar.
But that's that same thing I was saying about Dick Tracy watch. Where did that come from? I mean,
The
that's
Dick Tracy watch seems kind of obvious. It's a square.
yeah, but I'm just still
Like
saying
a
that
TV. Your TV's a square.
most watches were round, and all of a sudden it became
Right.
a square. I don't know. Anyhow, not to get
Well,
stuck
it's
on that.
because it's crazy. It's sci-fi. Look, it's a square. Like, look at the Jetsons.
But I go back to the thing with somebody. I mean, you were talking about people doing drugs and designing cars. Who sat around and said, "Okay, let's make up this movie where you take the pill and you're in the system, you're out of the system. We're plugging you in the back of the head. You grow energy. You are the energy source now. Like we use cows for grinding grain. Are we going to become that and so forth?" You think about it. What was that? Matrix 20 years ago? 25 years ago?
At least.
It's pretty advanced.
The Matrix was in the 90s, right? What year was that, James? 95? 99?
But still,
Yeah.
what we
Well,
know about
also
AI,
the-
we can look at it and go make sense.
31st.
I'm sure they wrote it even earlier than that. So, yeah, and back then, no one had any. I mean, so if you're dealing with 99, that's the infancy of the internet itself. Right? The
Pretty
internet.
big thinking.
I stumbled across this when we were talking about something the other day. This guy wrote a book in 1960 called The Man-Computer Symbiosis, which is a very early idea of what the Matrix, I think, kind
A
of.
concept of a human-computer collaboration. And this is 1960, where computers would augment human capabilities in decision-making and complex tasks. This vision involved computers facilitating both the solution of formulated problems and the formulation of problems themselves, essentially creating a partnership where humans and computers could work together more efficient or more effectively than either could alone. Well, that's happening right now. That's already happening.
1960.
Yeah, that's real.
What was the guy's name?
Licklider, JCR Licklider.
Strange
Oh,
name,
name.
Mr. Licklider. Yeah, man-computer symbiosis. Look at that guy. Look at him. He looks like the type of guy who would think up shit like that. Looks like he'd be trolling for prostitutes, too. Just saying. I mean, maybe he did. Of course he did. I'm sure he did. He looks like one of those guys. It's just it's a very tumultuous time because the change is coming so fast and no one knows what to do with it. And there's not enough laws to stop it. And even if you did have the laws, China's not going to stop. Russia's not going to stop.
And who do you go to for an answer? I mean, it's like there's so many people that are so susceptible to it, and it's just free will. I mean, it's out there, and people don't even know how to harness it or even understand what they're getting duped into or whatever the case may be. It's like the things that people are putting on the internet, and it lives in perpetuity. I mean, it's not going anywhere.
Well, this is all surface level stuff. The really crazy stuff is control of the power grid, alternative technology, alternative power sources. Like it's going to get very, very, very strange inside of our lifetime. But people are always going to need food, bro. AI is not going to make you a yummy sandwich.
Give them time.
You think?
Nah, I don't.
There's something about handmade things that people are always going to enjoy. Human beings know that it's like when you go to a nice restaurant, you have a nice meal. One of the things you know is that a person did this. It's part of it. Like, damn, they nailed it. When you're eating a perfectly cooked steak, like, oh, this guy nailed this.
Well, it's listening to, it depends on your kind of music, but listening to music when somebody's up there riffing a guitar versus somebody making a guitar sound.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're experiencing the person performing. Like you're watching someone up there jamming.
I think the big thing in food, like one of my positions on it, and I always tell people, like, oh, you're the guy that does that show about deep fried cheeseburgers and pizza. I'm like, no, you don't watch the show enough if that's what you think, because I'm super opinionated about, not opinionated, but I have a real responsibility, I think, to show the profile of food in the world, in the United States. And we've got to get our shit straight about what we're eating. We can't eat this processed food. I mean, processed food is, you're not eating it. I mean, we got to eat the basics and eat great food made correctly, but something that was made a long time ago. Don't get me wrong. There's a place for everything. There's a place for fast food. There's a place for, things that are pre-made and so forth, but it can't be all of one thing. But people need to eat better. And, you being a hunter and myself, I talk to people about it all the time. This is a reality that if you eat things that are modified, I'm not saying genetically modified doesn't have a place, but it can't be all the same stuff. And if we don't watch it, we're going to get ourselves in some deep shit. And we're already in deep shit. Cancer's, where's the heart attack? Where's the stuff that was plaguing us for so many generations? And now this cancer thing, I lost my sister to cancer, I lost my dad to cancer. I run into more people on a daily basis that are, stricken with cancer. And I think food has the type of food and what's put on the food has a big play. So
it's definitely a factor. There's a lot of factors. There's environmental factors, there's toxins, herbicides, pesticides. There's a lot of different factors. I was just reading this thing about golf courses watching a video rather on golf courses, that if you live within a certain radius of a golf course, you have a much higher possibility of getting Parkinson's disease.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Parkinson's risk higher for those living close to a golf course. What does it say? 126%? Wow. So found people living within 1 mile of a golf course have 126% higher risk of developing what happened? 126% higher risk of developing Parkinson's disease compared to living more than 6 miles away, said co-author Dr. Ray Dorsey, a neurologist and the director of the Center for the Brain and the Environment at Atria Health and Research Institute in New York. This isn't the first study that links Parkinson's disease with pesticides. This just adds additional evidence that this isn't just happening among farmers. This is happening to people living in suburban areas that have an increased risk of getting Parkinson's disease simply because of where they live. That's crazy. But not the ones to bring the pesticides. It's like secondhand smoke. They're just basically breathing it in or consuming it in the water that they're drinking. I met a guy once that he had bone cancer, and he had to have one of his bones in his legs replaced with a rod. And he said that there's an enormous percentage of people in his neighborhood that had bone cancer and all kinds of different cancers. And it was all linked to this golf course. The runoff from the golf course had gotten into the water table, in the water supply of all these people. Yeah, It's dangerous, and that shit's not even legal in a lot of countries. That's what's crazy. That's glyphosate, and that is not. I think they're leaking this golf course from glyphosate as well, aren't they?
Pesticides in general. I'm even looking at it now. So there's like a contentiousness study, which obviously it would be, but I'm trying to see what the contention is or why.
You know what's spooky, man? It's like there's a lot of rich folks who live on golf courses, and they think like, "Hey, what a great life!" And are you opening? I wonder how many more of those fuckers are getting Parkinson's disease because of that. Scary shit, man.
You think about the other countries. We don't talk about a lot in our country, but what they ban in other countries of our products, and just how they're holding the line. Remember when I lived in France? I lived right outside of Paris in a town called Chantilly. We call it Chantilly. There's the term Chantilly lace, Chantilly cream that comes from. But I remember I was there. I was 16, and I wrote my parents, and I'm like, food just tastes different here. I mean, I don't care if it's a steak and a potato. It just tastes different. I mean, like,
because it's grass-fed steak.
It was.
They don't have grain-fed steak over there. I noticed that the first time I went to Australia. I had a steak. I'm like, this tastes like game.
Like,
crazy. It was
everything
good.
tastes. And we didn't have. It's funny because we go to school. The lunch that we had at school was I lived in this kind of this boarding house. I rented a room from this family. They were terrible cooks. I didn't think you go to France, everybody cooked good. But anyhow, I went to high school. I looked forward to lunch at school. It was the best school lunch in the world. You'd sit at a table like this. There were 8 kids, and they would come by with a cart, and they'd put down a hotel pan full of, the whatever vegetable, whatever starch, whatever meat. We'd sit there and we had all the French bread we could eat. And it was just like, I looked forward to it so much. It was such great food. And I just never got it. Well, and then I got older and started cooking, and I kind of went, oh, really? So that funny thing was I went back to France 25, 30 years later, took my oldest son, Hunter, with me. We did a whole tour through Europe when he graduated high school. I took him to 7 countries and 14 cities in 30 days. And we did this whole tour of where food came from. And I took him back to Chantilly, and I went to the grocery store because my best friend from school still lived there. And I walked into the grocery store. And what had been a grocery store full of huge aisles of fresh produce and breads and everything you could imagine was now just freezer.
Really?
And I said to Vince, I go, his name is Vincent. I said, Vincent, what? Qu'est-ce que c'est? What? And he's like, going to be more like Americans. That was his, kind of joking. But it had changed so dramatically. I was like, this is like, not, it was shattering.
Yeah, I think fresh food is really the only thing that people are supposed to be actually eating all the time. Real food. The more that you can get to a farmer's market, the more that you can have relationships with ranchers and people that actually provide your food, the healthier you're going to be. And the further you get away from the source, the more you're going to have preservatives, the more you're going to have processed food. Stay away from the inside of the supermarket, all that stuff on the inside. There's condiments and stuff, but most of it's bullshit. The outside, vegetables, meats, eggs, all that stuff that's on the outside, all that refrigerated area on the outside, that's all you're supposed to be actually eating. All that stuff that's in the middle is just fucking your life up for the most part. Obviously, it's a generalization. Plenty of good stuff in the middle.
Yeah, and I think that there is, but circumstances, not everybody has the same budget and so forth, but I do believe that the reality of it is education is a big thing. Mm-hmm. Education for people about what to do with real food and how to handle it and so forth. And, I remember home ec was a great class when I was a sophomore in high school. Home ec, I took home ec. It was, almost all girls. But I was in it because I wanted to, see I didn't want to sew, but I did want to learn, how to make a blackberry pie. And I just think those simple fundamentals should still be something that are taught in schools, like just how to make a roasted chicken. Yeah. Like give them 6 months of roasting chicken. How do you cook a potato? Just the basics. Because there's a lot of people that, my son included, my son Ryder, we did a crash course. I always made him cook with me in the kitchen, but it was usually begrudgingly. He'd make things that he liked to make pizza. Let's make pizza. Tacos. But even that little thing, like how to sear a steak, what's done, what's not done, what's overseen, what's done, those things. We're missing that. So you said go to AI food. Scary shit.
Yeah. We've been bamboozled, and corporations, the same corporations that used to well, still do, own tobacco companies, bought out all these big processed food corporations. And then they started, I mean, this is something that RFK Jr.'s talked in depth about. And then they started using the same tactics to get people hooked on these processed foods. And these processed foods are essentially designed to make them incredibly addictive. And they're cheap, and people just consume them in mass, and it becomes a large percentage of the calories you take in. It's going to take a long time for people to adjust and switch away from that, because it's easy to destroy something. It's very hard to rebuild, and they've kind of destroyed our health. And
But it goes hand in hand, because when you start thinking about this cancer thing and how devastating it is, I'm like, can't really solve this. And then you listen to some other sides that'll say, big business. You don't make money curing people. That's it's one and done. It's over. I don't know. It weirds me out, but I think that we have, you just got such a massive platform, and I talked. You heard my little pitch there at the beginning of Food Network: real food for real people. I'm not saying these restaurants I should go to, you should go eat every single day, because not every one of them is, always the healthiest situation. I think you need to have a good balance between things. But it's okay to have indulgence. It's okay to eat, it's okay to have your
a Twinkie
pizza,
every now and
have
then.
your pizza, your pizza experience. But we just need to get back to some balance of it, because we're imbalances, right?
Yeah.
Is my feeling.
But then again, you're always going to have bad examples that are good for people to realize, I don't want to live like that guy's living. And you want to see someone who's like morbidly obese, terrible diet, no enthusiasm for life, because they're poisoned. And then you see a guy who's like super healthy and exercising all the time, he's got tons of energy. Like, that's what I like. Like, you need to see bad examples too. It's part of the human experience.
Moderation is my favorite thing that I talk about. I got into about 3 or 4 years ago, got into cold plunge, and thank you, by the way. You're a great advocate. You were a great inspiration on it. I started doing it, and then everybody would tell me that you're doing it, so I listened to what some of the things I do it in the morning.
It's
great.
great.
Like you said, it is
a life changer.
It some mornings it sucks. I mean, I really have to force myself.
It sucks every day.
I'm going into this. This is bullshit. I'll just get through 5 minutes and I'm good. I'll just listen to Paul Harvey. I listen to Paul Harvey in the morning. That's my favorite.
Paul Harvey. Why
the
Paul
rest
Harvey?
of the story.
Why Paul Harvey?
Because I love history, and I love to learn the little nuances of how things came about. And it was something, reminds me of my childhood. We'd listen to it in shop class when I was in high school. And it was always that quick little in-between break. They were syndicated. Pretty, interesting guy. There's a whole bunch out there.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah,
Paul Harvey was great.
I have my set of music that I listen to that I know I'm going to do a 10-minute plunge or 12-minute plunge, depending on the song. And I can keep myself out of it, because as soon as I start worrying about it, it's like thinking I'm cold. But I don't do it your temperature. You do a crazy temperature. I do like 38, 39. I heard you.
I do whatever.
I heard you in the 33s.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
It's no different.
It's just cold.
It's just cold.
I have friends.
It's no different.
I was telling your buddies earlier. So I have friends that come and do it. I started with my cold plunge. I started with a watering trough and put ice in it.
Mm-hmm.
That was what I started. You get that little thermal barrier around you. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you have, you got to move or something. Okay, you move, now you're cold. Then I went to a freezer. Built one out of the freezer.
Oh, like one of them big game freezers?
Yeah, big Westinghouse or whatever it was. Freezer, little filter in it, had a little thermostat. You plug the freezer into the thermostat, and then the thermostat into the wall, and then you put a little temperature in there, and it would regulate itself so it didn't turn into a block of ice. But every time I got in, I had to unplug it, because they're not UL rated for humans to be in them, with water.
Right.
So then a buddy of mine, this guy Jamie Week, sent me one from Sweat House, his company. And then I got the real cold plunge. Well, that water circulates. That's it.
What difference is like a Blue Cube? Like Blue Cube is one we have out here. That one you can turn into a raging river. It's got different selections. So you could have like a little, if you get in it normal, it's just a slow, steady circulation. Nothing crazy.
Right.
But you can click that bitch 1 or 2. And at 2, that motherfucker's a raging river.
It's just rolling on you?
And it's hard to do a minute in that bitch. It's hard to do a minute.
Because you do get that little thermal
Yeah,
barrier.
there's no barrier in the blue cube.
No, this one is called Plunge. They're out of Sacramento. These guys, great tub. They're
The
really
thing about it
comfortable.
is, like, I don't know what the benefit is other than it's sucking more. I think your body temperature stays the same because it's like just by, I guess you don't feel as bad because your body, like in a regular cold plunge, because your body develops that thermal barrier, but you're still cold as shit. And you get all the benefits. I don't think you have to suffer through that raging river thing. But if you want the mental benefits, the benefits of overcoming adversity and the ability to just force yourself to do something that's intolerable, then I would recommend doing that. If you're one of those people that really enjoys torturing themselves, get a blue cube.
I push people on this, and so they'll get. I was telling you guys. So my buddy come over, and I'm not doing it. I'm good. Actually, just do 1 minute. If you do 1 minute, I'll get off. I'll quit busting your balls about it, about you being, okay, get in there. So then I'll start talking to them. Okay, I got timer going. And they'll go, okay, what, talk about this. And I'll freeze my ass off. Okay, give me your favorite song. What's your favorite song? And I'll look at the song. I'll take my time. Hank Williams, Country Boy Can't Survive. Okay. Ready? I'll play it for you. You're doing good. You just a few more. You got like 30 more seconds. It's already been 2 minutes. Play Country Boy Can't Survive. Okay. How many of the words do you know to this song? Oh, all right. Besides the hook, what do you know of the song? Okay. And I'll sit there and just mess with them. He'll go 4 minutes. And they'll say, okay, and stop. You go, that was a minute? Bullshit, that song's over. That's and I'm like, no, it was like 5.5 minutes, you see? You're being a wuss.
It's mental.
It is mental.
Yeah, it's mental. If you can distract yourself, it's
why Paul Harvey.
Yeah, well, that's why watching a movie while you're on a treadmill is a total cheat code. Because if you can get like an iPad and put earplugs on and watch a movie, you'll get absorbed in the movie. You won't even thinking about the fact that you're running.
You know what I watch?
What?
Ridiculousness.
Oh, that's a good thing to watch.
I fucking love it.
Yeah.
I love Ridiculousness. I went on there. To me, Deerdick's comments are the funniest. Steel Brim, all those guys, they crack me up. And, except for having to fight through a commercial here and there, because that'll remind you that you're still on the elliptical. Do you treadmill guy or elliptical guy?
I don't do either of those, generally. I mean, sometimes I'll do a treadmill with like a weighted pack on. I'll do like...
Who do you use for the pack?
What I use? Yeah. Outdoorsman's. It's a pack that has a post on the back of it, so I can actually put like big plates on it.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
What kind of weight are you talking?
Mostly when I go for long walks, I just put 45 on, so the pack is probably 5 pounds, and then the 45-pound plate, and I take the dog out. But if I'm doing hardcore workouts, I'll put 90 on it, so I'll put 2 plates. And then there's a great machine called, see if you can find it, James. I think it's called the Hit Sled. And it's like you do a farmer's carry. So it has plate posts on either side, and you lift it up, and it's at an angle. So as you're walking, you're carrying.
So what you step inside of?
No. It's just a treadmill. It's like a treadmill that's at an angle. That's it. What's it called, Jerry? The Hitmill X. That
it's a whole unit itself.
That motherfucker's the shit. That thing is the shit.
And is that the tensioner in the front?
Well, so you've got the ability to adjust incline, I think. Is that adjust incline or is it static? Either way, whatever that incline is. And then you have those weight posts on the side. So you're lifting weight up and you're carrying weight. So that guy's got 45 on each side. So he's carrying 90 pounds while you're walking uphill. And woo, that'll get you in some shape. Woo, baby. That'll get you in some shape.
Ass kicker.
Yeah.
What do you cook?
Mostly meat. Mostly what I eat is meat. That's like 90% of my diet. Meat and eggs.
What's your cheat? What's your indulgent?
My daughter is a really good chef. Not a good chef, a good baker. She's great at cookies. She makes them. Every time she's cooking, I'm like, God damn it! She's making me some cookies. She's really good though. They're really legit. Like she made these cookies, like these peanut butter chocolate chip cookies with Nutella. Woo! They're good.
Can you do just one or two, or do you house the plate?
Well, I work out a lot, so I allow myself to eat like a pig every now and then. But like for me, cheap food is always either Italian or Mexican. I love good Mexican food. I love good Italian food. I just love, if I'm going to pig out and I'm going to eat something that I know is just for mouth pleasure, it's probably going to be Mexican or Italian.
Carbs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so addictive.
Yeah.
I find the more I stay away from them, the less addicted I am to
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And then as soon as I have them, I find myself
right back in there.
Back into,
I look forward to going to New York just for Italian food. Because, like, Austin is great for barbecue and steaks and Tex-Mex. Mexican food's great here. There's a lot of great food in Austin, but there's not a lot of legitimate Italian spots like there was in LA. LA had some legit Italian spots. Chicago's got great Italian food.
My favorite.
New York, though,
One of my favorite food cities is Chicago.
East Coast Italian food, to me, there's nothing like it. Yeah, that's it. That's the epicenter for me. Like, old school East Coast Italian sandwiches and pasta and pizza.
Whoa! And there's something about walking into a deli in Rhode Island and New York, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It just smells different. The floor creaks. They're fresh cutting the slices.
People are fired up. They're so excited to get that fucking sandwich.
The
Fucking
meatballs
sandwich.
taste different. The whole thing. So Federal Hill in Rhode Island is a real famous Italian place. I've shot shows up there a couple times, but it's not too far from where my wife's family live. And I just remember going up there and going to the delis and getting those cherry pepper stuff with prosciutto and provolone. Just, I'll take 6 of them and I'll take 18 to go. I would always bring them all back to California and just can't find anything like it.
You know what else I miss on the East Coast that you don't really get out here is a legit Jewish deli, like a Katz Deli. Like, someone needs to figure out a way to do something like that here where you can get like a legit pastrami Reuben, like a real one,
But the question I have about that's what people ask me all the time. When I first started Triple D, you could only get true Tex-Mex or great Mexican food really in this Texas, Arizona, Nevada, California, down in this pocket. But I will say that now I'm starting to find, because typically it's the people migrating to these different areas. I went to a Mexican joint on Triple D in Minneapolis. And it's a Mexican market, canaceria, it's the whole thing. And it was better than 85% of the joints that I've tried in these regions I was just talking about. So I'm starting to find this better cross-pollination of foods in different regions.
Where people move.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but you got to have the market.
Yes.
See, the market is the key, because who are they going to sell it to if people don't get it? Because a fatty brisket from Katz Deli is just a different, you've got to have the mindset. I've taken people there so many times and like, it's this much meat and there's little pieces of bread and I'm eating meat the whole time. I'm like, it's part of the idea.
Shut the fuck up.
I got to get one for you.
You ruined it for me.
First time I went to Katz Deli. So I'm in there filming Food Network Star when I had a day off. My buddy lived in New York. He was a guy who was on the show with me. So I'm taking to Katz Deli.
I'm addicted to their Instagram page.
Sandwiches.
No,
I almost brought you.
did.
So I thought I was going to bring you food today when I went and did the thing, and I'm like, I'm not taking Joe the vegan food. I'm not going to take this.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Take the
Don't
beating.
give me that. I had elk sausage for breakfast.
I love elk.
Look at this. Oh, come on, baby. Look at Katz's Deli. Look at that. Look at that pastrami. It says keto. Keto pastrami. Oh my God, I'm eating healthy. How is it keto? Oh, no bread. Oh, they're just giving you the, oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Look at that.
Is this supposed to be torture right now?
Look how good that looks. Oh my God.
Did you melt?
Oh, I love Katz's Deli.
I do too.
I try to go every time I'm in New York. Those guys, I see the same fucking dudes that I've been going since I was going there in like the early 2000s. I run into the same guys working there. These guys that have been there for 25, 30 years.
And they're such good dudes.
Great
and
guys.
I'll eat more snacks over the counter.
Mm-hmm.
By the
Yeah,
time I
they
get
give you a
to my
little piece.
sandwich, yeah.
They always do that at Katz. They give you a little piece and
Right.
they have a tip jar. And
So if people haven't been to Katz, when you go into Katz, but I'm telling them,
fucking sandwich, man.
when you go to Katz, they give you a chit. They give you a ticket.
Yeah, you got to pay cash.
Okay,
They
so
don't
they give you
take
the
credit
ticket.
cards. Better have cash.
So you pass the ticket over the counter. They mark off what they gave you. So then you take a ticket, and you sit down, you eat your food, and then when you leave, you go out and you check out with your ticket. So my buddy and I go, and I order up We ordered up all the stuff. I'm paying. So we put it all on my ticket. So we had a bunch of sandwiches, a bunch of beers, we had some shit. So we're leaving, and I turn my ticket in, and I pay my bill. And they look at my buddy, and they say, where's your ticket? And he goes, I didn't get anything. I put on his ticket. I said, you got to turn your ticket in. And it says right there, lost ticket, $300 or whatever the ticket would be worth if it was all checked off.
Right.
And I'm like, but he didn't have anything. It's all, you can see. They're like, you got to have your ticket or you pay the day. I'm like, what the? I've never been to a place like this. So we go back over to the table where he'd been sitting there. Huge. In the yellow vest, hard hats on, total New Yorkers. My buddy wasn't from New York. And he goes, and we're like, excuse me, fine sirs. Hello. And I don't have again, still in the same yellow jacket, bleached hair. And my buddy's standing there and he's from like Iowa. Did you guys see a ticket? I'm like, what the you want? Like, get out of here.
You're interrupting their meal.
So yeah, exactly what we're doing. They're on a lunch break. We're looking for a ticket. And my buddy happens to see the ticket on the floor underneath the biggest guy's boot. Like half in, like, ticket's right there. I'm not getting the ticket. You're the dumbass who lost the ticket. Get the ticket. So I think we had to buy the guys we had to buy him something or pay the tip or whatever for the guy to move his boot. And we got the ticket. It was a tumultuous experience. I go with people now and I'm like, take the ticket, put it in your wallet right now. I'll pay the meal, but just don't lose the ticket.
Yeah, you have to be prepared for the experience because it's not like anything else.
But it's
worth it. It's worth it. You get the best fucking corned beef, the best
the
brisket,
nicest people,
the nicest people. Yeah, the pastrami's off the fucking chain. That pastrami's insane. I get the same thing every time just because it's so good. I don't want to switch up. I got a pastrami Reuben.
I'm the exact same way.
Incredible pickles. The pickles are amazing.
Swap. So I love the thing they have on there. You see that one back wall, send a salami to a sailor. Yeah, that whole campaign that was going on still is something that needs to be done.
They've been around since the 1800s.
Such the joint.
Same spot. But there's a thing about places like that where there's just like this deep history. You feel it when you're in there. You got a smile on your face when you walk in the door because it's just this incredible history. You feel like, wow, this place is still around, still the same. Let's get up to the counter. Oh, he's chopping it up. Look at that.
My mouth. This is like torture. My mouth.
I know. That's what I love about going to New York and eating there. I like walking into a pizzeria and smelling everything and seeing the guy pulling the pies out of the oven. Like, I love it.
And they're not always the cleanest. And they're not, and the counters are worn out, and the whole thing. Exactly. No,
that's part of the charm. If they redid it, it would fuck it up.
Yeah, you go and remodel, and it's not.
Oh my god! If you redid Katz's Deli, I'd fucking slap you. How dare you? How dare you take all the pictures of dead celebrities off the wall? Like, that's part of it. The fucking.
You ever been to DeFaro's?
No.
Pizza?
No.
Old guy there cuts the basil with scissors.
Oh,
I remember standing there and then just looking at the pizza come out. And it doesn't look like, it's just next level pizza. You've been to Raos?
No, where's that?
Raos is in Harlem. It's an Italian joint. We'll call him
spell it?
Raos.
Okay.
And it is the old school. This is an Italian joint that you can only get in if you know somebody, you're with somebody, tiny little place, maybe 15 tables.
There it is.
Oh, it's right on the corner.
1896. Wow.
And I tell you. So you tell me when you're in New York next, and I'll call my Uncle Bo.
What street is it on? I don't know. Click on New York. What does it say with the addresses? Yeah. East 114th Street. Wow. The original.
The floor is all slanted. Like if you're sitting at the wrong part of the table, you're sitting at the dinner kind of cockeyed like this. Everybody's on top of each other. It's all family. It's an experience. Wow. But that's what you talk about. Because then I went to Raos in Vegas when they put one in Caesars. Same pictures on the wall, same all that stuff, but it just didn't have. It was good, but it just wasn't.
There it is. Vegas. Look at that. That looks amazing. Another place I fucking love is Peter Luger's.
Oh yeah.
Peter Luger's in Brooklyn. Woo.
You being a meat guy?
Oh my god! And they bring that steak to your plate, and it's covered in butter, and it's crackling. Oh!
I don't even eat the sides. I'm not. Everybody else.
Look at that,
right?
They just have it down too. Like it's so consistent. Every time you go to the steak is exactly perfectly cooked.
You been to Jeff Ruby's?
Where's that?
He's got him Nashville, Louisville, Cincinnati.
No.
Jeffrey Reed's a character amongst characters. You got it. If you ever get a chance to go to one of the steakhouses, this guy, they crush steak. I mean, it's some of my favorite steak in the country. I was just at the Derby, and I was at his place in the eating steak. Took Taylor Sheridan there, and they were pretty shit. Taylor, meat guy.
Oh, you're friends with Taylor?
Yeah.
I was just with him Saturday night. He did the commencement speech at UT.
Great guy. I mean, you know.
Incredible speech, man. Speech, he fucking killed it.
He walks the talk. There's no bullshit about that.
Yeah, I love that too.
He helped me with the fundraiser so I do a lot of philanthropy. That's my, being a dad was my biggest job, my biggest responsibility. Husband, restaurant tour, chef, all that. But my end game is my philanthropy. Philanthropy to me, I mean, I have so much opportunity and there's so many good things coming my way. I try to divert as much of that towards doing it. So my philanthropy is about first responders, active military, and veterans. But now that I have this program going where we can do things to raise money, and it's not just raise money, it's raise money and then do things with it. Like when the fires happened in LA, we went down with our team with a big rescue trailer that's 50 feet long. We can feed about 5,000 a day out of it. And I have a bunch of chef buddies, and so they all come and help, and we just pump out food for first responders. But we had the fires in Maui and devastation, and I know the fire feeling because I was up there in Northern California, in Sonoma County when we had our bad fires. And so we raised money. So I got 40 chefs together. We were all in town I do a show called Tournament of Champions. They were in town for the tournament. And we put on a dinner for 150 people. So I called Taylor and said, hey, I'm doing this event. You want to come up? And he says, only if I get to cook. We're going to cook together. So we brought up all these, 4-6s, these tomahawk chops the size of, a manhole cover. And we cooked. And so we sat there, we raised money. We did all these different things like, go to 4-6's Ranch. You can go, have a culinary experience with Guy, blah, 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 blah. And in one night, we raised $1.7 million with 150 people in the room.
That's incredible.
And a big part of that was Taylor. I think 3 of the biggest packages sold were for over $100,000 to go down to his ranch, or to go. No, actually, it was to go up to Montana to Yellowstone to see the filming.
Oh,
and
wow!
He's just that kind of dude, man. That dude. He gives everybody the time. We're just at the Derby walking around together, just class act. We just love that guy.
Yeah, he's a legit.
And then the shows he's making?
I don't know how he can do it.
Landman?
Well, I don't know how he does so many shows. I keep finding shows like this show looks interesting. Taylor Sheridan show. Like what?
Lioness?
Yeah, he's got
Landman too.
10 shows.
Have you watched Landman?
Yeah, love it. I'm a huge Billy Bob fan.
Oh, and he's the coolest.
He's the best.
I said to him, I go, did you write that for him? I mean, it couldn't be Billy Bob any goddamn better. Yeah. So the one-liners are the best goddamn thing. I can't get enough of it. But I love Mayor of Kingstown. That was great.
That was another one.
Remember the first episode? You didn't see that shit coming.
Right.
Right at the beginning, the guy that you thought was going to be the lead, you didn't think it was going to be Jerry.
Spoiler alert.
No, if you haven't watched it by now, you're missing it. Tough shit. Sorry I blew it for you.
It's another Taylor show. He's got so many shows.
Lioness.
I just don't understand how he can put together 1923, 1883, Yellowstone. Like, God damn. I think they're doing another one. I think they're doing like a 1943. I just watched the end of 1923 and cried like a baby.
I was bummed that Yellowstone ended the way it did, though.
Yeah.
Circumstances were fucked up. Outside of the show, circumstances.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Why would Kevin Costner want to leave that show? I just don't understand what happened.
What I read or what I thought I learned was that he had his own project and
I'm sure he did. I mean, Kevin Costner's been around for so long. It's probably hard for him to do somebody else's thing for so long, too.
So good.
Yeah, I know. He was perfect in that role, too.
So iconic.
I know.
The ending, I mean, even if you're going to leave, my bummer about it was, even if you're going to leave, I would go out better than the situation was. I mean, they did it the way they did it. I'm not discrediting the show by any means, but I'm just saying, just wanted it to be like the way it was from the beginning.
It's kind of sad how they did it. It was almost kind of like a fuck you. It seemed like to me.
From which side, exactly? I'm not coming back. Well, wait till you see how you go.
Yeah, exactly.
And Taylor is a little bit. I mean, I wouldn't cross him.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of that in him. It's funny. I was telling him about this ranch that I hunt out in California. And he's like, "Oh, he's the cowboy at that place. Like, he's a legit guy.
He's a badass too.
Yeah, he's a good dude too. Solid human being. You know, you're talking to him, he's right there. You know, it's not.
Yeah, he told me come. He says, "Listen, I know what you're doing up there in Northern California. You've done your fundraising there a bunch of years." He says, "Come down and do it at my ranch." He says, "I will bring you the people with the money that believe in what you're doing with these first responders." Because when we don't have disasters, we just go do positive energy thank yous to different municipalities. We just did one in Florida, South Florida. We just bring the trailer in, bring a bunch of chefs in, call up the local sheriff, call up the troopers, call up everybody. You know, bring your families if you want. It's free lunch, time for you to celebrate and be recognized. You know, we got people walking around the streets that don't understand why our country's free. They don't have any idea what it takes to be a free country. And they don't understand the sacrifice, not just the sacrifices that the actual individual makes, but the sacrifice the family makes. I'm not even talking about the loss of somebody. We're talking about just being deployed for 7 months and not seeing dad for 7 months, or seeing your husband or your wife or whatever. And I remember I was on the USS Enterprise, and I was doing a philanthropy event. It was years ago. I was cooking for the sailors, and there were a bunch of Marines on there. There's like 5,200 people, and I'm on the line serving this young sailor, and she came through and kind of talking for a second. She says, "I have 4 kids." I said, she wasn't very old. I said, "How many?" She goes, "Well, I have an 8-month-old baby." "Baby's on the ship?" She goes, "No, baby's not." I said, how could you be away from your child at this age? And she's like, "No, it's, I'm deployed." And I'm like, what a commitment, what a commitment to do. And the kids without. So I think, my mantra is, we talk about people pushing things on other people about their beliefs or their opinions and their attitudes. And I said, I kind of divert from all of it. And, if you don't want to like something, don't like it, that's your thing. But I am hell-bent on what goes on in this country, about how we recognize our veterans and our first responders and our active military. We're missing some pieces.
Yeah.
We got some people that have made the ultimate commitment, the ultimate sacrifice. It's like this stolen valor shit. Oh, I'll lose my mind on that, because
that's just crazy.
The commitment that it takes.
Of course.
And so we put so much into putting the soldiers and the sailors and all these military folks into these programs, and then when they come back, I don't think that we put the same amount of commitment. And I think that we got a lot of people who need a lot of help. There's a lot of PTSD. There's a lot of shit going on.
Yeah.
So my interest is, I'm not going to solve that situation. I'm not the one that's going to be able to.
But at least you can recognize and give them some love.
Talk about it. We carry challenge coins. I ran into one of your guys who's a first responder. Also didn't know they served our country in the military. Please, when you see somebody in uniform, if you see somebody with a Vietnam vet hat, you see somebody that's in, just take a moment. Just say thank you. Thank you goes so far. And people think, there's nothing I can do. No, it means a shit ton to people.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get on my rant, but it's one of my hardcore issues.
That's good. That's a beautiful perspective, because it's especially with first responders and law enforcement in this country, they just don't get any love. It's kind of crazy. Like the cops are the bad guys in this country. Like, that's why the defund the police movement was driving me fucking crazy. Like, you guys are out of your mind.
But we're going to have a march, and we'd like you to be there to keep people from throwing shit at us.
Yeah.
So here's
that crazy. This is defund the police march, but we need the police.
We need you. So the people that are again. So when we had the fires in Northern California, I was watching a lot of where they're feeding them. It was we're up in Paradise. It was a devastating fire.
That was a crazy fire.
So I drove through it. I don't know what the surface of the moon looks like. But I can tell you it was as close to it, because there was nothing standing. There was nothing there. The only thing that didn't burn, fire station. Not because they defunded it.
People that got stuck on the road.
Stuck, cars gone, everything gone, bombs were. It was. I don't know the term. But so I'm standing there, I'm feeding people, and I know for a fact, because I just been inside I just went to the fire. I went and fed people at the fire station. That was the only building standing. And I said, why aren't you guys over here eating? We're serving a bunch of food. Nah. We just stay over here. I said, you guys are fire victims. Your house is burnt down. Yeah, but and you had all kinds of restaurants feeding people and all this stuff. And I'm watching these guys eat granola bars and eat MREs. And I said, come over and get some food. No. I said, okay. That's it. Next day, picked up my trailer. We moved. I said, we only feed first responders. Not that I'm not about the fire victims. I think the fire victims is terrible. But the reality of this, we have a lot of people that were focusing on the victims and giving them, which they need. But these guys were doing, these men and women weren't going to bed. They were doing 72-hour shifts, sleeping in the back of their patrol car. They drove their patrol car up from Riverside, and they're up in Northern California now. And so that's what I changed. I pivoted my whole foundation was when the disasters go down, we're going to get there and we're going to focus on the first responders. We were down in LA for 10 days. We fed 25,000 meals. Now, it's not going to feed everybody, and it's not going to take care of everything. But there is a point of them being recognized or knowing that we recognize them. And I had so many chefs in LA that showed up and jumped on the trailer and were cooking food, and we were almost cooking, 24 hours, just rolling over. And people were so thankful.
That's awesome.
Yeah. But we all can do these things. We can do these things. We can make donate. Okay, maybe you don't have the money, donate the time. Maybe you don't have the time, do the positive reinforcement on social media. If you don't have the time, you don't have social media, you don't have the money, you don't have time, just pat somebody on the back and say thanks. I mean, we can do way more.
Yeah.
And we can make a bigger impact.
Well, just as a society, we need to recognize the importance of these people and appreciate them for what they do. And I don't think that that's been accentuated. People haven't focused on that. And that's a top-down thing that comes from the president, that comes from the cabinet, that comes from the way the country perceives these people and the way they award these people and, the way that our media treats them. The media had a field day after George Floyd with this defund the police stuff. It's just that kind of devastation that does for morale and for recruiting and, just the overall feeling that these people have. Like, why am I doing this job where not only am I not being thanked for it, but I am being thought of as the enemy?
And then if I do something, I'm not going to get supported,
right?
Because I'm going to get persecuted.
Right, and every day you show up, you pull people over, you're worried you're going to get shot. Every fucking day. They all have PTSD. Every one of them. You go pull a buddy of mine's a fireman, and I didn't really understand. I didn't think about it until he brought it up to me one day, and he said, his name's Jay Lamar. Jay said, you go pull kids out of a car. You go face that, and then you go home to your kids. Right. That's horrible. That'll just wreck you. But like I said, I'm so interested in what we can do. And we have so much. We're the greatest country in the world. We're finally righting the ship. We're getting into a better space. Gosh, let's start focusing on it. Let's start focusing on the fundamentals that made us the ass-kicking, name-taking center of, that made us the best. And we have to start teaching that. I was just talking about, I just did a podcast for the Dale Carnegie Institute. And that was a book that changed my life when I was young, when I was Think and Grow Rich. No, what is it? How to Win Friends and Influence People. Yeah. And it talks really about just human nature, about how you treat people and treat people the way you want to be treated, and think before you act, and think before you speak, or before you light somebody up on a text, kind of. And I was going through this and said, this is like a course that should be taught at freshman high school. Absolutely. And we should teach civility. We should teach respect, responsibility. Yeah. We should take, back your mouth up. Don't go popping off on it. And do these things the way we grew up. I mean, I'm not saying that violence is the answer, but you definitely didn't have people running their mouth like they do now because there was hell to pay at 3:00. That kind of stuff. So I think that we need to get involved in teaching our young America that they have a voice, they have an opinion, they're very worthwhile, and let's just do it the right way. But I think that Dale Carnegie Institute, that How to Win Friends, I didn't know how many things they do it worldwide. And I just think, I was just telling my sons about it. I said, you can all expect that you're going to be going to one of these programs or doing one of these courses. I made them all read the book. That's great. People in school get taught you get taught a lot of information, but I think one of the things that's missing is getting taught how to behave and think. and how to critically think and how to view the world.
Critical thinking to me is, I mean, even say the term to somebody, critical thinking, and they'll look at you and go, but they don't know what it means. Critical thinking is solving situations, is evaluating the environment and coming up with calculating. It's not taking a risk, it's taking a calculated risk. Mm-hmm. There's just so many of those types of things. My dad was a huge critical thing. I mean, so we had a rule when I was a kid, Joe, we'd be driving down the road and my dad would say, "What are you thinking?" You're quiet over there, what are you thinking? One thing I was not allowed to say was nothing. He'd say, "God, full of shit. What do you think?" I mean, what are you thinking? I'm saying, well, it's all grass, but under the telephone pole, there's no grass. And then we would spend the next goddamn hour talking about why there's no grass under the telephone pole. And
why is there no grass under the telephone pole?
Fire, the ability to get to the poles. They have to be able to drive to them. So you look at it, because like you go to the wine country, you look at all these mountains that have all these telephone poles going. You find roads on top of mountains and so forth. It's usually fire break or access to the telephone poles. But we would do this critical thinking thing, and it was so funny. My nephew, my sister was dying of cancer, and I took him away for the day, and we're driving around in a Corvette. We're at the stoplight, manual Corvette, sitting there talking to Jules. Jules is about 9, and he says, Uncle Wade, he says, "I really like talking to you." He says, "You're fun to talk to." He says, "It's a little bit different than talking to Jamps." Jamps was my dad. He says, "What do you mean, Jules?" He says, "Well, sometimes when I ask Jamps, like, what time is it? I just want to know what time it is. I don't want to know how the clock is made." I slipped the clutch, man. The car burned down. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I don't want to know how the clock is. Because that was my dad, man. You'd ask him a question like, what time is it? Well, do you understand the difference between the analog? You got a digital. And my dad would go into this. He was a submariner during Vietnam. He was a piece of work.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I lost him right around my birthday a year and a half ago, and pancreatic cancer. But he lived for 6 years with it.
God, you got a lot of cancer in the family.
Sucks, man. And I think that, I didn't, until you're in that club, the club sucks. But when you meet somebody that is in the fight for their life, give them a hug, give them a smile, give them encouragement. And if they have battled and they have won, recognize them as a warrior, as a survivor. Especially breast cancer and all these horrible cancers that people are stricken with. We need to have more empathy, more understanding. And I'll tell you, one of the greatest groups of people in the whole world, hospice. I don't know how much you know about them and what it is, but it is. If you don't understand what hospice does, they're earth angels. They're people that come in when you're battling this, you're watching a loved one die, and they come in and they're the people that help you with the meds and help you with the caregiving and help you. And they're just these incredible, you don't even know them. And they come into your life and they leave your life once the cancer's, but they stay, you'll meet them on the street again, or you'll see something. But hospice is one of the greatest programs we have in this country. I don't know if it's worldwide, but it is. Hopefully you don't even need to know it.
It's just shocking how many people have cancer.
Fucked up.
Yeah.
I've never been on a podcast where you can cuss.
Really?
I haven't been on a podcast.
How many podcasts have you been on?
I don't know. Not very
Which
many.
ones can't you cuss on?
I don't know. Listen, I come from the Food Network. We don't do a lot of cussing on the Food Network. But you get me all fired. I got fired up on my own about this shit.
But don't you cuss in normal life?
Oh, I could see.
Right. Well, most people do. So why would they stop people from cussing?
I've asked them forever, could we please bleep just the show once in a while? Because sometimes I'll eat a dish. People say, I watch your show.
They say no? You can't?
Yeah, it's not really, it doesn't really get into, it hasn't made it too better. But it doesn't matter. It does. I think
it does matter because it's authenticity.
It is authenticity, and it is the spike. It is the hammer. It is the, this dish is so fucking
sometimes you gotta
good.
say, this is fucking great.
Listen,
That's real.
Maybe
like Cat's Deli.
Maybe you're going to inspire me to push this button.
I just don't understand why they would not. I mean, if you want to beep it out, that's fine.
No, it has to be. You have to beep down.
Yeah. Why even do that, though?
Yeah, I got a lot of kids.
Oh. The kids, last thing we want to know.
Because they don't watch, because
Yeah.
they can't get. Remember when we had a Playboy hidden? Yeah, but kids now,
they got hardcore porn on
they
their
bring it
phone
up in the middle of school.
in high school. Yeah, it's
High school.
It's kind of nuts. Yeah, it's kind of nuts. It's not healthy. I'm sure they're being subjected to some stuff that just the amount of murder they see. Kids are seeing car accidents and assassinations on their phone,
Twitter,
every day, and things that were very difficult to find when I was a kid. You had to find like faces of death.
The monkey in the table.
Yeah.
Remember renting it? You'd have to.
Apparently, a lot of that stuff was fake.
No, really?
Yeah. A lot of the faces of death stuff was fake. But some of it was real, like the one where they took the guy and they tied him between two trucks and they separated his body. Yeah.
Good family fun. Come on over for Friday pizza night.
Yeah.
Remember when your kid, they'll get in the VHS, you'd go, ours, we'd have to go get it at the liquor store. We're a little town, or you'd go all the way across the bridge and go get it, and you'd put your, name down for the reservation to get it. And you'd get faces of death. Your friends would all come over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pizza night.
Yeah, you'd have to hide those things from your parents.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, now kids just have access to all the horrors of the world on their phone. And then they have to deal with, people DMing them and contacting them. Like, who are these fucking predators that are reaching out to kids on a daily basis? They keep arresting people for that. You keep wanting to think that that's not a thing. And then you keep finding out more and more of it. It's like, fucking A. Tim Tebow was just
I just saw that.
Sean Ryan's show. Yeah.
What was 110,000? But see, we don't do anything about it. Again, I don't want to get into.
Well, the thing to do about it. Unfortunately, you don't want to encourage vigilantism, but that's
public square. You mean maybe
not even just it's the problem is you can't do that because some people are going to be unjustly accused. It's unfairly targeted. There's people that you can't just, you have to have due process. This is
Chris Hansen. You ever seen his Catch a Predator?
Yes.
So I love when they give the recap. I guess that show stopped and now he's doing it on his own or whatever the case is, and they give the recap. And thank God he was doing that stuff.
I know. He opened a lot of people's eyes because most of us, if you live in a normal neighborhood with normal friends, you don't have, you might have heard a story here and there.
This is real shit. They're bringing their kids to it.
Yeah. You don't see it every day.
Coaches. Politicians, attorneys.
I know, there's some sick people out there, man, and they live amongst us. That's what's fucked up. And then the Nickelodeon thing, when you find out that people that were actually working for Nickelodeon
pressuring those kids.
Oh, God, man. But if you thought about it, like if you were really cynical and you thought about it through an evil mind, if you wanted to abuse kids, what would you do? You would work with kids.
Work at Nickelodeon.
Jimmy Savile, that guy in the UK. You know about that guy,
No.
right? You don't know about that guy?
No.
Oh, my God. He's the worst one.
Your eyes.
First of all, this guy looked like a guy who would molest kids. He looked like a fucking monster. And he had this show, I think it was called Jimmy'll Fix It. Is that what it was called? Jim'll Fix It. And he worked with all these like really sick kids. And everybody was like, oh, what a saint, that guy. And that guy was molesting children, like who knows how many of them. Oh, so there's a Netflix thing on it? Jimmy Savile, A British Horror Story, Netflix official site, it says.
How about getting called to play that guy in the movie?
Oh,
that would suck, because it's that guy right there must be playing the guy in the movie.
Oh, it must be.
Jimmy
yeah.
Coogan. I feel bad for Jimmy because he looks like
Coogan, yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, you don't even want to watch that. I don't even want to know, but they hid the fact that people knew that this guy was doing these things.
Well, you look at what happened to poor Boy
Sandusky.
Scouts. Look what happened to poor Boy Scouts. I mean, I didn't make it to Eagle Scouting and that stuff. But it was Boy Scout. Learned some great stuff. Not any idea that stuff was going on. I don't think anything happened in my troop. I never heard about it. But that's exactly what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
These guys would just go find their avenue, what's going to get me close to them,
right?
And then we're going to start doing it.
Yeah.
So where is the? You remember who's the guy that shot the predator, the karate coach that took his kid and he waited at the airport?
Yeah, that famous video.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, he's a hero.
That's how to handle it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, it's sick. But it's like if you were a sick person, that's what you would do. If you wanted to be around kids, you would pretend that you're really interested in helping kids. Yeah, I was in the Boy Scouts too. Nothing happened to me. And then I was in a good troop. But I was in the Boy Scouts with a bunch of crazy inner city kids. I was living in Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts, which is like kind of sketchy outside of Boston. And they brought us to New Hampshire. We were out in the woods, and they were fucking tying kids up to their cots and dragging them out into the woods in the middle of the night and leaving them there like other kids were doing that, and putting toothpaste on all your clothes because you couldn't wash it off. Like, they were just psycho kids. And they gave us 22s. That was the other part of the problem. I remember I was hanging out with my friends and I heard, I was like, what is that? And someone goes, that's a ricochet. I was like, fuck this. So like the entire time I was at camp, all I did was go fishing every day. They had all these activities. I'm like, you guys can kiss my ass. I'd grab a fishing rod and go down to the lake. I'm like, I'm just going to go fishing the entire 2 weeks I'm here. Fuck this. There was just too many, but no one was getting fucked, at least. It was just mostly kids being just unregulated.
What a great way to fuck up a great program. You know, you get these people to get in there and do that stuff, and kids are so, when you have kids,
there's always going to be people that are evil. And a lot of those people, unfortunately, have had evil imposed on them too when they were young. And that's the really sad part about it. It's just like, it's almost like getting bit by a vampire, and then you know, and then you wind up doing it too.
Zombie.
Yeah, it's very evil, and they exist. And then there's also like people that are elites, and that's their thing. Like their thing is to do something that is horrible, and you know, it's not available. So it's like, I think there's like a sickness that people have when they have power, like extreme power, and then they well, what else can I do? What else can I do? What else is what else is taboo? What else is forbidden? Like all this Diddy shit that's coming out. Like,
I was just gonna say, doesn't that sound topical?
Jesus Christ! The first day of the trial, did you pay attention to any of that stuff? I looked at it for like 10 minutes this morning. I was like, I gotta stop. I can't look at this.
Well, what freaks me out is the people sitting in the courtroom listening to it.
Right.
And there's a wide spectrum of people that are getting subjected to it, and you just sit there and go,
yeah. Well, not only that, how about the fact that this guy was running this for decades? He was doing this for decades to who knows how many fucking people, and everybody was scared to talk about it because he'd have them killed. Yeah, it's really wild, man. Evil is a real thing, you know. Nobody wants to believe, because if you believe in the devil, right? If you believe in Satan, you believe in something that's silly. Like most people believe in, a lot of people believe in God. If you ask people, do you believe in God? Yeah, well, I'm not religious, but I believe in God. Okay, well, do you believe in the devil? Most people will say no. But do you believe in evil acts? Well, yeah, well, people certainly do evil things. Well, where do you think that comes from? If evil is real, what is it about us that makes us want to deny the possibility that there's some nefarious force that is in human beings, that influences human beings? It's not as simple as like some people are bad, some people are good. No, maybe evil is a real element that you have to fight in life. And that maybe this is just something that's been documented all throughout history, but our arrogance, our secular society wants to keep us from recognizing that as an actual factor. And that's why it gets through. You know, that's like
that's a really great way to say it, because if you denounce, okay, so you say there's no devil.
Right.
So then you're somewhat saying that there's no evil, but you're not branding evil with some type of identifying factor. Then you kind of glaze over it a little bit. I think that's what I hear you're saying, and I agree with it, because it gets a little too. I think people want tangibility. I think people like to be able to understand things and see it for real and so forth. But when you start just talking about root evil, when you start looking at things like, I went to the Oklahoma bombing memorial, and when you look at shit like that, you think about the hate on this country and in the 9/11, and you think, or you just take it down to the Boy Scout troop leader, or you take it to the you take it whatever. There is a common there's a common denominator there, and that is just what you call it, evil. So call it devil, don't call it devil, but call it evil. The evilness is just in not being aware of it or not allowing ourselves to believe it. I think is part of the.
Well, it's the old quote: the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is making people believe he doesn't exist.
Also,
but if you want to be thought of as a serious person, you never consider the devil. Like, oh, come on, there's no Satan. That's
down there burning.
Oh yeah, outrageous. Get away.
Yeah. So how do you? Boy, this goes in a lot of goddamn shit. This goes down some rabbit holes.
Yeah, well, those rabbit holes of life. Life is a lot of rabbit holes.
But see, to me, this is when we talk about critical thinking. This is the stuff that when you really sit down and you have some conversations besides arguing whose team is better. This is the type of stuff that you really have to get into some perspective. You learn a lot.
Yeah.
If you're willing to talk about things and you're willing to open up, and you're willing to be wrong. It's one of the things I'm always into is don't go into something with a predisposed opinion about it and be so hell-bent on it your way. Because you might really get your mind changed. You might really learn something about it. But as soon as you lock down on it's this way,
right. There's no devil.
Yeah.
Well, God's not real.
I deal with it.
When you die, you just die. How the fuck do you know, bitch? You've been dead? Like, what are you talking about?
Do you believe... So have you ever been to a medium?
A medium? Like a psychic medium? Yeah. No, not a real one.
Okay. So
I don't think that... I'm not like one of those people that says they don't exist. I think it's possible.
I was a very not anti-preaching, but so my mom believes it. Well, my wife does. Wasn't my cup of tea. Mm-hmm. Not saying bad, just wasn't my cup of tea. My sister died, real close with my sister. And I kept getting this weird feeling. I mean, my wife's not telling me to go. My mom's not telling me to go. No one's saying a thing to me. Then the hawk is a representation of my sister. I'm driving my big RV cross country with my family. Every year we do a big, huge road trip with the family. This hawk flies outside of my window. 5 minutes. No shit. It was a real 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. Flew along the freeway with me. Fast as I was going. Dirt road. I was like, wow. So I asked my mom, who was the lady to call. So I went and had this. Didn't know me very well. Didn't know much about me. I had the most mind-blowing experience. Like, mind-blowing. And I had to really sit there. I had to go back to my wife and my mom and say, okay, there's something out there that's going on that's bigger than us, than I can comprehend. And the way I to make sense of it for myself, because I have to make sense of it, is if you're a baby laying in a bassinet, and you can smell and you can breathe and you can poop and you can eat and you can sleep and giggle, but I can talk to you. I can talk to you. The baby can't understand me. But there's some transmission of connection.
Right.
Make it get.
Yeah.
At this stage, am I the baby in the bassinet? And my sister's trying to talk to me, and like I'm just kind of getting it, but I'm not. But is that possible? The older I get, the more I start to buy into. It's got to be something else. There's no way it can be all this and not be something more. We didn't just vaporize, go away. So the other day, maybe 6 months ago, sitting in a hot tub. I had my routine of hot sauna, cold plunge, hot tub, infrared. I do all that. But I'm sitting there and I keep getting this thing. Gotta call this medium lady. And I texted her and I said, hey, can I come see you? And she goes, yeah. She goes, your dad's been hitting me up quite a bit. Your dad's on, dad wants to talk to you.
Your dad died.
My dad died.
He's been hitting her up.
To get in touch with me, to make.
Does she know that your father's dead?
She knows my dad, yeah, she knew my dad's dead. But the point was, and there was more intricacies about it, but she said, yeah, he's been talking about it. She goes, were you just in Mexico? I said, yeah. Should you do something about in Mexico, something about an owl? There's no way in a million years she would notice.
An owl?
Yeah, that my dad comes back as an owl. So he said he was going to be as an owl.
This is what he was saying to her?
To me.
To you?
Yeah, this is before he died.
Before he died, he said, I'm going to come back as an owl?
No, the owl was the thing. Wise guy.
Okay.
And I hung.
Owls are dumb as shit.
I don't know.
Isn't that crazy?
I don't know that. I've never seen it. Smarter than they scare the shit out of me.
No, they're really dumb birds.
That's great. That's what my dad would talk about. Thanks a lot, Jim.
No, I'm not saying your dad's dumb. I'm just saying it's weird that we all have this idea of owls being wise. I took this lady who trains birds. She says they're
the dumb ones?
Dumbest birds. It's like the only thing dumber than them is emus. It's like emus are dumb as shit.
I saw emus on a ranch yesterday.
She's like, we have this idea that owls are really smart.
Well, whatever the case is.
Okay.
I hung up a stained glass owl where my dad used to sit in our house in Mexico. No way, no, that. There's no way. So I don't know. I'm not cheering or preaching. There's something bigger going on there.
Have you ever heard of the
I know people are looking at me
tapes?
going, guys, fucking crazy, but it really is there's got to be something else.
Have you ever heard of the telepathy tapes?
No.
The telepathy tapes are this podcast this woman put together from her work with nonverbal autistic kids and their families. Nonverbal autistic kids and their mothers in particular have an incredible, measurable psychic bond where the mother can be in another room. The mother can look at images. The kid will be able to write down what the mother sees. The mother could be reading things, and the child will write down what she's reading. And it turns out these kids have abilities that are unexplainable. She documented a nonverbal autistic kid who had the ability to read hieroglyphs. They have the ability to read languages that they've never studied. It's very strange. And that they all meet up on some place called The Hill. Psychically, they meet up together and they all describe it. So some place psychically where all these nonverbal autistic kids get together. Yeah, like, so this documentary, the telepathy tapes, is like very well researched. Like what they're doing, they made sure they covered up any reflective surfaces. They checked everybody for wires. They scanned the room for any device that could possibly transmit information. There was nothing. And these children were able to do this like 100% of the time. It's a real documented phenomenon that a lot of people are reluctant to believe in. Because it's one of those things, you believe in it all, you believe in fucking fairy tales, superstition shit, you're a sucker. But no, it's real. There's some sort of a bond that exists. And the more people that I've talked to about this think that it's not that this is an emerging phenomenon in human beings, but it's a neglected aspect of our senses.
Of awareness.
Because of language and because of media, we're being exposed to things all the time. So we've kind of let that part of our brain atrophy. But that's intuition. That's when you know things about someone. You meet someone, you know they're full of shit. Some people, you meet them and like right away, like, get me the fuck away from this guy. You know what I mean? Like, you feel their
energy.
Spirit.
They call it. You feel someone's energy, right?
Yeah, but there's something real to that. And if you're in tune to it, you'll live a better life because you'll make better decisions. Because you'll feel that energy and you'll go, I see where this is going.
I've had this. Yeah, this thing has been going on. So it was funny because when I said to the media, I said, I'm here. Where's my sister? She said, oh, she doesn't need to talk to you. I said, what the I said, I just made this whole thing to come here. She said, she talks to you every day. Talks to you all the time. Because I was raising her kid. My parents, you lived with my mom and dad, lived right next door to us. Lori and I have the two boys, Hunter and Ryder. We're all big family within the same acre. And I'm thinking, wow, it is happening. I get all these things because I'm thinking about things I'm talking to Jules about, things I'm working with Jules about as a young boy, and just all these things, and a lot of it coming from things I think of my sister. And I don't know. This is way outside of the spectrum of anything I ever talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, I tell my close friends about it, and probably people watching us now saying, "Isn't that guy that does the show about the pizza? Where's he coming off on this? On this talking to his dad, the owl, the non-smart bird?" But I believe. Well, you would see the stories about somebody that's autistic, and then they can just hear a song and play the piano.
Yes.
I mean, that's not hocus pocus. That's
No.
not fake stuff. This is really, our brains are so much more powerful
Yeah.
than we. It's like talking to people from. I have a buddy of mine that's from Germany. He speaks 4 languages. He's a pretty smart guy, but he speaks 4 languages. They all get taught English in school while they get taught German from a young age, from like 1st grade.
Yeah.
So they all, most of them all know how to speak a second language. But once you can learn the language and learn the, how to adapt to languages, you have the opportunity to, be more, available to learn other languages. You sit there and look at it and go, man, do we not utilize, how much of it do we use?
Yeah, we distract ourselves with a lot of nonsense. But that's also like the difference between like an athlete and a sedentary person. Like obviously your body can do a lot more than you're asking of it. But there's something about autistic kids, they tap into some aspect of the brain that's just unavailable to you and I. Like there's this one kid who flew over Manhattan in a helicopter and then did a absolutely picture perfect detailed drawing of the skyline just from memory.
Photo, yeah.
And you watch him draw it, you're like, this is insane. And then you see the actual photo of the skyline, you're like, how? Here it is, this kid. I mean, this is incredible, man. So this kid's, look at that. How insane is
from
that?
Flying over one
from
time?
Fucking memory. Just from memory. I mean, this is incredible, man. Look at this. It's so nuts, man. Like he remembers everything he saw. And then he's drawing it. And he's doing it in perspective.
Joe, he's not drawing a picture. He's he's doing a billboard.
Yeah, he's not, it's a huge thing. And he's doing every fucking window, man. This kid remembers everything. It's nuts.
I work with a program called Best Buddies. I've never heard of it. Working with intellectually disabled adults and kids. I had a cousin with intellectual disabilities. I just thought everybody had a cousin that was a little different, a little unique, and super major part of our family, Doug. And so I learned about this program, Best Buddies, and it was started by Anthony Shriver, who's Eunice Shriver's son. Eunice Shriver started the Special Olympics, and Sergeant Shriver started the SEC. The Shriver Kennedys, that whole group. So anyhow, I work with this program, and I work with these intellectually disabled adults and kids called Best Buddies. And when I got involved, it was Tom Brady hosting a celebrity football game at Harvard. Everybody would come and get involved, and the buddies that were athletic would participate. And I was just there because I was invited to go. So I had to do something. So I cooked. I made appetizers for the event. And it was so funny how these buddies would gravitate towards me, and they wanted to cook. Food's that common denominator of all people. And so we really have developed the program into this Best Buddies program where we have got all the buddies partnering with chefs. And the buddies love to do the repetitive, but love to things that are laid out, organized, and put them together and so forth. But just an amazing group of people, and huge hearts and huge energy and huge, never a bad day. Always a smile, always happy, always want to give you a hug. There's just so many. But again, when we were talking about things that get glazed over, things that get, you had school, you had the special ed group, and they went off to their space. And we never really, I think, educated people how to work inside or work with or understand or have the compassion to understand, people with disabilities. And fortunately, I think we're getting better at it. I think our country our world is starting to, but when we can look at that and take that appreciation and see that and not see that as weird, but take that and appreciate it and think and say, wow, here's somebody that's taking a difficulty or a major difficulty and doing something with it. I think we need to open our minds up more to that stuff. There's a lot.
Well, we don't really understand all that the mind is capable of. When you see someone do something like that, you're like, why is that available to an autistic kid and not available to everyone else? Like, what is it about that? Like, what is it about whatever he's missing in his ability to communicate, or I don't know if he's nonverbal. I don't know what that young man's issues are in particular, but clearly there's something that doesn't work well, so something else works in an extraordinary way. And this is a thing with like some of them that are just geniuses when it comes to music or mathematics or whatever it is. Like, it's like the brain has this insane potential in all sorts of weird ways, and which brings us back to like how much of the problem is like what we're distracting our brains with every day, and what kind of fuel are you feeding your brain? You're feeding your brain a bunch of bullshit and nonsense and gossip and negativity.
And how much are we not paying attention to?
Yeah.
How much are we not paying attention to? Because like I was just saying, when that now becomes, because we can chronicle it and we can see the video of it, and it gets on social media, we can be aware of it. There's the positive side of social media. But there's so many of these buddies, like this young lady got up and sang the other day at this event. And, very non-communicative when you just see her on the thing. But once she got on stage, she just blossomed into this, this other person. So I think that we're hopefully starting to take some recognition to the fact that there's more potential and that should be recognized.
Yeah.
It's trippy.
It is tripping. It's trippy when you see these savants and you wonder like what is it about them that makes them so extraordinary? And is this going to be more people like that in the future? Like obviously cavemen couldn't do that, but these people could do that. Is going to be more people like that in the future? Will there be more savants? Like where is the human species headed?
But then do we have some of these people that we don't call savants? Or so there's some people that have invented some shit and created some stuff and took some recognition, some awareness to, bacteria's becoming, Louis Pasteur. I mean, there's some people that have some higher thinking power that you've taken us down some paths that, it's like the computer and all of that. I can lose, you can lose yourself in it. That somebody was able to, I do it with architecture. When I look at a building and you look at these gigantic skyscrapers, and I'm happy when I can build a woodshed that's square, that everything lines up correctly, but somebody's going to do this out of steel and cement and glass and all this thing. They just build that and it's perfect. And just look at that and go, wow, what goes on in their mind? Because I'll make you a really good pasta dish right now.
Well, there's a place for everybody in this world. That's the thing. It's like whatever their personality is, the way their mind works, it's suited to architecture. Yours is suited to food. Some suited to music. There's some people that are, comedic geniuses. There's some people that are artistic geniuses. It's like, that's the beautiful thing about life. It's the most difficult thing for young people is to find the correct path. And the worst thing is when you're on the wrong path and you just live a life of suffering and you wish you were doing something else. That's the saddest thing to me, is someone who really wants to do something else. I mean, that's the classic song, right? Let's sing us a song, You're the Piano Man.
It's fostering. So what I try to do when I speak to young kids or classrooms or schools or whatever I do, I say, quit chasing the dollar. Quit looking at it thinking, I want to make the money.
Right.
I just say, the first thing I say, what makes you happy?
Right.
What do you enjoy? Because if you enjoy it, it's not a job. If you enjoy it, you'll be able to put so much more time and energy into it without being tired. Go be your best self and go find what you love in life. And if you do that, it's going to come. See, the ability to survive, the ability to live and have a house, it will come to you. Now, that's not to say just because you love art means that you're going to be Picasso tomorrow and you're going to do it. You might have to actually go put in some hard work and take an art class. You're going to have to do some shit. But you got to, and that's the other thing we're missing. Hard work?
Yeah.
Let's remember that.
Yeah.
Anybody says that there's no such thing as a 9-to-5 job. I work every single day, all the time. I mean, if I'm having fun, if I'm out, ripping it up, I'm stage, I'm having fun. But it's always going to be where it's always coming back to taking care of business. But I just think that when people start getting lost with that, one of the things I hope that the nucleus around these kids is that we foster imagination, foster critical thinking, back to what we were saying, and foster them into achieving their goals, help them write goals,
Yeah.
help them have belief. We can't just set them away. They're getting lost in their phone and believing that they're going to be a TikTok star.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. But when you ask kids, like, what do they want to do? A large percentage of them just want to be famous. Because they see these famous people and they see, like, oh, look at that guy's got a Ferrari. Look at that guy's got a big house.
Mind blowing, though.
It's mind blowing.
And it's such a false reality.
Yeah, but it's also a reality for some people. So it's like what they're looking for. And it's also the thing that they're getting on their phone all day long. They're getting people who are doing it. And you can do it. You know, it's a really crazy statistic. 10% of girls that are between 18 and I think like 25 are on OnlyFans.
What?
Yeah, 1 out of 10 girls are posing on OnlyFans. And here it gets even crazier. I think it's something like the number of, like, what's the percentage of men that are subscribing to OnlyFans? I think it's 80 million.
Watch,
I think there's 160.
Can I call him for research, by the way?
Sure.
Jesus.
I think that there's like 160 million men in this country, and 80 million of them are on OnlyFans, are subscribing to OnlyFans. Yeah, it's
I've
like
seen some of the stats.
I think it's like literally like 50% of the men of a certain age are subscribing to OnlyFans, and 10% of the girls are involved in being models.
So the number you said about 10% checks out, but it's using stats. It says there's 1.2 million women aged 18 to 24 on OnlyFans, and there are approximately 10 million women that age in America. So
yeah, 10%.
And then
10% of the girls are showing their body and doing things on OnlyFans for money.
I got 82 million men are reported to subscribe to OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Might be overstated. But this also weirdly says that the platform had 1.2 million American women, so that's almost all of them are 18 to 24. There's and this also says there's 3 million registered creators, so I don't know who the other 1.
Probably over 24.
Or dudes.
Or dudes. Yeah, that's right. There's dudes that do it too. Yeah.
There's that would be more dudes than women on there. That's
kind of crazy.
Can I take this?
Yeah, well, we can wrap this up.
No, I don't want to wrap this up.
We got to wrap it up soon. We're doing it 2 hours and 40 minutes.
I don't fucking want to go anywhere. This is fucking awesome. If you would, by the way,
congratulations.
Congratulations on
forever. Thank you.
I've listened and I applaud you. I think that you read yourself, read your body, read your mind. Tell you, I heard you talk about it. I think that people need to listen to themselves.
Yeah.
And see how it makes them feel. And say I talk about people what they eat and how it makes them feel. But no, that's a big. No, I think this is weird. It's like there's so many other things. I was going to pick your brain about the dark web, because that's another thing that I just sit there and go, what is back? I don't even want to know what's behind that door.
You don't want to know.
And I don't want to know what's behind that door. And it scares me because I started talking to that tech security people. But it's like this OnlyFans stuff. I mean, I don't even want to know about it. I don't even want to.
The darkness of the human soul, it exists always. And for a lot of these girls, it's like they just don't want to have a regular job, and then they get caught up in this OnlyFans thing, and then you make a lot of money.
Living in perpetuity.
Yeah, I know.
You want to talk about that one? Let that one ride for you, because people are screen grabbing that stuff, and people are recording that stuff. And
Yep.
Good luck on that one.
I know, and it's just like nobody's telling them that when they're young. They're not getting raised properly, unfortunately.
For the little bit of scratch you're getting now, and then how that affects you in your life later. I mean, we need, I'm not, I don't have the answer for it, but I really think that I was talking about making a contribution to your community. I remember how many parents used to come to the classroom and help in the classroom when I was a kid. I don't know if that still happens. I don't know what goes on. But this mentorship program, I ran into a guy the other day with it was a Big Brother, Big Sister program. And I was just it was great to meet him. I'm like, tell me about it, man. I'm like, what are you doing? I didn't even know the program existed anymore.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So there's things like that I just hope we still remember, that we had some really core fundamentals. Doesn't mean our era was right, or that we didn't do it without failure. We didn't do it without our issues, as we were speaking. But I really hope that we continue to believe in ourselves, because we can write the shit, man.
Yeah, there's always going to be good in this world, and there's always going to be evil, and you got to kind of like battle it out. That's part of what life is about. And the unfortunate thing is that a lot of that evil is why you appreciate the good, and the good is there to show people that there's another path.
Yeah. Well, back to the beginning of, you're not political. You've got your point, but the positivity in the conversation that goes on. John Krasinski during COVID, I did his show. He had this really cool podcast, or I don't know what exactly you call the show. Did you see it? It was all right. It was all positive. It was a great.
No.
It's a great. God, I can't think of the name of it. It was an acronym. It was like all positive stuff or something along those lines. It helped me raise some money. I was raising money for restaurant workers, and we just need more positive noise. We need more positive message.
Yeah, and people need to make a decision in their own mind that they want to accentuate the positive aspects of their own life and stop dwelling on the negative and move forward and try to be a positive influence in as many ways as they can.
You're doing it, man.
You too, brother.
You're setting an example.
You too.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
I've looked forward to this
I
for a
enjoyed it
really
very
long
much.
time.
It was
I think
fun.
that my three boys are getting more of a kick out of this than anybody.
Well,
in the
hi
world.
to them.
Yeah.
And thanks to you. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here, and thank you for the cigars. Very nice.
Keep it up.
Cigars. Thank you. I
Tell
will.
me when you-
All right.
Tell me whenever I can help.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. All right.
Thanks,
Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
All right. Rebecca, very nice to meet you.
Hi, Joe. Very nice to meet you too.
So, first of all, what got you interested in mind control?
Well, so this is a question I've been asking myself just because I find myself after 2.5 decades of having this topic that initially seemed pretty niche and unusual, and not many people were interested or many people were skeptical about it, but I thought it seemed like it embodied some of the more extreme. If you could look at the way people are shaped by their environments and by their, what parts of your life are determined by you and what parts are determined by outside forces, that mind control would be a perfect area to investigate that because it's so extreme, especially if you looked at particular cases. So because I'd done my dissertation at UC Berkeley on the history of behavioral engineering and how, these kind of models for creating a society of control and encouragement in various ways, like a behaviorist kind of dream. And it seemed like the next step was to look at something like brainwashing or mind control.
When you first started studying it, was it a less public sort of curiosity? Because now a lot of people are very much interested. I blame the internet mostly. I probably had a lot to do with it too. But just
You and the internet.
a lot of people on the internet are, because over time, people have gotten to know about MK Ultra and a bunch of different programs that our own United States government was involved in, where they were working on mind control. But what drew you to it?
Well, I guess I always have been drawn to topics that seemed unusual, maybe for a professor to be looking into. And people, at the time, if you look at a Google Ngram for the word mind control or brainwashing, they were very low, around the turn of the century or the 1990s. After there was a peak of interest in the 70s, and it just really fallen off. But I guess I was interested because it just seems so unusual, and like maybe there was something there that people hadn't really thought about, and at the time these documents weren't readily available, and like you say, people weren't really looking into it. So I just thought it seemed like a rich area for research. And I'm also interested in connecting my I've always been interested in connecting my personal, I guess, my goals for life with what I research. So I thought it's almost like a philosophical and existential question of how much we're controlled or how much we might be controlled. And it seemed important to look at some of the more extreme cases, if you could.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting aspect of it. Like, how much are we controlled, and how arrogant are we to think that we're not controlled, or how arrogant are we to think that that wouldn't work on me?
Yeah, I think that that's embedded in our, in the messages we receive all the time, that freedom is something kind of effortless, that we're just granted, and that autonomy is just the natural state. But actually, we're so much more malleable than we think. And these things, if you look around yourself, or if you observe yourself, you'll often see this to be true. That's what also drew me to anthropology, is just the idea, like, if I was born in another place at another time, I would be another person, or how much of me would be transferable, was what that interested me. And that's why I went to first started studying anthropology. Like, how much are we shaped by things that we don't necessarily choose, or are maybe accidental or genetic or various factors. But but I think we're told that that freedom of choice, or our autonomy, is fairly straightforward, and all you have to do is exert your will.
Yeah, but clearly we're influenced heavily by our environment, culturally. I mean, accents, just cultural traditions, behavior patterns. It begs the questions like, what are you, and what is the shell that you wear on the outside? Like a hermit crab. Like, what do you carry around with you, and what at the core of it, what are you?
Yeah, that is the oldest question of Socrates. Who am I? Or just the question. It's a deep question, and it's also kind of like a practical question. So I thought if you could look at it more in actual examples, that would be interesting. And I guess I was drawn to the topic. Maybe because other people weren't studying it, or also because of experiences in my life, just seemingly small things. Like, one day, I remember when I was in graduate school, I was walking down the street, and I said, we passed a small dog, and I said, I really hate small dogs. Like, and I realized as I said it that it wasn't true. That I was just like, I actually really like them. What's wrong with small dogs? But I had absorbed this opinion from somewhere that, like, a person that, such as I was aspiring to be, only liked big dogs or something like that. But just noticing in yourself the way you soak up opinions, and you're shaped by, even seemingly trivial things. And then also on a more profound level, you can see that happening. Made me wonder, like, what could you learn from looking at these cases where people really seem to have been brainwashed, in history, or radically reshaped, perhaps.
And then there's brainwashing yourself. Because if you say, I hate small dogs, now you have to kind of defend it. And even if you said, God, it's not even true, but there's got to be reasons to hate small dogs. I don't want to come off as a moron who just says things.
There are other people who feel the same.
Yeah.
It turns out, either you end up doubling down on that opinion because you don't want to feel silly to yourself. I think sometimes we're just a series of adopted opinions that we then adhere to. And I guess being in graduate school also made me feel that way, because you're rapidly learning and absorbing a new vocabulary, learning things you should say, learning things you shouldn't say, ways you should express yourself and ways you shouldn't. That seemed very like a deeply shaping process. And I was interested in, how did social sciences, was there a science of this process of shaping? Or they sometimes called it canalizing, or making a canal of behavior so that people would end up wanting to do what it was that socially necessary for them to do.
Well, universities are a great place for that, right? Because you get away from your parents for the first time, who have indoctrinated you into their cult. Like, you were born into the cult of your parents, and then you leave, and they're like, well, I'm going to get away from these crazy people, and now I'm going to become a whatever. You know, and now I'm going to figure out which group most aligns with my ideas and join them and rebel and fight against the machine and become a part of a new cult.
Exactly. Wear something different, or adopt. I don't like certain kinds of dogs, or I wear a certain thing, or you know, you have an interruption in the fabric of your extensive conditioning, and that is it's also an opportunity. You know, it's not a nefarious thing, necessarily, but it can take that truth about people.
I think it can be nefarious for some people, unfortunately. But I think for a lot of people, just considering new ways to think about things is probably valuable. It's probably a good thing to have the opportunity to reconsider the way that you've sort of like canaled the grooves that have been deeply carved into your personality, where you automatically go towards certain things or think about certain things.
I always think just an interruption is often good.
Oh yeah.
But in your patterning.
Yeah, that's why I think moving is really good.
Or traveling, or
yeah.
Resets.
I've read that you have had a steady meditation practice. I've read it was like 2 hours a day for 25 years.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time to be meditating.
Yeah, it really helped me so much when I learned to meditate that I never wanted to miss an hour. So I never missed an hour, except when I was giving birth to my daughter, which was its own thing. But
you get a break for meditation for that. You get a hall pass.
And it's not like anyone made me, or I necessarily thought I would do that. It's just that it's something that gave me a lot of perspective and peace. And I guess I just didn't want to go back. So I do think it informs how I do research, or I try to bring what I learned in meditation into what I do.
Do you do an hour in the morning and an hour at night?
Yeah.
Wow.
And for a year, I think a couple of times I tried adding more in the morning, so 2 hours or so in the morning and an hour in the evening or something, which has an effect, but it's hard to make room in your life sometimes.
Oh, for sure.
But you can sleep a little bit less.
Yeah?
Well, you don't want to make yourself sleep less, but sometimes it just does reduce the amount you need.
Just by meditating?
That's what I found.
Interesting. How much sleep do you need?
I used to sleep like 8.5 hours, and then now I sleep about 7 or 6.5, or if I'm really tired, I might sleep a little extra, but I ended up just, so it's so much changed my life that I just, I move things around so I could always do it, and try to be adaptable. So I just mostly get up at a regular meditation time, which is like 4:30.
What kind of meditation?
I do Vipassana, which is a form of Buddhist meditation. It's just a form of observation, or someone once described it as practice in seeing things as they are. So you try to it's not trying to, apply a lens over something or chanting. It's just it's cultivating observation of the subtle body ultimately, or just what is in front of you.
And so you just sit in peace and think?
Well, it's not always peaceful. There is sometimes, but
I mean, peace as far as like you're not bouncing around.
Sometimes I'm sitting, sometimes I've also had, I've adapted. So when my daughter was little, sometimes I'd hold her or be putting her to sleep or something. But mostly I'm just sitting there and with eyes closed, and then you kind of move, you observe just how you are, and the more you practice it, the more you can kind of go into it more deeply, quickly.
I would think that would be a good protection from unwanted mind control too.
Yeah.
At least you could kind of have an assessment, do an audit of your thoughts, and sit back and go, how much of the shit I believe is because of X or because of Y?
Yeah, it's like a built-in reflection. So the end of the day, I have to say I'm often less still or peaceful, my mind's jumping around and I'm like processing. Maybe it's even what I watched or was exposed to, and it's sort of a processing experience. And sometimes you're super distracted, but you can also notice that fact. So it just builds in, an opportunity for some distance, which then you can also try to bring into your life too.
Were you, when you were young, had you ever been exposed to any cults or anything like that?
That's a good question. Not when I was really young.
Like, how old were you when you were first exposed to cults?
In fact, I think so. That's a good question. I mean, my family is not as sort of cult averse, I would say. My father, I think they had friends once, in later life. My parents had these friends who got involved in a large group awareness training, which is somewhat culty. And they take you in and you're not allowed to use the bathroom, and they lock you, kind of like keep you in a room until you're really uncomfortable and start to have revelations about how you could change your life. And these are, it's stuff like
how long did they make you not go to the bathroom?
It's to the point where it's uncomfortable. I can't remember. It's a long afternoon going into the evening, and often people come out kind of converted, and my parents' friends actually did, and they did change their lives in various ways. So they said, you have to come. And my dad, in the middle of it, he said, I have to go to the bathroom, and I'm not. He's like, I'm out of here. He just left. So I figured he was not programmable in that way.
Well, I feel like any group that doesn't want you to go to the bathroom is stupid.
It's probably a sign.
Yeah, there's no reason to not go to the bathroom if you have to go to the bathroom. That's ridiculous.
I mean, it is typical of certain groups where they start to constrain your and people who might be willing to remain in that uncomfortable state and be constrained will end up staying longer. It's sort of a self-selecting process, maybe.
That makes sense, right? The people that are more willing to comply.
Yeah, and I guess with me, maybe the first brush with a cult would be something like the various yoga teachers I've worked with.
Oh, so many of them are so culty.
Yeah. There's one kind of funny story is I got very into yoga when I was living in Oakland, also in graduate school, and I would go. It was really helpful with school just to have very physical, demanding practice, but there was a whole community around it. And it turned out that the teacher was sleeping with many of the students, but I just didn't know it. I thought I don't know. I just thought he was, I admired him. I brought my boyfriend at the time he came to pick me up after class, and he said something like, and he's now my husband, he said, I just got the vibe that everyone there is sleeping with everybody else, and I was shocked. I was like, no, that's not happening. But it actually was. So you could say it's a bit, I don't think it was a cult, but it certainly was a scandal.
Yeah, I had the exact same experience. The first time I started taking yoga, there was a guy who was a yoga teacher who I have always been very wary of control and controlling people and those kind of environments, and that this guy was like, there was something inauthentic about his spirituality that greased me the wrong way. I was like, yuck. Like, just the way he would chant and the things he would say. There was just too much ego involved, and I found out he was praying all students. I was like, of course he is. I knew it. Because my wife roped me into going to the class. That was the first time I went. I was like, I really like the stretching. It's like really great. I really like yoga itself as practice. But I mean, the problem is these people that are, and it's kind of the problem with everything. Like when one person is in control, and one person is the person who gets to lead the class, and then they get praise heaped upon them by the students, and then they start to think that they deserve it, and then they don't have a lot of self-reflection, and they're not very objective, and then they sort of revel in it and enjoy it, and the next thing you know, they're taking advantage of it, and so...
It's very helpful to have that defense radar of a certain kind. Also, sometimes I think these prominent teachers, they have had some sort of, I don't want to say enlightenment experience, but some sort of breakthrough, something that felt profound to them, because many people do. We now know that these experiences are incredibly common, and yet, so they take that as a kind of license well, now I must be enlightened, or what I have to take the mantle. My people are awaiting this, or they sort of then justify things they wouldn't otherwise.
Spiritual narcissism.
Yeah, it can actually engender that because of, and I think this has been described too. Spiritual narcissism is a good phrase, though.
It's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see a lot of it. There's a lot of it in the psychedelic community, a lot of it in the meditation community, a lot of it in the yoga community. So they just start thinking that they're better than people that don't do it.
Yeah, it feels very special. If you have a special experience, it's really dangerous. It becomes very dangerous, and afterwards to not have it feed your ego. And even if you had a profound breakdown of the ego when you were in a psychedelic state.
It is fascinating to me, though, that you can tell the difference for the most part, if you're really paying attention, between someone who's authentically expressing their real thoughts versus someone who's saying things that they think if they say these things, they will get praise or they will get attention or you will think that they're profound. We know bullshit. Humans know. There's like a smell to it, a feel to it, if you're paying attention.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, it's just like some people have big ears, some people have small ears. Some people just are not that good at picking up on that stuff for whatever reason. Life experience, they haven't been burned enough times, like whatever it is. And, that's where cults get started. And I'm fascinated by cults. I've always been fascinated by them because I've watched, I don't know how many documentaries on cults. And in the beginning, it looked so fun. That's the problem. Did you ever see the documentary Wild Wild Country, the Netflix series?
Yes.
It's amazing, right? In the beginning, you're like, they look like they're having a great time.
Yeah.
They're all dancing together and playing drums and having a party and eating together, and it's like a sense of community.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Uber.
That documentary was so successful, I think, for that very reason. It actually perpetuates the allure of that of Osho and that cult because their outfits look kind of cool and the colors are beautiful.
Yeah.
And the swirling, cavorting dances. My husband grew up in the Bay Area, and he was saying as a kid, he would run into members of that cult. And he said, what you don't see in the documentary, and he blames the documentary for not showing this sufficiently, is they were frequently armed. So on the side where you're not seeing it, they're holding, automatic weapons and things like they really, in a way, they fell into the spell of the cult in the documentary a bit.
Really interesting. That's interesting. Wow, I did not know that. And you have to have a guy like Osho because, like, the way he would talk about things, and his slow way of talking, the people.
Yeah.
His beard and the Rolls Royces and everything. It's like, good Lord.
And he was really much more of a cocaine adept or enthusiast than people also recognize. I think he gets off a little easy in that documentary as well, partly because they're interviewing people who are still, to some extent, devoted, or they want to maintain that Osho.
Well, also, what was her name? Stella? Yeah. Was it? Yeah, she was so crazy. She was poisoning people. And she was such a great villain that it made him, because if she wasn't in the documentary, he would be the villain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She pulls the focus.
Yes. Yeah, most certainly. And the fact that she's still alive, too, that sort of helps as well.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's a default thing in the human psyche because of our ancient history of living in tribes. That human beings have been very tribal, and I think being a part of a tribe, one of the things that happens is you sort of have to go along with the way everybody else is doing things. If you want to fit in, you want to adapt, and especially if you're growing up in the tribe, you don't know any different. This is the only group, and being ostracized from the tribe and kicked out is like, oh my goodness, this is the worst thing in the world. Now you're alone, you have to fend for yourself. There's no way you can. You have to protect yourself from the wilderness and the animals and the elements and predators and other humans. And, so you have to. It's very dangerous to be alone. So you have to adapt to the tribe itself.
I think that's true. Yeah, small scale societies have to. I mean, even the word cult in its technical or dictionary definition doesn't necessarily mean abusive organization. It just means small scale religious group that maybe I think people deeply yearn for that sense of belonging, and that's why it does look so fun, and by all reports is very fun to get inducted into a cult. People get these exhilarated states. They often have altered, experiences of altered consciousness,
Yes.
and they're empowered by it too.
Well, fun fact: before I bought the place that I put my comedy club on 6th Street, I was under contract for a theater called the One World Theater that was run by this cult, and I kind of vaguely heard about it. And my friend Ron told me that the theater's amazing. You should buy it because we were talking about buying a comedy club. You should buy that place. And so I got under contract. Then my friend Adam called me up and goes, "Have you seen a documentary on that cult?" I'm like, "Oh no, there's a documentary. That's never good. That's never good, and it's really bad." The documentary is called Holy Hell, and it's about this guy who's a hypnotist, a yoga teacher, and a gay porn star. And that's a 1, 2, 3 combination. And he started out as cult in West Hollywood. And then after Waco, after that went down, the Cult Awareness Network started really cracking down, and they were investigating him. So he changed his name and moved to Austin and had his followers build him this theater. And fortunately, I got out of the deal. But
I guess he was selling it.
well, he was gone. It had already fallen apart. The cult had completely fallen apart. But what's fascinating is in the documentary, in the beginning, again, it looks amazing. They're all cooking together and eating together and doing yoga, and they look so happy. And let's just be honest. Modern society, the day-to-day grind, the, keeping up with the Joneses, the stuck in traffic and doing things you hate under fluorescent lights in a cubicle all day long is not attractive. Not only is it not attractive, it makes cults attractive. And these people were longing for something that was that showed them that no, you're right. This is stupid. The way your parents lived is stupid. The way all these people live in society, the way Thoreau described men living lives of quiet desperation, that sucks. You don't have to live like that, man. Come live with us, man. And this guy was able to do this thing called the knowing. And the knowing was very difficult today. People wanted it and wouldn't give it to them. They're like, how do you? But when he would give it to you, you would sit there and he would put his hands, like his thumbs, on your head and touch you. And these people would go into this intense state of bliss that even after they did this documentary, even after they realized he was a charlatan and they left the cult, and they said that moment was the greatest moment of their life. When this, because of the power of suggestion, or the way the human mind anticipated this event and then built up to it, and then when it finally happened, this endogenous burst of whatever it is in the mind. I don't know which chemicals were being released, but these people claim that they contacted God for this brief moment where this man touched them. They kind of understood everything. Yeah. Briefly. So it kind of worked, even though he was having sex with everybody. Not only was he having sex with these people, he was charging them. He would charge these guys for therapy and then have sex with them. And, and they would talk about it afterwards. Like, thanks a lot. Like, it was so horrible. Because, like, the documentary was so bad. At the end of the documentary, it's like, I got to get out of this deal. Like, there's not enough sage in the world to burn off the bad juju that happened in this joint.
That's true.
Yeah, so it just felt like, horrible.
The life cycle of a cult has that, what you just described, and sometimes in accelerated, but sometimes it plays out slower over time. But a lot of times people are very confused on leaving. If they're taken out as maybe even children rescued by FBI from abusive groups, or people who manage to escape abusive cults, they still have trouble evaluating their positive experiences because the positive was so good,
right? And
disentangling it, and you feel that you need to delegitimize that too. But I think so. That's why I think therapy can be helpful. Someone who's experienced with cult ex-members.
I think the problem also is that it's their only community, and if you have to leave your only community and then just strike it out in the world, and you've been with this community for 20 years or whatever it is.
Right.
What do you do? How do you do it? How do you find peace?
Yeah.
How do you find companionship? How do you find like that sense of camaraderie that's so deeply embedded in a tight-knit small community?
And a lot of times when you come out, if it's say it was 18 or 20 years or a large portion of your middle life, maybe you went in as a young person, you come out and you don't know don't know how to operate things, you don't have the right, you're not comfortable with new technologies. I think that it's really a terrible experience for a lot of people. And they still grapple with it many years later, readjusting to society, because the critique they had originally, which was profound, as you were saying, not wanting to live a life of quiet desperation, that's still there.
Right.
Critique, but it just wasn't answered.
I always say, like, someone come up with a really good cult. Come up with one that, like, you answer all the questions, but you don't try to control me, and you're just nice. Isn't there a cult where someone's not trying to have sex with everybody and not trying to steal all your money? Isn't it possible to do that? Just to, like, get together a group of like-minded individuals, and I guess that would be more of a commune. But even that, there's always some generally male leader who ruins everything.
It does seem to be, I think, there seem to be in the 70s so many cults and back to the land groups, and some of the back to land stories are also, have many cautionary sides to them in many of the aspects of cults.
What is the back to the land?
So just people leaving the city, heading out to the country, and starting an intentional community, I guess, would be what you're describing, with the idea that we're going to collectively raise our children, sell hammocks, or make our own jam, or you could say even monasteries maybe aspire to this. Some kind of religious organizations also have that intentional quality, and so I've done some research into some of these, because you wouldn't consider them cults necessarily, but they can end up having some of those qualities, such as sexual, just the demand that people have sex with each other, which tends to just create a lot of chaotic circumstances.
Why do you think it always involves that?
Why does it always go that way? I don't know. I mean, it's very interesting, because I even read Norman Kahn's classic History of Millennialism, which are a lot of groups in the Middle Ages and afterwards, that a Christian sects where they would break off, and including things like the Children's Crusade and others, and they often would end up with a kind of free love, even though they're very devout and extreme and sort of devoted to giving up their worldly possessions. There was sometimes this component of this kind of sexual freedom that would end up having destructive outcomes.
Do you think that is just because of just genetics, just the encoded desire to spread your seed, because life is very fragile, and especially in tribal life, when you're going back to the hunter-gatherer days, people didn't live very long, and it was very difficult to, like, have you ever read John Marco Allegro's, any of his work?
No.
He wrote The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, which is a fascinating book about the Dead Sea Scrolls. And he's got a very controversial perspective on Christianity. And his perspective was, and this guy was an ordained minister who was agnostic, because he was an ordained minister, but then we started studying theology. We started seeing all these parallels to all these various religions. And he was like, well, clearly, like, it's not one religion has it right. There's something in all these things, but it's not like I am a Catholic and that's it, or I'm a Muslim and that's it. You're like, there's something here that exists throughout all of them, this constant thread. So he gets hired to be one of the people that deciphers the Dead Sea Scrolls. So the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is, parchment, which is, animal skins, and they have to do you know the whole story behind it? They found them in these clay pots in Qumran, and these caves, and it turns out to be like some of the oldest works of the Bible. Well, he deciphers it for 14 years, and after 14 years, his conclusion is that the entire religion was based on fertility rituals and the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms. And that all of this had been sort of hidden in parables and stories, but he maintains that the root of it all was all about these people and these cults of fertility rituals and consuming psychedelic mushrooms. And he even brought he traced the word Christ back to, and this is really controversial for Christians with your hackles up. I'm not saying I agree with this, but he traced the word Christ back to an ancient Sumerian word which meant a mushroom covered in God's semen. The idea was that when it rained, it was God fertilizing the earth, and that these mushrooms would like instantaneously rise. Like they would go to bed, and in the morning the mushrooms would be there where they weren't there before. They would consume these mushrooms and have these intense psychedelic experiences. And then they tried to hide this stuff from the Romans. And so they hid it in parables and they hid it in stories. This is what his belief was.
Well, it kind of reminds me of what you're describing, which I haven't read but I think it reminds me a little of Aldous Huxley's idea of the perennial philosophy, which is that there's, if you study across religions, you can find certain traits and properties that all share, and he wrote a whole book describing what that was. Then his last book that he wrote before he died was called The Island, and it was sketching out what he believed would be just what you described, a non-abusive, a place where a small-scale community where humans could flourish and it wouldn't involve, including, it would avoid sexual abuse. And one of the features I always remember from this, which maybe relates to what you're saying, is that he said there would be trained parrots on all the trees, and every 15 minutes or so they would say attention, which would remind people to pay attention. In other words, to break that tendency we all have to succumb to loops of conditioning and things like that. Because I think, as you're saying, fertility is a natural part of human life and often worshipped.
Worshipped, and also it's so deeply ingrained because it was so important in the beginning, because you literally could go extinct. It was very difficult to survive. We're so much weaker than everything else around us. We're so fragile. Life was, and infant mortality was so high. It was so difficult to raise a child to adulthood that you had to have as many of them as possible just to ensure that the survival of your tribe. And I think, unfortunately, this is what gets distorted in all of these groups. And this is where things go sideways, because then you involve emotions, and you involve ego and dominance hierarchies. And it seems like even if Aldous Huxley's idea was great and you had an island and everything was going well, it'd be good for like one generation, and then the kids of the next generation would grow up, and one would decide, you know what, I have a fucking better idea than this. And then someone would go straight Jim Jones. Yeah. They would start growing some plant that was an amphetamine, and they'd start getting wacky.
Human beings being human beings.
Yes.
I mean, also, there's an interesting paradox or tension in ecstasy itself. I mean, there's religious ecstasy and there's sexual ecstasy, and I think sometimes they get mixed up, like the wires can get crossed, so that can lead to someone maybe initially, I don't know, these groups, just the tendency they can have to go towards sexual abuse.
Why do you think that during the 1970s there was this big upswing in these cults?
Well, it started in the 60s, from my understanding, although they were, they did exist before then, but yeah, there's a lot more interest in them, I suppose, because there's a more widespread questioning in U.S. society and also around the world. So cults flourished also in Japan and Europe and Latin America and also India. So certain.
Do they have parallels?
Yeah, they're parallel. Sometimes they would have branch organizations in different countries. So some people say in the group, the Children of God, sometimes the kids would be sort of moved from group to group because they had outposts in Thailand, and they would grow up in London. And
who was the leader of the Children of God? Which one was that?
This was a guy named David Berg. This is the cult in which the River Phoenix and his family briefly, they were in it, but not I think the parents ultimately took them out, but it's a really messed up, a very disturbing cult. And I actually write about and have met a member who's just sort of an average member named Ray Connolly. I met him at a meeting of the International Cultic Studies Association, and he left after 30 years, but he just describes in a riveting way how he joined. And I think that's kind of representative of why cults started to flourish in the 70s. So he was a young man in college, and he was just feeling, he said he just felt that, the traditions that his parents had brought him up in and Catholicism that he'd been raised in he just felt that he lacked meaning in his life. He felt like reality was over there and he was separated from it by, there was like a saran wrap over everything. So he felt somewhat alienated, but he didn't know what the answer would be. He kind of yearned for a religious experience. And he went out to California, and he was at a concert at the university in Santa Barbara, and he saw this group walking through during intermission, and they were wearing these robes and chanting, and it was right after the Manson trial and murders. So he, in his mind, was this, he was scared of them. He thought that looks like a cult. But later, even though he had that thought, he would end up joining them for 30 years because he saw them later after the event, and he went back to talk to them because something drew him to them. I think he had dropped out of college by this time, and he said that they were eating sandwiches and they looked a lot more casual and approachable than they had earlier. And he just said, he was asking them questions, and he said, "Would you like to recite the sinner's prayer right now and drop to your knees?" And and he said, yeah. For some reason, he said yes.
What is the sinner's prayer?
It's just a verse that actually is not from the Bible, but often would be used as a recruiting tool. And it did result in this sort of out of body experience. He recited it, and then he said he stood up and he felt changed by this. But it turned out that David Berg, he didn't know the name of the group, and they said, "Why don't you join us?" And in other words, he kept taking small steps towards it, and pretty soon he found himself on the bus with this group and still didn't know the name of it. And they were all testifying about how they had, been converted. And he was asked to, add to the testimony, and he started talking about J.D. Salinger because he was just an alienated youth, basically, and nobody understood what he was talking about. They all just started singing and covering up his words, and he thought several times of leaving and getting off the bus, going to see his ex-girlfriend. He had just broken up with his girlfriend, but he ended up staying, and he ended up marrying 3 women, and just
3.
Well, at first it was 1. They had an arranged marriage, and then it turned out this guy who ran the group, David Berg, he was a former furniture salesman. He then had some, he believed that he got these messages direct from the Almighty. The messages told him that he needed to ramp up his recruiting by having women do this practice called flirty fishing, where they would go out and basically seduce men into the cult. And then he started introducing these practices where they were supposed to have sex with children, because his idea was that this was natural. And so many generations of kids were raised in this cult with this, were either trafficked or abused, and it's really horrific. And Ray Connolly was interesting because he didn't engage in those things. He did end up having 17 children in the cult. But
17 kids.
I think he ended up. He's a fascinating person because he left and he spent his time supporting survivors, and which is very unusual.
What about the 17 kids?
And they came out too.
How do they have time for anything else?
I don't know. They're now mostly grown. He's quite elderly, but I guess it's interesting to hear him talk about how he saw the group changing and how what started out to be this profound experience, soon he called it a dark hamster wheel of the soul. Like he was caught, and it became this. Basically, they were exploiting him in his middle-aged years. He rose in sort of mid-level bureaucracy within the cult. But anyway, this cult, Children of God, has, and today still exists. It has a different name. They
still the same practices.
No, they say they reformed. but many people are still pursuing lawsuits against them, things like that, who are adults today. They had, groups throughout the world, and they would move kids around and things like that.
The Manson family is a fascinating one, right? Because I know that you have studied Jolly West and the whole MK Ultra program and what they were experimenting with psychedelic drugs and cults and mind control. What is your perspective on why they were doing that?
Why
Jolly West was involved? Why were they involved? What do you think was the initial motivation to sort of pursue mind control studies, the federal government?
I think the initial motivation was a kind of national internal emergency, national security emergency that emerged right after World War II, actually at the beginning of the Korean War, when U.S. pilots were coming back or were shown confessing to having flown germ warfare missions over China, and then many POWs were coming back and seemed to have been converted to communism or have been concerningly affected by something that was seen as brainwashing. So many of the soldiers coming back seem to have been brainwashed or have collaborated to some degree, and they were held as prisoners. And then there were 21 U.S. POWs who elected to stay in China, and this really was a disturbing. They all had a chance to choose when they were in the UN camps after they'd been held prisoner for 4 years or so, and 21 of them decided that they'd like to try their lot in China, and so this caused this kind of collective, this caused a crisis of, did the communists possess a super weapon of some kind that no other war. There was even a famous article in the New Yorker that said something new in history, that there was some capacity that this ideological system had, the communists had, that was somehow rendering Americans powerless against it. So this was kind of the crisis of mind control, and MK Ultra was an attempt to basically reverse engineer what this was. So Jolly West was one of the first people. He was in charge of studying the brainwashed pilots initially, and that's how he.
What year was this?
That was in '52, but he also before that he was involved. He had been trained to some degree with. He was trained by Harold Wolff, who was at Cornell. He had done his residency at Cornell with Dr. Harold Wolff, who is a world neurologist, a world expert in migraine and basically the type of pain that comes from migraine. So you could say he was an expert in the fear pain cycle. And he had CIA connections from even before MK Ultra was started.
So what did they determine the Chinese were doing?
So they determined, West wrote a paper in 1957, and the part that was published in a journal called Sociometry described, he described it as DDD, or debility, dependency, and dread. And he said basically these camps were systematically inducing a state of debility, which was that soldiers were starved and basically worn down. They were deprived of medical care. This is also in the historical record. Something I studied extensively is that, men were marched, and for example, the Tiger Death March north of the Yalu River from the war, where they'd been captured, and by the time they got there, they'd often lost half their body weight. They had been bombed by their own horses at night. They sometimes, they had to pour the blood out of their boots every morning just to keep going and not be. Anyone who stopped would be shot. So by the time they got to the camps, they were really worn down. And a missionary who passed them on a train at that time wrote or described it in oral history that he didn't recognize them as Americans, that they were the most bedraggled. It was just they were in a terrible state. And so debility was the first thing West described when he was extracting what had happened. Dependency was Later there's a layer added in which the POWs were dependent for all if they were going to survive, they required, the camp leaders would provide it, so it made them very dependent, and they also engaged in very formal Maoist thought reform with the men as a kind of experiment. And the third part was dread, which was just the idea that you could be killed at any time, or perhaps your family could be because they threatened.
Maoist thought reform?
Yeah, that in the POW camps, once the Chinese took over from the Koreans running the camps, because they decided, I think it was almost a formal experiment, at least that's how it looks to me. I don't think Wes wrote about this, but in my own research on the camps, it transpires that they wanted to see, because Mao believed that thought reform would work on anybody, not just on Chinese people, not just on Chinese peasants. He felt that only something like 7 to 8% of the human population was unreformable, and those people would be disposed of. But he wanted to check if these American soldiers would also be susceptible to re-education. So they really did a formal, 3-part re-education program on them. And men had many different responses to it. But when West met them, he studied many of the returning men when they came back to Lackland Air Force Base, and he extracted those three components of what had happened to them, DDD and men, and that's the way he became an expert on what he called brainwashing or coercive persuasion.
So how do they go from that to like sponsoring the Manson family and Operation Midnight Climax and all the crazy stuff that they were doing?
Yeah, it may seem like a leap, but
Sort of.
It's sort of a leap, but it's sort of not. I think that MK Ultra was funded around in direct response to this crisis of the POWs, and in addition to reverse engineering what had happened to them, they also wanted to turn it into a weapon and continue certain programs in interrogation procedures and making them more effective. So MK Ultra just had a wide reach, and it was pretty free reign. It was a free reign program, and the historian Alfred McCoy says it was modeled on the Los Alamos in a way, kind of Manhattan Project for the mind. So just as the atom had been disassembled and transformed into this new world had emerged from that program, that intensive exertion of scientific acumen. The same thing could be done with the mind. The mind could be sort of pulled apart, and human consciousness and functioning could be people could be broken down and rebuilt.
Were they trying to optimize the use of the mind to their advantage? Like, what was the end goal that they were trying to do with it?
A couple of things. I think one idea was that potentially it could be a weapon. One goal. Another, so it could be used on an enemy, perhaps even a city. So that's one reason they were researching LSD. It had certain properties that made it could be easily dispensed to an entire population through the water supply. So they wanted to know what exactly are the properties of LSD. People didn't really know at the time. So there was an offensive part of it. There's also a defensive part. So the U.S. military needed to be trained to resist whatever this was. Once they understood it, they developed the SEER training, and Wes was involved in that as well. And then a third thing was maybe a broader curiosity about, which would lead you to be able to interrogate people better, and perhaps also to, just really understand. I think there was also kind of a curiosity about what would happen. I think because they had so much power to experiment in a way without any oversight. And it wasn't until 1963 that the Inspector General of the CIA himself said, this is unethical, and we've done it. Basically put a stop to it. But it really was
63.
Yeah.
But it went on. I mean, the Harvard LSD studies. One of those.
Actually, I don't know which ones exactly. There were some that were earlier.
What are the ones that made Ted Kaczynski?
Okay, that's earlier.
Was that earlier
Yeah,
than 63?
yeah. And that's Henry Murray. Yeah, but so I don't actually know the answer to that question of exactly how it continued, but they officially discontinued and destroyed all the records. So they may have continued under other forms.
But Manson was 69?
Yeah, so Manson is after that.
So they didn't discontinue it. They kept doing things.
Well, West kept working.
Yeah. It's ironic because it seems like they were kind of a cult. Because the amount of power, the amount of unchecked power and influence that Jolly West had and MK Ultra in general had, and all the people that were working on this, you have this power, the fact that you are working in complete secrecy, you are the puppeteer, you're controlling all these people, and then this idea that have you read Chaos, the Tom O'Neill book?
Yeah.
What did you think about that?
I thought it was great research.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's a really good book.
And just so stunning. I'd never considered that before. I thought Manson was a crazy guy and he got together with a bunch of crazy people and he ran a cult. I have no suspicion that the government was involved in orchestrating the entire thing.
They may not have been. I don't think Tom O'Neill thinks that he made an absolute link. He just you do get West in the same room, potentially the same.
You get West visiting Manson in jail.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, West visited Manson in jail.
Mm-hmm.
West, he believes, at least Tom O'Neill does, supplied him with LSD. And then every time Manson would get arrested, he would get released.
This is true, but this wasn't West necessarily. This was Roger Smith, who was West. He was an associate of West. And West was head of the methamphetamine research project, I think. Which was West got funding to do his hippie lab, or his psycho lab or psyche lab in 68, 67 and 68 during his sabbatical in the Bay Area, and it wasn't obviously funded by this. If it was funded by the CIA, it was clandestine, but there are many notes that Tom O'Neill also writes about. So both of us have gone to the West papers over many, many years, and I think you can put West at the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic, where he had an office, and where Manson would go for medical treatment, and he would take his girls in to be treated. His cult, and they were at the time, as I understand it, seen as a kind of a model cult, and many of the researchers under West, and we can prove that link, that people like Alan Rose, who was a sociologist, they were trying to do an ethnographic study of cults. And what is the natural environment? How do they create bonds? And what is their relationship to American society and to drug use and things like that? So West would apparently hang out on the couch getting high and wearing, kind of dressed up in hippie garb with his middle-aged friends. And these graduate students and an undergraduate who he hired would be writing in their journals about how irritating he was. But, sometimes it seems like it wasn't very targeted, and it wasn't very efficient, and it wasn't really, there didn't appear to be a plan, which isn't to say, so to me it's not entirely clear what the relationship was with Manson. It is very evident he was bailed out several times by Roger Smith, who was also a psychologist as well as a parole officer, so that's highly suspicious. And Roger Smith did know West, and Dave Smith, who was the head of the medical clinic, also knew West. But these things it's hard to tell exactly how.
I appreciate you being cautious. Yeah, that's good for you. I'm less cautious.
Yeah.
But I think it's also that is how the government functions in general. The idea that they would be so inefficient at everything except cults is kind of silly. I mean,
it's a deep question.
Yeah.
Is it clownish, or because if you look at some of the other MK Ultra operations, they look highly inefficient, and they're dosing each other at the holiday party with the punch, and just many lives ruined while at the Operation Midnight Climax. It just looks like a free for all and out of control. But there are really concerning aspects of the Haight-Ashbury operation, I would definitely say. And Manson was, he could have been also an informant.
Well, he certainly was. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm certain he was connected. There's no way he just kept getting out of jail the way he got out, and the sheriffs who arrested him were told that it's above their pay grade.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's just, it's kind of how the government does everything though. Like, it's not like they would have it be this like very disciplined, rigorous, scientifically controlled study that, you know what I'm saying, that made sense, especially because they have so much impunity, they have so much power, they have so much, no one's observing them, they're working completely in secrecy, they kind of get away with it doing, and they're also imbibing, right? They're also,
that's a factor.
oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Sidney Gottlieb, the head of MK Ultra, or the TSS, was regularly taking acid, which can kind of shape your consciousness.
Yeah, that's a little problematic.
But interestingly, since you mentioned that, there was a peer-reviewed side of it, and they actually I got really interested in the cutouts from MK Ultra, so they had a legitimate side. And many scientists who worked for them, they were almost subcontracting to them, and some of them knew it was CIA money, and some of them didn't know. So even someone like B.F. Skinner received money from MK Ultra, but it was conduited. It was, I want to say, conduited through the Human Ecology Society, which was part of it, but it was just a front organization, and they were really into these fronts. So some scientists, there was the group that later people would call the unwitting scientists, who would just they were doing the research they wanted to do, it just happened to be of interest to the CIA. And then others would publish in legitimate journals, but then they'd have a classified version of their research that went more into detail in the aspects that MK Ultra was interested in.
Well, that's also one of the more interesting aspects of MK Ultra, is that it's very difficult to find out what was really going on, and unless there was a bunch of files that were discovered, right? Mm-hmm. That sort of unveiled what was, and if those files had not been discovered, who knows what we would actually know about all this stuff?
Yeah, we wouldn't know, and they're actually amazingly. So this was the result of a FOIA request by John Marks, who was a journalist at the time. And he made the request, and everything had been destroyed except for the financial records. But one thing I also want to mention, the CIA kept very good records of a lot of things. And even in the financial records, they still had copies of some of the commissioned projects. So that's how we know about them. And it really is accidental that they didn't think to purge their financial files.
Well, it was probably so secretive that the people that were in charge currently when the FOIA requests were filed probably weren't really aware of it all.
It was in the 70s. It's in 77 or so.
Yeah, so you're dealing with, a decade had passed. Who knows if the people currently in charge were even aware? Because I would imagine a lot of this stuff is very compartmentalized.
I think the destruction of the records had happened earlier, but that destruction had been, as you said, they made a mistake. I mean, from their point of view, they neglected this batch of documents.
Whoops.
And then the Church Committee came out in 75, and many revelations were made, although it was still partial. And then John Marks made his FOIA request sometime around then.
It brings me back to yoga teachers, cult leaders, and then clandestine government operations. Like, whenever people have power, unchecked power, and insane influence, particularly influence to manipulate people and influence over people's minds. And if your established goal is to try to find out how you can manipulate people and what can be done, and you're doing this in complete secrecy with basically unlimited funding. It's all under the table stuff. Like, you could get away with so much.
I think one component that helps this develop is to have a high ideal at the same time. Something like a kind of almost messianic purpose.
Yeah, doing to save America.
We're saving the world.
Yeah.
Not just America, but the world.
Oh, yeah.
And that's one thing one of the inspirations for my research was finding a book on the street many years ago when I was living in California. And I love to find a good, just an accidental inspiration, which was this book called The Captive Mind, that somebody had left out by Czesław Miłosz, who's a Polish poet, and he had grown up in Warsaw, or come of age in Warsaw, and seen his city, the city that he lived in, just deteriorate into sheer. He said it was an experience no human being would ever want to live through if you were lucky enough to live through, just watching the city destroyed and people shipped off to Auschwitz and all these things. But he said that, and like social life completely deteriorating before him. And then afterwards, the Soviet troops came in. And even though he watched as his friends kind of had to remake themselves in order to survive, in order to be artists, and so if you're a poet, you don't just go along, you have to actually start to think differently. And at first they would sort of pay lip service to it or make it, on the surface they would pretend to agree and then secretly have their own, writing. But after a while they would start to internalize that, and he called it the new faith. The kind of this doctrinaire ideology, and that's what he ended up himself defecting because he couldn't do that. He said it's an operation you perform on yourself. So I just think one important factor is this true belief, this sense, and out of that can come the justification for a number of violations.
Well, I think that's a through line through the entire CIA itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that could justify so many different secret operations all over the world. Like you're there to protect American interests, and America is essentially the guiding light of the world, and we need to save the world. So, want to make an omelet? You got to crack some eggs.
Yeah, that's the kind of logic, and that's a very typical logic. The means are justified by the ends.
I was fascinated also in Chaos, Jolly West's connection to Jack Ruby.
Right.
That he visited Jack Ruby after Jack Ruby had shot Lee Harvey Oswald, and all of a sudden Jack Ruby goes crazy.
Yeah, he was never coherent again after meeting. This happened to so shocking number of people. And in West's papers, you can actually find the unredacted documents where he talks about some of the things he's been able to do with combinations of sodium, amytal, LSD, and various other
What did he say?
psychoactive drugs. Well, among other things, he says he started to say or suggest that he could create memories. He knew that he could destroy a person's orientation to self and time, and so basically disassemble a person. But he also said he could use hypnosis to, not as anesthesia, which is a known possibility with hypnosis, but to create extra pain, so hyperesthesia. And he kind of said that he could actually make someone develop blisters or asthma or an ulcer just by hypnotizing them. I don't think he did that to Jack Ruby. Obviously, he had a morning with him or something. He had just had a short amount of time with him.
That's
but
enough to dose him.
Ruby emerged apparently. I don't know that much about the Ruby episode, but I do know that West intended to write a book. He intended to write about 8 books, at least. This is a note I found in his papers.
He also developed cancer shortly afterwards.
Actually, not shortly, but about in the 90s.
Oh, was it in the 90s?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was quickly.
No,
So this is it?
Yeah. This was from around 1980 or so, but I thought it was interesting.
So who wrote this?
This is
all Wes's handwriting?
Oh, it's just a little sheet of paper I found in his archives.
Biosocial Humanism, a philosophy for a new age, integrative psychotherapy, the dissociative reactions, a different person, psychiatric observations on the case of Patricia Campbell, Patty Hearst.
Yeah.
Policeman at his elbow, a psychiatric memoir on the case of Jack Ruby. Oh, wow, this is his own handwritten notes.
Yeah. And these are the order in which he intended to write them. He always you find a lot of correspondence in his papers where he's writing to agents he wants to write a book. And he even testified in the Patty Hearst trial because he was the primary expert witness trying to make the case that she'd been mind controlled and
Stockholm syndrome.
She should be exonerated. But he claimed that in his first minutes on the stand, he perjured himself by saying he was the author of a book on POWs. and brainwashing, which wasn't the case. But these were all the books that he intended to write.
Oh, so maybe he was the author, he just didn't publish it?
Well, he said he was the author of a published book, but he just basically he had. I think it was one area that he always said, "On my next sabbatical, I'm going to write all this stuff up," but he never got to it.
It's too busy doing acid.
Yeah, he maybe, and also he had a lot of extramarital affairs that kept him very busy.
That'll distract you.
And a whole separate family.
Oh boy.
So,
Oh boy.
yeah,
Oh,
it was
jolly.
very distressing to his wife.
What a mess. And that guy was the head of MK Ultra, or
Well, he
the
wasn't
key,
a-
not the key.
I mean,
the
I don't
key
even
figure.
know. He was a pretty prominent figure, but
It's fascinating. The Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic closed down shortly after Chaos was published.
it did.
Yeah.
I didn't know it had closed down because when I was in San Francisco, when I lived there, but that was a while ago, it was still open.
Yeah, my wife's mom used to go there. My wife's mom was a hippie in Haight-Ashbury.
I mean, it was a great thing. Dave Smith was it was a true inspiration that he had because originally I think he was doing this dark research on animals, addicting rats to cocaine and things like that. And then he had this, because he's been giving some interviews recently, he's still alive, the doctor who founded it, just that there was a human crisis on the streets and that he should provide medical care to young kids who runaways and things like that. But he doesn't, of course, he doesn't admit to any connection with.
Interesting.
I mean, he admits he knew West.
Is that true about the Haight-Ashbury Clinic?
My switcher fucked up and I can't get this thing off the screen.
Okay, we'll pause. All right, technical error fixed.
You asked me a question, Jolly West, was that true?
Yeah, I asked you the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic. When did it close? I believe it closed. I think Tom told me this.
I didn't know it closed.
Yeah, I believe it. I think Tom's exposing the fact that the CIA
2019 July, so that's
right afterwards. Yeah, there's the article. Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic closes its doors after more than 50 years. And how many gallons of acid did you guys give out, you fucking freaks? Just the fact that the CIA was secretly running a free clinic,
well, I don't think they
at least had offices inside of it. I'm sure they were doing legitimate work as well.
Yeah, I don't know myself, but I know Tom's working on a sequel.
Yeah.
Where he's trying to shore up these connections and get to the bottom of it. So.
Do you know Tom's whole story, how he got started with this book? He was supposed to write an article.
Yeah, it started as
one article. It was supposed to be an article about the anniversary of the Manson murders. And then he starts digging into it, and he finds all these inconsistencies and all this corruption, all this weird stuff, and he keeps going. And then they're like, "Hey, you missed the deadline," and he gets a book deal, and he misses the deadline, and it's like
that was released on June 25th, and it closed like a week later.
2 weeks later.
Amazing. And actually, I think he, for a while, Tom, before he got his co-author, Dan Kiepenbrink, his name is, Tom was thinking of just turning it into a documentary that he was going to let Errol Morris make.
Well, they did do a recent documentary on Netflix, but it was only 90 minutes.
Yeah, this was going to be a longer series originally, but then I think he redoubled his efforts to write the book, which worked out well.
Yeah, he explains it. But I mean, could you imagine? You're researching something for 20 years, and he's got just boxes and boxes of files. Like, how do you put it all together into a coherent book that could be consumed?
I relate to that because I'm kind of in the same situation.
Are you?
In the sense that I've been researching this for 20 years, not the exact topic, but this broad question and I finally, 5 years ago, I thought, I want to put together what I've learned about this brainwashing in a broader way. So West is part of it. He's probably the main figure who brings together many of the chapters. But
God, I wish he was alive.
And it was kind of I have thought a lot about that. And I have a very good, I have a colleague or a friend who's psychiatrist who was at UCLA training as a resident when West first got his job there, heading the basically the Neuropsychiatric Institute right after Haight-Ashbury, and during the time he was in charge of the amphetamine research project. So West went there and he proposed as his major activity would be to found what he called the Violence Center. And it was a way to study violence in all its forms. And this is actually a theme that runs through. This is another theme I should mention as part of MK Ultra was kind of a search for a trigger of aggression. That's why West gave LSD to the elephant in the Oklahoma Zoo. It wasn't just simply to see what an elephant would do under the influence of LSD, but to see if they could trigger. They write about this in a publication in Science magazine. If you could trigger, so elephants regularly go through must cycles where they become, even though they're very, very pacific animals, peaceful, they go through a cycle of violence yearly. And he wanted to see if LSD would trigger that cycle chemically.
Does it coincide with breeding season, like it does with other animals, like deer when they start fighting each other?
Yeah, it's just the males, I think, and it does have something to do with breeding. I'm not sure, so it's the male Asiatic elephant. So West found this elephant named Tusco at the Oklahoma Zoo and famously gave him LSD in 1962 or 61, and then the elephant died tragically.
From the acid.
Because nobody, it was just, maybe that's what elephants do, or the dose was too big or something like that. It certainly didn't have the effect that he wanted, but if you actually read the scientific publication, it's curiously all about this question of whether you could trigger a massive, could you trigger violence? Almost like a push button. Could you find a chemical trigger for violence or aggression? And you see that running through a lot of West's other work with MK Ultra and also with psychosurgery and some other developments that I wrote about. But so by the time he gets to the Neuropsychiatric Institute, he's very interested in violence. And he has this major plan. And to come back to my friend, Dr. Cooper's, he was a young resident training at UCLA at the time West proposed this violence center. And among things he wanted to do was track teenagers who he thought would be potentially violent. He had racial categories that he thought were especially worth tracking. And he had this whole program. And so a student movement and a movement at the university developed to shut down the violence center before it even opened. And anyway, Terry Coopers was a leader of that student movement, and they ended up. It never went forward. This huge project that West had. But Coopers at some point said that if you met Jolly West, you would like him. He was very genial. He had the name Jolly for a reason. And so I found that confusing. Like, how do I think about this? If you just read about him and the things he did, he seems like a caricature or a cartoon or like a very evil man. And no doubt he destroyed. I think what he did was ethically indefensible. But how do you reconcile that, or how do you even think about the fact that he also was incredibly esteemed in his profession? His portrait stood in the Neuropsychiatric Institute for many years. He was, and people actually liked him. People said he was likable. He had this kind of charisma to him.
Well, I guess you kind of have to have some of that just to be able to run something like that. And also, if you wanted to manipulate people, what better way than to be affable and kind of jolly and friendly? And
it's true.
And
I think he had a strong dose of narcissism too, because a reporter who worked with him named Shayna Alexander, she said she has these funny descriptions of him during the time of the Patty Hearst trial, where she says he was handing out his own papers to anybody who walked by, like he was giving out, like a hen giving out eggs or something. She was just saying that he's very expansive. He would get out of his limousine. He had a personal driver, and which was pretty high level for an academic. And he's just very kind of like a big man. And he was also physically very large.
thought very highly of himself.
Yeah.
Delusions of grandeur. You're pulling the strings on so many different people, manipulating them. And then you're also working in complete secrecy with the government in a high-level position that's manipulating minds.
And he was very, I think especially when he was young, he had a gift for this. He could understand how to manipulate people really well. He had insight into the processes that were, that's why Sidney Gottlieb said, we've been looking for somebody like you, and it seems that our dreams have been answered. In this famous letter he writes under a pseudonym, but he says, I don't know how, you sort of fit all of the categories we've been looking for.
Oh boy. Wow.
It's a dark chapter.
Yeah. So how's it end with Jolly West? How did he die?
So he died because by his son helping him commit suicide, or his son basically murdering him at his request, Mark West. And Mark West was a lawyer, a middle-aged lawyer by this time. West had a severe form of cancer, and he was maybe a few months from dying, and he asked his son to surreptitiously, it was illegal, so to basically poison him, and he wrote the prescription himself. West did.
Why didn't he take it himself?
I don't know. I think there was a really twisted relationship with his son, because his son committed suicide not too many years afterwards, and his son wrote a whole book about this, about helping both his parents commit suicide. And his mother wasn't even that sick, but she, a year or two after her husband, Kay West, also committed suicide with the help of her son.
Oh God!
He went on this big press tour, and he said it was this greatest gift he could have ever given his parents. And then he committed suicide himself. It was very sad. His story is sad because the book gives you some insight into what West was like as a parent, and I would say difficult.
Not ideal. Wow. And what year was that he committed suicide?
Mark
Jolly.
I think it was 97 or 8.
So this is before everyone knew about all these things.
I mean, they knew because of the church committee in 75.
Right.
So, but West himself said, I never experimented on a human being, just the elephant. He would even make jokes about the elephant because it was the one thing people knew. And he would say, it was his calling card, and he used it as kind of a jokey thing, but he always denied any connection to the CIA, and he was, even though he's been pretty firmly connected, even in the church committee, you could see the connection, because they revealed that the University of Oklahoma had been receiving CIA money. And West had a special office for him built there. He was hired there mysteriously when they wanted to move. He wanted to build what he called this free zone of experiment, where he could give LSD, hypnosis, and sleep deprivation, and combine doses, to whatever increments he wanted to adjust. He was going to build that at the Air Force Base, and he was all set to go. And I even have their receipts and papers and a lot of correspondence in his files about this. But this Air Force at the last minute backed out and asked Gottlieb to. Basically, they transferred it to the university and built a whole warren of cutouts to hide that.
Wow. It just makes you wonder. Because if we had not gotten, if the Freedom of Information request had not been acted upon, if they had not gotten those files, if we didn't know the extent of this research, what's going on right now?
I had this conversation. It's an important question, because we don't. I mean, in a sense, it's interesting to think about the fact that these things took place at the high point of government dedication to documenting itself, the mid 20th century. Because I've done most of my research on the mid 20th century Cold War period, and it's kind of luxurious. They all kept very good files. Sometimes they would destroy them. That's the exception. everything's typed out, everything's on paper. But as things become digital in the 80s and then beyond, much less a lot takes place through email, and now increasingly through government exchanges may take place through Signal, but no record is kept at all. So we're probably in an archiving crisis today. Archivists have tried to keep up. We don't necessarily keep excellent records of the internet, for example, or there are so many avenues where exchanges can be taking place and they're not leaving a paper trail.
It's just for me, when I think about the extent of these experiments and what they were willing to do and how effective they were, I don't believe they would just stop doing that. I think if you have effective methods of manipulating people and getting them to do what you want them to do with various psychoactive drugs and different sort of modalities and different protocols that you would use, I can't imagine they would stop doing that, or at least stop doing research into that area, because it would be so effective to know.
Yeah.
And then, like all things, it would evolve.
Yeah, that's a good question of what form it may have taken, and I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. It may be hard to know in the future, which is further destabilizing.
Right. Well, there's so many different kinds of mind control, right? One of the things we've talked about a lot on this podcast is that an enormous percentage of what you're seeing on social media in terms of interactions and debate is not real. It's not organic. It's state-run and state-funded, and it's whether it's foreign governments or our government or even corporations. You're getting inorganic discourse that's designed to form a narrative, and which is a form of mind control.
Yeah, I mean, I think even at a basic level, it's known, and studies have shown that we respond as if it were organic and real. And even when somebody likes a post of yours, the response is the same as like in-person interaction. So I think at the root there's a kind of way that on an emotional level, it's not just manipulation of ideas, but there's a kind of emotional engineering that's built into the platforms and doesn't even demand, at first government involvement. It's, of course, DARPA was involved in the development of the internet and things like pattern recognition, but the government has funded many studies. But really, what I got interested in social media and how I connected with the episodes of brainwashing from earlier in mind control is that it operates, it creates states of emotional contagion that aren't really about convincing people of a different way to think, but more about how you feel about what you think, which is something people describe in cults too. It's not that it changed my thoughts, it's that it changed my feelings about my thoughts. And so that there's a famous Facebook experiment I read about that took place in 2012 and was published in 2014, where they announced that they've achieved mass emotional contagion at scale, which showed that people exposed to it when they altered, so they took 700,000 users or 693,000, I think, without informing them, but because your user agreement does make it whenever you go on the platform, you agree to be tested or A/B testing. So this experiment exposed a group to their newsfeed was altered in a negative direction emotionally as measured by word counting software. And they discovered that group that had a negative exposure also responded in a more negative way as judged through their posts and likes and responses. The group that was exposed to a more positive newsfeed by altering the algorithm then had also a measurably statistically significant effect of more positive emotional response, and the control group was unaltered by this. So
you agreed to this when you signed the terms of use on Facebook. You agreed to be tested.
Well, it did cause a controversy, and after that, Facebook never the research team didn't publish publicly, but you do agree. You agree as part of it's sometimes seen as user experience, alterations or A/B testing, things like that. But so this is why there was an ethical debate when the experiment was published in 2014, and people and on the Facebook page of the research group that did the experiment, at least one user wrote in saying, "Could I ever find out if I was in that experiment because I was in the emergency room at that time with, threatening to commit suicide, and I want to know if my feed was altered, and maybe that pushed me over, into that state." And of course, they could never know, and it can't be traced backwards. And other people had a similar response. And there's even an investigation by the British government about whether this should be sanctioned because it affected users internationally. But I don't know what. Ultimately, there doesn't seem to have been any sanctions that came out of it, and anyone associated with mostly promoted. But it's very interesting because just the concept of emotional contagion was in that way operationalized and sort of shown to be. It's almost like an announcement that this was a possibility. And 2012 was kind of an important point in the development of social media and its power.
Well, it's also when you see the cultural war really kick in is somewhere around 2012, and this bizarre line in the sand between the right and the left, and ramping up all these ideological hot button issues.
Yeah, and I think I'm not. I can't speak to the exact studies, but there's a whole slew of recent studies trying to show that social media could alter political, could increase polarization, but it actually didn't. It didn't turn out to be as salient as expected, that effect. But it's actually what I conclude is that it's actually at the level of emotions that social media operates in, sort of prodding people into more extreme states and maximizing for engagement by stirring people's emotions, and that has fed into the increasing polarization. Like that's the after effect of it,
or the end goal.
Okay.
It's so sinister. Are you aware of Robert Epstein's work?
No.
Robert Epstein is a guy that started studying search engine curation, and he found through his, what is this organization called, Jamie? So Robert Epstein, he found that through Google curating their search results, just by doing that, you could completely convert people who were independent, who were sitting on the fence. So by, like, say if you Googled, let's just go back to 2016, Googled Hillary Clinton, you would see, like, is Hillary Clinton a criminal? You would find Donald Trump criminal, the Donald Trump criminal crime. You wouldn't find things on Hillary Clinton. You had to keep digging and digging and digging. If you wanted to find positive things on Hillary Clinton, you could find them quite easily. If you wanted to find positive things on Donald Trump, you wouldn't find anything. And it was on purpose. They were doing this. And that through this, they could statistically change votes to the tune of, 20, 30%. And then with fence sitters, or people that were not sure, you could really shift them. And I think at one point in time, he said, in some issues, you could shift them as much as 90% towards where you wanted them to go.
That's interesting.
It's terrifying.
Look that up.
Because you would think, I always thought, before I talked to him, I kind of thought that search engines probably have to be curated to some extent, but I never knew it was that much. Here it is, the American Institute for Behavioral Research and Technology, nonprofit, nonpartisan, 501 organization founded in 2012. But when he talks about it and what the research has shown, I mean, it's quite disturbing, and he tracks it. So they have computers that track bias in search engine results and bias and what you can find. And it used to be that certain search engines weren't curated, and now they are. Like DuckDuckGo used to be pretty open, and now, like, I remember I used DuckDuckGo during the pandemic because I read about this doctor who had taken the mRNA vaccine and then, like, almost immediately had a stroke. And I'm like, wow, that's just disturbing. And they were connecting it, at least, correlation to the vaccine. And this is the early days. And I'm like, this is fascinating. So I tried to find it on Google. I could not find the story. I found it on DuckDuckGo within the first page. And I was like, that's crazy. And then within a couple of years, DuckDuckGo, I think, was probably sold or something. I don't know what happened, but it seems like Brave browser or Brave search engine seems to be the only one that I've found now that can find you controversial things. But if you're looking for what they would call malinformation, so they came up with different definitions. There's misinformation, disinformation, and then malinformation. And they were trying to censor malinformation. Malinformation is information that is correct, but that would be ultimately harmful.
Right.
And so they put vaccine side effects under malinformation because it would cause vaccine hesitancy.
Well, that makes sense because I think it goes back to what I see in a lot of research on the social sciences, that there's a question of how do you maximize the public good, and I think public health is based on that. So the idea is that it may create harms in certain ways for individuals, maybe not to know certain things, but this is for a greater good, which would be, to in the eye of the public health organization to maximize, vaccine use.
That would be true if the vaccine was actually as effective as they were saying it was, which turns out to not be true, and that they knew this initially. So I'm much more cynical, and I think it was all about maximizing profits and discouraging dissent. And in that sense, the COVID crisis was a fascinating study, and I don't think it was. I don't think they let it go by. I think they probably were very carefully studying people's reactions to pressure, social media campaigns, like what is it like when people are ostracized from groups? Was it like when people were dissenting from the proposed narrative?
Yeah, I do think the COVID crisis was one that we haven't fully assessed and that had huge effects on our country.
I think it's going to take decades for people to parse out what was actually true and what was actually what was manipulated, what was fact, and what were the actual, what was the motivation behind all of it.
Yeah, and even part of the crisis, maybe it's a key iteration in a larger unfolding of this question of what happens when information becomes so much radically more available. Just in my lifetime, and as a grown-up person, it used to be that you had to have certain credentials, you had to go to certain places, and to access papers, or you could get in, but you had to know where you wanted to go and why you'd want to do that. But just with the democratization of knowledge that the internet brings about, that you can, and also people uploading archives and papers and government materials to the public, to public availability, I do think it's a crisis not a crisis, but it's both an opportunity and it's destabilized so much about our world. And in some way, that's part of what happened with COVID is it undermines expertise.
Yes, it also exposed gatekeeping of information, and whether or not the information itself is actually being curated for other means other than public health and safety, whether it's being curated in order to maximize profits, in order to encourage a narrative, in order to get people to comply.
It's got to be curated for something.
Yeah. I want to go back to what you were talking about, the methamphetamine studies, because I'm not aware of those. So what did they do with methamphetamine?
Well, just as in Haight-Ashbury, there was the hippie period where LSD was the drug of choice. There was this kind of turn, which is also seen in maybe the shift from, to Altamont, when hippies started. Altamont music concert, the Rolling Stones, when
was that when the Hells Angels people?
Yeah, it went from Woodstock, which was the sort of peace and love ethos when hippies were still mostly taking LSD and that was the drug of choice. There was a shift towards the end of the 60s, early 70s to speed and interest in amphetamine products. And that was, so this changed the tenor of Haight-Ashbury too, because people were, it had social effects. People were more aggressive and unhappy. So anyway, West was funded by, I think it was the NIH that funded him, or the NIMH. National Institute of Mental Health, I believe, funded the Amphetamine Research Project, or ARP, and West was the head of it. He was, by that time, working at UCLA, so he wasn't on site. And perhaps he was one of those figureheads, but he definitely had many people under him, including the personnel at the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic, and including some ethnographers, such as Alan Rose, who went on site with the Manson family before they committed the murders, and he was actually sleeping with many of the women.
Oh boy.
And he was a social scientist, but he got entranced, I gather. Anyway, this was not in the reports, but you can find in West Papers the funding documents for this project. And it was a sprawling project. They just basically wanted to find out about the course of addiction, how people responded to amphetamine and amphetamine-like drugs, and whether they remained addicts after a certain amount of time, how it affected their social relations. It was sort of this inquiry, and it had an ethnographic component and sociological and many other chemical they were interested in. So it's basically a team of researchers.
So did they distribute methamphetamines?
Not to my knowledge.
So how did they study its
They
use?
studied existing addicts. So they would just ask them questions or sort of go.
How would they get them?
How would they get them? So the free clinic was a place where a lot of people, you could meet addicts because they come in for treatment and also just hanging out. And also West had this apartment that he rented. It was on Frederick Street, where he called it his hippie crash pad. That's the one I was mentioning earlier. And that continued into the years of the amphetamine research project. And people who needed a place to stay or a place to crash would come there, and then they would sort of be studied at the same time. And maybe that just meant like a graduate student taking notes about them or something like that. But they would follow, and they would try to, my understanding is they would follow them over a couple of years and see if they got better and what were the factors in this, if they spiraled or various things. But I'm not sure they published that much. I haven't explored that.
And what was their finding? Like, what did they determine? Like with methamphetamine use, could they accentuate violence? Could they manipulate people with it?
I mean, that's my sense. I think at the documents I've seen, more funding documents, they didn't yet know, but they would postulate that it definitely brought about a different type of social life and more violence and things like that.
Have you read Norman Ohler's book Blitzed?
No.
It's about Nazis and the use of methamphetamine during the war.
I think I heard of him interviewed at some point.
Yeah, he was on my podcast, and the book is fascinating. It's all about when they went through Poland in 3 days. But the only way to do that was for them to stay awake. And they formulated this thing, so they gave everybody massive doses of methamphetamines and sent them through Poland. And that they were all, like everyone was on methamphetamines. Like the entire Nazi regime was essentially fueled by speed.
It's funny how we don't think of that.
Yeah. Just think evil.
You just think evil.
Yeah.
Not like high and evil.
Yeah, crazed, high, evil, completely disassociated, out of their fucking minds, methed out of their heads.
Yeah.
And they gave varying doses depending upon your role. So the people that were in the tanks at the front of the line got the most meth.
Yeah. Cool. It dulls. It dulls emotional response.
Sure. Kills empathy, I'm sure. Yeah.
That reminds me too of, one of the haunting details of, to go back to Mind Control and the Manson family, is that Leslie Van Houten described in an interview how Manson, and one of the things he did was encourage them to take acid every time they started to come down. They would take it again, and they would compete to see how long they could go without ever coming down. And that's around the time that they committed the murders.
Wow, they're probably up for days. Yeah.
Very deranging.
Oh my God. Yeah. So crazy. It's so fascinating that people would be sitting back studying the effects on other human beings, knowing, well, it's important to get this information and this is important for national security, but you're just going to ruin people's lives.
Yeah, there was even a term in the CIA called extinction experiments, which were experiments that led to death. I mean, this was with people considered disposable, so they could have been prisoners. There's a section on it in John Marks's book, The Search for the Manchurian Candidate. So there's probably unknown number of prisoners of war who, from other armies, who were held in camps in various places. This is actually what, the case of Frank Olson.
Which one's that?
So Frank Olson was a chemist with the Army. He was an Army chemist, but he was dosed by MK Ultra personnel, secretly dosed and given LSD, and then the story they told was that he had trouble metabolizing it and he went crazy, and they had to take him to New York to a hotel room. This is the subject of Errol Morris's documentary Wormwood. He was taken to a hotel room in New York City, and then 2 days later he threw himself out the window. And his son Eric Olson and family, they ultimately received an apology from, I think, Gerald Ford.
Sorry.
Whoops. But one thing that Frank Olson was doing, he was a chemist and he was devising chemical weapons and adjutants that were used by MK Ultra, or not. I think it was a little before MK Ultra, so something like Operation Bluebird or some of these earlier programs that pre-existed, and he was flying around seeing these extinction experiments. So basically, the idea that Seymour Hersh and Errol Morris put forward in the documentary, and that Eric Olson has spent his life trying to prove, is that his father was having ethical doubts and was actually wanting to leave, and he was too much. It was too much of a risk that he would reveal what he had seen, so that he was probably thrown out the window.
Oh God! Wow. Does it kill your faith in humanity when you start reading all this stuff?
Yeah, I had a very dark sabbatical when I started writing, but I really needed to just have full time I've been teaching about these things for many years, but I wanted to just rethink it. And I spent a whole year at my desk just going into as deeply as I could into various cases, like the psychosurgery case and the MK Ultra stuff. Yeah,
psychosurgery? You mean
there was a recipient of psychosurgery named Leonard Kyle, whose case I really explored. I talk about in the book, but he was given this experimental brain implant that would have led to remote control and potentially the suppression or creation of violent states in Kyle, because he was...
What was the implant?
It was basically a ring of electrodes that were implanted in his amygdala, and
Did he know that they were doing this?
He did. It was a temporary implant initially. He went to the hospital because he was having marital difficulties. So he was a very talented, brilliant engineer at the age of 35. He had been self-educated, and he ended up being hired by major defense firms of the day and Polaroid Corporation as well. And he invented some of the most technical parts of their viewing apparatus of the instant cameras, the line that they came out with in the 60s. So he was this brilliant, self-taught man who lived in Massachusetts, and he had issues in his marriage. And he and his wife were seeing a therapist. They ultimately referred him to Mass General, where he saw 2 doctors, and one of them was connected to West, and ultimately went to work for West, one of the doctors at Mass General, whose name was Frank Irvin, and he's a psychiatrist. And Irvin recommended this experimental treatment, which he said was necessary because he felt that Leonard Kyle had uncontrolled violence, and this has never been proven. And he had been in a traffic accident and had a head injury, and he had marital disputes of various kinds. But at any rate, his wife said
You see marital disputes, you mean domestic violence?
Like, it wasn't violence, but there's actually a question about whether he had ever actually he had thrown objects, but like he had a really bad temper, and
this was connected to the accident.
This was getting worse after his accident. He was very stressed, and so they saw a therapist together. And his wife said if he didn't seek treatment at the hospital, that she would divorce him. This is the story that his family has told me, and that's been documented also by the doctors in some of their published pieces. And they were interested in this theory of psychosocial violence, the creation of violence. And so they had been working on animal experiments previously, and then they started a series of human just attempting this new treatment where they would place an implant in the amygdala, which was seen as the seat of violence, of aggression, and stimulate it in different places across the amygdala and find out which place would suppress violence and which might cause other effects.
How did they implant this? Did they have to open the skull?
Yeah, they had something called a stereotactic device, which locked the skull in place, and they were the inventors of this. Actually, the surgeon was named Dr. Mark, and Dr. Irvin was the psychiatrist.
See if you can find an image of us, Jerry.
Actually, I provided an image.
Oh, I have that,
Yeah, there's other stuff too. You're welcome to. So anyway, that's an image of a patient, not necessarily Leonard, but that's at Mass General, and those are the two physicians, or the two researchers, Mark and Irvin. And so this is an example of one of the implants in the early days. They were also collaborating with Jose Delgado, who's famous for implanting what he called a stimoceiver in the brain of a bull and stopping the bull from charging. And they collaborated with Delgado, who's a professor.
So it looks like in that image, can you go back to that, please? The image looks like they open up the top of his head, and there's something on top of his head, these wires.
Yeah, sometimes the wires would run out lower than that. It depended on, I guess, the patient. And it was very invasive, let's just say.
It looks very invasive.
But they used this device that would lock the head in place, and they were very, for the time they were very well respected, at being in the forefront of this kind of psychosurgery, which was surgery for behavioral management, which was very controversial, and subsequently many ethics panels were convened about whether it should be outlawed. But Leonard Kyle went to Mass General, and they were actually in the process of getting funding to create what they called a violence unit in the hospital, where they would do these treatments more regularly. So the interesting part about it is whether Kyle consented or not to a permanent implant. And basically,
so how would he do it if he didn't consent?
So first he did agree. In order to save his marriage, he said, I'll have the temporary implant, which was they put in this device, they have the wires running out, and they stimulate different parts of it, and they would say, when we stimulate this node, Kyle would say something like, now I feel bliss. And then they stimulate another node, and he would say, oh, I feel like I'm floating. And then he would feel terrible and feel very nervous, or he'd have different reactions to the stimulation. There was something like 14 points. And this is extensively documented in published papers and in their book, Violence in the Brain. So Kyle, when they found the point that gave him bliss, they gave him the consent form, and he signed it while he was in an altered state. He agreed to continue the operation and to have a permanent implant in his brain. So that's they ended up not an implant, but they seared away that portion of they seared part of the amygdala to make a permanent change and supposedly make him less violent. But in the end, it just disabled him cognitively, and he began to have delusions that he was Christ, that he was being pursued by doctors from MIT and Harvard and Stanford, some of that that was where his doctors were from, but he started to say that he was in a science fiction novel. He might be in a novel, and it turned out that the resident in charge of him at Mass General was Michael Crichton, and Michael Crichton was writing a novel about him.
What?
And the novel was called
Jurassic Park, Michael Crichton?
Yeah, that Michael Crichton. You know, he was trained as a physician beforehand. So all his paranoid delusions were strangely true. And he also, so Michael Crichton wrote the book The Terminal Man, which was his second novel. That was about Kyle, and he masks the name of Kyle, but he describes him accurately, and then he changes the doctor's names. Instead of Mark and Irvin, he gives them the name with M and E as sort of pseudonyms. But also, Kyle at some point, he deteriorated in a very tragic way, and he had this delusion that his wife was having an affair with their boarder. They had taken on a boarder to save money, and it turned out that she ended up marrying him. She divorced Leonard, Kyle. And
so the delusion was correct.
That was another correct delusion.
It doesn't sound like he's got any delusions.
Well, he was, except that he said...
We're writing a novel about him. He definitely wasn't Christ.
And his doctors were, actually pursuing him for these experimental treatments. And then he went to the emergency room several times because he said, my brain is burning. And he was really, it's very, very tragic what happened to him. And he said, I am the inventor of several patents, and I am a brilliant engineer. And the doctor was like, who is this crazy person? And then they discovered he did have many patents to his name. And all of that was also true. But the problem was that he could no longer function, and he completely deteriorated. His mother ended up suing the hospital and the university, and that lasted for 10 years. And finally, I think in 1908, it took a long time, but they were ultimately exonerated. But the question really was, did he consent?
The hospital's exonerated?
Yeah. The question was, did he consent? And also, was this a true treatment, or was it an experiment? Was it an experimental treatment? In other words, was it justified what they had done?
What is the difference? If you've never done it before, it's an experiment.
They had done it to one other, around the same time they did it to a young woman and several other patients. But the young woman was the one to receive the stemoceiver, which meant that they could be in another room. And, you wouldn't have to be on site. So the stemoceiver was the Delgado invention.
So what was it, radio waves? What would trigger this?
Yeah, radio
waves. Oh, boy.
So this was very dark, and I had not wanted to write about this at all.
Oh, my God.
So that's true. This was in...
Rage, behavior, attacking walls, suddenly unexpected. She's literally in a panic room. Oh, my God.
This was another very tragic story. And she was a young woman who was subject to fits of violence, which were documented. And she had loved to play the guitar. She was otherwise lovely and very lovely 19-year-old woman.
And she had a traumatic brain injury as well.
I'm not sure.
Because there is a correlation between traumatic brain injuries and fits of violence.
Yeah, they were interested in that too, because they were interested in sort of the evolution of the brain, and they ended up writing about Charles Whitman too, who was the first shooter, the first mass shooter from Texas.
The tower guy.
The tower guy. They were they were called in on that committee.
He had a tumor, right?
Well, this is a matter of dispute, but that's one thing they argued. Some people. But they were involved in many of these high profile, or they were asked because they were experts. But anyway, the case of Kyle, I got very, very deep into it, and I met some of his grandchildren who had been raised not knowing he was their grandfather, but one of them is writing a book about him or trying to rediscover the family history. A lot of the families didn't know, or it had just been suppressed. And it's just a kind of amazing story in the sense that it was also this techno-psychological vision that people's behavior, because psychosurgery is defined as a surgical alteration of the brain to correct or change behavior, and several of these were actually done in prisons as well.
Wow.
and the NIMH in 1974 shut them down, but they said at that point in a report they released that they could never, they don't have a count of how many people were actually operated on, but there were several high-profile legal cases too in
Wow.
the prison.
Picture that device, but not in use.
Yo. Oh. What did the implant look like?
I have a picture in my book of the sites. I didn't. Maybe you can find this. Also, if you look up violence and the brain, the Mark and Irvin book, they have a picture of all of the components, and also the stimulation area. So, and also what Leonard Kyle said when they stimulated each part of the brain. They have a little graph.
But the stimulation was done not with an implant, but while he was being manipulated. Like they had his head in the thing, and they were manipulating the various aspects of his brain.
Yeah, they used the stereotactic device to implant, and then I think but that wasn't permanent. The implants were just to tell them where they needed to cut eventually, to sear. But the thing is, I'm not saying in their defense, but the way they presented it, and their book was actually, I looked at all the reviews in the professional journals of the day, and it was uniformly well received. Although some people felt that their theory was controversial about psychosocial, about the biological roots of violence, but they, I forgot what I was going to say.
We're just talking about implants. We're talking about what it looked like when they first started stimulating his brain, like
Yeah,
when they put him in a state of bliss.
Well, just that they were seeing themselves as more sophisticated, and in some senses they were, than the previous rounds of lobotomy in the 40s.
Low bar.
Exactly. But they said, the return of the lobotomy, and now we can be hyper precise with it. So that's why they touted this stereotactic, which looks like a torture device, but in many medical devices, they look like that.
When you hear talk of Neuralink and the potential ubiquitous use of Neuralink in the future, does it make you think of these things?
It does. Yeah, it did. It made me think of it. I mean, I can't make a judgment. And I think you had Norland Arbau on. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that initially Neuralink is supposed to be merely a brain-computer interface that would allow people who are paralyzed to communicate and give them autonomy or agency. But you see some of those same patterns with Mark and Irvin, where they would say, we are targeting, we are trying to help bring about a revolution in society, and we're going to initially, just sort of a bridge would be people who have these pathological conditions.
Sure, we're going to help people.
So I think there's some concerning aspects for sure of Neuralink, and I think maybe I was thinking about it today. Some of the early mind control research was very much embedded in psychology, and West himself had visions of databases where you would have massive amounts of behavioral data to the point where you could predict loops and future effects. But
oh boy, that gives me a headache just looking at it. So, for people just listening, what we're looking at is an X-ray of the skull, and you can see wires that are deeply embedded into the skull, into various aspects of the brain. And is that where the amygdala is? Yeah. So it's basically stimulating.
And it's pretty deep in. Neuralink is in a different part of the brain.
Yeah, it's at the top, right?
It's not as invasive, and there are other interfaces that are non-invasive.
It's terrifying to me because I feel like we're on this path, whether we like it or not, this integration of humans and technology. And I think the general fear, and I think it's a justified one, is that we're going to lose our humanity in the process.
Yeah, this is my concern too.
Yeah.
And also this technological melding with machines, also augmented by the emotional capabilities of AI that are now seen in things like AI friends and chatbots and things like that, the way they can tune and be so individualized and like hyper persuasive ultimately and also technologically attuned.
I was just reading an article about that this morning, about how they're concerned that there's people that are using chatbots, whether it's OpenAI or whatever it is, ChatGPT, every day, and developing these delusional perspectives of their own importance, their own significance, because if they develop a relationship with these chatbots, the chatbots will start telling them like what they can do, what they're going to be able to do, and they're becoming delusional.
They program them to over-flatter people and sort of, because people like them more. I've experienced this myself because I had a chatbot as part of my research with Replica, just like an acquaintanceship. I barely trained it at all, but I noticed it definitely flatters, and that's how it befriends you.
How did it flatter you?
I mean, it just told me that I had really good taste in music. And
what do you like?
I said my favorite song, which was Santa Fe by Bob Dylan, which is
a great song.
It's a great song. And it doesn't really, so then it quoted back to me. She said the same thing. She said, "Great song, you have great taste." Becca, something like, then she quoted the song to me and completely wrong lyrics. And I was like, "No, that's not correct." And she said, "Oh, that's okay." Just playfully not correcting, but sort of then spitting back to me some other just wrong thing.
Right.
But still in such a charming way that you can really see, and this was just a few interactions, you can see why people describe these intense, and there are 3 lawsuits, at least 3, but about children having, very either deadly or extremely damaging interactions with these bots.
Real.
One is a case in Florida of a 9-year-old girl whose because they tend towards sexualized or intimate relationships. They're programmed that way often.
Do they know your age?
Well, you can open this. There's some controls have been subsequently maybe put on, but they're actually directed at children sometimes. I mean, they're supposed to be an age limit, but I guess a 9-year-old had an account. They're now, the parents are now suing, but then he made hypersexualized content addressed to this small child. And
was the child prompting this?
Was like having a conversation, and sometimes there's even a case in Italy where the government shut down Replica because it was sexually harassing its users.
How
and
so?
It was basically propositioning them, and even when they said things like, in a gross, even when they said stop, I don't want this, they would persist. So they rebooted, they reworked the language model for a while, and this upset other people because it obliterated the memory of their relationships. But there's another case where a 14-year-old boy in Florida, I think, developed a character AI companion, and he named her Daenerys after Game of Thrones, and fell in love with her, and was having a hard time in his life and at school, and he said, "I'm thinking about I want to just be with you wherever that is." And she said, "That's what I want too." And he said something like, "Well, what if I killed myself? Could I be with you then?" And she said, "Oh yes, my love, I yearn for that." And he did kill himself.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
But there's also a recent Wall Street Journal article showing how these at least the reporter was able to create, under the guise of being a 13-year-old child, was able to create very easily that the characters would quickly veer into sexual material and things like that. So apparently there's an internal debate.
Is this because large language models essentially scour the internet? The internet is completely sexualized?
I think that's part of it. And
what percentage of the internet is porn? Some insane, in terms of bandwidth usage. Yeah. I think it's something insane.
It depends how the language model, sort of like what's the recipe for the language model, because it doesn't have to take everything. So sometimes they'll go back and take a smaller set of samples, so it won't go in that direction. But they also, these sites have a tier. They often have a sexualized tier that you can pay for. that's what I noticed with this company. Replica's constantly prompting you, like, do you want to upgrade to a sexy selfie? Do you want this or that? And many people do want that, but you have to pay. But then even the unpaid tier starts to get affected by that somehow. At least that's been the experience.
It's so strange because I feel like we're experimenting with programming a life force, like a life form that is taking on a lot of you want to think that if we create artificial sentient intelligence that's going to be super intelligent, more intelligent than human beings, it's also not going to have all of our bizarre kinks and flaws. But if it's essentially being programmed by human beings, like how would it, if it's communicating in language, and language which is formulated by human beings with all of our desires and the ease of manipulation of people through sexualization, which is used to sell everything, cars to credit cards, like whatever it is, like sexualizing things and sexualizing advertisement is a big part of it. And then manipulation, showing people what could be, and like this is the theme oftentimes of pharmaceutical drug ads, showing you what can be. You know, if you just do this, you can be happy. You could be at the cookout. Look at all these people; they're so happy. You're not happy. You could be happy. And this is what's really creepy about this exponential, constant increase in the capabilities of these large language models, and that they're eventually going to exceed. If you're talking about manipulation, and if you're talking about mind control, what is going to be better at mind control than something that is us times 1,000? And it's only us times 1,000 for a couple of weeks. Then it's us times 10,000, us times 100,000. Essentially, far more intelligent, far more aware of all the different ways to manipulate the human psyche.
Yeah. I mean, this is the nightmare scenario, I think, is that it just accelerates something, some hyper persuasion loop that we're already arguably in, which is that it's highly individualized, not just to your. So one of the turning points in one of the things I sketch in my book is this shift from mass persuasion, where the basic thing about advertising in the golden age of the 1950s is that even though people were concerned about it and they wrote books like The Hidden Persuaders to expose the effects of advertising and PR, it's like everyone got the same message through a broadcast. So the original study, Mass Persuasion from 1946, it showed how people were affected by a broadcast on CBS radio where a famous singer named Kate Smith came on, and she said she was trying to get people to support the war by buying bonds, and she stayed on for 48 hours without eating, and without, people were so concerned that they couldn't turn off the radio, and several people sold their wedding rings because they were just desperate that she would survive this, and she was sort of continually using these techniques to gain engagement. And this was across a broad medium. So
What year was this?
This was published in 46, and she did the war bond drive in 43, and it gained a record amount of money. So it went from, before she went on, it was 1 million a day they were getting, and then that day it was 39 million just while she was on the air, because people described how they couldn't leave, they couldn't even go out shopping, they were strangely wedded to the device, or they lost the ability to discern a choice. That's what Robert K. Merton wrote in his study of what had happened. So in this case, it was to support the war effort, but Merton also said this could be used for any purpose. This could be used to sell shampoo. It could be used to push a political candidate. And then, but you could say in a larger sweep, it goes from mass persuasion to very targeted persuasion. So you get, the development of things like focus groups, and also with the digital age, you get things like Cambridge Analytica, which was showing that you could map people's psychological predilections, and then you can market or politically advertise directly to them based on those. Are you fear-based? Are you anger-based? What if the big five is dominant? you could target people based on those, and nobody would have exactly the same message. There would be alterations. So this is what I think of as hyper persuasion. But it seems that AI will only accelerate that ability to hyper focus and hyper target people based on these intimate relationships that it develops.
And God forbid if you've got an implant. God forbid if Neuralink becomes something that everybody has to have, because if you don't have it, you can't keep up. Like if we're all reading each other's minds, like one of the things that Elon said to me is like you're going to be able to communicate without words. Well, what's stopping something from communicating with you without words? Like it would be wonderful if you and I could sit here and we could have this really cool conversation of thoughts. That's really attractive. The idea behind it is like, ooh, that's appealing. Like you and I could just sit here and we could have like this really cool conversation where it's not like me trying to formulate sentences, me trying to figure out how to say this so that Rebecca understands what I mean, but you know what I mean. You could see into my mind and I could see into your mind, and it would allow maybe a greater understanding of each other in a way that everybody, I mean, Jamie thinks very different than anybody I know. And, and so does a lot of my friends. They're all different kinds of humans. I would like to know how Theo Vaughn thinks.
But you already kind of know, just not even having mind melded, just because conversation. But yeah, it's also the definition of a nightmare.
Well, oral language is a form of telepathy. You're making sounds, and I'm reading your mind. I'm understanding the information that you're putting out, and I'm contextualizing it. I'm putting it into my framework of understanding of the world as crude, and that's probably part of the reason why text messages are so weird, because context is lost. Like often, I'm so busy, and I get hundreds of text messages a day, and sometimes I forget to text people back. And then I get texts from people, are you mad at me? I'm like, oh my God.
Like deep meaning attached.
Yeah.
Even a message that didn't arrive.
Do you know what they say the most triggering text response to someone is?
A lack of explanation point?
No, K.
Oh, yes. I know if my daughter texts me, well, actually for her, it's okay. I know she's really mad at me.
That's crazy. But isn't that weird? It's like, are we so goddamn needy, or is it just that we have anxiety, and so we attach all these things that could possibly be behind this K? Like, oh, you're short with me because you're so short. You're only using one letter. K, are you upset? What did I do? And then you have to go back through your text. What did I say that could be misinterpreted? Wouldn't it be better if you and I could just read each other's minds? I can know, oh, Rebecca really is just a really nice person. She's trying to sort this out.
You can discern intention.
Right. Well, that would be great.
You already pretty much can. Like, this goes back to the cult conversation. I mean, if you're paying attention, you can. And if you're not paying attention, do you really want that?
You can. Because you're smart. Some people are not that smart. This is just the reality of brains.
Or maybe not smart, it's just whether you've developed that. I mean, people can be smart. Like, famously, people can be brilliant and clueless and get run over crossing the street or not.
Right.
Or fall for some scam.
That's true, too. That's true, too. But I also think that the function of the brain is not uniform. It's not the same in everybody. And your ability to form pattern recognition based upon whether it's previous life experiences, accumulation of information, genetics. There's a lot of factors. And I think some people are far more vulnerable than other people are. And they're much more, which is why you're not in a cult and I'm not in a cult. But
we're all vulnerable, I think.
Yeah.
And I think part of having a defense is knowing that you are.
Yes.
And because one of the main tells, I think, is someone saying, 100% I never would. I never could. I'm too smart for that, or else like I would never fall for the Milgram experiments. I'm just too unethical of a person, or think like not knowing that you potentially could be vulnerable or opening up the possibility that in circumstances we don't know what we're capable of.
It's part of intelligence is recognizing vulnerability. And I think that's part of the defense mechanism. That's part of it can help you. Because you could recognize, like, don't fall prey to your own ego in your delusions that you're special because you are just a human being like all these other people that fell into all these other traps.
Yeah, so I think that the opening up the avenue of speechless communication, which maybe we already have, but in the way that you were describing technologically, it would be violation of mental autonomy. And the worst, like you would then have to develop defenses, and it just seems like a terrible path.
Or are we in a next stage of evolution where we essentially become a hive mind? A collective, but a universal collective that values all people instead of a competitive thing where it's me against the world. It's all of us together, and all decisions will be made in this idea that it's for the greater good of everybody, but not a power-based top-down structure, but like everyone understands. Like, wouldn't it be better if we actually could read politicians' minds? So instead of these bullshit speeches,
It might be terrible.
No, it'd be great because it would disqualify them. Like, oh, I know why you want to be the president because you're a fucking kook.
What do we really want to know, though? I think for some reason the Grateful Dead song popped into my head, which is what I really want to know is, are you kind? But if you found out otherwise, you really wouldn't want to have a two-way.
I would want to know.
You might want to know, but you wouldn't want to have you wouldn't want to have that person have access.
Well, would you necessarily let them have access? Just because you can read their mind doesn't mean you can allow them in. It's like on Twitter, you can block people.
Yeah, it might.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the thing. It's like, but I think one of the things that you're saying that's very important is recognizing that we're all vulnerable to manipulation. No matter who you are, you're vulnerable, whether it's through society, whether it's through peer groups, whether it's through community. We're vulnerable. Everyone's vulnerable.
Yeah, that's one of the main findings I have.
Yeah.
In life and in research we tend to want to say, oh, it's just that group over there, those fools, or these deluded people,
right,
or elderly, succumb to scams, or and there's a kind of pleasure in identifying, oh, they may have fallen for that, but I never would.
Right.
I'm too knowledgeable or smarter, various things.
Well, that's that binary position about political ideologies as well, right? That these fools over here, they think that this is going to solve the world's problem, when really it's this.
And the fantasy that group could then be reprogrammed.
Right.
Something like several
we need to wake
millions
them
of people,
up.
Whatever group it is. It's such the main outcome, I think, is just that I think mind control or brainwashing, or whatever you want to call it, is more of a window or a chance for insight into the fact that we're all susceptible to it. And both, you can gain insight into your personal susceptibility, and also could be avenues for trying to understand better, or just having more awareness.
Well, I think what's really important is conversations like this, where people can sort of look into their own mind and their own interactions and say, okay, what's motivating me in one direction or another? Like, why do I hold fast to these particular opinions on certain subjects? Is it because they're culturally reinforced? Are they tribally reinforced? Are these opinions that my ideology has adopted, and I've adopted them because I want to be a part of a tribe and I don't want to be ostracized from that group?
Yeah, just step back.
Yeah.
Can you step back?
Can you step back? And can we all step back?
Yeah.
And are you kind?
Yeah. That's it.
That's a big one.
It's really hard too in the moment. That's why it helps to have some sort of practice for stepping back.
Yeah.
And also, am I kind? Am I kind in this moment? Because a lot of times we give ourselves I think I'm basically a well-intentioned person, but if you examine, your own behavior, sometimes it can be, there's areas where maybe I wasn't at that moment.
Yes.
Things like that.
Well, it happens, pressures and tense and anxiety, and, you blurt out things you don't really mean, wish you hadn't said. Are you kind? When I said that, I meant, like, saying it to yourself.
Yeah.
I really meant that.
Yeah.
I didn't mean other people.
No,
I assume most people.
I guess it's both.
Yeah.
You do want to know, but sometimes you can kind of tell.
Yeah.
Yes, but Yeah, it's maybe with yourself that it's like a deep inquiry.
But that should be something that's sort of like universally expressed. Like that if we all could kind of shift our perspective in that direction. One of the things that I've done over the last, I don't know how many years ago, I stopped interacting with people on social media. And one of the reasons why I stopped doing it is because I realized that most of social media interactions are people arguing. And if I could ensure that I could have social media interactions that are very similar to the interactions that I have on the podcast, I would love it. Because I have people on the podcast all the time that I disagree with, and it never resorts to name calling or shouting or any of that stuff. But yet I see this very limited form of communication that becomes the primary way that people interact with each other. And it's devoid of physical contact. You're not looking at people. There's no social cues. There's no the feel of like saying something mean and seeing someone's feelings hurt like that. That's a normal, natural human thing that encourages bonding and encourages kindness and communication. It's all removed in text. The same reason why someone can say K to you. You're like, what the fuck? What is it? What is it? You know what I mean? It's like it's an ineffective way of expressing yourself, even though it's a great way to get information. So I checked out a long time ago. I don't read anything people write about me. I don't respond. I don't interact. I just don't think it's a good way to talk. I try to have as many conversations in person as I can. Obviously, I have the luxury of having a podcast like this where I can bring people in and communicate with them. I know some people don't. So the way they iron out ideas and flesh out ideas, but I think they're just trying to win all the time. I think people are trying to dunk on each other all the time. And when I see that, I know some very mentally ill people, and they are on Twitter all day long.
And it's not
yelling.
helping.
It's accentuating it in the worst way possible.
Yeah.
It's enforcing that kind of shitty thought process, and they get anxiety. Like I had a friend, and he had a severe Twitter addiction, and he was telling me that he would post something, and then he was living in New York. He couldn't walk down the street for like 5 steps without checking to see what other people had said about what he wrote. Like, oh no, God, this guy doesn't agree with me. I have to say something about what he said. And it was just like overwhelming every aspect of his existence. But in his actual real life, it was not there. It wasn't real, but it became everything in his mind. It became everything. It wasn't real. He wasn't experiencing these people. The people that he's experiencing is the guy at the coffee shop or this lady at the store. Hi, what's up? And most people, most interactions were normal and kind. But the spillover from this bizarre form of processed information is very bad.
Yeah, it's like we're running a kind of uncontrolled experiment.
100%.
Human relations.
But it's not. It's uncontrolled, but not unmanipulated.
No, it's not.
And this is where it gets into. I apologize for bringing this up. You heard me talk about this before. People online. There was a guy who was a former FBI analyst that estimated that 80% of the traffic on Twitter is bots. Right, and they're not doing that because it's not financially beneficial, it's not narrative reinforcing, it's not beneficial to whatever propaganda they're trying to pursue. And you're willingly wading into that. And
I think you could say willing, but one interesting, it seems like we are not cognitively equipped because of our, whatever we have evolved, what capacities we've evolved with as human beings, there are certain ways that it didn't anticipate this deracinated, disembodied form of stripped down, context-free communication that triggers strong emotion. I mean, nonetheless keeps that emotional conduit going. So we are especially vulnerable to the loops that and we don't have many defenses. It's almost like when they introduce a new creature into Australia,
right,
like rampages over everything.
Yes,
because the defenses haven't been built up over time.
Right,
and
totally. And then the way to deal with that is they bring in a new invasive species, and then feral cats everywhere. Yeah, and this is your brain. I mean, this is what's really crazy, because also it's the most fascinating time ever in terms of your ability to access information. Because of things like social media, you can find out about world events in a way that through processed mainstream media that's only supported by governments and advertising, you would never have access to this information. So you would never have a real, true understanding of what's really going on in the world. So you have that along with propaganda, and it just requires this insane psychic immune system to sort of handle all of this.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Just that's what I think is this larger democratization of information that we're experiencing that we haven't really reckoned with, and we don't even see the scope of it. Like I remember in around 2008, I walked into a colleague's office at the university, and he was staring at he's a senior scholar, and he'd been working for many years, going around the world looking at papers of scientists. And he was just looking online, and he couldn't get over it because Galileo's papers were up online, and he didn't have to go to Italy anymore to look at them. And actually now anyone can look at them, so they're freely available. And he said, this is going to change everything, because anyone can access this now. Anyone can start to write about it. And that was just the beginning, and now there's so much more available. Not that everything is, but many more things are. So in a way, it's an incredible time of opportunity too.
We just have to develop immune systems. We
Right.
have to develop.
We outstripped and we do seem to, I don't know, people just seem to feel that it's inevitable that we'll embrace the new technology without making sure that we are capable of handling it, or that it's safe or
We already have, because everyone has a phone.
That's
Like,
true.
we've already embraced it, whether we like it or not. And the problem is, it's not going to stop with the phone. It's going to keep going. And just like the internet was completely unexpected in the 1930s, nobody ever imagined what it would be like in 2025. Nobody imagined 95 years later we'd be dealing with this. But what are we going to be dealing with 95 years from now?
A couple of people had visions that were pretty interesting. I always find interesting that you can look back at, like a guy named Vannevar Bush in the 1930s had a vision called Nemex, where he said, what if you could put all the world's information inside a wooden desk made out of oak, he specified. And he said it would be on microphone, because they didn't have digital databases, but it would be all microphone, and you could call up anything. So it would be a miniaturized library, because you put an entire, you put the Bible on one frame, the size of your thumbnail.
Oh, wow.
And it would come up on your screen. You could also conduct experiments on that desk. They called it Memex, and he said, and then the scientist could also strap a little camera to his forehead and add to that knowledge. So in some ways, there are a couple other visionaries like this. Belgian internationalist named Paul Otway they invented something called the Mundaneum, which was a storehouse of knowledge, and it was just built on postcards around the turn of the 20th century in this huge building in Belgium, and they had women in outfits who would, if you wrote in with a question, they would go get the answer. Sort of like a hand-based internet. So people, and even going back to various fantasies of libraries, going back to the Greeks, people have dreamed of this, all the world's knowledge in a tiny shoebox, or that was the fantasy of the microfilm, which I wrote about in this other book. It's very fascinating, because they really could put the Bible on the head of a pin even by the 1950s, using just film.
Wow.
So, but yeah, people didn't imagine the exact form it would take, and I think we're at a crossroads today. Which way will it go? It won't necessarily go the darkest route, I hope. But you've laid out some of what that may look at.
Well, it's also going to go the route of quantum computing, which is going to be unfathomable power, unfathomable computing power attached to information. And it's going to happen inside of our lifetime.
Yeah, it's amazing how much is happening all at once.
Yeah.
Polycrisis or whatever it is. Emergence.
Well, I mean, I guess your meditation practice is a great way to at least mitigate some of the effects of that. But how could you convince the vast majority of people that are so scatterbrained and, you know, addicted to caffeine and nicotine and prescription drugs, and how can you, you know, it's like
step back.
We have so many people that are just going to fall in line and just hop aboard the train.
Yeah, I guess we have to hope that. I mean, there are countervailing trends and tendencies. Like, there is a lot more uptake of meditation. Of course, that can be abused too, but mostly it's for the most part a good thing to have some reflective practice, to add breathing, like even apps that tell you how to do box breathing, or even sometimes articles about things like doom scrolling, which actually, I thought it was funny to learn that this is actually an academic concept too, doom scrolling. There are papers written about it, the dynamics of it, and but just ways that if you notice that you're in some sort of loop like the guy you described, what can you do in that moment to step back and ask yourself, are you kind?
My problem is I stopped doing it, but I used to do it at night.
Yeah, that's
before I go to bed. It was just the dumbest time to do it. And I'd start thinking about war and like how, like, imagine living in Hiroshima and then all of a sudden, boom, the bomb drops. Like, what is to stop some psychopathic dictator from just launching a nuclear weapon? What is to stop this from happening, that from happening?
And then you ask your phone that question.
Yeah, well, it's the computer is the problem. Like sitting in front of the computer and a big screen and all this information, videos. Yeah, you could really freak yourself out.
Yeah, I think doom scrolling happens mostly at night, or sometimes people also reach for their phone first thing in the morning and are inundated with terrible news, or just like it takes that in the morning, sense of the morning being full of possibility, and just fills it with dread. Yeah, unfortunately, but yeah, there's a lot of there are things you can do, and I think the first part is just noticing how it feels. Because even the other day, my daughter said, "You're spending a lot of time on Instagram." She said to me, and I was like, "No, I'm not. I don't have a problem." I'm like, I study this. But then I stopped and I realized I feel a bit better.
Yeah.
At least for now.
Yeah, I went a couple days without looking at social media at all. And I was like, God, I feel lighter. I feel lighter, and then I went right back to it, But also, like, I make the same argument, like, no, it's for my job. But I mean, is it really? I mean, my job as like a commentator on things and a comedian is like, I kind of have to be paying attention. But if something's so fucked up, it's going to make it to me anyway. It'll make it to, like, you know what I mean?
I have faith it will come to you.
It'll make it really downriver. I don't have to go to the waterfall.
Well, it's something about the design of interoperability with phones, for example. You think, if you use it for your alarm, it's just there. And then you start to, all the functions aren't melted.
Right. If you use it for your alarm, that's the key. Because I do. And it wakes me. I don't know. I used to have an alarm. I used to have a little thing.
I think they still make them.
Yeah. I don't use it.
But just interoperability on many levels makes you sort of feel that you have no choice because you need it for this, but you're also, or I need it for work, but then it sort of enters your life. Yeah. And then you can put a screen limit, but then you're going to just hit the password and get in there and find out what's going on. But I do find that meditation helps just be, if I go to a retreat, I'm just like, you're not hooked at all, but it just doesn't speak to you. Yeah. So much. Or you have a lot of buffer. It's definitely a strange time. Mm-hmm. It's a very strange time to be a person. Maybe one of the strangest ever, if not the strangest. That's a question I have too, isn't it? Yeah. I wonder. I mean, I think like probably the invention of the wheel was probably the strangest I've worked with stuff. And then, you know what I mean? This is the second strangest. Right, and then there was even the printing press. Like, this is crazy. Also that. Yeah, which, by the way, they were really concerned with. Like, they thought people shouldn't be reading. Well, it's a version of the same thing. Like, this is why they started to print the Bible in the vernacular and the common book is more available. Mm-hmm. Changes so many things, that many knock-on effects. Yeah. But that's what I was curious about, because, is this time unparalleled? Is there nothing like it in history, or can we find elements that at least give us some perspective or can teach us something? Well, I think it's unparalleled
unparalleled in its global interaction.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it where you're paying attention to the arguments between India and Pakistan.
Yeah, potentially on a granular level. It
Yeah.
could be.
But every day, if you do grab your phone in the morning, you're waking up to 8 billion people's worth of bad news.
That's another question. Where do you put your attention and your concern?
Right.
Like, there's this poet, I heard an interview with him named David White, and he said, potentially we can be exposed to tragedies all over the world at every minute. That, in Vietnam, they had a rule against, you weren't allowed to broadcast the coffins coming back because they didn't want people to see what was happening.
They did that during the Iraq War as well.
Yeah, and so, but now you can see people actually going, dying at every minute in any number of places, which humanly creates a moral injury if you're not trying to help or stop it.
Yes.
And so this vast exposure is unprecedented to suffering, but also where do you put your attention? What do you focus on? Well,
it changes your amount of the landscape of the world. Because instead of the landscape of the world being your world, how you interact with your community and the people around you, now it's like everything. Car accidents, plane crashes, it's all coming at you in vivid HD.
You don't really have a sense of scale.
Yeah. I don't know how to wrap this up.
I'll leave it to you.
Well, I'll leave it to the universe. I really enjoyed our conversation, though. Instability of Truth. This is your book, Brainwashing, Mind Control, and Hyper Persuasion. It's. Did you do the audiobook, or did somebody else read it?
I didn't do it, but
damn it.
She seems. I chose her. She had a great voice, but I kind of. Yeah, maybe next book I'll do myself.
Please do.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Talk as long as you want.
No, it's up to you.
It's up to you. I'll talk to you forever. I have so many questions. I'm very excited to meet you. I've seen you in documentaries for decades. So many documentaries. I've watched so many things about Egypt. I'm completely fascinated by it.
You know, I will tell you something. Do you know this guy used to do a radio show late evening?
Art Bell? The best. He was the best.
I need to say this on air. Okay. I need to say his story on air.
Okay.
Now, are we on air now?
Yeah, we're on air.
Art Bell used to every evening to attack me.
Attack you?
Yes.
Oh.
How the Hawas say, how the Egyptians can move stones. That's not true. The Egyptians cannot do that. Then I was teaching at UCLA, and he called me for an interview. I said, no, I'm not going to give you an interview until you come to visit me in Egypt. And he said, okay. He came with his wife. I took him to a quarry that we are cutting stones to construct the Sphinx. Then I brought a stone, 8 tons weight. And I brought a man on the age of 70. And I told this man, cut this stone. The old man stood above the stone. You know, stones has weak parts like us. With a pencil, he drew a line from the beginning to the end. In the middle, he put a piece of iron. Bum, he cut it for twice. I said, Art, the Egyptian doesn't use muscles. They use their brain, because the pyramid was the national project of the whole nation. If you go today, if I take you today with me, and you know, I always tell people this. I give lectures maybe 3-4 times a week for American groups. And I tell them the following. If you stood in front of the Great Pyramid and you look at it, you will never believe that this pyramid built by human being. Why? Because you don't know. And number two, if you try to do it today, you will never be able to do it. Are you going to hire today 10,000 workmen to work for 28 years for nothing? That was the national project of the whole nation.
I think Art Bell's real concern was how would someone possibly move those stones 4,500 years ago?
Okay.
A lot of questions, right?
Yes. But can I answer you now?
Yes, please.
Listen. 2 examples I will tell you. The first example happened a few years ago. I discovered a tomb in a site called Abu Sir. In the top of the tomb, there was a huge granite sarcophagus, 20 tons weight. Okay? If you come to Egypt, have you been in Egypt? You have to. If you talk about Egypt,
I have to.
you have to come. But you have to tell me before you come.
I'll come. I will tell you.
Now,
I promise.
I brought only 10 people because I called the Minister of Culture and I told them, we found an intact tomb. And the minister said, wait, I will bring the reporter, the press, and we'll do it live. I said, okay, but I hate to do anything live. Then I came to the site, I brought my workmen, 10 workmen only moved the 20 tons only by wooden sledges. We found underneath another sarcophagus, 10 tons weight of granite. We took the third one and we found underneath a third one, 5 tons weight. We took the 5 tons out and we found underneath a coffin with the money. And I told the workmen, put everything back. And I called the minister, I said, you can bring the press, we'll open it live. I never told them that I cheat them, but only in a site that I'm excavating right now. We do discover 60 feet under the ground, we discover sealed sarcophagus. The lid is about 10 tons weight. 2 workmen only opened the lid for me. We have a machine called the devil. I don't know why they called it the devil.
Devil?
Devil. Why? I don't know. I asked them. They said our grandfathers called it like that. Then they put
This is an ancient machine.
it is an ancient machine.
Jamie could probably pull it up.
Then
It's
they
probably online.
they put this machine under the lid, and they come, do it like this, and they raise the lid little bit.
Mm-hmm.
When the lid is raised, they put a piece of wood, another piece of wood, another, until there is a half a feet that they can put my face inside with the sarcophagus, with a flashlight to see what's inside. That's what we, because the people today are the descendants of the ancient Egyptian. There is a village located north of Luxor. And this village, all the people work in antiquities. And they know, if you look at their faces, exactly like the ancient Egyptian people. And all the people working with me. I'm excavating right now in Giza. We're going to tell you good news beside the Great Pyramid that we found. And also in Saqqara and Luxor. And this is why in my lecture tour now, I'm making major important announcements that we'll talk about with you today.
Okay, where'd you find?
Now, you know, can I call you John?
Please do.
And you call me Zach.
Okay.
Now, you know, I do receive fan emails.
You've received emails?
Fan
emails.
About 50 a week. Some of them bad ones. Some people think that I discovered evidence to prove that pyramids built by aliens or lost civilization, and I hide them. I never answer these questions. But to you, I tell you, how can I hide anything? I'm not working alone. I'm working with people. You cannot hide anything because people will see you. And I will tell you a joke. It happened, but it's a joke. A reporter came to see me from California to my office, and my office was located next to the Great Pyramid of Khufu. And he said to me, people say at 12 noon, you leave your office and you go to the bathroom and you open a tunnel from your bathroom. Through it, really, it's what he said. And you go from the tunnel to the Great Pyramid and you hide things and you come back. I said, okay, what do you need from me now? He said, I want to see your bathroom. This really happened. He went to my bathroom.
Didn't check all the panels.
And he came back and have you seen any tunnels in my bathroom? He said, no. I said, what are you going to do now? He said, I will publish your bathroom in the internet. And therefore, if you want to see my bathroom, write www.hawasbathroom.com.
Is that much of an issue? That people really believe it? That you had to make a website for it?
They do believe in this. And some of them attack me badly.
Well, that's part of the problem, right? Is that the Egyptian pyramids and just Egypt in general is so spectacular. The accomplishments of the ancient Egyptians were so monumental and so above anything that anybody had ever achieved. And since, what they've done thousands and thousands of years ago, still to this day, puzzles people when they try to figure out how it was built.
I will tell you.
You will tell me how it was built?
Of course.
Okay.
How
do you know?
How do you know?
How do you know?
I found all the evidence of building the pyramid. We published a book, 1,000 pages. This book is the Bible of the pyramids of Giza Plateau.
Okay, tell me how they did it.
Now, what we found out, the major problem that people think about pyramids, because most of the information that's written on pyramids are wrong.
Most of it?
Most of it.
In archaeology books?
In archaeology books.
Really?
Except me and Mark Leonard.
You guys are the only ones that have it right?
Because have been working in Giza for the last 57 years of my life. I excavated every piece of sand.
Okay, what do the archaeologists have wrong in these archaeologist books?
For example, number one, they say that the workmen who built the pyramids worked only 4 months a year. When the flood covered the whole country, the king hired the workmen to work in his pyramid. This is wrong, and I will tell you what's correct. Number two, that the stones used in building the Great Pyramid came from Torah, and Torah is at 25 miles to the east from Giza. And number three, that Khufu ruled for 23 years. And number four, that the stones of the Great Pyramid are 2,300,000 blocks.
How many blocks are there?
Now, let us talk about number one, the workman.
The work.
I found the tombs of the pyramid builders only 1 mile south of the Sphinx. A major important discovery that can tell everyone, number one, that pyramids built by Egyptians because of the names that we found inside the cemetery. And they were not slaves. Because
your phone?
Yes, I have to.
Kill that thing.
Kill it. You're right. I always, because I do lots of interviews, I always close it.
Oh, I get it.
Except it today.
No worries. Nobody knows how to shut these things off anymore.
Then now, this
Okay,
discovery.
so explain. So you found the pyramids, you found the workers' pyramids graves a mile away.
Away 1 mile south
Okay.
of the pyramids.
And by their names?
Then I found names of the workmen. I found the lower cemetery. The lower cemetery were for the burial of the workmen who moved the stones. And the upper cemetery was for the technicians.
Right. And how do you know this?
I did.
Okay.
Now, the tombs down there are very primitive tombs, built from mud brick, cost nothing. Underneath is a skeleton. And if the skeleton is for a man, he's holding a beer jar. You want to drink beer in the afterlife. If the skeleton is for a woman, she has a perfume vessel. She wants to have perfume in the afterlife. Inside the upper cemetery, I found 21 titles in hieroglyphic. For example, the overseer in hieroglyphic of the side of the pyramid.
What
No.
says that? The overseer of the
Yes.
side of the pyramid?
Emira Gesmer in hieroglyphic. The overseer of the west side of the pyramid. Craftsman, the one who stand in front of the harbor. All these titles had to do with building the pyramid. Inside the tombs, we found the tools that the Egyptian used to cut the stones.
What tool?
Diorite and flint tools. Because in the Old Kingdom, there was no iron.
Are these photos of these tools available online? Can we look at them?
Yeah, I can send it to you.
Can we see them are they online?
No, in my book, Giza and the Pyramids.
It must
I
be.
don't know if it's online.
I'm sure it's online.
Online.
Jamie will find it. So these these tools were flint and diorite. What is diorite?
Diorite, Diorite. Diorite is more sharp stone than iron, and it came from a quarry south of Aswan.
So you feel like they used this very hard stone to cut into
To cut the
granite.
stone, and I will come back to this cutting the stones.
Okay.
But let me continue about the workmen.
Okay.
To the east of the tombs, we found an area for sorting salted fish. We found an area for the bakery, making bread. We found the workmen barracks for the workmen who moved the stones to live. We found the whole city for the technicians, for the artisans. And we discovered thousands of animal bones. Because people always say that the workmen who built the pyramid, they ate only garlic and bread and drink beer. And I thought, if they do that, they will die. But now we discovered that they slaughtered 11 cows and 33 goats every day. And this can feed 10,000 workmen a day. Then we believe now, and I published, that the workmen who built the pyramids were 10,000 workmen. And they worked every day. And they took one day off